After absorbing the immortal essence of the Netherworld Grand Venerable, you gained more than just cultivation. The cultivation system concepts of his era, which were embodied in the Great Venerable Yuxian, were also absorbed by you and integrated into your own cultivation concepts. The very moment you finished absorbing, the beings of the celestial realm suddenly sensed something, and the previously obscure and difficult to understand cultivation technique suddenly became clear. The bottlenecks that had stagnated for many years have loosened, indicating that their understanding of cultivation has been completed and their foundation for cultivation has been strengthened, 200,000 years old. For tens of thousands of years, you have led nearly 2,000 great emperors to sweep across the outer void, collecting the vast resources born at the dawn of the new era like a swarm of locusts. During your journey, you encountered several powerful forces that were also plundering resources. Among them, the most high-profile were the two Grand Venerables, Xuanbing and Fenchen. The Crimson Flame Chariot of the Burning Heaven Grandmaster blotted out the sky, and the extreme cold domain of the Profound Ice Grandmaster froze space and time. Those strange phenomena never ceased. In the memories of the Great Venerable Yuxian, these two were practically the kings of showing off in the outer void, putting on airs wherever they went. All the great venerables in the outer void disliked these two. However, they really messed up today, running into someone like you who's practically cheating, and you easily suppressed them. After the suppression, you realize it's no wonder these two were so arrogant. In your eyes, Grand Venerable Yuxian was only at the peak of the second level of the immortal realm, while these two had both reached the fourth level. And when the Great Venerable Yuxian encountered these two, he could only flee for his life. After absorbing the cultivation and concepts of these Great Venerables, you did not throw them into the Ascension world as you did with the Netherworld Great Venerable. Instead, you used the Celestial Realm as their place of reincarnation, giving them the opportunity to be reborn. After all, these great beings have no deep-seated hatred for you. They are all beings who have reached the immortal realm. Their talent is among the strongest of all beings in the eternal annihilation space. It would be a waste if they didn't work for you. These great beings and their subordinates, after being reborn in the celestial realm, will abandon their previous cultivation systems and switch to the cultivation system you have mastered. Although their cultivation will have to start over, their memories will not disappear. With their past experience and talent, those great venerables should be able to catch up with the primordial ancient emperors and others very quickly. He might become one of the first people to achieve immortality using the 9 transformations immortal technique. Out of 500,000 years have passed. In this long period of time, except for a few great venerables who have remained hidden for ages and have never shown themselves, all the other great venerables from beyond the realms have submitted to your command. Your fame resounds throughout the void, and no one dares to oppose you. With this, you have completed the unification of the outer void, incorporating this vast and boundless territory into the territory of the primordial heavenly court. The cultivation concepts contained within these great beings, combined with the vast resources you've collected over the years, have caused your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. This allows you to break through 2 levels directly, stepping into the 9th level of the immortal realm, reaching an unprecedented height in the eternal silent space. Moreover, these cultivation wisdoms from different times and spaces flow through your sea of consciousness like a dazzling galaxy, each ray of light containing a unique Taoist essence. Although you extracted and integrated the most essential parts of these systems, elevating the cultivation system of the vast realm to an unprecedented level. However, the cultivation system of the vast realm seems to have reached its limit. Like an ancient tree that has reached the edge of the sky, no matter how much nourishment it absorbs, it can hardly break through the shackles of heaven and earth. You feel that absorbing more cultivation concepts won't significantly improve the cultivation body in the vast realm. Even if you infuse it with more essence, it will only allow the cultivator to master a few more abilities within the same realm, or make the spiritual energy a little more condensed. These changes are like adding a few more drops of water to an already full glass, at most, the upper limit of combat power at. Each level increases slightly. It seems the potential of the cultivation system in the vast realm has been exhausted. After all, it's just a cultivation system derived from an era. You were the one who created the immortal realm, so its potential is limited. This realization made you think deeply. You realized that instead of continuing to struggle aimlessly within this framework, it would be better to open up new paths for practitioners. You've decided to change your approach, no longer focusing solely on strengthening the existing system, but rather allowing the path of cultivation to extend in all directions, like the roots of a towering tree. Yet 1 million years old, you created the infinite body refining method, the infinite spirit refining method, and the infinite key refining method. These three cultivation methods break free from the constraints of the traditional cultivation system, eliminating fixed levels of attainment. Practitioners can choose the most suitable path to continuously improve based on their own characteristics, just like climbing a sacred mountain without a peak. When any one of the three cultivation techniques is cultivated to a certain level, the cultivator's life essence will change, transforming them into a higher level life form. This transformation is not a simple breakthrough in realm, but a leap in the dimension of life. A cultivator who specializes in body cultivation techniques may eventually transform into an existence comparable to a primordial god or demon. Cultivating divine techniques and key cultivation methods, each has its own unique advantages, and of course, one can cultivate all three simultaneously. Theoretically, any one of these three cultivation techniques could allow a cultivator to reach the realm of immortality, but such an immortality would only be a rudimentary one. Because although such immortals possess the life essence of immortals, they do not have their own Tao. Like a blank sheet of paper, it is up to the practitioners themselves to draw their own path. From now on, all beings in the celestial realm can use these three cultivation methods as a foundation, combined with the detailed explanations of cultivation systems from various eras that you have released, to independently create their own cultivation systems. You view this as a great spiritual experiment. Every living being becomes an explorer, able to draw upon the wisdom of countless eras to create their own unique path. When a new cultivation system develops to the point where it can produce great emperor-level powerhouses, it will be incorporated into your cultivation concept. These proven systems will significantly enhance your understanding of the concept of spiritual practice. The person who created this system will not only receive your feedback, but also have a share of the cultivation power generated by all beings who cultivate this system in the future. At 3 million years old, the first being to achieve immortality through the 9 transformations immortal technique appeared. This person was none other than the primordial ancient emperor. At 5 million years old, following the primordial ancient emperor, the reincarnations of those great venerables also successively broke through to become immortals. You now have over a dozen fairy realm subordinates. These people who reached the immortal realm have all been dispatched by you to various parts of the eternal silence space to create and develop worlds. At 10 million years old, you broke through the shackles of the fairy realm and stepped into an unprecedented and unknown realm. At this moment, your strength has experienced an unprecedented explosive growth. When you truly enter this realm, the whole world becomes completely different in your eyes. Your perception instantly broke through its limits, as if some invisible shackles had been broken. At this moment, you can clearly perceive every inch of the entire eternal space. Even the slightest energy fluctuation cannot escape your perception. You also saw the endless nothingness beyond the eternal void. Based on a wildly popular novel from your past life, you named your previous fairyland True Immortal, and you now refer to your current realm as Immortal King. You are unaware of how powerful you are now, because in this vast and boundless, eternally silent space, there is simply no other being who has reached this level. Those deeply hidden grandmasters, even the strongest among them, are only at the 6th level of true immortal cultivation, as insignificant as ants in your eyes. You can now clearly perceive the entire river of time and space in the eternal void. In this ever-flowing river, you see the vast expanse long since vanished into the dust of history, witnessing the rise and fall of countless eras, the rise and fall of every civilization. Every cycle of rebirth unfolds before your eyes, and now, thanks to your powerful senses, you have witnessed the primordial world born from this new era. At this time, this primitive world was still in a state of ignorance, and no living beings had been born. Now you truly are the absolute ruler of the eternal silence. With your current strength, unless the heavenly Tao of the eternal silence realm intervenes personally, no living being can escape your control. However, you find that after reaching the Immortal King level, your progress seems to be limited, and every little bit of advancement becomes extremely difficult. You guess you've reached the so-called upper limit of the world. After all, although the eternal silence space is called a space, it's clearly a much larger world. Of course, difficulty and improvement doesn't mean it's impossible, it just means it will take a lot of time. At 100 million years old, you have over 100 true immortals under your command. According to your will, they created countless worlds in the void, each world nurturing a unique civilization and cultivation system. These worlds intertwine to form a magnificent web of civilization, revitalizing the once lifeless and desolate space with unprecedented vitality. And your experiments have finally begun to bear fruit, giving rise to countless cultivation systems, among which each true immortal has created a cultivation system capable of leading to the great emperor realm. The emergence of these systems of spiritual practice has greatly enhanced the concept of spiritual practice. At 300 million years old, you integrated the concept of cultivation, and through your tireless efforts, successfully upgraded it into the more macroscopic concept of evolution. When a cultivator breaks through a realm, it's not just an improvement in cultivation level, but also an evolution of the essence of life. After being refined in the alchemy furnace, the medicinal essence of the herb is purified and sublimated. This is an evolution of the herb's fundamental nature. The divine iron, after being forged and refined countless times, was eventually transformed into a magical artifact. This is an evolution of its material form. When exploring the unknown, a cultivator's cognitive boundaries constantly expand. This is the evolution of their perspective. The pursuit of immortality and immense power represents an evolution of needs. In your view, as long as all things in the universe undergo change and growth, it must be some form of evolution. This entirely new concept then spread like ripples to every corner of the eternally silent space, causing all living beings to instinctively pursue a higher level of transformation. The true immortals were astonished to discover that the system they had created was spontaneously improving, and various cultivation paths were merging and complementing each other. Yet 1.1 billion years old, you never imagined this era would be so short, lasting only 1 billion years. When this tide of annihilation arrives, the primordial world born in this era, like the vast realm, will be devoured by you. The beings there then migrated to worlds created by true immortals. You've discovered that absorbing the primordial world still provides the greatest boost to your devouring abilities. Although this tide of annihilation only lasted 800 years, you are now a celestial king. You successfully grasped the essence of the power of annihilation in just 1 year. 100 billion years old, in your utterly astonished gaze, the great venerable Yuxian has appeared. The instant the opponent leaped out of the ascension world, their strength broke through to the true immortal realm. Upon seeing you, the mastermind behind all the suffering you've caused him, the great venerable Yuxian remained unusually calm. You asked the other person, causing him so much suffering, doesn't he hate you? Then the great venerable Yuxian replied, it's nothing more than a little hardship. But that sentence almost made you react violently. If you hadn't sensed that the other person was being controlled by you, and if you hadn't been confident that they couldn't catch up, you almost would have struck them with your hand. After that, great venerable Yuxian officially became another true immortal under your command. A trillion years old, having devoured countless primordial worlds, your understanding of the power of devouring has reached a completely new level. At 150 billion years old, your cultivation level can no longer improve, even slightly. You gather all living beings within the eternal silence into the celestial realm, then freeze the spacetime of the celestial realm and incorporate it into your own body. The devouring heaven technique. You wield the devouring heaven technique, which has undergone countless transformations. Through your ability to absorb, your body began to dissipate, transforming into countless black specks of light. These specks, like cosmic dust, gradually covered the entire space of eternal silence. You are no longer a physical entity, but have transformed into a concept of devouring, beginning to consume everything within the eternal silence. You are not afraid of the heavenly Tao of the eternal silence realm resisting, because you discovered years ago that the heavenly Tao of the eternal silence space is colder than imagined, and its activity level is even lower than that of the heavenly will of the vast realm. There was none of the instinctive reaction, such as sending divine retribution upon those who defy the heavens. As you devour, all your evolutionary concepts shrink, propelling your life level into an unprecedented and massive evolution. Your body, soul, and consciousness are undergoing tremendous changes. You feel yourself breaking free from the shackles of life and moving towards a higher dimension. This evolution will last for a very long time, perhaps billions of years, or perhaps eternity. At 400 billion years old, your evolution has reached its final moment. The eternally silent space, now only the core remains, instantly merges into your body. Before the void could even engulf you, your body emitted an intense white light, a light that seemed to illuminate the endless void. Your level of existence has undergone a radical transformation at this moment. You are no longer a being within this world, but in being beyond it. The surrounding nothingness can no longer harm you. It brushes past your body like a gentle breeze, yet cannot shake you in the slightest. But you feel that the barriers to your cultivation have completely disappeared. Host has left the simulation world. Simulation ended. Host detected to have escaped the simulation world and survived. Level cleared. Simulation ends. Devaluation. You are the creator of the vast wonderland, the savior who shielded all beings of the vast wonderland from the eternal tide. He is the primordial heavenly emperor, revered throughout the entire eternal silent space, and the first powerful being in all eternity to transcend the immortal realm. Yu devoured the original worldview within the world, successfully transcending it and acquiring the mark of transcendence bestowed by nothingness. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the level. You are rewarded with one chance to participate in a real-world simulation. The probability of drawing a higher level affix next time will be increased. Your life score is 1,000 points. Exceptional. You can use ratings to purchase the following items. I. Celestial King Level Palace Complex. Primordial Heavenly Court, including the renovated Heavenly Realm. 500,000. The Modified Ascension World, 30-layer nested structure. 3,000 Fury. The Source of Nirvana, the origin of the Tide of Nirvana. 2,000. A detection has indicated you have completed this world. Do you wish to inherit all the strength and memories from this simulation, as well as the attribute Devouring Heaven's Path? This is Transcendence. No wonder it's the first orange level entry to appear. It's really powerful. But what exactly is this Transcendence mark? Although Lin Yu was quite surprised that his simulated self was beyond the real world, he wasn't too shocked. After all, he knew all too well the value of simulator entries. However, the mention of Transcendence mark in the final evaluation section left him somewhat puzzled. Lin Yu felt that the reason he was immune to the erosion of nothingness in the final moments of the simulation was not only because his strength exceeded the upper limit of the minor world, but also because the Transcendence mark must have played a significant role. I wonder if I can inherit this Transcendence mark when I inherit the power later. If I can, maybe I will be able to become immune to the power of nothingness and leave the real world. Simulator, inherit. A burst of dazzling white light enveloped Lin Yu. Within the white light, Lin Yu's body began to undergo an astonishing transformation. Countless fine black lines gradually appeared on the surface of his skin. These lines moved like living things, exuding a chilling, devouring aura. At the same time, specks of golden light also appeared around him. These tiny points of light contain a stunning concept of evolution. They circulated within and around Lin Yu's body like stars, and each flash caused a qualitative leap in his aura. Golden dots and black lines intertwine to form a mysterious and unpredictable pattern. The transformation process, which takes only a minute, may seem fleeting to ordinary people, but for Lin Yu it felt like an evolution that took countless years. When the white light finally dissipated, Lin Yu's life level underwent a qualitative leap, and his strength reached an unprecedented height. My current strength is definitely much greater than those immortal kings in the immortal realm, but I don't know exactly what level I have reached. After all, the strongest beings Lin Yu encountered in the last real-world simulation were the immortal kings from the immortal realm and the otherworldly realm he eventually found. Moreover, he felt that he didn't need the authority granted by the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm to stand freely in the river of time and space of the immortal realm, and could perceive the entire immortal realm and the lower realms. However, what puzzled Lin Yu was that after inheriting the power, he did not feel the so-called mark of transcendence. Afterwards, Lin Yu inquired with the simulator and learned that after inheriting the strength, he also possessed a transcendent level, but he was too weak to perceive it at the moment. Lin Yu also learned about the function of the transcendence mark. Although possessing the mark of transcendence does not mean that one can immediately transcend all things and be invincible. However, the power contained in this mysterious mark is still considered one of the most precious treasures in all the heavens and myriad worlds. It is like a key that unlocks the door to infinite possibilities, paving a broad road to the highest realm for its holder. The Transcendence Mark possesses 4 core abilities, each of which is enough to drive cultivators across the myriad realms mad. First, it can weaken the erosion of the power of nothingness to the extreme. It allows the holder to move freely in the sea of nothingness, like a fish swimming in water, without having to worry about being assimilated and dissolved by the power of nothingness. Those with great power can even use the Transcendence Mark to help others resist the power of nothingness. This ability is invaluable to those trapped in the world, unable to progress. Secondly, the mark grants the holder a unique perceptual ability, enabling them to accurately locate the coordinates of other worlds in the vast void. This ability allows beings who have left the world to avoid getting lost in the boundless void. The third ability is even more mysterious. It can grant the holder an extremely high weight in destiny. This blessing makes any attempt to predict the fate of the holder extremely difficult, like searching for a specific grain of sand in a thick fog. Even if you enter other worlds, as long as you keep a low profile, you won't easily attract the attention or be targeted by the heavenly Tao of those worlds. This invisibility property allows the holder to move freely between different worlds. The fourth ability is the ability to break the shackles of the cultivation system. Holders can disregard the limitations of different worldviews and freely cultivate any cultivation system. Whether it's immortal cultivation, magical meditation, technological evolution, genetic modification, or certain cultivation paths that require specific organs or conditions, you can easily get started. This unconventional ability grants the holder the potential for limitless evolution. In addition to this, the mark of transcendence also comes with a seemingly ordinary but crucial ability: immortality. The holder will be freed from the limitations of lifespan imposed by the laws of the world and will attain true immortality. This ability to transcend life and death, though seemingly ordinary compared to other extraordinary abilities, is the ultimate goal that countless cultivators dream of. It can be said that even an ordinary person with no foundation who possesses the mark of transcendence can achieve an unimaginable leap forward as long as they can get through the initial accumulation stage. However, in Lin Yu's view, the transcendence mark might only be useful to him in two ways: resisting the erosion of the power of nothingness and breaking the shackles of the cultivation system. The former allows him to move freely in the sea of nothingness, while the latter makes up for the shortcomings of the simulator, because the simulator can only convert inherited strength into equivalent power and cannot allow Lin Yu to cultivate different cultivation systems. At least during the first time he inherited the power, Lin Yu did not inherit internal energy, but instead converted it into physical strength of the same level. However, apart from that one time, in every subsequent simulated world, his strength had already transcended the cultivation system of the simulated world by the time he completed it. The inherited strength is no different from that in the simulation, so the simulator doesn't need to convert it. This situation will likely continue in the future, so while the ability to cultivate different cultivation systems simultaneously is useful, it's also somewhat of a double-edged sword. As for the ability to locate the world, it is even more dispensable to Lin Yu. After all, he can easily find a new world through simulation, so why bother searching for it in the void? With the capabilities of the simulator, a small world can be found in a day, a medium world in 3 days, a large world in 10 days, and a small chiliocosm in 100 days. This is much faster than using de-imprinting for positioning. Moreover, the existence of the simulator itself provides Lin Yu with perfect protection, as no one in reality can deduce his information. In the simulated world, there is no need to worry about being judged as an outsider by the heavenly Tao. It can only be said that Lin Yu's cheat code was too big, making the mark seem dispensable. Moreover, without the emulator, Lin Yu would not have been able to easily obtain the transcendence mark, this unique cheat. However, based on the information provided by the simulator, Lin Yu discovered that obtaining the transcendence mark was even more difficult than an ordinary person ascending to heaven in one step. Because not every being who transcends the original world can obtain the mark of transcendence. The primordial world here refers to those worlds that float in nothingness. As for the real world where Lin Yu exists, the chaotic world and the immortal realm are merely inner worlds that exist within the real world. From the moment Lin Yu learned about the ability to transcend the mark, he knew that there must exist some kind of celestial forces, similar to the God realm in the void. These celestial forces can select members from the primordial world using the mark of transcendence. Although these members have transcended the primordial world, they cannot obtain the mark of transcendence, because only the original life forms of the primordial world, without relying on any power outside the primordial world, can transcend the world and obtain the mark of transcendence. This also shows how incredible the simulator is. The abilities it provides are not recognized as forces from outside the world. The simulator is awesome. Lin Yu felt that only such a simple word could describe the power of the simulator. Shift your attention away from the temporarily useless imprints of detachment. Lin Yu first used all the ratings to redeem options 1, 2, and 3. Then a new reality simulation began, to see if this time they could use the transcendence mark to escape the real world. Simulator, begin reality simulation. The host has been detected to have one more opportunity for reality simulation. Reality simulation is now activated. On the first day, with your strength far surpassing that of a celestial king, you use time acceleration to integrate the Xuanhuang Divine Talisman and the Xuanhuang Dao Palace into the primordial heavenly court. In your opinion, although these two items have undergone multiple upgrades and are quite powerful, they are still too weak compared to the primordial heavenly court, which has reached the level of celestial kings. The Xuanhuang Dao Palace has become your other residence, while the Xuanhuang Divine Talisman has become the control center of the primordial heavenly court. The Xuanhuang heaven within the Xuanhuang Divine Talisman became another heaven parallel to the heavenly realm, and the heavenly realm was renamed the primordial heaven. The next day, you no longer concealed your aura, releasing an immense power surpassing even the immortal king realm without reservation. But in an instant, the aura pierced through the lower realms and reached the immortal realm, causing the entire immortal realm's heavens to tremble. The heavenly laws from beyond the 9 heavens surged towards you like a tidal wave. You clearly feel an unprecedented authority forming within you, the supreme power to act on behalf of heaven. In the instant you are granted power, your consciousness suddenly expands infinitely. A past, present, and future. The river of time in the immortal realm is clearly visible before your eyes. Though even more remarkably, you discover that you can freely manipulate the river of time, even traversing back to the very beginning of creation to witness the mysteries of the birth of the immortal realm. And your duty is to maintain stability in the celestial realm. Just as you were basking in the power that came with this authority, a tremendous and earth-shattering phenomenon suddenly erupted throughout the entire celestial realm. How countless rays of 7-colored immortal light burst forth from beyond the 9 heavens, each ray containing the rhythm of the great Tao. How countless golden lotuses bloomed from the void, and celestial music resounded throughout the universe, a spectacle 1,000 times more magnificent than the phenomena of a celestial king. Most breathtakingly, river of time manifests in the heavens, your figure traversing the ages, leaving an eternal mark at every juncture in time. Billions of beings in the lower realms, and even the celestial realms, looked up and saw a majestic figure standing atop the river of time, surrounded by boundless laws. You never imagined the phenomenon you created would be so magnificent. However, you wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. You sat cross-legged above the river of time, your voice resounding throughout countless dimensions. A begins to proclaim the three supreme cultivation techniques: the infinite body refining technique, the infinite spirit refining technique, and the infinite key refining technique that you have improved countless times in the simulated world, reaching an upper limit of immortal king level. And with every utterance of your true words, a golden lotus of the great Tao condenses in the void. With every demonstration of your magic incantation, it resonates with all the Tao. The true meaning of evolution transforms into starlight, scattering across the river of time and space to every corner of the celestial realm. These starlight rays pierce through the river of time, permeating every point in space-time. Cultivators in this timeline suddenly experience a stroke of inspiration. Their internal cultivation techniques begin to operate automatically, evolving towards greater perfection, and the foundation of their cultivation also begins to evolve in a better direction. Even true immortals and immortal kings felt the path of cultivation had become much broader. This sermon lasted for over 1,000 years. When the last utterance faded, the cultivation civilization of the entire immortal realm had undergone a qualitative leap. Countless practitioners knelt in devout worship in your direction, sincerely revering you as the ancestor of the Tao. From this day forward, the entire immortal realm and the lower realms will be your base. At the age of 100, after delivering your sermon, your gaze pierced the barrier of the celestial realm, reaching into the boundless void beyond. From the last reality simulation, after you finally found another vast world outside the immortal realm, you know that the river of time and space in the immortal realm is still just a tributary. You lightly flick your sleeve, and ripples of time and space spread beneath your feet. You enveloped yourself with the power of evolution and devouring, your figure gradually becoming ethereal, transforming into an invisible concept. Using the immortal realm river as a springboard, you leaped into that majestic river that spans the boundless void. Upon entering, one immediately feels an unprecedented sense of oppression. Every drop of water here is as heavy as a star, and every wave contains the power to create the world. Even with your cultivation surpassing that of a celestial king, while you won't be unable to establish yourself, it will be difficult to roam freely as you did in the celestial realm. You begin by using this river of time as a foundation to explore other tributaries, similar to the river of time. In the celestial realm, especially the world that caused your last simulated crash, they absolutely need to give you an explanation. 3,000 years old. For over 1,000 years, you have been like a solitary traveler, trudging arduously through the vast and boundless river of time. Every surging wave in the river of time contains the power to tear apart a celestial king, forcing you to slow down. Sometimes you also need to carefully avoid those space-time vortices that pose a deadly threat to you. Of course, the time spent exploring is calculated based on your own concept of time. There is no concept of the passage of time in the grand scheme of things. Once you exit the river of time, the time in that realm will only be the second after you entered. In this 1,000 years, you have indeed found a handful of otherworldly realms, distinct from the immortal realm in the endless void. These otherworldly realms you've discovered, though not as vast as the celestial realm, each possess their own unique civilization. The strongest among them also reached the immortal king level, but their numbers were somewhat limited. With each new world you discover, you will spread your concept of evolution along the river of time and space. So surprisingly, while these worlds are not the original worlds, their foundational nature far surpasses the eternal silence space in the previous simulation. As the concept of evolution spreads, your cultivation level has actually increased significantly. That this instantly gives you a goal. Do you think that if the concept of evolution were to extend along the river of time and space to cover the entire real world, you might be able to reach an even higher level? Based on your own understanding, you have now completely surpassed the level of a celestial king and can no longer be called a celestial king. Originally, you intended to refer to your level as quasi-immortal emperor. After all, the realm divisions in the immortal realm, aside from the different breakthrough situations, are remarkably similar in name and corresponding combat power levels to the world depicted by a certain famous novelist from my previous life. But if you think about it, the difference in strength between a quasi-immortal emperor and an immortal king is like heaven and earth. Why would the first person to break through to this realm be called a quasi-immortal? Furthermore, you will be simulating other middle thousand worlds and even great thousand worlds later on. Realms are just names and don't really represent anything, so you simply call your current level Immortal Emperor. The next realm is called Immortal Emperor. After all, the order of King, Emperor, and Sovereign is widely used. At 1 million years old, you have discovered more and more worlds. And you now realize that so many worlds are hidden in the endless void. However, the distances between these worlds are extremely vast. Even a celestial king wouldn't know how long it would take to travel them. And in the last reality simulation, you were incredibly lucky to find a world in just trillions of years. Otherwise, you would have perished in the void long ago. At 1.5 million years old, you found the world that drove you to suicide in the last reality simulation. However, unlike the great venerable Yushin, you didn't do anything to those immortal kings who surrounded you. After all, you trespassed on someone else's territory and only self-destructed to avoid being captured alive. You're not a petty person. You simply had each of them experience 10 instances of an explosion from the inside out, with their senses fully activated. At 10 million years old, you've done all these years, besides continuing to spread the concept of evolution in the real world. He also began to frequently use the power of transcendence marks to break through the barriers of the real world and step into that chilling void. Each time I leap out of the real world, feels like I'm in a boundless ocean, surrounded by endless darkness and silence. The emptiness beyond the real world gave you an unprecedented sense of oppression. The power of nothingness here is more powerful than anything you've encountered in any simulated world. If not for the protection of the mark, even with your current strength, you would have been reduced to nothing in an instant. Even if the power of your evolutionary concepts remains in the real world, you cannot be resurrected through it. Because without the power to transcend imprints, any causal or conceptual connection between you and the real world will be erased by the power of nothingness. It can be said that without the mark of transcendence, falling into this void would mean true annihilation. There is no rebirth, no reincarnation. All traces will be erased, as if they never existed. Over these millions of years, the transcendental mark has indeed guided you to the locations of some worlds, and you have successfully found them. Every time you discover a new world, you feel an indescribable joy, like an explorer discovering a new continent. You discover that not only is the real world a middle thousand world, but the worlds surrounding it are also middle thousand worlds, and none of these worlds even reach the level of a minor thousand world. This discovery shatters your preconceived notions. It seems the world's distribution is far more complex than you imagined. Some worlds, though adjacent, can be vastly different, while two worlds separated by great distances may share striking similarities. Having found these, you will naturally integrate your own concept of evolution into these worlds. One of the star-studded universes was originally just a purely physical world without any extraordinary energy. Whether this world is filled with dazzling starry skies, and countless intelligent races have developed highly advanced technological civilizations on their respective planets. They gazed at the stars, exploring the mysteries of the universe, yet remained bound by the laws of physics. However, due to your incorporation of the concept of evolution, this interstellar universe has undergone some changes. Initially, it was just unusual energy fluctuations in certain remote galaxies. Gradually, this change spread like ripples throughout the entire universe. Scientists were alarmed to discover that the laws of physics they were familiar with were undergoing subtle changes, and phenomena previously considered impossible were beginning to occur frequently. The cosmic energy, originally composed of various forms of radiation and dark energy, has transformed into an energy that defies the laws of physics, similar to spiritual energy. This new type of energy possesses remarkable plasticity, enabling it to be absorbed and utilized by living organisms. The reason for this is probably because your concept of evolution leans towards fantasy and cultivation themes, since you haven't simulated a world with advanced technology. As time progressed, soon some exceptionally gifted individuals in the universe began to exhibit abilities beyond the ordinary. They were able to manipulate energy and even alter the physical rules of local space. As some beings in this universe have also created methods to absorb this energy. These cultivation systems are diverse. Some emphasize meditation and enlightenment, some focus on the circulation of energy through meridians, and others combine technology with cultivation. As the cultivation system continues to improve, more and more life forms are breaking through their original limits and embarking on the path of evolution. The universe has thus entered an era of evolution. Scientists in the universe speculate that if evolution continues indefinitely, future life forms may even be able to traverse the universe and capture stars and the moon without the aid of technology. For a long time, you have been observing the evolution of this world, watching as a civilization that originally relied on technology gradually shifted towards a development path that emphasizes both cultivation and technology. Ancient prophecies began to circulate, telling of a creator-like being who changed the fate of the entire universe. You could say you've essentially turned a science fiction universe into a high-fighting martial arts universe. Though, of course, the transformation didn't happen overnight. It was a gradual process that took tens of thousands of years. Now, this universe contains both spaceships soaring through the galaxies and unparalleled powerhouses capable of destroying galaxies with a wave of their hand. The collision of technology and cultivation has generated countless brilliant sparks. Besides this universe and starry sky, each one shines with a unique brilliance under the evolutionary concepts you have sown. These worlds, as if infused with the source of life, began to flourish along their own distinct paths, unfolding astonishing epics of civilization. For example, in a world where technology is extremely advanced, artificial intelligence is rampant, but humanity has long since become extinct. A brand new mechanical civilization was born amidst the light of evolution. The cold metal began to develop self-awareness and sparks of spirituality ignited between the gears and the circuitry. The machines gaze at the stars, contemplating the meaning of their existence. Their thought networks, vast as the Milky Way, are giving birth to entirely new forms of mechanical life. For example, a martial arts world similar to your first simulated world. Driven by the concept of evolution, this world experienced a spiritual energy resurgence, resulting in a direct upgrade of the world itself. Martial arts masters who could previously only defeat 10,000 men suddenly discovered that their internal energy was undergoing a qualitative change. A swordsman who has lived in seclusion for many years discovers that his sword energy can summon thunder from the heavens, while an elderly healer comprehends the secret of prolonging life by harnessing the essence of herbs and plants. The younger generation of martial artists are making rapid progress. Some can travel through the void in their dreams, while others can communicate with the laws of heaven and earth through meditation. The entire martial arts world is immersed in this unprecedented wave of change. As time progressed, some were even able to split mountains in two with a single palm strike, while others soared through the heavens on swords. The limits of the world were constantly being broken, and martial arts was transforming into fantasy. There is also a primitive world where humans do not exist, a world filled with a savage atmosphere, where creatures, under the influence of the concept of evolution, have evolved in all sorts of bizarre and strange ways. The world seemed to have returned to the beginning of creation, with everything frantically reshaping itself. Towering ancient trees rise from the ground, liquid sunlight flowing through their branches and leaves. Schools of bioluminescent fish thrive in the lake. Songs softening the rocks. A giant deer, running across the plains, grew crystal-like antlers, leaving behind blooming flowers with every step. A giant, crimson serpent whose breath can cause the changing of the seasons. A divine bird with 3 claws that can transform into the sun to illuminate the world. A divine tortoise, swollen to the size of a towering giant, with a complete ecosystem growing on its carapace. Even more remarkably, some creatures have begun to exhibit transdimensional characteristics, their forms sometimes frozen in time and sometimes ethereal, as if they exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions. You are astonished to discover that the evolved forms of most creatures in this world bear a striking resemblance to the mythical beasts you encountered in your past life as a reporter for the classic of mountains and seas. You don't know if there really is such a powerful world as the classic of mountains and seas in the void, subtly influencing other worlds. That you have left ascension passages in all these worlds, and the other end of these passages leads to the Xuanyuan heaven and the Taichu heaven. And beyond these worlds that transcend the guidance of the imprint, upon your first entry into the void, you immediately sensed a strange connection emanating from its depths. It's a resonance from the depths of your soul, as if a distant call has pierced through the barriers of time and space, reaching straight into your heart. This connection is both familiar and strange, carrying a touch of warmth mixed with a hint of urgency. You instantly understood that the communication must have come from the projections of several true spirits within those simulated worlds. However, the distance between you is too great. Even with the protection of the Transcendence Mark, this connection cannot be erased, and you cannot project your perception onto the other side. A distance in the void is not a simple spatial concept. After all, concepts like space and time do not exist in the void, at least not at your current level. Even though you don't know how far away you are from those projected spirits, but you can sense that with your current strength, even if you exert all your strength, you will find it difficult to cross that indescribable distance. Not to mention using the other party as an anchor point to project power. That's why you weren't in a hurry to save the world you had frozen in the simulation. Anyway, time in that world is frozen in time, and all life is in eternal stillness, so waiting a little longer won't make a difference. Right now, you don't even know when you'll be able to get to that place. So what you need to do now is improve your cultivation. Perhaps after taking another step forward, you will be able to cross that indescribable distance and project your consciousness, or even your power there. At 100 million years old, the path of evolution has spread like a vast galaxy, its concept encompassing more and more real-world realms. Like the immortal realm, and even the primordial world in the void, Your cultivation level has taken another step forward. Although it's far from reaching the level of becoming an immortal emperor, it's much stronger than when you first appeared in the immortal realm. How do you feel you are now qualified to explore the lower reaches of the main timeline of the real world? This idea has been brewing in your mind for a long time, like a seed finally sprouting. According to your conjecture, in a world like ours where time flows in a continuous river, it's certain that in the future, someone will be born who can travel against the flow of time. Perhaps this time you'll encounter someone on your level in the future. Once again, standing in the river of time, you begin to resist the erosion of the current, moving downstream. Although you are going downstream, you feel that the resistance increases the further you go. The turbulent space-time is like a sharp blade, constantly tearing at your protective divine light. 200 million years old, in these 100 million years, you have been moving forward step by step on the ripples of time. As you continue to move forward into the future, you will find new worlds from time to time. However, it's different from the world you found before. These worlds are shrouded in a hazy veil, exuding an ethereal and dreamlike aura. The closer we get to the future, the more surreal it becomes. Some worlds are like reflections in water, rippling at the slightest touch. Others are like flowers and the moon in a mirror, seemingly close yet forever out of reach. These should be the worlds that will be born in the future. You didn't expect that the immortal realm is one of the earliest worlds to be born in the real world. The birth of numerous worlds has transformed the endless void of the future into a desolate, dark desert, unlike the present one. After all, with so many worlds to explore, there will always be immortal kings who can't resist the urge to wander into the endless void, especially those celestial kings in worlds influenced by your concept of evolution, those who have comprehended the three infinite laws. They were like explorers, eager to search for unknown civilizations in the endless void. Whenever they discover a new world, they are eager to spread their cultivation system and obtain cultivation power through the inheritance of their lineage. Perhaps it's your influence, coupled with the fact that these worlds are among the oldest. Their impact on the future far exceeds our imagination. You discover that all powerful beings who reach the true immortal and immortal king levels in the future use these two terms as the names of their cultivation realms. Furthermore, in an era when celestial kings were rare, the celestial king realm was not further subdivided. But as time went on, the number of celestial kings became unusually large. Therefore, different levels were also established among the celestial kings. First, there are the newly ascended immortal kings. These are called ordinary immortal kings. When one's own Tao becomes more perfect and one possesses extremely strong immortality, one is called a supreme immortal king. Those who can overwhelmingly defeat multiple ordinary immortal kings, or even a combined force of top-tier immortal kings, are called immortal king giants. The future you have arrived at now is the strongest among the celestial kings, having reached the level of a celestial king giant. A celestial king at this level is already capable of observing and slightly interfering with the main space-time of the real world. But that's not all. What will surprise you the most is you discover beings capable of reaching the level of a celestial king, both at the moment they attained that status and at the moment of their birth. The ethereal quality emanating from him was less pronounced than in others. Your research shows that the sense of unreality has lessened, indicating that the other person's likelihood of being born is greater than average. If that sense of illusion completely disappears, it means that no matter how much the real world changes, it cannot affect the other person's birth. When that moment arrives, the other party will definitely be born in some way, and will definitely grow to an extremely high level, at least far surpassing the celestial king level. Is this what they call one certificate for life? You feel you shouldn't be able to reach that level, but this situation is still incredibly incredible. You're even more excited for the exploration to come. At 250 million years old, you have arrived in the future, billions of years from our current reality, i.e. most of the celestial kings you know in the real world have been buried in the endless expanse of time. At this moment, celestial king giants were no longer rare in the endless void, and above them, on another level emerged the supreme celestial king giant. While a celestial king level expert can overwhelm ordinary and top-tier celestial kings, killing them remains very difficult, and a supreme immortal king can easily kill an ordinary immortal king or a top-tier immortal king. It was at this moment that you finally understood just how incredibly powerful the evolution you achieved by absorbing the original worldview within the simulated world truly was. Before devouring the eternal silent space, you were only barely at the level of a celestial king, not even close to being a supreme giant. However, when that unprecedented evolution was completed, your strength had already leaped to a level that even supreme immortal kings could only dream of. Although that evolution took nearly 400 trillion years, long enough for countless universes to go from birth to destruction. Although I've always thought the terms provided by the simulator were quite valuable since the first simulation, I didn't expect to underestimate them. Lin Yu knew that the reason why the simulation was able to make such a big leap in the end was because of the orange entry for devouring heaven Dao. Even the evolutionary concept of playing support was derived from the process of consuming word entries. 260 million years in the future, a space-time storm powerful enough to destroy everything suddenly descends. This storm swept across the entire void, and only those beings whose strength reached the level of celestial kings, or higher, could survive the raging spatial temporal turbulence. The rest of the living beings, regardless of their strength, were reduced to dust in the raging storm. This catastrophe was like a cataclysmic event, erasing all traces of the past as if it had never existed. This temporal storm even affected you, who are situated within the river of time. Fortunately, you haven't been standing still all these years. You've used your devouring ability to absorb a lot of space-time power in the river of time, bringing you one step closer to becoming an immortal emperor. This level of space-time turbulence is beyond the reach of even supreme immortal kings. Even if its power over the river of time is stronger, it still cannot harm you. For 400 million years old, although your cultivation is growing stronger, you are nearing the limits of your own potential. Fortunately, before that, you actually found the goal you were looking for. In this moment, the long-dormant endless void in the real world is once again bursting with vibrant life. Compared to the past when countless worlds stood side by side, now only one vast and boundless world stands majestically in the void. This world is revered by people of this era as Ancient Origin Realm. A legend has it that it was the first world born in the endless void, the cradle of all civilizations, and the origin and destination of all things. The boundaries of the ancient primordial realm continue to expand outward, devouring and merging with the surrounding space-time and containing unimaginable power of laws within. Even a world like the immortal realm, capable of nurturing immortal kings, pales in comparison to the ancient origin realm. In other words, within the ancient realm of origin, you have finally found an existence that doesn't possess any trace of illusion. That is, when you turn your gaze to the target you are looking for. In the center of the ancient world, within a colossal palace suspended high in the heavens, dazzling golden light surged like a tide. This palace is entirely crafted from eternal divine gold, every brick and stone engraved with ancient runes, exuding an aura that suppresses eternity. 9 great suns are inlaid on the roof, illuminating all the heavens and realms. A person opened their eyes. Their left eye was as fiery as the sun, their right eye as clear and cold as the moon, and between their opening and closing, it seemed as if a galaxy was rising and falling within them. His face was as handsome as a god's, and a golden vertical line between his brows shimmered with profound Taoist energy. "Who is watching me?" A deep voice echoed within the hall, each syllable resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. The man instantly stood up, his white robe billowing. Even without wind, the embroidered patterns of the 3,000 worlds on it seeming to come alive, an aura of immeasurable power, overwhelming all the heavens, erupted from his body. The aura was as deep and unfathomable as a prison, causing the entire palace to tremble. The sky above the ancient origin realm instantly dimmed, and countless stars flickered uncertainly. An invisible pressure swept across the 8 wastelands, causing all beings in the ancient realm to kneel in submission. It's the Heavenly Emperor. How could the Heavenly Emperor suddenly unleash his power? An old immortal king with white hair looked up at the sky in horror, his whisk snapping in two with a crack. Who on earth has angered the Heavenly Emperor? In an unknown space, several celestial kings who were in seclusion were also awakened, their faces filled with horror. Then, a vast river of time and space appeared in the ancient origin realm, its silvery waters flowing ceaselessly, each wave a microcosm of an era. The being known as the Heavenly Emperor stepped into the river of time without a second thought. Where his footsteps landed, the river of time seemed to freeze, clearing a golden path for him. This being known as the Heavenly Emperor is the one you are looking for, the kind of person who will inevitably be born regardless of how time and space change. From the others in the ancient origin realm, you also learn the other person's name, Di Kang. You did not avoid their arrival after all. Although their strength far exceeded the limits of a supreme immortal king, they were not yet close to an immortal emperor. The opponent is clearly not yet at their peak development. Who are you? Why are you spying on me? Di Kang's voice was like the clinking of gold and jade, carrying a hint of doubt and an undeniable air of authority. He stood on the river of time, surrounded by 9 golden dragon shadows, each scale shimmering with the light of laws. Di Kang did not act immediately. He knew that anyone who could stand in the river of time was at least on the same level as him. His sharp gaze swept over you, trying to see through your true nature, but found it like staring into an abyss, unfathomable. When Di Kang inquired, you didn't hide anything and directly told him about your origins. Upon learning the answer, Di Kang was extremely shocked, not because he was in the future. He was aware that he was in a future timeline. Having reached his level, he possessed a profound understanding of space-time, and he also knew that the ancient origin realm was not the first world born from the endless void. And after all, that space-time storm didn't kill those beings above. Celestial King level, i.e. is the strongest person of this period, and the chosen one of the origin ancient realm. Di Kang had naturally met those people. And what truly shocked Di Kang was that there was actually someone who could travel along the river of time to this point in time. After the initial shock, Di Kang revealed a burning, battle-ready gaze. A slight smile played on his lips, his eyes blazed with battle fire, and his aura surged, distorting the surrounding space and time into a vortex. His life has been too smooth. He has never been defeated and has been invincible for far too long. He desperately wants a rival. And you, a being capable of traversing the river of time, are truly a rare and formidable opponent. Di Kang can sense that you possess power transcending this era. Most importantly, Di Kang has reached his limit, and he hopes to find his way forward through you. Looking at Di Kang's expression, you immediately guessed what he was thinking. Perhaps, due to different experiences, Dekang still gives you the impression of a vibrant young man, and you find him very agreeable. Therefore, you're happy to give the other person some pointers, and incidentally, give them a good beating to deflate their inflated ego. You smiled slightly, raised your hand in a please gesture, indicating that he could make the first move. Origin God Fist. Seeing that you agreed, Dekang didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed his ultimate move. The Emperor Kang let out a long roar, and his right fist erupted with dazzling golden light, the image of the creation of heaven and earth appearing on the tip of his fist. This punch embodies his lifelong understanding of the origin Tao. It is a true killing move. As Dekang threw a punch, entire ancient ruins of origin resonated with it. The phantom images of mountains and rivers appeared behind him, and the prayers of countless beings echoed in the void, as if the power of the entire ancient world was being channeled into this single punch. Faced with this punch, you felt as if the entire ancient origin realm was crashing down upon you. The terrifying pressure was enough to annihilate the soul of an ordinary immortal king. Where the fist's force passed, even the river of time briefly stopped flowing. Of course, for someone who has reached the immortal emperor realm, this punch cannot break through your defenses at all. You can even see the flow and trajectory of every principle within the fist's movements, and understand all the changes within them. However, you also wanted a thoroughly enjoyable duel, so you suppressed your cultivation to the same level as Dekang. Hour of evolution, defense. Although you only possess a layer of celestial king-level celestial power defense. However, under the influence of the power of evolution, this defense increased several levels the instant the attack landed, directly blocking Dekang's origin god fist. The moment the two forces collided, a dazzling light erupted, illuminating that stretch of time. After a tentative attack, the two of you engaged in a fierce battle across the river of time. Your battle caused violent fluctuations in the river of time, and the images of the battle were reflected in various time periods of the ancient origin realm. Some celestial kings, who could sense the main space-time river, all saw the two of you fighting. They were shocked, terrified, or thoughtful, but without exception, they were all awestruck by the scale of the battle. Among them, the celestial kings who survived the temporal storm sensed an aura from you far more ancient than theirs. They instantly guessed that you might come from a past even more distant than their own. As time goes by, your battle with Dekang has entered a fierce stage. This caused even more violent tremors in the river of time and space. Now it's not just the celestial king. Even cultivators below the true immortal level occasionally catch glimpses of you fighting against Dekang. Although these low-level cultivators couldn't see the details of the battle, just sensing the emanating pressure made them tremble, as if they were facing the might of heaven. During the battle, Dekang used almost all of his life's knowledge. Besides the origin god fist, which can draw upon the power of the ancient origin realm, he also unleashed a series of unique techniques distinct from the origin path. Each move contains world-destroying power enough to instantly annihilate an ordinary supreme immortal king. However, these extraordinary techniques, enough to make all the celestial kings fear, were like a mud ox sinking into the sea when they struck you. They couldn't even shake the hem of your clothes. You are like an unshakable sacred mountain, remaining steadfast and composed no matter how fiercely Dekang attacks you. Of course, you weren't just taking hits, but you didn't use any fancy moves either. He simply met their attacks with the most basic fists and feet, each punch and palm strike appearing as if delivered casually. But with the power of evolution, these seemingly simple attacks have undergone a qualitative change. Where the fist imprint passed, the river of time and space seemed to be torn apart. Where the palm wind swept, large amounts of water in the river of time and space evaporated. The evaporated waters of time and space transformed into a shower of light, tracing magnificent paths through the void. Annihilation. Having fought this far, and seeing that none of his attacks could harm you, Dekang knew that your cultivation level far surpassed his. After that beating you gave him, he's already touched the edge of a higher level. So he decided to unleash his strongest attack to bring the battle to a close. But suddenly, 9 dazzling golden divine rings appeared behind Dekang, each ring representing a different aspect of the Immortal King's path that he had comprehended. With a long roar, Emperor Kang unleashed 9 divine rings that simultaneously emitted dazzling light. At this moment, his aura reached an unprecedented peak, even causing the river of time to stand still. The surrounding river of time and space was dyed gold, and countless runes intertwined in the void, transforming into a devastating force that swept towards you. This power is so strong that it would make even a celestial king tremble. Faced with this attack, you also became serious, unleashing power truly befitting a celestial emperor. You slowly raised your right hand, and the ultimate power of evolution condensed in your palm before you pressed it down. This palm strike, though seemingly slow, actually transcends the constraints of time, containing supreme power capable of suppressing everything. Kang's attack was instantly extinguished, followed by a palm strike to his chest. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and your battle came to an end. At this moment, Dekang was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. His long hair was disheveled, and his handsome face was covered with fine beads of sweat. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, resentment, relief, and a hint of longing for a higher realm. His golden battle robe was tattered, revealing a body covered in wounds, each scar telling a story of the battle's brutality. Most striking was the gruesome handprint on his chest. This palm print is deeply embedded in his immortal king body. The flesh and blood surrounding the palm print were constantly being destroyed and regenerated. The crimson gold immortal blood continuously seeped out, and upon contact with the river of time, it was instantly evaporated into wisps of golden mist. Each wisp of golden mist was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, pressing down on space and time, causing them to slightly distort. In addition, your immortal power is still entangled in the wound, making it difficult for Dekang, with his recovery ability far surpassing that of supreme giants, to heal in a short time. This is only because you held back. Otherwise, you're immortal. Emperor-level palm strike could have shattered Dekang's immortal king body. After your battle with Dekang, you discovered that the repulsive force of the river of time against you had suddenly increased several times over. The surging waters of space-time crashed against your body, raging waves, each wave containing a terrifying power capable of tearing apart even the most powerful immortal kings, and its power grew stronger with each passing wave. You realize that this might be because your battle with Dekang has disrupted the stability of future space-time. This caused this still developing space-time to instinctively repel outsiders. So you didn't intend to linger in the future, and under Dekang's longing gaze, you reversed the flow of time and returned to the present. Unlike the arduous journey there, the return to reality was surprisingly smooth, as if the river of time itself was actively spitting you back into your original timeline. You transformed into a streak of light, swiftly traversing the threads of time and space, witnessing countless moments flash by like a revolving lantern. When my feet stepped back onto the soil of reality, a long-lost sense of peace welled up inside me. Of every wisp of spiritual energy here exudes a real, substantial feel, completely different from the ethereal, elusive atmosphere of the future. Finally, you calm down and carefully reflect on what you've gained from this upcoming trip. The biggest gain from this expedition was undoubtedly meeting Di Kang. You obtained a lot of information from the other person. During the fight, you discover that although Di Kang lacks the ethereal quality found in other beings from the future world, but he still carried an indescribable sense of unrealism. Like a masterpiece painting, no matter how lifelike, it is ultimately not a real, existing life. It is precisely this slight difference that destined him, even though he could stand proudly in the long river of time, to never truly step into the real world. Though what's even more intriguing is that this earth-shattering battle failed to alert the more distant future to Di Kang's even more powerful future self. This is further combined with your discovery that you can only enter the past from the void, but cannot enter the future from the real world. All of this makes you realize that the real world is still in its early stages of development. Because, logically speaking, the moment you step into nothingness, you've already transcended the framework of the real world. In this context, any point in time should be an equal reality for you. But the truth is, the future remains an unattainable illusion for you. What does this mean? It means that the future of the real world is not only an illusion for the beings within it, but also for existence outside the world. Perhaps it only truly exists within the real world itself. EDAs for when the future timeline will become the reality in the eyes of outsiders, you guess it will be when Emperor Kang is born. At this point, you should understand that the level Di Kang can reach is absolutely beyond that of a celestial emperor. Because, even with the current capabilities of the real world, it hasn't yet been able to give birth to such an existence. Yes, it is gestating. Because according to your speculation, reaching the level of a celestial emperor means that one's essence has already transcended the realm of ordinary beings. In the real world, it represents a supreme existence, eternally proven, shining brightly in the past and future. In your view, the primordial world in the void exists without external interference. The first celestial emperor level being born in a world is equivalent to a primordial deity nurtured by heaven earth, although his performance on a global scale might be that of a peerless genius who cultivates to become an immortal emperor. But the truth is, such beings are born as celestial emperors. While you were fighting Di Kang, in the more distant future, Di Kang's future self did not appear, and you did not sense any special aura. This means that the real world has not yet given birth to the first true immortal emperor-level innate deity. You guess that the real world is one where beings are born as beings within 1,000 worlds. However, it's still in its very initial, nascent stage, making it one of the weakest tiers among the middle 1,000 worlds. Are you following the normal trajectory of development? Without you, the native beings of this world would need an unimaginably long time to even give birth to a celestial emperor, let alone a celestial sovereign. Only when Emperor Kang is born and the power of an immortal emperor permeates the past and future, can the real world be considered a mature middle 1,000 world. At 100 billion years old, you have already found most of the worlds in the real world and the endless void. And your skills have improved significantly. You can finally put your plans into action, that is, to extend one's own concept of evolution along the main timeline into the past. Your original plan was to use the concept of evolution to spread throughout the past and future, trying to see if you could break through to the immortal emperor level. But now, the future is an illusion in your eyes, so you can only look to the past. At 200 billion years old, you'd discover that this plan is far more difficult than you imagined. It's as if an invisible dam has been built upstream of the river of time. Simply exploring the past is fine, but spreading the concept of evolution into past timelines becomes exceptionally difficult. Every step forward requires 100 times the effort of exploring the future. Fortunately, based on your deduction, there couldn't have been any being stronger than you in the past. Achieving your goal simply requires time, and time is the last thing you need. Based on your last real-world simulation, the real world shouldn't experience any major surprises within the next 50 trillion years. A 5 trillion years old, perseverance pays off. Your concept of evolution has finally touched upon the very beginning of the real world. It felt like the last layer of mist in time and space had been lifted. Perhaps it's because you've transcended the imprint of time. Standing at the source of space-time, you actually witness the magnificent spectacle of the world being born from nothingness. Although you are not yet at your current level of understanding, you believe that one day you will unravel its mysteries. However, it's a pity for you that you're still some distance from becoming a celestial emperor. You should know that you now possess the power of almost half of the timeline in the real world, yet you still cannot reach the threshold of becoming an immortal emperor. I didn't think much of it before, but now it seems the real world is quite shallow. If this were a fully developed middle thousand world, with your current state, you would probably have already reached the ranks of immortal emperors, or even be considered a powerful figure within it. But if this were the vast world, your power at this moment would likely far surpass that of an immortal emperor, enough to overlook all living beings and control the universe. Unlike now, it's not even enough for you to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Of course, as you know, you might not be able to achieve this state in other worlds. Having reached this point, the real world can no longer offer much help. It can only serve as a respawn point. So you left an avatar in the real world and then went to nothingness. But in the void, you use the mark of transcendence to search for new worlds while traveling to the location of the nearest projection of a true spirit. 70 trillion years old, you don't know how far you've traveled in the void. You only know that the distance between yourself and the nearest projection of a true spirit remains unchanged. And the sheer number of primordial worlds you've found over the years is truly remarkable. You discover that once you leave a certain area of the real world, the number of worlds becomes extremely scarce. Could you say you've stumbled into a vast, empty void? 117 trillion years old, your old nest is gone. The real world has been destroyed. Just now, your connection with the real world suddenly fluctuated violently, and then completely severed. Through the memories transmitted back by your final avatar, you witnessed the horrific end of the real world. As for the cause of the destruction, it gives you a rather familiar feeling. The gist of the situation is that one day, without warning, a crack appeared in the boundary of the real world. A drop of blood, as black as ink, fell from the void, its surface swirling with chilling, dark red patterns. Perhaps it's because this drop of blood contains immense energy, or perhaps someone intervened in secret. The instant this drop of blood touched the world, the entire real world trembled, and its inherent power surged exponentially. What would have taken an unknown number of years to conceive, Emperor Kang was conceived in a mere 10,000 years. If things have come to this point, it's still a good thing. However, after Kang was born, it was immediately corrupted by that drop of black blood. The once majestic aura instantly turned decadent and corrupt. Originally, Kang could barely suppress the corruption of the black blood, but unexpectedly, 3 immortal emperor-level powerhouses exuding dark aura appeared. These 3 immortal emperor-level powerhouses, using some unknown secret technique, directly transformed the real world into nourishment and injected it into Kang's body. In your final moments before your demise, you saw Kang transform into a giant black egg. Oh dear, I feel like I'm doomed again this time. As expected, the moment you learned the situation, a dark sword light that transcended time and space pierced through your true spirit. This attack contained terrifying power that transcended cause and effect, not only annihilating the present moment, but also erasing all the resurrection plans you had laid out in numerous worlds. You're dead. Simulation ended. A reality simulation ended. Will the host inherit the memories? I never expected to actually encounter the so-called forces of the heavens. It's a pity that the first force I encountered didn't seem to be a good person. Lin Yu sighed softly, not expecting that the various forces he encountered for the first time in the simulation would be so unfriendly. Simulator, inherit memories. As Lin Yu confirmed, a vast torrent of information instantly surged into his soul. His consciousness seemed to be drawn into a vortex of time and space, with countless images flashing before his eyes. From the initial sermons to exploring the future and battling Emperor Kang, followed by the scene of the creation of heaven and earth, seen through the reverse flow of time and space. In the end, everything came to a halt with the slash of black sword light. As the last trace of memory fully merged, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. There were stars swirling in the depths of his pupils, the lingering echoes of digesting a vast amount of memories. Judging from my memory, the owner of that last black sword light should also have the mark of transcendence. Lin Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find me in the void through my avatar. It's a pity that we never found out where they came from. Of course, even if he knew, Lin Yu wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party in the next simulation. At this point, he is only at the Immortal Emperor level. Reaching the Immortal Emperor level is impossible in the lesser thousand worlds. He can only look forward to simulating the middle thousand worlds. Lin Yu now needs to complete a lesser thousand world to unlock the simulation of the middle thousand world. However, through this simulated memory, Lin Yu discovered that the real world actually reacts when attacked by external enemies. Before the world was destroyed, his avatar in the real world was blessed by a mysterious power. The information that came from the moment of his demise, emanating from his memories, was a power that seemed to be the will of the entire world concentrated on him. Unfortunately, an incarnation is still just an incarnation and cannot bear too much power of the world. Lin Yu wondered if he had received this blessing in his original form. Given his position occupying half of the river of time, could he have reached the level of an immortal emperor under such a blessing? If possible, perhaps we could join forces with Di Kang, who hasn't completely fallen yet, and exchange a few blows with those three dark immortal emperors. Let's try it next time in the reality simulation. Having decided on his goals for the next reality simulation, Lin Yu organized the lessons he had learned from this simulation. First, there are the insights gained from cultivating over trillions of years in the simulation. Although his cultivation level did not improve, this insight greatly enhanced Lin Yu's understanding of evolution and his ability to devour. These two items constitute the largest part of his overall strength. Therefore, these two improvements directly brought Lin Yu's strength to the level he possessed in the simulation before the concept of evolution covered the past timeline. Besides these, there are some world coordinates that are essentially a bonus. There are world coordinates in the endless void of the real world, and there are world coordinates outside the real world in nothingness. Afterwards, Lin Yu used the coordinates to find those hidden worlds in the endless void of the real world. And just like in the simulation, the concept of evolution is incorporated into these worlds. As for the world in the void, it's too far away. Even the nearest world would take you several years to reach with your current cultivation level. A few years from now, you might be almost invincible. 100 days passed quickly, and the simulator cooled down. Simulator, start simulation. The searching for the simulated world has begun. Host's true spirit has been initiated. Keywords have been extracted. Please select one of the following 3 keywords. A prodigy, purple. You are an unparalleled genius who will be remembered for eternity. You can reach heights that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve in any field. Child of the elements, purple. You are the darling of the elements of heaven and earth, able to easily control and fuse elements, and possess the potential to become the god of the elements. Ancient creator god, orange. You were among the first living beings in the world, born a god, wielding immense power. You are the rule maker, a supreme being whom countless beings look up to, and your every move influences the changes in the world. Lin Yu carefully examined the 3 entries, his brows furrowing slightly. Although he was lucky enough to draw an orange-level affix this time, he was still a little disappointed. After all, this simulation used the precious exceptional completion reward, which boosted the probability of drawing high-level affixes. But in the end, only 1 orange affix was obtained. Moreover, judging from the shade of the orange color, this entry is not as good as Devouring Heaven's Path. However, this was the first time Lin Yu had ever seen an entry for an identity like Ancient God of Creation. Judging from the description, this type of entry is different from other blessing-type entries that continuously improve with cultivation level. Its upper limit may not be as high as other terms, lacking growth potential, but its lower limit is very high. After all, he was born a god. It might meet the requirements for a simulated game as soon as it's born. Therefore, this type of entry can be seen as a safety net. For example, in some simulation worlds where you die at the start, this kind of starting strong attribute might actually be the final way to clear the game and prevent you from getting stuck. Besides that, what surprised Lin Yu even more was, among the 3 entries this time, there is also one about a prodigy, but unlike the green one last time, this time the prodigy is purple. Will there be any more prodigies in the future, like those in orange, red, or even gold? It's a pity that this year's prodigy is only purple, otherwise I would have chosen it. In the end, Lin Yu still chose the orange-level Ancient God of Creation, since the differences between the different levels of the stats were huge. Unless it's an entry with particularly strong side effects, Lin Yu would definitely choose a higher-level entry. A host selection complete. Simulation begins. Does somewhere in the void, a miniature world was born from nothingness. An unknown amount of time passed, and within the newly formed primordial world, the most primitive energy emerged. These energies flowed freely in this newly born world, sometimes cascading like a galaxy, sometimes swirling like a thin mist. Each collision of energies sparks brilliant fire, which then transform into new sources of energy, composing a silent hymn of creation within the eternal chaos. At this moment, within this world, there is no concept of time, no boundary of space, only the purest energy flows, collides and merges eternally. It was as if the whole world was immersed in a dream from which it would never awaken. And after an immeasurably long period of time, the first particles of matter began to precipitate from the sea of energy. These particles, like seeds, take root and sprout under the nourishment of energy. They attract each other, collide and merge, gradually forming more complex structures. Until one day, these substances coalesced in the central region of the primordial world, forming a supercontinent occupying 1/10 of the entire primordial world. This continent was later known as the Ancient God Continent. The emergence of the Ancient God Continent shifted the center of gravity of the primordial world. The evolution of the world began to accelerate suddenly, and the invisible rules began to manifest as tangible chains of law, weaving into a net in the void. These laws, sometimes as gentle as a spring breeze, sometimes as violent as thunder, together form the framework for the operation of this newborn world. The first living beings in the world were born from the continent, formed by the convergence of numerous rules. In the heart of the ancient god continent, there exists an alternate dimension composed of pure light. And here floats a pool of water radiating eternal light, its surface rippling with waves that transcend the material realm. In the center of the pool, a divine egg, its surface shimmering with golden runes, is slowly rotating. This egg is not a physical entity, but rather a manifestation of the principle of light. Each rune on the eggshell records the world's deepest mysteries. They constantly rearrange and reorganize like living things, demonstrating the truth of creation. Inside the divine egg, a primordial source of light, purer than the core of the sun, is being conceived. This light source pulsates slowly in accordance with a certain cosmic rhythm, absorbing a massive amount of energy from the outside world with each pulse. Around it, the energy in the pool was drawn into countless platinum bands of light, swirling around it like star rings. In other parts of the ancient god continent, many areas of abnormally concentrated energy can also be vaguely seen, each representing another god being conceived. But they were too far apart. Only a faint sense of their presence could be felt, as if separated by countless worlds. Inside the divine egg, a consciousness is awakening. At first, there was only a vague perception, like a bubble floating in the deep sea. Gradually, its perception became clearer. It sensed the surging light energy of the outside world and the form of its own existence. Have I traveled through time? Ye thought had just crossed your mind, and before you could even ponder it, a vast torrent of information, like a sea of stars, flooded your consciousness. No language, no images, only the most primal concepts directly imprinted on the depths of the soul: sacredness, life, order, purification. These concepts intertwined and merged, ultimately coalescing into an unshakable conviction: I am the god of light. I never imagined I'd be so lucky, actually transmigrating into the body of a god who hadn't even been born yet. After you have come to know your own authority, the divine egg flickered violently for a moment, then began consciously absorbing the surrounding energy. All the forces of light in the world were drawn in, filtered and purified through the runes on the eggshell, and then integrated into the core of the light cluster. As it absorbed energy, the divine egg began to undergo subtle changes. The runes on the surface gradually lit up, starting as a few scattered dots, then connecting into lines, and finally forming a complete pattern. These patterns are not static, but rather move and recombine on the eggshell like living things, each change releasing subtle ripples that stir the surrounding water. As your energy absorption efficiency changes, you who had just awakened fall back into sleep. As you slept, the ball of light within the divine egg gradually stretched and deformed, eventually taking on a blurry humanoid outline. This form was not deliberately created. It is an innate physical form formed by the authority of light and your own perception. At age 0, time seems to lose its meaning. Only the divine egg that nurtures you eternally draws strength. Finally, after billions of years of accumulation, this divine egg has gathered enough essence. Your time to be born has come. Suddenly, from the very depths of the primordial world, a golden light, as if splitting the heavens and earth, shot forth. This light pierced through countless dimensional barriers and entered the divine egg directly. You were instantly awakened from your slumber and instinctively absorbed this gift, your form solidifying at a visible speed. The runes on the eggshell all lit up, emitting a dazzling light that dyed the surrounding chaos gold. Is it about to be born? The moment this thought arose, the divine egg began to tremble violently. As the first crack appeared on the eggshell's surface, pure golden light pierced through like a sharp sword. Then came the second, the third. Countless cracks spread like a spider web, and the entire eggshell was instantly covered with dazzling golden patterns. Finally, in a dimension beyond the material realm, a world-shattering crack resounded, and the divine egg shattered completely. Countless golden fragments floated in this alternate dimension, then dissipated into pure energy. From the shattered egg, flawless figure slowly rose. You've finally been born. You with your birth, the ancient god continent outside shone brightly, and the first ray of light finally appeared on the endless darkness of the ancient god continent. This light pierced through the ancient, dark clouds, illuminating the earth and bringing the first signs of life to the world. At this moment, you are bathed in flowing light, like the embodiment of dawn and the blazing sun, and a long, silvery white hair cascaded down like a galaxy, the ends shimmering with a faint golden hue. Each strand seemed to sway gently, as if alive, scattering fine, shimmering light. I.e., his face is similar to his previous life, but even more handsome and dignified. Every line of his facial features subtly aligns with the principles of nature, inspiring awe in those who behold them. His skin was flawless, like white jade, yet radiated a restrained warm light. What flowed within him was not blood, but pure holy light. His pupils were like two blazing white suns. Wherever his gaze fell, darkness seemed to recede, and shadows had nowhere to hide. A sacred rune symbolizing light is branded between your brows, signifying your innate divine authority. You are the embodiment of divinity, the manifestation of light, and the most ancient primordial deity in the world. At this moment, you truly opened your eyes for the first time and saw this world. Your gaze pierced through the alternate dimension and saw that vast continent and the raging, chaotic energy between heaven and earth. I said, "Let there be light." You invoked your own authority and power for the first time. As the authority of light is mobilized, a powerful force is released from within you, the pure divine power of light spreading out like ripples, instantly bursting out of the alternate dimension, spreading to the ancient god continent. Wherever divine power passed, the rules of heaven and earth were purified and tamed, forming a relatively orderly region. In this region, light becomes dominant. Energy no longer flows randomly, but operates according to a harmonious rhythm. This is the first manifestation of the power of light bringing order and dispelling chaos. Spreading the power of light across different dimensions to the ancient god continent is far from your limit. In an flash, you arrived on the ancient god continent. Beneath their feet lay cracked earth, while a raging storm of chaotic energy churned in the sky. You take a deep breath, feeling the weight of this land, eroded by chaos for countless years. A primal, violent aura permeated the air, twisted laws raged wildly, threatening to tear everything orderly to shreds. You then fully activated your authority of light, and an even greater divine power spread from your body. A pure platinum gold light burst forth from within you, transforming into countless threads of light that weave a vast web of order across the heavens and earth. Each ray of light contains the purest power of the authority of light. Wherever it goes, the violent, chaotic energy melts and transforms like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. You did this not only to test the authority of light, but also because you have a feeling. If you could transform all the chaotic energy of the entire ancient god continent into ordered energy, you would reap considerable benefits. After nearly 10,000 years, your divine power has finally completely covered the entire ancient god continent. You have witnessed the transformation of this continent. The initially violent and chaotic energy storms have now vanished, transformed into orderly and gentle energy. Complex patterns of laws emerged on the surface of the continent. These golden patterns flowed like living things, constructing entirely new rules governing the world. The entire ancient god continent seemed to have undergone a rebirth. As expected, you received a huge benefit. What you didn't expect was that this benefit would actually be control of the ancient god continent. The control over the ancient god continent is not ordinary authority. but a supreme authority directly connected to the very origin of this continent. This allows you to mobilize a portion of the power of the ancient god continent. Your surprise stems from the fact that you were given a small degree of control right after you were born. That was what the world gave you when you brought the first ray of light to the world. In your opinion, this ability is quite useful even to you, a primordial deity. It not only temporarily compensates for the limitations of your authority, but also allows you to establish a deeper connection with this continent. Your authority of light only allows you to fully control the power within its sphere of influence. Within the scope of your authority, you possess absolute control. However, outside the reach of the authority of light, while you may not be completely unable to use powers other than light, their power will certainly be less than that of your area of expertise. For example, manipulating the power of death or controlling time and space requires additional divine power, and the effects are far less than those of gods who specialize in these arts. However, wielding control over the power of the ancient god continent is different. This power is extremely versatile and can be transformed into any other power at will. And more importantly, this power can also be bestowed upon you, greatly increasing your combat strength in a short period of time. Although the control you currently possess and the power you can mobilize are not as powerful overall as the power of the authority of light you possess, but it's only weaker now. The ancient god continent is still growing, and it will become stronger as the gods emerge. By then, the power you currently wield will be immense. As time goes on, this control alone will be enough to set you apart from other gods who are still in the process of being conceived. After all, normally all the gods on the ancient god continent, regardless of their strength, would be born at the same time. You're the only exception. Because you developed consciousness ahead of time, you were born much earlier than other deities. Logically, sorting out chaotic energy should be a task undertaken jointly by all the first batch of gods, but now you have directly monopolized all the credit for sorting out the chaotic energy. Therefore, your control over the ancient god continent is far greater than that of the other gods. At the age of 11,000, you created the bright star. With your supreme divine power of light, this brilliant star hangs high in the sky, casting its warm light upon the entire ancient continent of gods. At the same time, you have adorned the vast starry sky with countless glittering stars, weaving them into a dazzling galaxy. From then on, mainland experienced the alternation of day and night. When then the brightest star is high in the sky, it is daytime. When the brightest star disappears and the stars twinkle, it is nighttime. At the instant you determine the time interval between day and night, the entire continent suddenly emitted long, drawn-out hum. You have gained a little more control over the continent. However, your practice of monopolizing benefits is coming to an end. Because you sense that other deities of your generation are about to be born. Perhaps you unintentionally created an exceptionally favorable environment while channeling your energy, or perhaps your premature birth triggered some kind of balancing mechanism in the laws of nature. The first generation of gods, whose birth was originally uncertain, will be born in less than 2,000 years. Speaking of these gods, you realize that not all of you, the first gods of the ancient god continent, were equal beings. As your divine power covered the entire ancient god continent, based on your observations of energy concentration and spatial anomalies, you determined the number of gods in your group. Even including you, there are fewer than 50. Of these, only 5 are at your level. Through the connection between the gods, you discern the power they wielded and learn their divine names. They are the god of creation, the god of destruction, the god of time, the god of the universe, and the god of destiny. Because in your perception, although your group of deities were at the same level when they were first born, but the 6 of you, once born, will be the pinnacle of this level. The strength of other gods is far inferior to yours. Moreover, you have the potential to go even further, while other deities, in your view, without opportunities, will at most reach the strength you possessed upon your birth. Therefore, you 6 are the highest-ranking beings among all the primordial deities. At 12,000 years old, for 1,000 years you have remained secluded in your birthplace, studying your own luminous authority. Through deeper exploration, you discover that the authority of light you wield is not simply about controlling light attribute elemental energy. Just as you felt during your conception, your luminous authority is intertwined with concepts such as life, order. The power of life imbues your radiance with healing and revival abilities. The power of order makes your brilliance more stable, capable of dispelling chaos and disorder. These powers, like tiny pieces of a puzzle, together form your radiant authority. While described as concepts, your research has shown that these forces are actually the most fundamental rules governing the world. However, you haven't actually fully grasped rules such as life and order. After all, you are the god of light, not the god of life or the god of order. Or rather, within the authority of light you wield, most of the power of the rules has not been fully controlled. The only rules you have complete control over are those of light and holiness. Besides these rules you control most are probably judgment and hope. If you only control 20% of the rules of life, then you control at least 80% of these 2 rules. The law of light is your core law, capable of controlling everything in the world concerning light. The sacred rules bestow upon you supreme authority, enabling you to purify all the defilement of the world. May these rules serve as a beacon in your despair, guiding lost souls back to their way. The power of judgment allows you to decide and judge everything. Combined with the rules of light and divinity, it enables you to unleash ultimate destructive power. These 4 rules form the foundation of your radiant authority. Based on your understanding, the one who controls the rules of life the most is the god of creation. The god of creation controls at least 70% of the rules of life, with the remainder shared among the other deities. At the age of 13,100, all the other gods, besides you, were born. On this day, the sky above the ancient god continent seemed to be infused with new vitality, as colorful divine light intertwined to form a magnificent picture. The birth of each deity is accompanied by unique celestial phenomena, as if the whole world is welcoming their arrival. Just as your birth brought the first ray of light, the emergence of these deities seems to have filled a missing part of the ancient god continent. The world is no longer a monotonous expanse of light, but rather a place filled with the balance and harmony of various elements. You felt a sense of wholeness you had never experienced before. The birth of the god of creation was like the first warm breeze of spring, completing the life you brought and giving the ancient god continent the conditions for life to arise. His authority and power nourished the parched earth. You see, under the influence of his power, tender green shoots begin to sprout from the earth, and life begins to emerge. The existence of the god of creation truly brought the world to life. The emergence of the god of destruction, however, filled the gap in the chaotic state of the ancient god continent. His power was like a raging storm, sweeping across mountains and rivers, bringing destruction and rebirth. The world cannot exist solely on order, otherwise it will lose all possibilities. Disorder, on the other hand, allows the world to possess infinite possibilities. The authority of the god of destruction has injected uncertainty into the world, making the future no longer a straight line, but full of branches and choices. The emergence of the god of time, and the God of the universe made the time and space of the ancient God continent more complete. The authority of the God of time is like a winding river, flowing through every corner, clearly defining the past, present, and future. The authority and power of the God of the universe made the space of the ancient God continent more stable. His power acted like an invisible support, sustaining the expansion of the world. Under his influence, mountains became more majestic, oceans more profound, and the boundaries of the world continued to expand outward. What you find most mysterious is the emergence of the God of Destiny. His authority was like invisible threads, seemingly weaving some unseen pattern. You have a vague feeling that these threads might one day connect every life, determining the trajectory of their destiny. However, currently, only gods like you exist on the ancient God continent. The authority of the God of Destiny, like the power of hope you wield, cannot yet fully manifest its true power. However, currently, the ancient God continent only has gods like you. The authority of the God of Destiny and the powers of hope that you wield are unable to be effectively exercised. With the emergence of the gods, the ancient continent of gods finally revealed its complete form. With wind rain, thunder and lightning, the 4 seasons cycle. Nourished by divine power, the land radiated unprecedented vitality. Mountains and rivers began to rearrange themselves according to the will of the gods, and a perfect balance was achieved between the sky and the earth. A gentle breeze caressed the newly sprouted grassland, bringing the salty scent of the distant ocean. As the rain poured down, lightning flashed like silver snakes through the clouds, illuminating the entire night sky. A fire element surges deep underground, earth element shapes the contours of the land, and water element converges to form winding rivers. As the gods emerged from their birthplace, you witnessed their appearance after their descent. They looked so bizarre, completely overturning your preconceived notions of what a deity looks like. The god of creation is a towering ancient tree, or perhaps the world tree. Its roots run deep into the void, its branches reach for the clouds, and every leaf shimmers with the radiance of life, as if carrying the vitality of the entire world. The god of destruction was actually an enormous demonic dragon, its jet-black scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its wings so large they blotted out the sky, and every breath it took carried an aura of destruction. And the god of time is even more astonishing, a giant serpent with its head and tail intertwined. What is that? A Mobius strip? Its body resembles a complete Mobius strip, its scales rippled with the flow of time, and its golden eyes seem to see through to the past and the future. The god of the universe is a whale-like creature, even larger than the god of destruction, roaming through space, appearing and disappearing intermittently, each flick of its tail causing the space to tremble. And the most unexpected thing about the god of destiny is that it's actually a cat. This pure white cat lies languidly on the line of fate, its golden pupils reflecting the trajectory of the world's destiny. You discover over 40 deities, only a very few of whom are humanoid, and even those barely possess human form. Their differences from yours are still quite significant. Some gods have 3 heads and 6 arms, some are covered in scales, some have wings on their backs, and some are simply a constantly changing cloud. Of course, you also understand that the true nature of deities is closely related to the power they wield. Actually, if you hadn't unexpectedly traveled through time, as the god of light, your appearance after birth would probably have been a large sphere of light. At the age of 24,000, during these 10,000 years, the other gods also used their authority to conduct a more thorough investigation of the ancient god continent. The entire continent became more harmonious and perfect. And during this time, You used your early birth and formidable strength to gain the recognition of all the gods as their elder brother. However, you've noticed a problem. That means all the other gods besides you are actually very indifferent to emotions. Or perhaps this the proper manifestation of the deities nurtured by heaven and earth. On the contrary, a situation where humanity overrides divinity should not occur. You should just attribute this to time travel. After all, in over 20,000 years, you've never had a moment where divinity overwhelmed humanity. At 30,000 years old, after nearly 30,000 years of refinement, you are finally about to fully control your birthplace. The alternate dimension where you were born is about to become your divine kingdom. When you imprinted the final rule onto the core of the space, the entire divine kingdom suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and countless golden chains of rules intertwined in the void, ultimately transforming into a perfect closed loop. As your divine kingdom takes shape, your strength will also increase accordingly. Although you haven't reached the next level yet, you far surpass the other gods. You name this divine realm the realm of light. And at its center, with the sacred pool that nurtured you as its core, you built a magnificent temple of light. The entire temple is composed of crystals of pure divine light, and each brick contains powerful sacred energy. The temple's dome soared into the clouds, its 12 pillars carved with patterns of celestial bodies, while the floor was paved with flowing rivers of light. Although as a primordial deity, you do not need the power of faith to sustain your existence, you still hope to have your own followers in the future. After all, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as transmigrating into a god, wouldn't it be a waste not to experience what it's like to be a deity? At the age of 40,000, the ancient god continent entered a peculiar period of calm. All the gods, including you, have fallen into a state of idleness, wandering aimlessly throughout the continent. As innate deities born with authority, you have stood at the pinnacle of power since the day you were born. This innate strength has ironically made you lose the motivation to strive for progress. After all, breaking through innate limitations to reach a higher realm is as difficult as an ordinary person ascending to heaven. Furthermore, the gods possess eternal life, and in some ways, you are all immortal. But even in death, one will be reborn from the ocean of the world's rules. However, not all gods are idle. Some deities began to develop hobbies, such as some becoming obsessed with creating all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures, while others were keen on altering the landscape. At 1 million years old, you discover that a new batch of gods is beginning to be conceived on the ancient continent of gods. Moreover, the number of these second batch of gods is far greater than the number of your first batch. Based on your perception, this second batch of deities numbers over 10,000. However, the overall level of these deities is considerably lower than that of you, the first batch of deities. Even the strongest among them are far inferior to the lowest level of you first-generation gods. Furthermore, if you control the rules, then these gods only control the lower level of the rules, the laws. These deities, in a sense, can also be considered your subordinate gods. You have a feeling that these gods are the last gods to emerge from the ancient god continent. At the age of 10 million, the long-silent ancient god continent finally witnessed a new great upheaval. A dazzling glow bloomed in the sky. A distant resonance resounded from the depths of the earth, and countless divine rays intertwined between heaven and earth, foreshadowing the birth of yet another batch of gods. However, sadly, this ancient continent did not gain any new vitality as a result. The reason is simple: the ancient god continent is far too vast. Even from the perspective of a god, it would be difficult to see the edge of this continent. The endless mountain ranges resemble a sleeping dragon. The vast plains stretch as far as the eye can see. not to mention the boundless ocean. And it is precisely because of this that the second batch of gods, compared to you, the first batch of gods of rules, are separated by an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, their perception range is far inferior to yours. Even with the enhancement of their own authority, they are but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast and boundless ancient god continent. Although these newly born gods can travel through the void using the power of authority, they are not forever confined to their birthplace. But their movements were more like blind exploration. The vastness of the ancient god continent far exceeds imagination. Even a slight deviation in direction could separate them from their companions by billions of miles. You gods of rules can overlook the entire continent, while they grope their way forward as if in a fog. Perhaps, apart from you gods who govern the rules, they themselves don't even know how many other gods were born in the same batch as them. Of course, you didn't intend to do anything. Because for these gods, these things are actually irrelevant. We cannot judge deities with the eyes of ordinary people. EEA's eternal life forms, millennia are but a fleeting moment in their eyes. Although the time span between their meeting was unimaginable for mortals. But in the divine sense of time, an encounter that happens only once every 1,000 or 10,000 years might be like the daily meetings of mortals at dawn and dusk. Perhaps in their view, meeting once in a century is equivalent to meeting 10 or more times a day. Over time, both sides might find it tiresome. They might even be thinking, why do we keep running into this guy? At the age of 20 million, you developed an interest in forging weapons. After all, in your view, how could a true god not have his own divine artifact? Thinking about this makes you want to complain that the world's mothers are a bit stingy. You gods, born of heaven and earth, have no innate divine artifacts. Although from your title of God of Light, and the form of the gods, do you understand that the worldview of this world is biased towards what was known as a Western fantasy worldview in the previous life? This is different from the primordial world where every innate deity possesses an innate spiritual treasure. But it's really unreasonable that none of you, the first batch of gods to be born, possessed an innate divine artifact. After making a few complaints, you completely focused your attention on forging the divine weapon. You first collected all the materials suitable for forging weapons on the ancient god continent. Through in-depth research into these substances, you perfectly integrated their properties, creating a series of unprecedented hybrid materials. These materials not only contain astonishing energy, but also possess a unique affinity with the laws of nature, laying a solid foundation for the forging of divine artifacts. After creating these hybrid materials, you began experimenting with combining different laws, the forces of rules, and inscribing them upon these materials. After countless failures, you have finally succeeded in forging your first divine artifact. This artifact, though simple and unadorned, can dramatically enhance the user's energy level. However, this artifact is of a low level. It's utterly useless to a rule level deity like yourself. However, it has a considerable effect on those gods at the law level. Depending on the user's strength, wielding this artifact will increase its energy intensity by 3 to 10 times. Of course, this refers to deities. As for those below the level of deities, you wouldn't know how many times their power could be increased. As your forging skills became more refined, you successively crafted divine artifacts capable of strengthening your physical body and enhancing your spiritual power. Once you have fully mastered the forging techniques of basic artifacts, you can begin to challenge yourself with more difficult areas. You have begun attempting to forge an artifact capable of amplifying the power of the laws. For gods who have reached the level of laws, divine power is no longer the key to victory. The laws they control are the true source of power. The amplification provided by laws far exceeds that of divine power, therefore the difficulty of forging such divine artifacts increases exponentially. Every forging requires you to resonate with the laws of heaven-earth. Precisely. Grasping every detail as if dancing on the tip of a blade. At 40 million years old, your forging skills have improved rapidly thanks to practicing with high-quality materials readily available throughout the ancient god continent. You've even crafted several artifacts that offer some assistance to ruler-level deities. However, you are not satisfied with these artifacts. Due to limitations in materials, these artifacts were all crafted by you using your own power of light as the core. This might be helpful to other rule-level deities, but it's practically useless to you. You want to forge a divine artifact that can greatly enhance your strength and even your authority. However, the materials needed to create such a divine artifact are quite difficult to find. Suddenly, your thoughts shift, and you think of your beloved family, friends, and siblings. Etier is one of the world's first rule-based deities. Aren't the parts on his body the best forging materials? It's time for these younger brothers and sisters to make some small contributions for their older brother. At 50 million years old, your forging skills have become even more refined. On this day, you summoned all the rule-level gods who were born in the same batch as you. At the heart of the ancient god continent, dazzling divine light intertwined in the void, and the figures of the gods gradually appeared. The god of creation is surrounded by the power of creation, while the god of destruction carries black flames of destruction. The god of time's eyes reflect the past and future. The god of the universe floats in an ocean formed by the power of space. The god of destiny's tail is entwined with threads of fate. Each deity exudes a unique aura of rules. Regarding your summons, nominally your elder brother, although the gods themselves don't understand your intentions, they have all attended out of respect for you. Having gathered all the gods, you survey them and state your purpose in summoning them directly. You intend to use their body parts to forge a divine artifact. Then you promised them that you could forge an artifact befitting the authority of each of them. You explained in detail to the gods the extraordinary nature of the divine artifact. It is said that divine artifacts not only enhance the source of divine power, but also amplify the authority and power of their wielders. After speaking, you took out several rule-level divine artifacts that you had forged and displayed them to the gods. You didn't beat around the bush. The gods, you believed they all understood the preciousness of the artifact. Most importantly, you're all immortal, so you don't care about missing body parts. You can easily recover them with some time. Just as you might have guessed, the gods, after hearing this, were not angry, but instead fell into deep thought. In the end, they probably couldn't resist the temptation of having their own exclusive artifact, and all agreed to your request. And seeing how readily the gods agreed, you generously decided to forge divine artifacts for them first. Soon, the first god to try something new stepped forward, declaring that he would be the first to create his own divine artifact. And this warrior was the god of creation. A face composed of light and shadow emerged from his gnarled tree trunk. With a deep, resonant life force, a section of the trunk, flowing with emerald sap, slowly detached, transformed into crystalline wood in the void. With other deities with similar powers of creation also contributed parts of themselves. The god of creation desires to forge an artifact that amplifies his creative abilities, ideally with powerful defensive capabilities. Over the next million years, the wood of the creator god fused perfectly with other materials in the light of fire. These materials gradually transformed into a vibrant green circular embryo, radiating the pulse of life. When this embryo fully takes shape under the baptism of the power of creation, the burst of life-giving, Light instantly revitalizes the surrounding land. You have successfully forged a true rule-level artifact, the Eternal Ring of Creation. The Eternal Ring of Creation floats in the void, its surface shrouded in projections of countless miniature worlds. The inner ring is inlaid with 7 gems representing different rules. With each rotation, it showers down a rain of healing light. It can not only greatly amplify the creative authority of the God of Creation, but also significantly enhance the holder's vitality and defense. In addition, it also comes with a passive ability, Eternal Defense. This passive skill can significantly reduce the enemy's attack power, and can also withstand 10 fatal attacks at the rule level. The cooldown for blocking fatal attacks is very long. It can only be restored once a year. Having witnessed power of the first divine artifact, the gods were utterly ecstatic. A burning flame of desire blazed in the dragon's eyes of the god of destruction, which willingly broke off a dragon horn as its core material. In the time that followed, you used the dragon horns and bones of the god of destruction as the main components to forge a rule-level artifact, the crown of the destruction dragon god. This ferocious crown is entirely black, with curved dragon horns extending from both sides, and a dark red gemstone that is constantly collapsing is set in the center of the crown. When God of Destruction donned it, an annihilation storm instantly erupted around him, tearing even the space of the ancient god continent into spiderweb-like cracks. The crown of the destruction dragon god, this artifact, according to the requirements of the god of destruction, can amplify not only the power of his destructive authority, it can also enhance the user's attack power and possesses a powerful amplification and transformation skill, boundless divine body. It can transform one's authority and even divine power into physical strength, granting the user an extremely powerful physique. Then, using the scales and eyes of the god of time as the main components, you forge the artifact, the Eye of the End Times. This is a pupil-shaped gemstone suspended in a golden hourglass. When the wearer gazes at it, countless intersecting timelines unfold before their eyes. The Eye of the End Times, according to the requirements of the god of time, can greatly enhance his detection abilities. And it also comes with a powerful skill times end. This skill possesses immense destructive power capable of burying everything at the end of time. Wherever the eye can see, space-time will decay and collapse at a visible speed. After that, using the heart and vocal cords of the god of the universe as the main components, you forge the divine artifact, the Flute of the Universe. The flute body is forged from composite material, dimensional crystals, and the vocal cords of the cosmic god, with a galaxy-like fluid flowing within its hollow interior. When the melodious flute music begins, beautiful resonant ripples are generated in the surrounding space, allowing the user to achieve instantaneous teleportation in other dimensions. The most amazing thing, holes on the flute that change shape as it is played. Each hole connects to a different dimension, i.e. the Flute of the Universe not only enhances the god of the universe's spatial traversal speed, but also allows his spatial power to spread more widely, and possesses powerful immunity to crowd control abilities, absolute freedom. Can significantly reduce the effectiveness of rule-based control abilities, granting immunity to all control skills at the rule level and below. Using the hair and tail of the god of destiny as the main body, a divine artifact, the Bell of Destiny, was forged. This bell, shimmering with 7-colored light, is engraved with countless profound astrological runes. Whenever a gentle breeze blows, it produces an ethereal and melodious sound, as if whispering the maxims of destiny. The Bell of Destiny enhances the god of fate's control over fate and comes with the skill Healing Sound. Healing Sound, possessing extremely strong purifying abilities and also effectively aiding sleep. At 60 million years old, your forging skills have steadily improved as you've crafted divine weapons for the gods. So you spent only 10 million years creating exclusive artifacts for nearly 50 gods. Having crafted over 40 rule-level artifacts, my skills are now quite refined. I can finally forge my own unique artifact. After returning to the realm of light, you retrieved most of the body parts given to you by the gods, and the core materials you saved during the process of crafting the artifact. Among them is a small section of the main stem of the god of creation, containing immense life force, a small piece of a dragon horn, bearing the energy of destruction, belonging to the god of destruction, a scale on the eyelid of the god of time, containing the immense power of time, a small piece of the heart that the god of the universe could use to create infinite space. The god of destiny can use the 3 strands of hair at the tip of one's tail to see through fate, etc. Plus, your heart of light symbolizes light. You are preparing to use these materials, which encompass the power of all the rules of the gods, to forge an unprecedented artifact. At 70 million years old, it took you nearly 10 million years to successfully fuse these rule-level materials together. At this moment, 3 dazzling orbs of light float before you, each emanating an aura of divinity that would make even the gods tremble. Mysterious patterns float across the surface of these spheres of light, patterns that seem to contain all the ultimate truths of the universe. These are the prototypes of the 3 divine artifacts you have meticulously crafted. They are subtly connected to each other, forming a complete system. Initially, you really just wanted to forge a divine artifact. Then I thought, if you only have one divine artifact, no matter how skilled you are or how good the materials are, it's very difficult to forge a divine artifact that's a level higher than yours. After all, while you are strong, you are still some distance from the next level. Furthermore, with ample materials available, you decide to forge a set of complementary divine artifacts. I want to break through that limitation by leveraging the resonance between the divine artifacts. Is for why it's still only in its initial stages. It's not because you can't directly forge a complete set of divine artifacts. But something unexpected happened during this forging process. When you devote all your energy to forging, your forging skills seem reach unprecedented heights. At that moment, every step you took in the forging process seemed to strike the very essence of the world, resonating with the very fabric of existence. What you didn't expect was that your unparalleled forging skills, combined with a certain characteristic of this world, actually caused a forging divine spark to condense directly from the heavens and earth. Let's call it a divine essence, because this thing is a flawless dodecahedron. Its entire body is a translucent, reddish gold color, containing countless tiny runes that flow continuously within. Through in-depth research, you have discovered that this forging divine essence is entirely different from the authority wielded by you, the rule gods and law gods nurtured by the world. It doesn't directly grant the holder control over a certain law or rule, but rather acts more like a powerful amplifier. A divinity can elevate the user's energy, physical body, and soul to the level of a law god or rule god. Especially in the areas corresponding to divine abilities, the amplification effect is the greatest. For example, forging a divine essence not only increases overall strength but also enhances abilities related to forging, such as fire, strength, and especially forging techniques. However, the specific level to which a user can be amplified depends on the level of their divine status. The forging divine spark you obtained was the first of its kind born in the world, and it was formed under the catalysis of your unparalleled forging skills. Its level directly reached the rule level, which is considered extremely strong. If a law-level deity fuses with this divine spark, then under the blessing of the divine spark, except for not having the absolute control over the sphere of influence that you first generation of gods possessed. In terms of strength, it is comparable to a slightly weaker rule god. Of course, not just anyone can absorb a divine spark. If the minimum requirements for absorption aren't met, it's not even something to be touched. In addition, the divine status also grants the user a special ability, the ability to draw upon the power of the world to a limited extent. While this ability is far less comprehensive than true world domination, it is extremely powerful in specific areas. For example, forging a divine spark allows the holder to mobilize all forging-related powers in the world. For example, one can borrow the power of the world to create powerful forging flames, or draw upon the essence of mineral veins within the earth. The extent of power one can draw upon is still related to the level of their divine status. For example, your rule-level forging divine spark can temporarily alter the rules of a local area to assist in forging. For a rule-based god like you, this forged divine spark offers limited help in enhancing your strength, since you already stand at the pinnacle of power. But it does significantly enhance your forging skills. Therefore, without hesitation, you seized the forging godhead and refined it instantly. After you integrate the divine essence into your body, you feel as if every step of your process is in harmony with the trajectory of the world. It's like the whole world is helping me forge a divine artifact, you exclaimed. In this state, you can perceive the most subtle structural changes in the material and anticipate every problem that may arise during the forging process. You can even guide the material to fine-tune it in the most ideal direction. This experience gives you a completely new understanding of the art of forging. Because forging technology has been greatly improved, you have slightly modified your forging plans. Do you feel your special artifact is made with too few materials? At the age of 71 million, you forged a batch of artifacts at the level of laws and used them to trade. For some body parts with those beings of laws, the second batch of gods born from the world, defaced with you, the current #1 god in the world, these gods naturally obediently make deals with you. Of course, they all felt they hadn't lost out in this deal, because the artifact's effects were indeed powerful. After making the deal with you, all the gods stopped going out. Because those body parts you requested contain the very essence of the god's power, they cannot be restored in a short time. They have their pride too. Otherwise, if they all gathered together, one missing an eye, another missing an arm, and some even had all their body hair plucked off, it would be incredibly awkward if they met, 75 million years old, inside the forging temple of the realm of the gods of light. The golden divine fire of light gradually died down, and you began to use the power of your authority to complete the final baptism of the artifact embryo. With a clear, resounding ringing sound, 3 divine artifacts radiating eternal light slowly rose and hovered in the void. Your exclusive artifact set is finally complete. With maximum skill and materials, these 3 artifacts have reached the pinnacle of the rule-level artifacts you set. It even subtly reached another level. The first artifact is a throne, its full name being the Oracle of Light, the Supreme Throne. This divine artifact is crafted entirely from a powerful metal, eternal gold, created by fusing parts from the bodies of multiple deities with various other metals. The surface is covered with countless mysterious runes, and the edges are inlaid with countless gems imbued with the power of the gods. When you sit upon it, the throne will radiate a dazzling divine light, and the phantoms of gods will appear around you, as if all the gods are bowing down to you. The most amazing thing about this artifact is that it allows you to briefly hold the authority of the gods, although you possess only a false authority and cannot truly seize control of the gods. This power is enough to terrify any deity. Unless all the gods unite against you, rendering this ability useless, it will be overwhelming for anyone. Yet the High Throne possesses the passive skill, supreme divine authority, which grants you the power to make your words law when you sit upon it. In this state of mind, every word you utter is a profound truth. The second artifact is a crown, its full name being the Crown of Glory, the divine authority of light. Inlaid at the center of the crown is a core fragment of the heart of light, surrounded by countless star-shaped diamonds radiating different lights. The most unique aspect of this artifact is its ability to gather the glory and radiance of the gods, allowing you to exude an aura of majesty that commands the submission of even the gods with every gesture. His skill, glory of the gods, is arguably the most powerful group buff skill. Moreover, the more deities present, the stronger this amplification ability becomes. The third artifact is a scepter, its full name being the Scepter of Divine Judgment, the Law of Light. The staff was forged from a branch of the God of Creation, combined with numerous other materials, and a fragment of the Heart of Light floats atop it. This divine artifact represents the most impartial judgment in the world, capable of determining the good and evil of all things based on the collective will of the gods. The holder can activate divine judgment, a skill that not only reveals the true nature of good and evil within the souls of living beings, but also invokes the laws of heaven and earth to deliver a final judgment upon the target. The most terrifying thing is that the verdict will be directly imprinted on the target's destiny, and even reincarnation cannot erase this mark of judgment. These three artifacts are practically invincible when used individually. Each one can greatly enhance your authority of light and divine power, and when they are activated simultaneously, they can form a perfect energy resonance, transforming everything in the world into a realm of divine light. In the realm of the God of Light, darkness will be completely banished, shadows will have nowhere to hide, and the divine power and authority of other deities will be suppressed to the extreme. Addition, the three divine artifacts combined can unleash the ultimate enhancement skill Genesis. In the Genesis state, your power will transcend conventional boundaries, reaching a level that even you yourself find difficult to fully comprehend. Your consciousness will connect with the origin of the world, transforming you into an omniscient and omnipotent creator God, possessing the power to change the world. Although you have never fully unleashed the power of this state, you can sense that, in the Genesis state, your strength absolutely surpasses the limits of a rule-level God. Now, I am truly invincible. Even if all the gods attacked me together, they couldn't defeat me. You start thinking about whether you should become the ruler of all gods, but after thinking about it, you still gave up. Now, besides you gods, the only other beings on the ancient god continent are those created by those gods. You have no hostile forces, so in this environment, the position of the Lord of the Gods is merely a figurehead. At 76 million years old, you use the remaining materials plus the sacred pool of water that provided the energy for your birth. A special artifact has been created, the heavenly pool. This crystal clear pool shimmered with 7-colored divine light, its bottom engraved with intricate patterns of light and creation, each line containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. The surface of the pool always shimmered with light, as if it held the very essence of light that illuminated the entire world. When you poured your vast divine power of light into the pool, the entire divine pool instantly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. The pool water began to boil and churn, countless particles of light intertwining and dancing in the void. Gradually, 10 flawless figures slowly rose from the holy light. They possessed beauty that could eclipse the stars, and when their 12 pairs of crystal clear wings unfurled, they scattered countless points of light. Their bodies were surrounded by halos of light composed of sacred runes. Now, I finally feel better. How can the God of Light's forces be without angels? You gently stroke the warm jade stones at the edge of the sacred spring, watching these newly born divine creations spread their wings in the air. Each of them perfectly inherited your radiant qualities. Every feather on their wings shimmers with starlight. That's right, the heavenly pool is an incubation pool where you can use your divine power of light to hatch divine beings, angels. In addition, the heavenly pool can also perform divine transformations on other living beings. Any living being that enters the heavenly pool will have its essence altered, transforming into different angels according to its original characteristics. The strength of the angels varies depending on their incubation stage. But even the weakest angel hatched directly from the heavenly pool is only one level below those low gods. These 10 angels were directly hatched from the energy left over after your primordial divine power was combined with the artifact. Their strength even reached the level of the second batch of law gods. Do you believe that the Holy Legion of Light, composed of angels, is absolutely capable of sweeping away everything? However, you don't plan to hatch too many angels for the time being. Due to the current situation on the ancient god continent, these newly born angels have absolutely no use other than taking care of your daily life. 100 million years old, one of the first non-divine life forms born on the ancient god continent. The images of these life forms convince you once again that this world truly is a Western fantasy world, because the appearance of these creatures perfectly replicates the classic races from Western fantasy legends. The scales of the soaring dragon shimmered with a metallic sheen, and the earth trembled as the majestic titan walked. Elegant elves dance gracefully in the moonlight. But what surprises you most are the humans whose forms are remarkably similar to yours. I never imagined that humans and elves, a half-human species, would actually be born. Actually, in your earlier years, you also had the idea of creating a human race capable of reproduction. But you didn't carry it out, because you wanted to see if, without your interference, humans resembling you would emerge on the ancient god continent. As it turns out, humanity would have come into being even without your interference. Or rather, all the life forms born on the ancient god continent were created in the image of you gods. For example, the image of the dragon should be modeled after the god of destruction. I wonder if I hadn't transmigrated to this world, and the god of light was a giant sphere of light, would humans and elves still have existed? You feel that it probably will, but as for the secrets behind it, you don't know. You've discovered that it might be because the environment of the ancient god continent is too favorable. Or perhaps it is the world's extraordinary status that has given birth to these beings, all possessing astonishing power. The first generation of beings all possessed immense power and extremely long lifespans. Even their descendants inherited powerful bloodline talents. Those second-generation dragons and titans, born through artificial breeding, possessed enormous bodies measuring tens of thousands of meters in length from birth, but while human infants, still in their swaddling clothes, can easily destroy mountains and possess immense innate strength. As for elves, they are somewhat special. They were not born directly from the earth, but were nurtured by ancient tree-like beings shaped by the very hand of the Creator God. These elves could actually be considered the followers of the Creator God, even though the Creator God might not even remember ever creating life. Therefore, these elves are even more naturally gifted than races like dragons and humans. Being born into the right family is truly a skill. Being born in this environment is incredibly fortunate. Speaking of which, according to the myths of the West, could the humans of this era be called the Golden Race? You guessed correctly. In the distant future, the first humans born on the ancient god continent were indeed called the Golden Humans. At 110 million years old, during this period, some law-level gods and even rule-level gods became interested in races born in their image, although they only glanced at it before. Leaving, many races witnessed the power of the gods. Thus, the first faith was born on the continent of the ancient gods. 200 million years later, the vast and boundless land of the ancient god continent finally witnessed a different scene. This is different from the previous situation, where, although the area was vibrant with life and lush with trees, it was also quite desolate. In the ancient continent of today, dragons soar through the clouds, and elves dance and sing in the forests. These races, like stars scattered across the continent, brought life to what was once desolate and empty world. Among all naturally powerful races, humans possess the most outstanding reproductive ability. The human race now grows tenaciously like wild grass, spreading to every corner of the continent. Their population is larger than most powerful races combined. However, humanity also has a weakness. As time goes on, the newborn humans become weaker. Otherwise, the human race could truly have become the strongest race on the ancient god continent besides the gods. Of course, this downward trend stopped after reaching a peak. After all, the environment of the ancient god continent is what it is. Taught over these 100 million years, you will occasionally check on the situation of the myriad races of the ancient god continent. You discover that although the various races have multiplied for nearly 100 million years, their distribution remains sparse compared to the vast territory of the ancient god continent, like a few grains of sand scattered in the desert. It is precisely this overly dispersed distribution that has led to significant differences in the languages with even the same ethnic group. Two human tribes that are closest to each other may not understand each other's languages. This isolation made the progress of civilization extremely slow. Furthermore, perhaps due to global limitations, these races have yet to establish a systematic system for enhancing their strength. It only instinctively absorbs the energy of heaven and earth to enhance its strength. At the age of 210 million, you created a language and script universally used by all races, based on the language of the gods. You have integrated this language and script into the rules of heaven and earth, allowing every living being to naturally awaken the universal language when their strength reaches a certain level. In addition, each race can evolve its own language based on a universal language, according to its own racial differences. The literature serves as a vehicle for conveying truth. For the ancient god continent, possessing extraordinary power, language and writing are the crystallization of a civilization and the wisdom of a race. Their language and script, developed based on their racial characteristics, represent their race's way of seeing the world. You created a universal language so that all races could communicate without barriers, not to stifle their linguistic talents. On the contrary, you hope that different ethnic groups can better understand each other while preserving their own cultural characteristics. Like a towering tree, the universal language is the trunk, while the languages, each race, are the abundant branches and leaves, together forming the tree of civilization in this world. At 230 million years old, every race on the ancient god continent had developed its own unique language, and all had mastered a common language capable of communicating with other races. Either the dragon's language is called dragon language, and this language can forcibly manipulate the energy of heaven and earth. When the dragon spreads its wings and summons the storm with ancient syllables, the clouds swirl and the lightning obeys its command. The elven language is called Elvish, which allows them to better coordinate their relationship with nature. The gentle words of the elves can bring withered trees back to life, and their melodious songs can soothe raging beasts. The human language, which they call cryptic, can subtly interfere with reality to their advantage. In addition, the runic language of the dwarves can enhance the forging effect, the war cry of the orcs can inspire the fighting spirit of the group, and the tide sound language of the sea people can control the water flow. These unique language systems, like mirrors, reflect the different understandings of the world held by various peoples. At the age of 250 million, with the establishment and flourishing of the universal language of all races, you obtained a language godhood in addition to forging your own godhood. This divine essence shimmered with silver runes in the void, each character containing the power to communicate. All things, however, this divine spark is far less powerful than the forged divine spark, barely reaching the first level of the rules. This is likely because the civilization on the ancient god continent is still in its initial stage. The greatest benefit of this divine essence for you is that it imbues your everyday speech with powerful spiritual effects, and the power to make your words law once you ascend the supreme throne. At the age of 250 million, on this day, the stars suddenly burst forth with an unprecedentedly brilliant light. Even more breathtaking is that during the daytime, all the stars in the sky begin to twinkle in unison, as if performing some kind of sacred ritual. The rules of light were fully manifested at this moment. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the depths of the world, sweeping across the entire ancient god continent like a torrent. This golden light is pure and flawless, containing the most primal power of light. Wherever it goes, everything is bathed in a sacred glow. Even the endless void outside the ancient god continent was completely filled with this golden light. The darkness was utterly dispelled, and the entire world seemed to be bathed in eternal light. This is precisely the extraordinary phenomenon caused by your breakthrough to a higher level. At this moment, you feel a qualitative leap in the power within your body. The divine power of light, which had already reached its peak, is now undergoing its final transformation, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. You can clearly sense that every ray of divine light is sublimating, becoming purer. 10 days later, the strange phenomenon disappeared. At this moment, you permanently possess the near-omniscient and omnipotent power that you had in the state of creation. Even without using the power of authority, you can now observe every corner of the ancient god continent, and even sense the fluctuations of laws contained within the smallest matter. Your breakthrough came extremely naturally, as logically as water overflowing when the container is full. There are two main factors that contributed to this smooth process. First, after you forge the artifact, you will periodically enter a state of creation. In that supreme state, you continuously analyze the rules you control. That top-down approach to understanding saved you a lot of trouble. On the other hand, the world's growth has also played a crucial role, as it is an embodiment of light. You will gradually grow stronger as the world grows. It is the combination of these two factors that allowed you to break through the shackles of the God of Rules and reach a higher level in such a short time. Of course, you know very well that you're only one step ahead of God. As you previously anticipated, your status transcends that of ordinary rule-based gods by a level. You were bound to reach this level someday. You've just brought that time forward. The creator, the destroyer, the god of time, the god of the universe, and the god of destiny, who are of equal rank to you. Over time, as the world grows, it will gradually break through to your current level. After the breakthrough is complete, you invite all the gods to a celebration banquet in your realm of light. Inside splendidly decorated room in the Temple of Light, how countless stars, formed from pure divine power, twinkled in the dome, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. This is the banquet hall you prepared. large enough to accommodate more than 10,000 deities of varying sizes. At the highest point of the room, you sit upon the supreme throne, surrounded by a soft and sacred aura, smiling as you watch the gods arrive one after another. 360 12-winged angels, each wielding a holy sword of light, stood on either side, the holy flames dancing on their wings. Automatically parted to make way for the passing crowd, soon all the gods arrived and the banquet began. Having already understood the situation, the gods all offered their congratulations. Then you first recounted your breakthrough experience to the gods. However, most of the gods clearly didn't care because they had already reached their limit. Only a few, including the god of creation, listened attentively. At the end of the banquet, you imparted to the gods 2 theories you had compiled, on how to use divine power and on how to maximize the power of authority. These 2 theories can teach the gods how to maximize the use of every ounce of their power. The banquet soon ended. Before leaving, the gods, in gratitude, each gave you parts of their own bodies as gifts. As the last deity departed, you tallied the gifts of gratitude bestowed upon you by the gods. Alright, now we've gathered most of the materials needed to upgrade the artifact. Let's integrate these materials into the artifact first. Once the god of creation and the god of destruction break through, we can begin upgrading the divine artifacts. 500 million years old, as the number of living beings in the world increased exponentially, the various races began to interact more frequently, and conflicts gradually began to arise. What began as small-scale tribal skirmishes escalated into a full-scale war between races. Dense forests were reduced to scorched earth in the flames of war, clear rivers were stained red with blood, and towering mountains collapsed in the clash of forces. If it were merely a conflict and war between living beings, it wouldn't be a big deal. Compared to the entire ancient god continent, it wouldn't even be considered a minor skirmish. And after all, this continent is vast and boundless. Even the most devastating wars leave only a few insignificant scars on its surface. But the problem is that these beings are no longer isolated entities. And after so many years of development, the vast majority of races on the ancient god continent have become involved with gods. Some races have devout followers of a particular deity who frequently meet with the god. Others are descendants of the god's creations, and still others have the bloodline of the god continuing within their own tribe. When these races clashed on the battlefield, their gods could not stand idly by. Initially, it was just a covert bestowal of divine power, but it gradually evolved into direct intervention. The conflict between races gradually escalated, evolving into a conflict between gods. What was originally a grudge between mortals has now become a contest of divine will. The sky was torn apart by the aftershocks of divine power, the earth trembled under the oppressive force of divine might, and the ocean surged with towering waves in the wrath of the gods. You didn't choose to stop it because this is the normal trajectory of the world's development, a necessary part of its growth. And just as seedlings need to weather storms to grow into towering trees, civilizations also need to be tempered in the flames of war to mature. A war is the greatest driving force for racial development. With 700 million years old, the god of water and the god of fire, both rulers of the universe, erupted into a fierce conflict for reasons unknown. This is different from the previous friendly sparring among the gods, which they treated as mere entertainment. This time, the two gods truly entered a life-or-death struggle, and the impact of their battle grew increasingly significant. The god of water summoned a monstrous flood that engulfed the continent, while the god of fire ignited a world-destroying inferno that burned the heavens. Two extreme forces collided fiercely in the skies above the ancient god continent, the resulting energy fluctuations even distorting space-time. It even caused some irreversible damage to the ancient god continent. To be honest, it's only because the god of time and the god of the universe have good tempers that they're in such a bad mood. Otherwise, they would definitely be getting beaten up right now, either seeing the situation escalating and knowing that further fighting would inevitably result in the death of one side and many more lives on the ancient god continent. You intervened and stopped the two gods. You emerge from the light, calming the boiling ocean with a single glance, extinguishing raging flames with a single gesture. The two rule gods were as powerless as infants before you, directly forced back to their birthplace. After returning to the realm of light, you looked into the depths of the world, sensing that it was about to enter the next stage. At 800 million years old, the world has entered its second phase. On this day, the entire ancient god continent suddenly trembled violently, as if some colossal creature that had been dormant for a long time was awakening. The earth cracked, mountains collapsed. This sudden change plunged all living things into panic. The gods also appeared, attempting to investigate the root cause of the anomalies on the ancient god continent. At this moment, an invisible wave emanated from the depths of the world, containing a power of rules beyond comprehension. All creatures that came into contact with this energy, fluctuation, whether weak beings or powerful gods, instantly lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. The entire ancient god continent seemed to have been paused. Everything stood still. However, it's possible that, because your strength surpasses that of the gods by a whole level, haven't fallen into slumber. You clearly sense that this fluctuation is not malicious, but rather a profound transformation taking place in the world. You stand in the void, witnessing this earth-shattering transformation. Yet to your astonishment, the central region of the ancient god continent suddenly erupted with light more dazzling than 1,000,000 suns. With a deafening roar powerful enough to tear through space and time, 70% of the continent's territory shattered into countless dazzling fragments. This explosion was not destruction, but a strange process of decomposition and recombination. These fragments did not scatter randomly, but rather followed a mysterious trajectory, weaving together into magnificent star trails in the void. They rotated and expanded, eventually forming a massive spherical space that covered 2/3 of the primordial world. From the outside, this space resembles a glass sphere containing countless points of light, which shimmer like stars within, containing complete laws. Upon seeing this strange space, one word naturally comes to mind: astral plane. This name seems to have been meant for it, a gift from the heavens. Then, you discover that those points of light begin to rapidly evolve into different worlds. Some of them expand into vast continents similar to the ancient god continent. Some evolved into the cosmos, while others evolved into miniature star realms with countless planes. Every world operates according to its own unique laws, yet they are subtly connected to one another. Since we have astral planes, can the worlds within these astral planes also be called material worlds? As the world evolves, you sense the astral plane rapidly strengthening, its energy level soon surpassing that of the entire ancient continent. And this strengthening continues. As for the remaining 30% of the ancient god continent, it floats in the void beyond the astral plane under the influence of an invisible force. You officially name the void beyond the astral plane the void. This part of the continent seems to be continuously strengthening along with the advancement of the astral plane. Although its size has not increased, its status has continued to rise as if to maintain some kind of balance with the astral plane. What might surprise you is that as this part of the continent evolved and became stronger, it gradually became unsuitable for ordinary living beings. Every grain of sand on the continent's surface began to gradually radiate divine light, mountains transformed into shimmering divine crystals, and rivers turned into liquid rivers of law. Ordinary life forms would be overwhelmed by the intense divine aura upon arriving. Here, you have decided to rename this 30% of the ancient god continent as the realm of 10,000 gods. At this moment, all the gods, including you, their descendants, and even their creations, have been transferred here. Meanwhile, all other races were relocated to the astral planes and are currently believed to be in those newly evolved material realms. Furthermore, you've noticed that there are material realms within the astral plane that nurture unique life forms. These life forms will live in a completely new world environment, utterly different from the creatures of the ancient god continent. After the ancient god continent split into two parts, you feel that, apart from the area controlled by the authority of light, you no longer have the same sense of control over the ancient god continent as you did over the astral plane. Illogically speaking, you have control over the ancient god continent, and the astral plane evolved from a part of the ancient god continent, so you should also have some control over the astral plane. But now, all your original control over the ancient god continent has been transferred to the myriad gods realm, which is 30% of the ancient god continent. It's not just you. Control over all the gods has been transferred to the pantheon. The combined control of the continent held by all of you more than 10,000 gods only accounts for 30% of the ancient god continent. Of this, you yourself own 10%, and the creator and destroyers, who are of equal rank to you, together account for 5%. The remaining 5% are collectively held by the other rule gods, while the remaining 10% is distributed among the more than 10,000 law gods. As for the remaining 70%, it has always been in the hands of the continental will of the ancient god continent, which is now the will of the astral realm. Although the ancient god continent is rapidly growing stronger after transforming into the astral realm and the realm of all gods, the power you can wield under this control is also rapidly increasing. But in this current situation, it makes you feel like you gods have been marginalized and excluded from the center of power. Fortunately, after your breakthrough, you no longer valued control of the ancient god cons much. Besides, your control hasn't disappeared or been diluted. In fact, it's become more valuable. It's just a so-called equity transfer. At least for now, you can mobilize 1/3 of the power of the pantheon. Once this upheaval is over, this power will absolutely surpass the entire power of the ancient god continent. A billion years later, this upheaval has finally come to an end. The astral plane has now evolved into countless vast, material planes. The myriad races of the ancient godland have now multiplied and thrived throughout the star realm. They are scattered like stars across the astral plane, and after a period of adaptation, they are pioneering new eras of civilization in some material realms. The pantheon has completed its ultimate transformation, becoming a pure world of gods, where divine radiance shines eternally, laws intertwine, and only deities can endure here. The slumbering gods are gradually awakening, and this earth-shattering astral upheaval has granted all gods, including you, unprecedented and immense enhancements. In particular, the 5 gods, the god of creation, the god of destruction, the god of time, the god of the universe, and the god of destiny. At this moment, they all transformed into their regular forms and began a true metamorphosis. Once I wake up, I'll be roughly at your level. At the age of 1,100,000,000, the 5 gods have successively achieved breakthroughs. With the breakthrough of the god of creation, life born in the astral plane began to become more diverse. There are mechanical life forms whose bodies flow with liquid metal, there are spiritual life forms composed of pure energy, and there are colossal beasts that roam the astral plane. In the myriad material realms, beings with forms identical to the myriad races of the ancient god continent began to appear. The effects of the god of destruction's breakthrough complemented those of the god of creation to further perfect the cycle of birth and death in the astral plane. The figure of the god of destruction, after his breakthrough, appears and disappears amidst countless worlds on the verge of collapse in the astral plane. Those decaying, unbalanced, and dwindling worlds all meet their end under precise rules of destruction. But within this destruction lies unprecedented vitality. A new world will be born from the ruins of this destruction. The breakthrough of the god of time brought about the unification of the time dimension. I wonder the influence of his power. The previously chaotic flow of time between worlds in the astral plane began to tend towards equilibrium. Now, the flow of time between all material realms in the astral plane will differ by a factor of 10 at most, no longer the extreme cases of differences of tens of millions of times seen before. This balance makes interworld communication possible and lays the foundation for future interstellar trade. It's worth mentioning that the flow of time in the Pantheon is consistent with the overall flow of time in the astral plane. The breakthrough of the God of the universe caused a qualitative change in the spatial structure of the primordial world. Space itself seemed to have gained a certain elasticity, capable of autonomously adjusting to cope with external pressure. The breakthroughs made by the gods of destiny are the most profound. His authority transformed into countless threads of destiny, weaving a vast net that covers the entire astral plane. This net is not a constraint, but rather a perfect balance that brings to the world. In fact, since the birth of all races, the god of destiny has also received a buff, and this time it's an epic buff. After these 5 gods broke through, you can clearly feel that the world is now like a young adult who has finally grown up, having fully absorbed all the nourishment accumulated during the creation of the world. Of course, the world has passed through a period of rapid growth, and future growth will become extremely slow. After the strange phenomenon caused by the 5 deities ends, go directly to them to ask for their body parts, and promise to upgrade the artifacts they receive in the future. In addition, you also collected materials from the other deities. After all, their strength has been greatly enhanced by this change, and the material properties are better than what you obtained before. At 1.2 billion years old, you've followed the preset process before acquiring the divine artifact. By adding higher-grade materials to the artifacts, and finally, under the baptism of your authority, your 3 artifacts successfully advanced. The Genesis effect emitted after the 3 divine artifacts are upgraded, while now not allowing you to reach the same level as before, will still significantly enhance your strength. In your Genesis state, you can easily suppress the 5 gods: the god of creation, the god of destruction, and the primordial god after their breakthrough. At the age of 1.44 billion, some of the myriad races that had lived through the era of the ancient god continent perished. These races, once powerful and influential on the ancient continent of gods, gradually felt an invisible constraint after arriving in the astral plane for unknown reasons. Their lifespan, which seemed almost eternal during the ancient god continent era, is gradually diminishing. At 1.25 billion years old, apart from a few extremely powerful early beings whose strength reached a certain level, all the beings from the ancient god continent era of the myriad races have perished. At 1.6 billion years old, the new generation of countless races, though inheriting the powerful strength of their ancestors, could no longer continue that long lifespan. Their lifespan is only a few times longer than that of native astral beings of the same level. I.e., at the age of 1.7 billion, the human race, born on the ancient god continent, began to intermingle with the human races born in the astral plane, eventually forming a large unified entity. However, because the humans born in the astral realm are inherently too weak, their offspring from interbreeding with those born on the ancient god continent vary in strength. This difference gave rise to a strict bloodline hierarchy. After countless years of observation and verification, scholars have divided human bloodlines into 4 levels. These are iron, symbolizing primal power; bronze, representing intermediate quality; silver, embodying superior lineage; and gold, inheriting ancient glory, the human race, which was once born on the ancient continent of gods. All possessed a gold-level bloodline and were therefore known as the golden human race. I.e., the pure-blooded golden race is becoming increasingly rare. They are like living fossils, bearing the last marks of the ancient god continent. The humans born Phi material world within the astral plane typically have bloodlines around the iron and bronze levels. However, when offspring are born from the union of a gold bloodline and a black iron or bronze bloodline, their bloodline level will mostly stabilize at the silver level. Occasionally, atavism can occur, resulting in the birth of rare offspring with golden bloodlines. Of course, it's also possible for offspring with black iron bloodlines to be born, but the probability of this is even lower. At the age of 1.88 billion, all beings in the astral plane began to pursue the path to godhood. At the age of 1.09 billion, driven by the grand scheme of the world, human sage with a bloodline level of only black iron broke free from the shackles of his innate bloodline with astonishing wisdom, becoming the first god to achieve godhood through acquired means. A self-proclaimed god of mages, the method by which this mage god attained godhood is strangely familiar to you. He first collected the faith of all beings, nurturing a sacred divinity within himself, and then ignited the divine fire with his supreme will and understanding of the world. And from the depths of his soul, he condensed a brilliant divine essence, then cleaved through space to forge his own divine kingdom. Ultimately, he will elevate his divine kingdom high above the celestial realm, completing his ultimate transformation from mortal to god. This series of steps may seem simple, but in reality, each step involves immense danger and requires considerable wisdom. However, you discover that this first acquired deity, upon ascending to godhood, was even less powerful than the primordial beings of the myriad races who have survived to this day, and not to mention compared to those law gods or even rule gods. Of course, you know this is just the beginning. As time goes on, these beings who attain godhood later in life will undoubtedly see their strength increase even further. With the emergence of the first acquired deity, more and more beings began to ascend to godhood through faith. The first generations of races such as humans, titans, dragons, and elves, thanks to their innate advantages, easily ascended to godhood. Although their strength hasn't increased, they've regained their infinite lifespan. This unprecedented wave of godhood is fundamentally altering the power structure of the astral planes. Speaking of which, after the ancient god continent was divided into the astral realm and the realm of myriad gods. You primordial gods are incapable of descending to the astral plane in your true form. You guessed this was a restriction imposed by the primordial world's will, although the astral plane is now larger than the ancient continent of gods. The destructive power of you deities should not be underestimated. This is likely done to prevent you from causing irreversible damage to the newly formed astral plane. However, you innate deities are essentially the embodiment of laws or even rules. These laws and even rules permeate the entire primordial world. If you wish, you too can break through these limitations. Even without descending in their true forms, your power can still be channeled into the astral plane. For example, you could simply wish for it now to dim the stars in the astral plane. plunging the brilliant astral plane into eternal darkness. Of course, you wouldn't dare to do that. Because you feel that if you actually did that, even if you were the so-called favored child of the world, you would definitely end up in a terrible state. No matter how strong you are still a product of this world, and under normal circumstances, you can never be stronger than a complete world. That if the world wants to target a living being, that being will suffer terribly. The gods didn't react much to the restrictions imposed on the primordial world. After all, for the gods, the current pantheon is a rather comfortable environment, even better than the ancient god continent before. Furthermore, as mentioned before, although you are all extremely powerful, you don't want to experience the iron fist of the world, actually, the power you could normally wield in the astral plane was indeed very weak, roughly equivalent to the level of a newly born golden race. Under this standard, the more power one exerts, the stronger the suppression one will receive. Reaching a certain threshold may even result in a global backlash. But now, with the birth of the acquired gods, you discover that the level of power you can wield in the astral plane has also risen to the same level as the newly ascended true gods. Having gained greater power, you use the principles of light as a guide to ignite a bright star in every material realm of the astral plane. These shining stars are like your avatars and also like your eyeliner. No matter how many worlds are born in the astral plane in the future, there will always be a bright star in each of them. Later, researchers in the astral plane discovered that each material realm within the astral plane contains a unique star. Creatures living near such stars possess inherently higher potential than others and are extremely compatible with the element of light. There are even legends circulating in some worlds that when the world is in crisis, simply praying to the brightest star will summon a giant of light to save the world. 1.1 billion years old, more and more gods are being born in the astral plane. The vast majority of them are ancient beings that have survived since the time of the ancient god continent. Therefore, after these beings became gods, they gradually realized that although they were both called gods, they were quite different from you, the most ancient beings. At a council of the gods, these newcomers, with reverence, addressed you as the old gods. This title is not only an acknowledgement of your status as the oldest beings in the universe, but also a reverence for the primordial divinity you represent. Gradually, the name Ancient God Continent began to circulate widely in the astral plane. Whenever any living being mentions this name, their tone is always filled with an undisguised longing, as if they are recounting a distant and glorious era. It can be said that it was precisely because these primordial beings of all races were still alive and had even become new gods that the ancient god continent was not forgotten in history. These early beings had experienced many battles against the ancient gods and had a considerable understanding of their power. In their view, even if they successfully ascended to godhood, they would still be far inferior to those ancient gods at the level of laws. This also fueled their intense desire to pursue the path after achieving godhood. No, astral deity is not yearning for the power of the old gods. At age of 1.11 billion years, not only have numerous gods emerged in the astral realm, but the hierarchy of beings before godhood has also begun to unify. In the astral plane, below the gods, there are 12 levels. These represent the 9 levels of transcendent, saintly realm, legendary, and demigod. These 12 realms are interconnected, and breaking through each level requires enduring trials unimaginable to ordinary people. From the initial first-tier transcendent realm to the ultimate demigod realm, there is an insurmountable gap between each realm. Each advancement to the next rank represents a leap in strength and the essence of life. The original version of this system was the mage system created by the god of mages. Later, after being refined by the astral gods, it became the standard for measuring the strength of all living beings. This system is known as the professional system. The first-tier professionals have begun to grasp extraordinary energy, truly possessing power beyond the mundane. Beings at this stage can already sense the spiritual energy floating between heaven and earth, and can use simple, extraordinary skills. They can live up to 200 years, and can control fire, manipulate water, and sense the wind, capable of easily defeating dozens or even hundreds of beings below the level of the extraordinary. Tiers 1 through 3 are collectively referred to as low-level professionals, which are crucial stages for every cultivator to lay their foundation and achieve a fundamental transformation of their life essence. During this period, beings need to refine their internal energy through daily cultivation, gradually condensing it from a thin, gaseous state into a liquid state, and finally achieving a qualitative change to a solid state. When a living being breaks through the shackles and reaches the fourth level of the extraordinary realm, it will usher in the first major turning point on its cultivation path. At this point, they were no longer apprentices just beginning to learn, but had truly embarked on the path to becoming strong. Third-tier professionals can resonate with the heavens and earth, drawing upon the surrounding natural energy for their own use, unleashing incredibly powerful techniques. A single sword strike can cleave mountains and shatter peaks. A fireball can incinerate everything within 100 meters. Such destructive power is beyond the reach of lower-level beings. Upper professionals at this stage begin to focus on cultivating their mental fortitude and honing their skills. Third to sixth tiers are collectively referred to as intermediate professionals. But at the seventh tier, gap truly widens significantly compared to before. Beings at this level have mastered all their life's learning, reaching a state of skill approaching the Tao, and have created their own unique combat system. The hallmark of this stage is the ability to perfectly integrate one's own power, focusing every ounce of that power on the steel blade. A powerful seventh-tier swordsman, whose casual strikes embody a lifetime of swordsmanship insights, possessing power sufficient to cleave rivers. Seventh-tier mages, on the other hand, can instantly cast high-level spells, wielding elemental power with unparalleled skill. Those at ranks 7 through 9 are collectively referred to as high-level professionals. EAs for the subsequent sacred realm, it is the necessary path to a higher level. Those who reach this level have transcended mere skill application and have begun to grasp the basics of the laws. They are able to combine their knowledge with the energy of heaven and earth to form a unique domain, which is both a manifestation of their own power and an extension of their soul. Though within this domain, the will of a saint-level powerhouse can briefly distort reality. It allows one to control energy that, to a certain extent, violates the fundamental laws of physics, creating miracles that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. For example, making flames burn in water without going out, rendering gravity ineffective and causing everything to suspend, and some powerful beings at the saint realm can even cause subtle changes in the flow of time in localized areas. Each saint-level expert's domain bears a distinct personal mark. Whether it's a blazing lava world, tranquil eternal ice plain, or a vibrant primeval forest, this realm is not only a powerful weapon in battle, but also a training ground for cultivation. Practicing within it often yields twice the results with half the effort. To break through to the saintly realm, one needs not only profound accumulation of knowledge, but also a sudden enlightenment. Many powerful individuals spend their entire lives stuck at this threshold. As for legendary powerhouses, this level already has one foot in the realm of gods. They can perceive and even begin to control the most fundamental laws governing the world. and began collecting the power to be passed down through generations, the rudimentary form of the people's praise and faith in his deeds. The name of a legendary powerhouse often resounds across multiple planes, and their legends are passed down through countless worlds. It was this widespread fame that qualified them for initial contact with the power of faith, a crucial foundation for igniting the divine flame later on. A demigod is a state just one step away from a true god, representing the pinnacle that mortal life can achieve. They fused the collected power of faith with the laws they had comprehended throughout their lives, forging a dazzling divine radiance. These divine qualities not only transform their physical bodies, gradually elevating them beyond mortal form, but also plant the seeds of divinity deep within their souls. The bodies of demigods can already withstand a portion of divine power. Each of their attacks carries a faint pressure of law, making it impossible for ordinary beings to even look directly at their true forms. That way, when a demigod accumulates enough divinity and faith, they can ignite divine fire, forge a divine personality, and then raise their divine kingdom high in the astral plane, thus completing the ultimate transformation from mortal to god. Speaking of which, the realm of the saintly domain is the prototype of the divine kingdom. The divine realm is a divine plane created by living beings using their own domains and the power of space, which carries the personification of gods. At the age of 1.15 billion, the astral plane has ushered in another epoch-making moment. That acquired deity who ascended to godhood from a mortal body, the god of mages, has broken free from his shackles once again, tens of millions of years after becoming a god. During the breakthrough, the radiant light of the laws surrounding him was even more dazzling than when he first ascended to godhood, and the light emanating from his divine kingdom illuminated many worlds around him. After his breakthrough, the mage god not only saw his divine kingdom expand considerably, but his divine power also underwent a qualitative transformation. And now, he can reshape the order of a galaxy with a mere gesture. This transformation shocked the astral gods, for the power displayed by the mage god at this moment far surpassed that of ordinary gods who had just ascended to godhood. The method for breaking through to the god of magic is actually quite similar to when you first obtained the godhood of forging and the godhood of language. After becoming a god, the mage god continuously improved his magical prowess. As this prowess increased, his divine nature, based on this foundation, also grew stronger. When this accumulation reaches a certain critical point, quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and divinity undergoes a fundamental sublimation, radiating unprecedented brilliance. Afterwards, all that's needed is to collect and refine a large amount of faith power to elevate oneself to a higher level. This shows that the power of faith is still quite important to the astral gods, although after becoming a god, one will not lose their power even without the power of faith. However, without the power of faith, even if one's divine status is elevated, one cannot reach a higher level. But if one wishes to reach higher levels, this power is the key. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, burning the power of faith can also allow divine magic to unleash greater power. At 1.2 billion years old, the astral gods used the power of the mage god after his breakthrough as a benchmark, combined with their impressions of the ancient gods from the ancient god continent. A complete system of divine power ranks was established. This system is like a dazzling staircase. From bottom to top, weak divine power, low-level divine power, medium-level divine power, strong divine power, and great divine power, and what they consider the pinnacle of deities, the supreme god. Even the most basic and faint divine power possesses unimaginable might for mortals. They could pluck stars from the sky with their bare hands and manipulate them as if they were toys. Those who reach the level of a weak god possess power that increases exponentially, even capable of destroying a galaxy. Adith, the most powerful deity among the astral gods today, is the god of mages, and several weaker deities who subsequently broke through to the next level. ADAs for why the strongest. Among the astral gods is only a weak-level deity, while there are further distinctions such as moderately powerful, great, and supreme gods. This division is naturally based on the strength of you ancient gods, some of the first-generation beings of all races who reached the level of weak gods have already been able to somewhat discern the terrifying power displayed by you ancient gods during the ancient god continent era. And among them, the intermediate divine power, above the weak divine power, corresponds to those slightly weaker ancient gods at the law level, the powerful divine strength comparable to the most elite batch of ancient gods at the law level. EAs for great divine power, it is comparable to that of an ancient god at the rule level. And finally, there's the supreme god of light, who rivals you in easily subduing the god of fire and the god of water, two ancient gods of the rule level. You look at the division of the astral gods and realize that this division is indeed correct, as some slightly weaker ancient gods at the law level are only one level stronger than the current mage god. However, given how precise the division is, you wouldn't believe it wasn't driven by the will of the stars or even the will of the world. At 1.3 billion years old, a mid-level deity, comparable to a slightly weaker ancient god of law, was born in the astral realm. When these beings, who possessed intermediate divine power, appeared, a slight ripple spread throughout the astral plane. The laws of the celestial realm have undergone some subtle yet profound changes. These newly ascended deities soon discovered a startling phenomenon. At over 90% of the material world in the astral plane is shrouded in a mysterious barrier. These barriers are not physical entities, but rather a kind of rule-based power originating from the astral source. They act like invisible filters, keeping out even the true forms of gods and powers, exceeding the limits of the world. When the astral gods attempt to forcibly break through these restrictions, these barriers manifest as golden lightning, punishing the gods. If they wish to enter these worlds, they can only use their divine power and a sliver of will to condense an avatar no larger than the world's limit. Several reckless deities have attempted to descend into the material world in their true forms. As a result, the moment their divine bodies crossed the world barrier, they were torn to pieces by a sudden burst of golden lightning, and their divine essence was also damaged beyond repair. If I hadn't retreated early, I probably would have been killed on the spot. At 1.31 billion years old, with the continuous emergence of intermediate-level divine power, the previously relatively balanced power system has been completely shattered. The power gap between gods is as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. This disparity in power is not only reflected in individual strength, but also profoundly affects the power structure of the entire divine realm. Furthermore, with the increasing number of deities, the era of fighting alone is over. Based on the compatibility of their divine essence and their racial origins, the gods spontaneously formed powerful pantheon alliances. These pantheons are not simply aggregates of power, but rather contain profound divine resonance and intertwined destinies. Such as a pantheon of truth headed by the god of mages. The members of the truth pantheon are mostly scholar-type deities who revere reason and logic, regarding knowledge as the key to unlocking the mysteries of the world. A pantheon of life deities, headed by the goddess of life. This pantheon comprises guardians of nature, moonlight, and healing, and they share a deep bond with the elves. The dragon pantheon, headed by the god of power, consists mostly of ancient dragon gods. They revere power and glory, and regard dragons as the most perfect beings in the astral plane. These pantheons, according to their stance, belong to either order or neutrality. Besides these pantheons, there are also evil pantheons composed of evil gods, situated on the evil side of the astral plane. Is for what constitutes an evil god. The celestial gods ignite their divine fire with the power of faith, which is in fact a special kind of spiritual and emotional energy. This energy originates from the purest emotional resonance within the hearts of living beings. The emotions of living beings are two-sided, positive emotions symbolizing joy, worship, and reverence, and negative emotions symbolizing fear, frustration, and despair. The power of faith is the crystallization of positive emotions resulting from believers' worship and reverence for deities. Therefore, the deities who ignite the divine fire through the power of faith are called true gods by the astral gods. In contrast, there are those evil gods who ignite their divine fire based on negative emotions. The divine power of these evil gods is fundamentally different from that of the righteous gods, like the difference between ink and clear spring water. The power of evil gods often appears as dark red, deep purple, or murky black, emanating an unsettling and oppressive aura. Of course, the difference in divine power alone is not enough to classify such deities as evil. After all, power itself is not wrong. The key lies in the person wielding it. But unfortunately, the process of most evil gods becoming gods is built upon the suffering of all living beings. These evil gods obtain negative emotions in a simple and cruel way, as some evil gods choose to directly slaughter living beings, staining the earth red with blood. Some, however, are keen on creating disasters, letting plagues rage and famine spread. Some are even more adept at manipulating people's hearts, stirring up their desires, and plunging the world into depravity. Whenever an evil god begins to gather negative emotions to ignite a divine fire, it signifies that a world is about to be plunged into endless darkness. The entire world will become an incubator of negative emotions, where living beings will endure unimaginable suffering day after day. Furthermore, if the evil god wishes to elevate his divine status from weak divine power to low-level divine power, not only must one collect more negative emotions, but one must also practice the divine domain represented by one's divine status. And the divine attributes of evil gods are all such as those related to plague and slaughter. For example, if the god of plague wanted to ascend to godhood, he would spread plagues everywhere. If the god of slaughter wants to ascend to godhood, he must cause boundless carnage, whether he does it himself or sends his divine followers to do it. For example, the god of terror, now universally acknowledged as the foremost evil god in the astral realm, is also known as the god of chaos. In the astral plane, countless worlds are affected by the god of fear, and all beings within them live in constant fear, always on the verge of death. This demonstrates the harmful influence that evil gods pose on countless material realms within the astral plane. Although the righteous gods of the celestial realm, led by deities such as the god of mage and the god of life, also launched a campaign to exterminate these evil gods and severely crack down on newly emerging evil gods. Unfortunately, this approach can only provide temporary relief, not a lasting solution. After all, in the dark corners of the astral plane, negative emotions grow wildly like weeds. Compared to the power of faith, which requires devout belief to obtain, negative emotions such as fear, anger, and hatred are readily available. Whenever war breaks out, whenever disaster strikes, these negative emotions surge forth like a tide, becoming the most sumptuous feast for the evil gods. Even more terrifying is that the allure of immortality has driven countless beings to take desperate risks, willingly falling into the path of evil gods in exchange for eternal life. However, While achieving godhood through negative emotions is simple, without strong mental fortitude, one's will can be overwhelmed by those negative emotions. The reason the god of fear is also called the god of chaos is because his mind is extremely unstable. He sometimes goes mad. These pantheons sometimes form alliances, sometimes fight, weaving epic myths and legends across endless realms. At 1.7 billion years old, among the most elite gods in the astral realm, after a long period of accumulation and refinement, they finally broke through the shackles of intermediate divine power and entered the realm of powerful divine power. Each of these beings wields power sufficient to shake the astral planes. Their divine fire burns eternally in the starry sky, their divine might as a prison, awe-inspiring countless material realms, among the most powerful pantheons in the astral planes today. There are at least two powerful deities. Once the astral gods have reached a level of immense divine power, they can now perceive the existence of the pantheon. Even many astral deities began to clash with ancient gods of the law level who had entered the astral realm. It's worth mentioning that after so many years, those ancient gods at the law level have all reached their peak, each possessing what is known as powerful divine strength. At 2 billion years old, the god of mages, the first acquired deity in the astral plane, once renowned for his wisdom and knowledge. After countless trials of divine refinement, it finally broke through the limits of cognition. Witnessed by millions of believers and watched over by countless deities, his divinity shone with unprecedented brilliance, completing his ultimate transformation from god of mages to god of truth. When the divine might of the god of truth swept across the entire astral plane, all powerful deities felt a tremor from the depths of their souls, and the astral plane gave birth to its first great divine power. At 3 billion years old, nearly 600 million years after the god of truth, the astral plane has finally given birth to its second great deity. This second great divine power is none other than the god of terror of the evil faction. That's right. The god of fear not only survived being defeated by the god of truth after breaking through to the great godhood, but also became the second astral deity to achieve that breakthrough. 9 billion years old, currently possessing over 40 deities of great divine power within the astral plane. Among them, there are more than 20 deities who lean towards order or neutrality. There are nearly 20 evil gods who lean towards the side of evil. If they weren't some ancient gods at the law level, they would have followed the ascension methods of the astral gods, condensing some rule-level godheads and raising their strength to the great god power level. The number of astral deities of the great divine power level is almost exceeding that of the pantheon. At the age of 10 billion, both the righteous god and the evil god have gathered a group of ancient gods, preparing for a great final battle. Within the vast astral space, over 100 great deities of divine power and over 15,000 powerful deities engaged in a massive battle. A dazzling display of divine power erupted across the starry sky like a supernova explosion, illuminating the eternal astral plane as if it were daytime. Countless gods perished in this catastrophe. Their glorious divine kingdoms fell from the sky like meteors, and their divine essence, symbolizing their very origin, was shattered under the intense attack. Many of those ancient gods at the law level were instantly killed and resurrected in the fountain of life. Their very essence has been severely damaged. It's unknown how long it will take for them to revive. Even ancient gods of the rule level, who have never died since the beginning of the world, the more than 10 others, who were surrounded and killed by various forces in this war, have also returned to the Sea of Rules to await resurrection. The aftershocks of this divine war swept across the entire astral plane, tearing the spatial structure apart like fragile glass, revealing chaotic void rifts. Even the balance of time within the astral plane has been disrupted by this battle, blurring the lines between past and future. If it weren't for the fact that most material planes have astral consciousness forming protective barriers, it is likely that countless entities in the material world will be reduced to dust in the aftermath of this divine war. As the gods fall one by one, the war of the gods is drawing to close and the true gods are about to triumph. Suddenly, the god of terror, besieged by the three great divine powers, unleashed a chilling purplish-black light from his eyes, as if countless twisted souls were struggling and wailing within them. His divine body began to expand and twist uncontrollably, the divine power surrounding him increasing exponentially, but at the cost of his sanity collapsing at a visible rate. The three great gods, unable to dodge in time, were instantly repelled by the suddenly amplified power of the god of terror. Having broken free from the siege, the god of fear suddenly turned to his allies. Immediately afterwards, the god of terror's body shattered like broken porcelain, transforming into a sky full of purplish-black divine light, which enveloped the several great gods of the evil faction, as well as thousands of powerful gods. At the moment the god of terror self-destructed, the shadows of the entire astral plane twisted, as if the screams of billions of beings were echoing from the void. Faced with the sudden attack of the god of fear, the evil gods had no time to react, and were enveloped by the purple light that the god of fear had transformed into. Immediately. Afterwards, you discover that almost all negative emotions, and even dark forces in the astral plane, begin to converge towards the direction of the god of fear. The purplish-black divine light, transformed from the god of fear, continuously collapsed and spun, forming a vortex that devoured everything. Knock knock, knock knock, knock knock. Suddenly, a heartbeat emanated from the location of the god of fear. The heartbeat, initially faint as a mosquito's buzz, transformed in an instant into a deafening thunderclap. The gods who heard this voice felt their divine essence tremble, as if some great terror was being born. They boom, boom, with a deafening roar that shattered the void. The continuous heartbeat abruptly ceased. In its place came an all-consuming silence, as if the entire astral plane had been frozen in that instant. At the location of the god of fear, space shattered like fragile glass, and a singularity of utter darkness suddenly appeared. But this singularity expanded at an astonishing rate, evolving in an instant into a boundless, pitch-black world. Its boundaries were constantly twisting and writhing, greedily devouring all the energy and matter around it like a living creature. Next, you see all the worlds controlled by the god of fear. Even the worlds controlled by those powerful evil gods shrouded in the god of terror, all transformed into streams of light and surged towards this dark world. Each swallowed world recombines within the darkness, transforming into layers of twisted and deformed planes. These planes stack upon each other, forming a dizzying three-dimensional structure. Some planes burn with inextinguishable flames, some are submerged in stinking seas of blood, and others are teeming with countless twisted, deformed creatures. As it devoured more and more worlds, the size of the dark world expanded exponentially, quickly surpassing the largest material world that had evolved within the astral plane. The dark world continues to grow, just like the name you learned upon first seeing the astral plane. Another name emerges in your mind, the abyss. As time passed, the abyss that had been devouring the world gradually changed. This originally chaotic, dark world, after absorbing negative energies such as fear and despair from countless dimensions, began to develop a unique consciousness. This consciousness did not form naturally, but rather originated from the god of fear, an aggregate formed by fusing the primordial consciousness of dozens of evil gods, including those of hatred and depravity. Its chaotic nature far surpasses that of any known being. The moment the abyss consciousness awakened, the entire astral plane trembled. The power it unleashed was like a materialized dark tide, instantly sweeping across countless planes. This power not only surpasses the realm of ordinary great divine power, but also continues to rise at an astonishing rate. In the span of 7 days and nights, the power of the abyss consciousness broke through the limits of the great god's power and entered the realm of the supreme god, just as the abyss consciousness completed its final transformation. The previously restless abyss suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. Immediately afterwards, the entire abyss began to tremble violently, and the originally dark and deep abyssal plane gradually became transparent. Like a painting soaked in water, it begins to merge with the lower reaches of the astral plane. In this strange fusion process, the dark purple abyssal power derived from the abyss intertwined with the primordial energy of the astral plane, forming a bizarre purplish-black vortex. As the last spatial ripple subsided, the abyss had completely merged into the lower levels of the astral plane. At this moment, the underlying space of the astral plane has undergone a fundamental change. The originally stable spatial structure has been distorted into countless abyssal planes extending downwards. In and at the boundary between the lower space, where the abyss resides, and the surface space where the material world exists, a barrier composed of dazzling starlight looms in and out of sight. Within this barrier, the supreme divine power possessed by the will of the abyss can only be unleashed within the endless abyss. It will be severely limited when used in surface space. At this point, the situation in the endless abyss is similar to that in the realm of gods, except that the realm of gods is suspended outside the astral plane, while the relationship between the endless abyss and the astral plane is ambiguous. From that time onward, the abyss became the final resting place for all evil gods in the astral plane, like a shadow within the light, attracting beings of chaos and evil, and all the dark and negative energy in the astral plane will slowly flow into the abyss, strengthening its power. The endless abyss, including the evil gods within it, will remain an eternal threat to the material plane of the astral plane, constantly coveting the pieces of countless worlds, due with the self-destruction of the god of terror, which took many evil gods with it into the abyss. The evil gods in the astral plane were utterly defeated. Those defeated evil gods all entered the endless abyss. Because of the existence of the abyss will, a supreme god-level being, the astral gods were unable to breach the abyss, and thus the divine war ended. And now, you and the other supreme gods are finally able to descend upon the astral plane in your true forms, who, however, perhaps due to the restrictions imposed on the abyss consciousness, you will also be limited in the astral plane, unable to unleash your full power, though the restrictions will be slightly less than those imposed on the abyss consciousness. At the age of 10.1 billion years, in the endless abyss where chaos and darkness intertwine, those floating abyssal planes begin to undergo a wondrous transformation. A dark red vortex of energy surged at the core of the plane, pulsating ceaselessly like a womb nurturing life. From these energy vortexes, the first to emerge were abyssal worms, their bodies flowing with lava. They devoured their own kind, evolving through continuous consumption. Gradually, these primordial life forms began to evolve into different species. These were the original abyssal demons. In addition, the evil gods' followers, who were dragged into the abyss by those evil gods, also began to evolve into demonic forms. These evil god race members, corrupted by the energy of the abyss, gradually lost their original rationality, replaced by an endless thirst for slaughter. You keenly capture this historic moment when the first complete demons are born. You directly used The power of the supreme god to refine one of the demons into an avatar of yourself. And thus, in the endless abyss, the chaos in the eyes of a once muddled demon gradually gave way to sharp wisdom. This avatar possessed jet-black scales, horns burning with eerie blue flames, and a pair of bony wings that blotted out the sky. In its bloody battles in the abyss, it relentlessly slaughters and devours its own kind. Each kill makes its scales grow darker and shinier, and with each demon it consumes, its power increases. In just 1 year, this avatar grasped the true meaning of arrogance through countless acts of slaughter. As it stood atop the throne built from the corpses of demons, a dazzling black divine essence condensed within its mind. With the moment the divine essence was formed, without the need for a divine kingdom, this incarnation became a god. The god of pride was born. At 111 million years old, in a mere million years, the power of the god of pride expanded at an astonishing rate. He conquered countless abyssal plains, built a vast demon army, and his temple rose from the depths of the abyss. It was a black palace built from countless screaming demonic souls, every brick imbued with an arrogant will. When he sat enthroned on his divine throne, even the rules of the abyss itself were distorted. At 112 million years old, the god of arrogance has reached the pinnacle of great divine power. His name resounded throughout the entire astral plane, and countless beings across worlds echoed his illustrious name in fear. Wherever his demonic army went, all things submitted, civilizations were annihilated, and even the astral gods had to take this terrifying being, who had suddenly emerged from the abyss, seriously. At the age of 113 million, the god of pride, taking advantage of a moment of chaos in the abyss's will, successfully seized a portion of the abyss's essence in the guise of a demon. The god of pride merged with the abyss's essence. The first demon god of the abyss, the demon god of pride, was born. The arrogant demon god, after merging with the original source, has gained some control over the abyss, and within the abyss, he possesses the power of a near supreme god. From this day forward, the name of the arrogant demon god will be forever etched in the history of the astral plane. With the avatar of the arrogant demon god present, you essentially control a portion of the abyss's power. However, your actions did not escape the notice of the other clear-headed supreme gods, nor did you intend to. Therefore, the 5 supreme gods, the god of creation, the god of destruction, and so on followed suit, creating avatars within the abyss. At the age of 10.2 billion, in addition to the arrogant demon god, 5 more demon gods have appeared in the abyss. These are respectively the incarnations of the god of creation and the demon god of decay. The true form of decaying demon god is a vine exuding an aura of decay, from which dark green pus constantly oozes, yet in the next instant, it blooms into a bewitching flower. Every inch of his skin was constantly festering and regenerating, as if enacting an endless cycle of life and death. The vines that entwined around him would actively seek out living things, implanting decaying seeds into their victims' bodies, allowing them to experience the true meaning of life amidst extreme suffering. The incarnation of the god of destruction, the demon god of the end. This demon god was practically a walking apocalypse. His body was wreathed in destructive lightning, each bolt containing the law to end all things. His eyes reflected the apocalyptic scene, and deep within his pupils seemed countless civilizations collapsing and annihilating. The incarnation of the god of time, the serpent-kissing demon. This demon perfectly embodies the capricious nature of time. Its form constantly shifts between a young snake and a giant python, sometimes as tender as a newborn, sometimes as ancient and weathered as something from antiquity. The incarnation of the god of the universe, the fallen demon god. This demon god was like a walking nebula, containing countless fragments of shattered worlds within him. every breath he took caused space to collapse. The incarnation of the god of destiny, the demon god of calamity. This demon god is bound by chains of cause and effect. His very existence is an endless calamity, and any living being that approaches him will be trapped in an inescapable cycle of misfortune. EU. 6 demonic avatars have directly occupied the very bottom of the endless abyss, though countless evil gods born from the celestial realms have joined your ranks. However, the actions of you 6 gods have directly angered even the mindless abyss consciousness. Therefore, the abyss consciousness directly opened its abyss authority, recruiting over a dozen great, godlike evil gods, bringing the total number of demon gods in the abyss to over 20. At 10.1 billion years old, the endless abyss evolved an alternative path to godhood, whether they are beings from the celestial realms or demons from the abyss. As long as one can please them, please the consciousness of the abyss, one can receive its blessing and become an abyssal demon god. Of course, this type of demon is only the lowest level, equivalent to a weak divine power among gods. It needs to receive more blessings to increase its strength. At 15 billion years old, you have gradually condensed 6 more divine essences: greed, wrath, gluttony, lust, sloth, and envy, which, along with pride, are among the 7 deadly sins, and these divine attributes were elevated one by one to the level of great divine power. Afterwards, using the essential power of the abyss as your core, you successfully fused the 7 deadly sins' divine essence into one. Your avatar begins its ascension from the demon of pride to the demon of original sin, ultimately, the demon of pride underwent a transformation in the endless darkness, and the essence of original sin was perfectly revealed within him. The original form of the demon god of sin at birth was like a constantly shifting, chaotic shadow, sometimes revealing 7 hideous faces, and sometimes transforming into a terrifying form composed of countless tentacles. The birth of the original sin demon god triggered a resonance at the level of rules, and the sinful aura of countless planes worshipped the original sin demon god. The power of the avatar began to rise steadily, eventually breaking through the limits of great divine power and entering the realm of the supreme god. At this moment, the demon god of original sin seemed to be a form of existence transcending dimensional limitations. His will could manifest simultaneously in countless points of time and space, and every thought could trigger a chain of waves of sin, speaking of which, after years of research, you've discovered that the abyss is the abyss, and the consciousness of the abyss is the consciousness of the abyss. The abyss consciousness can only be considered the administrator of the abyss, not the abyss itself. At least in this world, the abyss was born under the impetus of the primordial world consciousness. The abyss consciousness is merely a condensation of the consciousness of an evil god, primarily the god of fear, which ascended through this power. Therefore, the abyss's status is also quite high, capable of supporting the birth of the second supreme god, the demon god of original sin. At 18 billion years old, you discover that the god of truth is truly like a chosen one. Not only was he the first acquired deity in the astral realm, but he also progressed rapidly, and now he has directly become the 9th supreme god in the primordial world. It can be said that this being truly rose from the lowest level to the highest step by step. Although the world's assistance played a part, it wouldn't have been possible without the god of truth's accumulation of countless knowledge and countless brushes with death, and an unwavering commitment to truth. No amount of favor could create such a miracle. The god of truth's current achievements are a testament to the world's favor towards him. 19.99999 billion years old, in the void beyond the world, a beam of pure white light, like a shooting star, pierced through the boundless darkness. and plunged straight into the core of the primordial world you inhabit. This ray of light contained a power beyond comprehension. The moment it touched the heart of the world, even the ripples of space and time were frozen. Immediately afterwards, an invisible wave spread from the core of the world to the entire world. This surge of energy swept silently across mountains and rivers, across stars and seas, even piercing the barriers of the realms of gods, the astral plane, and the abyss. It ignores all obstacles. Even the tiniest speck of dust cannot escape its coverage. However, this fluctuation did not cause any unusual phenomena. The world continued to operate according to its established trajectory, and living beings continued to drift and sink in their respective destinies. All living beings, even the highest gods, are unaware of this fluctuation, except you. You have a feeling that you are being scanned, and you vaguely sense that the underlying rules of the world seem to have undergone some subtle change, but you have no way of finding out, so you can only keep this feeling in your heart. 200 billion years old on this day, you suddenly discover that a strange existence has quietly attached itself to your essence. It is neither divine power nor authority, yet it is intimately connected to you, as if it were a part of you, and also as if it were a gift from afar. The moment your thought stirs, existence responds to your will. See, in an instant, a semi-transparent panel appears in your consciousness. A nickname: God of Light, Demon God of Original Sin, rank LVV 2499, Supreme God, a race, Ancient God, Authority, Authority of Light, Authority of Original Sin, a divine power, the artifacts, Supreme Throne, Crown of Heaven, Scepter of Divine Judgment. Holy crap, a game panel? I've been digitized? I've become a game character. You examined yourself, carefully sensing the surging power within you, and found that this power still retained its original fluidity and freedom. You can clearly perceive every change in your own energy. Therefore, this data panel merely represents your power in numerical form, rather than binding you to a fixed template of a game character. After a series of tests, you discovered that the level value on the data panel should be displaying your current cultivation level. Oddly, because when you cast certain amplification skills, the level data on the panel doesn't change at all. Therefore, the level displayed on this data panel will not change due to a temporary increase in strength. Genesis, Ethan, you chose to unleash your strongest amplification skill, wanting to test it one last time, and in an instant, the three supreme artifacts, the Supreme Throne, the Crown of Glory, and the Scepter of Divine Judgment appeared. The Supreme Throne exudes eternal and indestructible majesty. The Crown of Glory shines with the glory of the gods, and the Scepter of Divine Judgment surges with the power to judge all beings. You calmly ascend the Supreme Throne, the Crown of Heaven falls automatically into your hair, and the scepter settles steadily into your right hand. At the very moment the three merged, the entire space-time froze, and the three divine artifacts began to resonate. A golden chains of rules extended from the throne, purple gold. Light cascaded from the crown, an invisible power of judgment emerged from the scepter. These three distinct forces intertwine and merge within you, causing every inch of your skin to shimmer with dazzling divine runes. In an instant, your body burst forth with a dazzling white light, a light so pure and sacred that it seemed capable of purifying all the filth in the world. His once silver hair turned pure white, and his eyes shone with a starlight-like brilliance. Power, boundless power surges within you. Your strength is increasing rapidly, breaking new limits with every breath. The surrounding air began to distort, and space groaned under its strain. Just sitting there, you exude an oppressive aura of being above everything else. Your consciousness begins to expand infinitely, as if it can perceive all the rules of the world, either past, present, and future intertwine in your eyes. The river of destiny flows beneath your feet. After activating Genesis form, you looked at the panel again. Nickname: God of Light, Demon, God of Original Sin level. LV1 Tourisine 699. Genesis status: Erase, Ancient God Authority, Omniscient and Omnipotent, false. O Divine Power. You discover that in the Genesis state, your level has increased by 200 levels, and your authority has changed from the authority of light and the authority of original sin into pseudo-omniscient and omnipotent. As expected, this data panel is extraordinary. Even in my Genesis state, I couldn't detect a single detail of it. After entering Genesis mode, you examined the data panel more thoroughly, but still found nothing. However, I didn't expect that the blessing from Genesis would directly increase my level as shown on the data panel. However, upon further reflection, way Genesis enhances your strength does indeed elevate your realm. Or rather, it both elevates your realm and changes your essence, making your attributes even higher, a double boost. After completing the test, you temporarily close the data panel and, with your near omniscient and omnipotent power in your current Genesis state, carefully investigated the specific situation of the Pantheon, the astral plane, and even the abyss. You discover that not only you, but everything in existence has a data panel, from a speck of dust in the room, an ant, to the Supreme God, all possess a data panel. Of even the planetary realm, the realm of all gods, the abyss, and all material planes, as well as the abyssal planes within the abyss, possess data panels. Furthermore, you discover that two beings can see each other's character panels. The only difference is that the information displayed on the panel will vary depending on the difference in strength. With your formidable strength, you can easily detect almost any existing panel. You first check the levels, and you find that all the supreme gods are above level 2000, up apart from you, the highest ranking supreme God is the God of Destiny, whose level reaches 235. The lowest rank is naturally the God of Truth, who was the last to ascend to the highest godhood, and his rank is only 2053. Based on the different levels possessed by living beings of varying strengths, you have calculated the level divisions corresponding to each realm. Ordinary beings who have not yet reached the extraordinary level possess levels 1 through 10. Transcendent ranks 1 through 9 are displayed as levels 11 through 100 on the panel, with each 10 levels representing one rank. The holy domain spans from level 101 to level 130. Legendary levels range from 101 to 160. Demigods are level 161 to 200. A minor divine power level is between 201 and 300. A lesser divine power is between level 301 and 500. A medium divine power is between level 501 and 700. A powerful divine strength ranging from level 701 to 1000. A great divine power ranging from level 1011 to 2000. And the supremes naturally are at level 2000 and above. Don't be fooled by the thousands of levels. Each level advancement feels like crossing an insurmountable chasm, and the higher you climb, the more difficult it becomes. Especially after breaking through the level 100 mark, the effort required to advance to each level far exceeds the accumulation of the previous 10 levels. Moreover, the difficulty of leveling up is particularly evident at several key junctures, that is the leap from the peak of demigod to weak divine power, from the peak of strong divine power to great divine power, and from the peak of great divine power to the supreme God. There are many level gaps between these realms. For example, according to your calculations, the lowest and weakest deity has a level of 201. Theoretically, a demigod could reach level 200, but the truth is, you discovered quite a few weak divine powers at level 201. However, not many demigods reaching level 190 or higher were found, because most demigods are only around level 180 when they ignite their divine fire. However, a demigod of level 180 or higher successfully ignites the divine fire. Their essence undergoes a qualitative leap, directly ascending from mortal to godhood. This qualitative leap instantly propelled him past several levels, reaching over 200. However, the higher one's demigod level, the higher their level will be after ascending to godhood. This manifests as follows. A demigod who ascended to godhood at level 190 plus possesses a significantly stronger divine status after becoming a god than a god who ascended to godhood at level 180 plus. However, once a demigod reaches level 190, it seems to hit its limit, making it very difficult to level up further. Similarly, once divine power reaches level 900, it becomes very difficult to advance further. Each step forward can be considered breaking one's own limits, requiring decisive breakthroughs in various aspects. However, as long as one successfully advances to the great divine power level, their strength will be greater than if they broke through at a lower level, and their initial level will be higher, reaching over 1,000 levels. Besides the level, you also find that the data panels of beings before they became gods are filled with exceptionally detailed information. It's as if every minute characteristic of a living organism has been quantified into precise numbers. Basic attributes such as strength, spirit, constitution, and agility are not only presented with specific numerical values, but also fluctuate in real time according to changes in the environment and status. Even more impressively, the panel displays these detailed percentage values for various negative resistances. There are even special attributes like attack power and defense power, as well as health and mana bars. The defense capabilities are further subdivided into 3 dimensions: physical defense, energy defense, and mental defense. Attack power is also divided into 3 modes: physical attack, magical attack, and soul attack. The blue bar, or energy bar, is also ingeniously designed, not only displaying the current energy value, but also showing the energy recovery rate in a dynamic chart format. The health bar system employs a multi-layered structure, including secondary indicators such as injury severity and limb integrity in addition to the base health points. However, from the moment a living being breaks free from the shackles of mortal existence and ascends to godhood, subtle changes begin to occur on the data panel. The previously complex attribute values will be gradually simplified, replaced by a higher-level attribute display. The changes in the character panel will be particularly noticeable when the deity's level breaks through the 1,000 level mark and reaches the realm of great divine power. Basic attributes completely disappear, replaced by special attributes such as divine power, divine office, divinity, divine rank, and the degree of control over the rules of heaven and earth. Having explored numerous data panels, you're now quite familiar with them. For living beings, these panels currently function merely as displays of bodily data, without demonstrating any concrete practical use. There is one thing that will greatly surprise you, and that is all living beings except yourself, even the Supreme God. They showed no surprise at the data dashboard. In their understanding, it wasn't something that suddenly appeared, but rather something that had existed since their inception. Therefore, the existence of the data display panel directly reverses cause and effect, making all living beings believe that the panel is something they are born with. You wouldn't believe how terrifying the methods behind the data dashboards are. This isn't just changing perceptions, it's fundamentally overturning cause and effect. But why am I unharmed? Although I am much stronger than the other supreme gods, overall, I am still at this level. You seem a bit confused about this, but one of your strengths is that you don't dwell on things you can't figure out. The most important thing now is to figure out what to do next after this data dashboard is implemented. 200 billion and 10 years old, it was bound to happen eventually. On this day, you discover that barely perceptible ripples have suddenly appeared on the boundary of the primordial world you inhabit. At first you thought they were fluctuations in the natural evolution of the world, but only in the state of creation did you realize that these ripples were actually hundreds extremely tiny connecting channels. These passages are hidden very deep, as if deliberately concealed by some mysterious force. Unless you are in a state of creation, one with the world, you would likely find them difficult to discover. After some in-depth exploration, you are surprised to discover that these passages connect to another world. The atmosphere of those worlds was unfamiliar and elusive, as if separated by an immeasurable distance. Is this the work of the data panel? What are these worlds up to? Are they trying to invade? But in your perception, the world on the other side is exceptionally weak, far weaker than most, even some material realms within the astral plane. As time went on, these tiny passages spread like wildfire, increasing in number and size. The number of channels reached 1 million in less than 3 years. During this time, you also considered destroying these passages, but they seemed to exist outside of you. You could only observe them, but not interfere with them. However, once the number of channels reached 1 million, no new channels were created. At the same time, you sense that the aura of another world on the other side of the passage is growing stronger, as if those worlds are approaching your original world in some inexplicable way. At 20 billion and 30 years old, the world on the other side of the passage has arrived at the edge of your world, or rather, it has already touched you. From the perspective of nothingness, it looks like countless bubbles clinging to the surface of a giant sphere. As you get closer to these worlds, you discover that in your Genesis state, you can extend your senses into these worlds. Although you can only explore and cannot exert any power, this is undoubtedly a significant breakthrough for you. At least, you can glimpse the true intentions of those worlds through these channels. Things progressed unexpectedly smoothly, and you finally understand what these worlds are all for. Now I finally understand why data panels exist in the world. The original world you inhabit has become a so-called game world. And the players are all the intelligent life forms in those million worlds. In your perception, time has become consistent across these million worlds, and their unified flow of time is approximately 10 times that of the Pantheon. That is, in the Pantheon or astral realm, 10 years have passed in the world opposite, which is only 1 year. And approximately 3 years before that in the opposite world, a massive landing tower appeared in all worlds. This login tower will force all intelligent life forms to log into the game, World of Gods, and according to the useful information displayed at the login tower, everything one possesses in the world of the gods can be brought back to reality. The unified login time for the world of gods will be 3 years from now, which is today. The game World of Gods naturally refers to the original world you inhabit. Soon, the designated landing time arrived at the tower. Your perception, which has always covered the entire world, suddenly discovers that a part of the astral plane is undergoing a mysterious change. The distribution of life and resources in these worlds began to exhibit unusual patterns. Most astonishingly, the original inhabitants of these worlds, while retaining their original forms, have transformed into semi-data life forms. They no longer have fatal weaknesses, and their power is manifested in a more data-driven manner. However, unlike game NPCs, they don't have fixed, rigid behaviors, They are more free and don't have designated areas of existence. E has it transformed into one of those intelligent NPCs from the early game worlds of those novels where games have come to life. You discover that the maximum level of these worlds that have undergone changes is demigods. And these worlds are among the weakest material realms in the astral plane. Have these worlds become so-called beginner worlds? Let the players get used to them first. It's understandable that you think that way. Firstly, none of these worlds are very powerful material realms. Another point is that you discover that in these worlds, some ordinary beings that have not developed sentience have undergone unknown mutations. Under the influence of a mysterious force, although they still haven't developed sentience, their strength has increased significantly, and they've been divided into different levels, ranging from level 1 to level 200. Furthermore, these mutated creatures can only move within a certain area. Oh, this should be a wild monster, right? Does it need to be this detailed? It feels like it was copied from some specific template. And now you're even starting to doubt whether there are real people behind these changes. If this were a real person, how incredibly bored would they have to be to do something like this, because you honestly don't know what the point would be. Perhaps it really isn't a real person. You developed your thinking and made some guesses. If there is anything in this world capable of overturning the entire cause and effect of the world without being detected by the Supreme God, then, excluding any fictitious mastermind, it can only be the primordial world will. You now suspect that something altered the original world's will. Rather, that the world's consciousness acquired something that led to the world becoming gamified. Given the current situation, this possibility is quite high. Otherwise, if there truly was someone observing from behind the scenes, it would be impossible for them not to discover your unaffected existence. We don't know what it is, and we also don't know if it's bait dropped by some powerful being who spans the heavens. Of course, it could also be a miraculous object born out of thin air in the void beyond this world. It just so happened that I fell into this world, and that's how all of this happened. EAs for why the treasure would reshape the world in the form of a game. You believe that since it was created out of thin air, there's no point in discussing logic. Perhaps some systems from my previous life's novels might even emerge from the void. You paused your wandering thoughts. For the moment, you put those speculations aside and turned your attention to the arriving players. These worlds changed in an instant. In the next second, all the intelligent life in those million worlds became so-called players, appearing out of thin air in these worlds. These players, each based on their own world, are distributed across different beginner worlds. You've roughly checked. The number of players arriving in each newbie world is 10 billion. Don't be fooled by the sheer amount of 10 billion. When distributed across the game world, it's practically insignificant. In the astral plane, which material world with demigods doesn't have billions of intelligent beings, these 10 billion players were then divided into groups of 100,000 and assigned to different starter villages. These starting villages seem to have appeared out of thin air, and there are no NPCs inside. The area surrounding the village is divided into progressively larger wastelands. Starting from the outermost level 1 monster zone, the level and danger of the monsters increase exponentially with each deeper level. This design is clearly intended to guide players to gradually improve their strength. After the players arrive, you will see their data panels. You notice that all these players' initial character panels show a level of 1E. You should know that among those million worlds, many possess extraordinary powers. But now, those extraordinary beings from those worlds, no matter how powerful they were in their original worlds, have their starting level reduced to level 1 in this game of the God's world. However, the game system did provide compensation for this situation. The game system here is actually the intelligent program that lets you log into the tower. These players can directly ask the game system questions, but the system will only give mechanical responses and will not answer some questions. As for the compensation the game system provides to those people, it includes base attributes far exceeding those of ordinary beings, enhanced awakening talents, and a higher initial quality template. What is talent? These players will awaken a talent upon logging into the game. The strength of a talent is related to its quality, which is divided into 9 levels from low to high: rotten wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, legendary, immortal, godlike, and supreme. This classification is given by the game system. The higher the quality of the talent, the greater the benefit to the player. For example, a player with a bronze level flame affinity talent will improve their fire attribute energy and fire attribute skills much faster than a player with an iron level fire attribute talent. In your view, these so-called talents are simply the player's inherent potential being unleashed. Some beings who were exceptionally talented in their original worlds would awaken talents of considerable quality. Of course, there are also some beings who were unknown in their original world, who directly awaken talents of silver or even gold quality. This is mainly due to the diversity of the world. For example, in one cultivation world, someone who is supposedly unable to cultivate might be a peerless genius in another world. And after these people became players, all their hidden talents were discovered. In addition to talents, players also have different templates, and the template classification is the same as that of talents. The template, in essence, is similar to the life essence, or roughly equivalent to the bloodline level of the human race. The higher the quality of the template, the higher the attribute cap for each level. The attribute increase will also be greater with each level upgrade. You roughly calculated that the growth curve of the gold quality player template is roughly equivalent to the average level of the gold quality human race. As for the legend, you guessed it, should also be within the territory of the golden race. Of course, this is just speculation, because the highest template this group of players possesses is only gold. This is because they already possessed immense power in their original world, and the system rewarded them with a high-quality template as compensation. After arriving, the players quickly adjusted their state and began leveling up by fighting monsters. After all, they arrived at the tower 3 years ago in their world. 3 years should have been enough time for them to be mentally prepared. On the vast game map, players can be seen busily working everywhere. Some are teaming up to hunt low-level monsters outside the starting village. Some of them are mainly practicing the basic skills provided by the game system. Some players with high base stats have already ventured deeper into the wilderness to challenge even more powerful elite monsters. In the starting village, some players have set up stalls to sell loot obtained from defeating monsters. Of course, it's possible that the gamification isn't as deep yet. These players will only get materials that are already present in the monsters, not equipment. It's worth mentioning that all intelligent life forms need to log into the game. But among the players you see, there are none of those incapacitated infants. Those beings lacking mobility and with underdeveloped intelligence are all residing within the landing tower. The tower provides a special care space for these life forms that lack the ability to act independently. This space is like a giant nursery, capable of accommodating all underage lives. Here, they can grow and develop safely until they are capable of independent survival. However, this care isn't free. The parents or caregivers of these lives must provide a certain amount of experience points to those logging into the tower each day as a care fee. If this payment stops, the login tower will forcibly accelerate the growth of these lives and log them into the game. Speaking of experience points, players can gain experience by mining, chopping trees, gathering resources, and fighting monsters. Through in-depth research, you discover that experience points are not simply numbers, but a kind of energy containing special rules. This energy can be directly absorbed and transformed by living organisms. The essence of experiential energy is actually very similar to the power of faith. Both possess strong plasticity and versatility, capable of being transformed into various forms of power according to the user's will. However, given the mystery surrounding the data panel, the maximum experience points should be higher than the power of faith. Soon, a month passed. During this month, those players with powerful talents and templates had successfully reached level 10. These players, after reaching level 10, successfully gained the opportunity to change their class by completing special quests issued by the game system. Either the game system provides these players with a variety of basic class options, such as mages, warriors, etc. These professions are recognized throughout the astral realm as some of the easiest, most basic, and most versatile profession systems to begin with. After all, the ultimate goal of all these professions is to become a god of immense divine power. In gaming terms, these professions can be further divided into many different rare professions, and even exclusive professions. Of course, besides these professions, players can also create their own unique professions based on the extraordinary systems of their original world. Perhaps a sword cultivator from a cultivation world, or a mechanic wielding technological power, or even a hybrid profession combining features from multiple worlds. However, while choosing to create your own profession offers endless possibilities, subsequent advancements, job changes will no longer be guided by the system. Everything will require you to explore and break through on your own. Changing jobs is not simply a matter of leveling up. It is a transformation of the very essence of life. In gaming terms, this means the player's attribute bonuses will change. Players will undergo 3 class advancements before becoming a saint. These correspond to each crucial turning point in the 9-tier transcendent system. The first job advancement is at level 10. This advancement marks the boundary between the mortal and the extraordinary. When players reach level 40, they will undergo their second job advancement, which is equivalent to breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th tier of the transcendent realm, a qualitative leap. The third job advancement, at level 70, signifies moving from tier 6 to tier 7. Each job change is a comprehensive test of a player's attributes, combat skills, wisdom, and temperament. Only those who truly grasp the essence of their profession can break free from constraints and reach higher levels. As the top players complete their class advancement, you discover a mysterious resonance forming between their worlds and your original world. You feel that as players progress, these worlds will eventually merge into your own. This situation makes you even more certain that all of this was orchestrated by the primordial world's will. If that's really the case, then gamifying the world would definitely be of immense benefit to the entire world. Perhaps it's a way for the world to ascend. Now that you've noticed this change, you might be able to seize the opportunity presented by this global shift and break through to the level of a supreme god. In fact, after reaching the highest godhood, you'll find that your progress in strength begins to slow down abnormally, and you know that you're about to touch the limits of the world. Just like a koi in a fish tank will never grow into a giant whale unless the fish tank itself evolves into an ocean. And now, this gamification revolution is merging countless fish tanks into a vast ocean. And what you want is to take this opportunity to go directly from being a carp into the sea and transform into a divine Dragon. IEAs for a further approach. The natural way is to break through from the perspective of games. You plan to analyze the game's mechanics by observing these players' leveling paths and behavioral patterns. In this process, you will delve into the essence of the power of game data. You hope to use the so-called experience points mechanism to try and accumulate experience points yourself, and see if you can use experience to increase your level. Your ultimate goal is to see if you can use this opportunity to become a so-called game administrator. Some players successfully advanced to level 11. They discovered an exit game option on their interface. From now on, once players reach level 11, they will be able to choose when to log into the game. However, each player must be online for at least 12 hours per day. Otherwise, attributes will be deducted. The maximum daily online time is 20 hours. Speaking of which, although these players are called players, they don't actually have the ability to respawn indefinitely. Each player starts with 10 resurrection coins. 1 resurrection coin allows for 1 resurrection. However, each time a player revives using a revival coin, a certain amount of the attributes will be deducted. Once the resurrection coins are used up, a player's death is considered a real death. Of course, resurrection coins can be increased, but it requires completing a series of exceptionally difficult tasks. Therefore, these players were exceptionally aggressive in the early stages, reminiscent of the fourth calamity. But when they have only a few resurrection coins left, these once fearless players suddenly become cautious. With the influx of players changing jobs, players began to leave the starting village and interact with the original inhabitants of the newbie world. You discover that, perhaps due to the game system, everything these players say about the game is interpreted differently by the natives. At 20 billion and 40 years old, a year has passed in the player's world. As they gradually adapt to the player's pace, their leveling speed has also increased significantly. Many players have now reached level 100, which is the peak of the 9th tier of the Transcendent Realm, although their rate of improvement is quite slow compared to other games that involve leveling up by defeating monsters. But compared to the native inhabitants of the astral plane, it is very fast. It takes native inhabitants decades or even centuries of arduous training to reach the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, while players can accomplish this feat in just 10 years. And this isn't an isolated case. Any player with even a little talent has reached level 100, with over 10% of players reaching level 100 or higher. The game system issued another announcement. The announcement essentially says that the new player protection period has ended. Later, some wild monsters and even native inhabitants may randomly appear in the player's world. Most importantly, starting from this point, 10 years from now, the player's world will officially be integrated into the world of the gods. At that time, if no player in their world manages to become a god within 10 years, then their world will be integrated into the beginner's world, and they will lose their player identity, becoming NPCs in the beginner's world. Conversely, if a player in a world can successfully ascend to godhood within 10 years, then the player's world can be fully integrated into the astral plane, and all life in that world will retain the player's identity. This sudden announcement was like a lightning bolt ripped through the night sky, plunging the entire player community into an unprecedented state of tension. The player forums in various newbie worlds instantly erupted in chaos, with countless posts flooding in, discussing this crucial news that concerned their very survival. No player wants to become an NPC, and not just because they would lose their freedom. Furthermore, because they are natives of the beginner world, compared to these native inhabitants, even the least talented player, as long as they are willing to do quests and fight monsters, will level up much faster. Therefore, no player wants to lose their player status. Especially those who were already among the world's top players before becoming players. I really don't want to lose my player status. A player, who was once a martial arts grandmaster in the martial arts world, suddenly opened his eyes after hearing the announcement. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. It took me 30 years to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, and I've been seeking breakthroughs ever since. I thought I'd never see the higher realms of martial arts before I died, but now that I finally have this opportunity, I absolutely must seize it. A resolute light shone in his eyes. What I thought was the pinnacle of magic is merely the starting point here. I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip by, a player from the magical world muttered to himself after hearing the announcement. He was once a legendary mage in a magical world, believing he had grasped all the mysteries of magic. Until I came to this world, I saw the extremely sophisticated mage system and witnessed many profound spells. Only then did I realize that what I knew was only a small part of magic, his world's magic system, which had only developed for tens of thousands of years, was far inferior even to the mage system in beginner worlds, not to mention the vast astral plane. Through their explorations over this period, the players have gained some understanding of the history of the astral plane. In addition, these starting villages also contain temples and churches dedicated to various gods. Most players can understand the power of the gods, even from seemingly minor details. Even the strongest beings in their original world possess only a modicum of divine power in this world of gods, and may even be weaker. And among the gods, meager divine power is merely at the bottom. A player from the high-tech world once shared his discovery on a forum. The weapons we have are capable of destroying planets, but here, they might not even be able to hurt some powerful demigods. The potential for power in the world of gods far exceeds players' imagination, and for those powerful individuals who once reached the pinnacle of their original realm, this is precisely the higher view they seek. However confident they were still in a strange world, the world of gods. Even on their own, they couldn't guarantee they would successfully ascend to godhood, since their cultivation systems are all different. Therefore, player status is the best aid for them. This allows them to transform their previous resources into cultivation capital in this world. A 200 billion and 50 years old, in the world of players, only 8 years remain until the 10-year deadline. But in the past 2 years, many wild monsters and native inhabitants of the starting world have descended into the player's world. These changes have profoundly altered the player world. Among them, the wild monsters, lacking intelligence, wreaked havoc in the player's world, causing immense damage. As for the native inhabitants, some chose to interact with factions in the player world, while others chose to remain hidden. As the conflict progressed, players discovered that they could also gain experience by killing monsters in real life. So most players started grinding, not only killing monsters in the game, but also dedicating their 4 hours of real-world time each day to killing monsters. 200 billion and 60 years old, the player world has 7 years left before its 10-year deadline. 3 years in the player world translates to 30 years in the newbie world. 30 years have passed, and by now a considerable number of players have reached level 130 or higher, becoming legendary powerhouses. Although it took only a little over 30 years to break through to the legendary level, it's quite incredible for the indigenous people. But compared to the previous players who reached level 100 in just 10 years, our players are now leveling up at a slower pace. This is mainly because after reaching level 100, players need to spend a lot of experience to level up even once. Furthermore, to advance from level 100 to level 111, and from level 130 to level 131, you need to complete the 4th and 5th job advancements. Both of these job advancements require players to have a very high level of understanding of their own class and to possess a large number of high-level skills. Once players reach level 130, they can enter the open world channel. In the open world chat, you can connect with players from different starting worlds. That only then did these top players realize that so many worlds were playing this game. Before the open world channel was introduced, a beginner world only had a little over 10 billion players. Even if a world has a very small population, a beginner world can only support a dozen or so players from different worlds at most. Back then, because there was only a world chat channel, most players thought there was only one beginner world, and that's how many different worlds they joined the game. Now, with the opening of the open world channel, these top players have been gathered together. It has been discovered. At least hundreds of thousands of different worlds have logged into this game. And the number of beginner worlds is in the millions. This number is terrifying for them. As these players expanded their activity range, some astral deities began to take notice of them. These players' strange behavior and the speed at which they increase their strength have been observed. However, in the vast astral plane, such situations could be the result of some deity conducting some kind of experiment. Therefore, some gods who considered themselves weak, in order not to offend their peers, chose to observe rather than intervene after noticing the players' differences. Of course, some powerful deities also noticed the players' unusual behavior, including several supreme gods such as the God of Truth, the God of Time, and the God of Destiny. However, after sensing your attention on the players, they naturally assumed these players were products of your experiment, so they gave up the idea of searching. And at this moment, you have no intention of telling them the truth. However, you feel that once these players' worlds merge with yours, some powerful deities should be able to understand some of the situation. At 20 billion and 130 years old, the 10-year term for the player world has come to an end. Under your watchful gaze, those million-player worlds began to gradually merge into the astral plane. The vast majority of player worlds have failed to produce godlike beings. These worlds are either swallowed up by the beginner worlds, becoming their nourishment, or they collapse and reorganize, transforming into entirely new beginner worlds. Only a very few worlds retained their complete form during the integration process. These are proof that godlike players were born. As these worlds are integrated, you sense that the digitization of the primordial world is about to enter the next stage. This time, it's possible that all life forms in the entire primordial world will be transformed into semi-data life forms. As expected, the moment the last player world merged into the astral plane, the invisible fluctuations that had once generated the data panels swept in once more. It was like a silent storm, sweeping through every corner. The fundamental rules of the world began to collapse, then instantly reformed, as if the universe were undergoing a rebirth. Mountains and rivers, stars and seas, even time and space, are all redefined in this moment. The world's form began to transform into another. Fortunately, you were prepared this time. You took a deep breath, pushed the 3 supreme artifacts to their limits, and then entered Genesis mode. Your level number on the panel jumped wildly, finally settling at 2701. Your car consciousness has reached an unprecedented level at this moment, as if you can touch the very essence of the world. You didn't resist your own digitalization. Instead, you adapted, perceived, and integrated. You open your mind and body, letting the invisible waves wash over your soul, while simultaneously and meticulously perceiving every subtle change within them. From the very beginning, you felt This ability to turn the entire world into a game and arbitrarily change parameters. It's similar to the omniscient and omnipotent principle you had in the Genesis state, like a creator god. The greatest truths are simple, and all paths lead to the same destination. Since we cannot resist, we should choose to integrate. You have decided to completely transform the existing power system, then, targeting the very source of the gamification of the world, we attempt to break through to a higher level from another direction. In a cultivation novel, your current state would be considered merging with the Tao, but you're currently merging with a game system, or rather, it's a game sim system formed from the primordial world's will. It's because the world is currently busy reshaping itself that you were able to enter the state of Tao integration so easily. In this profound state of merging with the Tao, your consciousness becomes one with the entire data-driven world. You can sense the flow of every string of data and the operation of every rule. The entire world is reduced to basic data code in your eyes, and you are the controller of this code. In this state, you finally see the source of the gamification of world data. In the deepest core region of the world, a chip emitting a mysterious light floats silently. Of course, the chip is just the external manifestation of this thing. Its surface is a dazzling torrent of data, so complex that even you, a Taoist, would find it difficult to fully decipher. You believe that the essence of this item must be extremely high. And it is precisely for this reason that when he fully integrates into the world is influenced by him, undergoing such tremendous changes. Then even the primordial world's will has been transformed into what is known as a game system. At 2021, 1,130 years old, this change in the world lasted for a full 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, the entire world seemed to be paused. The stars stopped turning and life froze in the river of time. Only you, like an observer detached from time, witnessed this silent and dramatic change. In this state of perfect harmony that has lasted for millennia, you have been studying the torrent of data flowing across the surface of the mysterious chip. Those source data, shimmering with golden light, each byte contains truths beyond comprehension. As you continue your research, you gradually realize that this data is the source code that constitutes the underlying rules of the game World of Gods. By analyzing this code, you gradually grasp the key to modifying game parameters. Just before the world's transformation ended, you withdrew from a profound state of communion with the Tao. The moment you open your eyes, you see countless streams of data intertwining in the air, and the essence of the world reveals a completely new form in your eyes. You gently raise your hand, and a semi-transparent system panel appears amidst the shimmering energy ripples at your fingertips. At this moment, you possess a portion of the authority over the world of gods. Although due to time constraints, your limited permissions do not allow you to control the entire game, but with this level of access, you're confident that no matter how things change in the future, you'll always stay ahead. Because this permission allows you to modify your own level, directly raising it to the maximum level of the current game version. After exiting the Tao integration state, you made your first attempt. And with a thought, your level on your character panel instantly increased from 2,501 to 2,511. As your level changes, all your attributes also change, and you feel your strength has increased dramatically. After briefly sensing the change, you had another thought, and your level instantly increased by 100, reaching level 26611. A full level increase of 100 directly boosted your strength by an immeasurable amount. This ability to increase strength out of thin air is truly incredible. In a virtual game, leveling up might simply involve tweaking some parameters in the backend. Very simple, but that's just a simple numerical change. In reality, this ability would be terrifying. After leveling up, you can truly feel the increase in your strength. That real, undeniable power is absolutely genuine. Yet that chip of unknown origin, no wonder it can easily reshape the entire world. It's too powerful. Afterwards, you directly increased your level to 2780. Of course, level 2780 is far from the limit of the current game version. However, things were fine before level 2701. You possess that power in the Genesis state, so there shouldn't be a situation where you couldn't control it. And, from level 2700 onwards, your power will gradually begin to exceed your control. You need to spend time completely making this power your own, while familiarizing yourself with the powers. You examined the current state of the novice worlds in the astral plane. You can see that there are significantly more newbie worlds now. Furthermore, now all the newbie worlds, especially the starting villages, finally have various guiding NPCs. It's worth mentioning that during these 10,000 years, a new batch of players has also taken their place. These NPCs are, of course, the first batch of players who were stripped of their player status. Although their original level and strength remained, they completely lost the ability to gain experience points. The NPCs in the starting village are all players who were relatively low level when the world merged. They take on various guiding NPC roles, or stand at the village entrance to direct newcomers. They might sell basic weapons at the blacksmith's shop, or potions with unique game features at the apothecary. As for those players who were high level before the world merged, they were scattered throughout the newbie world, becoming NPCs who gave out quests and guided the main storyline. Those players who haven't lost their player status are still continuing the game. These players are divided into two groups. First, there are those who haven't yet become gods. They are still leveling up by fighting monsters, striving to reach the divine realm. Those players who became gods then began another game. This game is called Clash of Gods. Players who reach level 200 or above and are considered god-level players will initially have a divine kingdom world distributed by the game system. As for the player's own divine kingdom, it will be converted into various resources. During the game, players can obtain various cards distributed by the game system. Players need to use the guidance cards provided by the game system to find the material world hidden in the astral plane. Utilize resources from the material world to develop your divine kingdom and enhance your strength. The game system releases a ranking of the overall strength of the gods every 1,000 years, with rigorous and comprehensive evaluation criteria. This includes factors such as the believer's piety, the prosperity of the divine kingdom, the number of planes conquered, the sophistication of the divine magic system, the player's personal strength, and the amount of resources possessed. The top 10 gods will receive rewards that even other gods envy, possibly rare artifacts, or precious divine crystals that can enhance their control over the laws of nature. This game will last for 100,000 years. The rewards distributed by the game system during this period are enough to allow a god to achieve great divine power, regardless of whether any player eventually reaches level 1000 or achieves great divine power. After 100,000 years, all players who have reached the god level or above, whether they are new players or veteran players, will lose their player status. While they won't necessarily become MPPCs, they will lose the ability to level up with experience points and the benefits provided by various game systems. Of course, with such generous system rewards, the difficulty of the Divine Kingdom conflict game is naturally not simple either. The players must not only contend with challenges from other players, but also be wary of the astral inhabitants, including celestial deities, abyssal evil gods, and abyssal demons. That's right, after this change in the world, all powerful beings above the god level Though whether or not they had noticed players before, they now possessed a cognitive understanding of this special group of players. However, in their eyes, players are chosen ones favored by the primordial world's will. In the game, Clash of Gods, all non-player god-level powerhouses are granted special privileges. They can intervene somewhat in this game. Whether it's targeting the players or secretly helping them is entirely up to the god's choice. However, to prevent some deities from using their power to attack from a lower dimension, the system has implemented a sophisticated balancing mechanism. Regarding the player's deity, its power level will be capped at the average level of top players to ensure relative fairness in the game. The deities chosen to assist the player must adhere to the principle of guiding from the shadows and cannot interfere excessively or directly intervene in the player's progress. During this process, these deities can also receive special benefits from the game system. The reason why the game system offers benefits. All this is mainly because regardless of whether the deities choose to help or target the players, they are still participating in the game and advancing its progress. Every move they make, every strategy they devise adds unpredictability and excitement to the game. It can be said that in the game, Clash of Gods, every choice a player makes can trigger a chain reaction. Players must find a balance within a complex web of relationships, guarding against threats from the shadows while seizing fleeting opportunities. Besides the changes on the player side, further gamification of the world has also led to subtle changes in the native inhabitants of the astral plane. The most significant changes are reflected in the cultivation system, or rather, in the way rewards are earned through labor. In the past, talent determined a person's potential, and hard work often failed to overcome the limitations of aptitude. But now, every living being can clearly feel that every swing of the sword, every moment of meditation, every spell cast brings imperceptible but undeniable progress. Just like a skill level system in a game, consistent practice will eventually pay off. This change is particularly evident at the grassroots level. A mediocre farmer day after day, wielding his hoe, gradually felt his strength increase and his hoe wielding become more skillful. An elderly scholar, by persisting in studying classical texts daily, has also become more agile in his thinking. The professionals have discovered that skills that had stagnated for many years are beginning to loosen. The warrior's swordplay became more fluid with each use, and the mage's spellcasting gradually became smoother. Even the gods, through this subtle change, sensed their stagnant power, which had remained dormant for many years, beginning to improve little by little. Although this progress is so slow it's almost imperceptible, it's like water dripping on a stone, or grains of sand forming a tower, if time were stretched out indefinitely. Therefore, with this ability, any living being can reach its theoretically achievable limit. Theoretically, even someone with very poor talent has a chance of reaching the 9th level of the extraordinary realm. While this may require hundreds or even thousands of years of perseverance for most people, at least the door of hope has been opened. And this is just the beginning. As the world continues to evolve, this characteristic of heaven rewards diligence is constantly being strengthened. Perhaps in the near future, the ratio of effort to reward will become more reasonable, allowing every diligent life to achieve the growth it deserves. 200 billion, 1,100. 30 years old, the game, Clash of Gods, has been going on for 1,000 years, and the rewards for the first leaderboard have already been distributed. The development of the divine kingdoms of the top-ranked players presents a diverse array of developments. Some players admire the way of nature, shaping their divine kingdom into a vibrant emerald dreamland. Some players pursue the ultimate truth of technology, creating an iron god realm that perfectly blends machinery and magic. Even more extreme are those who create war-torn kingdoms of blood. Fire, gaining power of faith through constant conquest. The architectural style and social structure of each divine kingdom reflect the player's personality and wisdom. And over the course of this millennium, many deities have chosen to intervene in this game. That naturally includes you, you. Have set a series of exceptionally demanding quests for the players you have chosen. To complete these tasks, players need both wisdom and courage, as well as kindness and perseverance. Upon completion of the quest, players will receive a powerful buff bestowed upon them, the admiring gaze of the God of Light. This buff is not only a reward for good character, but also contains powerful divine assistance. This ability imbues player attacks with a judgment effect and support. Abilities with a divine effect. The judgment effect allows the player's attacks to deal 10 times the damage to enemies, a devastating blow. Furthermore, the trial effect has the highest priority and possesses its own multiplier. As for the divine effect, it grants a staggering 5-fold boost to the positive effects of all the player's support skills. And, like judgment effects, divine effects also have their own multiplier. Most importantly, this buff will continue to grow as the holder performs good deeds. With each act of kindness performed, the buff's glow will become brighter, and its effects will be enhanced. However, if the holder abandons the light, the buff will immediately dissipate. This is both a reward for virtue and a test of one's original intentions. Besides the god of light, the demon god of original sin also made an appearance. The sin god, commanding a group of abyssal demons, destroyed the divine kingdoms of many players. In the player's perception, the original sin demon god is now the greatest threat to the world, the leader of evil forces, and the ultimate boss. In addition, throughout this millennium, players have continuously broken through level 200 and entered the game, Clash of Gods. However, because they started late, they still lag behind the first batch of veteran players. However, with the release of the first leaderboard, the game entered its second millennium of the conflict of gods, and some changes occurred. During this period, new players will experience a fairly long beginner phase. This stage is like a warm swaddling cloth, providing new players with room to grow and protecting them from the suppression of veteran players. During this phase, there will be a leaderboard exclusively for these new players. The leaderboard for new players offers very generous rewards, making it their only way to catch up with veteran players. But whenever the leaderboard for the newbie stage is updated, the newbie area experiences frenzy. The new players were either cheering with joy or secretly competing. Everyone understood that this was a pivotal moment that could change their fate. And even the veteran players who were watching from afar had to begin to take these rapidly growing new players seriously. At age 2010 Tandaman 1130, the first conflict between divine kingdoms has come to an end. Unfortunately, after 100,000 years of game time, no player has achieved the power of a great god. The top-tier players are all hovering around the level of powerful divine power, still some distance from achieving great divine power. In these 90,000 years, aside from occasionally interfering with players' game progress, you've spent the rest of your time gradually increasing your own level through game privileges. Your level has now reached 3200. This level is already the limit for the current game version. Unfortunately, even after reaching level 3000, you still feel you haven't surpassed the level of a supreme god. Based on your calculations, one's level must be at least over 4000 to truly reach the level above the supreme god. With the end of this game, the original world you inhabit, which can be considered the game World of Gods, has undergone another degree of update. This update only lasts for 100 years, and during this update, you've gained some game privileges again. I know now you can dabble a little in the newbie world, which is heavily protected by the game system. A4. Example, in an inconspicuous village tavern, a mysterious wandering merchant is planted to sell seemingly ordinary, but actually intriguing game items to novice players. Or perhaps, in some corner of the planetary world, a hidden instance is created, bringing unexpected surprises or, perhaps even, frights to players who dare to explore. In addition, you can set special task trigger conditions to guide players down different growth paths. While this level of intervention may not have a significant impact, it is enough to subtly alter the original trajectory of a new player's fate. This means that the level of influence you can exert is gradually deepening. At 20.1 billion years old, the God Kingdom conflict game has already played 99 rounds. 37 players have already achieved great divine power through the game, with the continuous integration of the player world and ongoing game updates. The current level cap has reached 3,300. And your game privileges are gradually increasing, especially the level up privileges. Now you can not only level up your own level, but also help others level up. However, helping others level up has some limitations on the lives of both players and non-players. For non-player life forms, this limitation is similar to the universal proficiency system, limited by the life form's own potential. If someone doesn't have the potential to become a supreme god, then you cannot raise their level to over 2,000. The limitation for players is the quality of their character template. The quality of templates, starting with the immortal, enters the realm of the gods. Immortal quality includes 4 divine levels: weak divine power, low-level divine power, medium-level divine power, and high-level divine power. Your current level-up privileges only allow you to raise the level of players with immortal quality templates to level 1000. To level 1000 or higher, you'll need a template of God tier quality. To reach level 2000 or higher, you'll need a template of supreme quality. However, after several tests, you see that all the players you leveled up were immediately stripped of their player status by the game system. The game system may have perceived these players as using cheat codes, hence the immediate account bans. After several tests, you directly raised your level as the primordial sin demon god to 3,300. ETA 201,111,130 years old. The 100th game of God Kingdom conflict has come to an end. The game Clash of Gods will no longer be played, and the game system did not immediately introduce a new batch of players. All existing players will lose their player status after reaching level 200. Of the entire world, you might be the only one who knows what's going to happen next. Something big is about to happen. You sense a vast world gradually approaching the world of the gods. And unlike in the past, this time the game system did not recruit 1 million players worldwide. Instead, it directly pulled into a colossal world of astonishing size. In your perception, this world's status is only slightly lower than that of the world of gods. As you draw closer to the world, your heightened senses allow you to see its internal workings more clearly. It was a complex world composed of countless points of light, each representing an independent universe. Some universes gleam with intense, white light, brimming with vibrant life. Some universes appear as a deep, dark red, as if they are heading towards decay. They intertwine, yet remain independent of each other, forming a breathtaking ethereal painting. Among these universes, one stands out significantly above the others. You call this the main universe. This main universe radiates a dazzling golden light, and its energy fluctuations far surpass those of other universes. It contains countless powerful civilizations and life forms who are exploring the ultimate mysteries of the world. You discover that among the universes outside the main universe, only a very few are completely different from the main universe. The vast majority of universes are parallel universes of the main universe. These parallel universes are like reflections of the main universe. Although they differ in details, their overall framework is strikingly similar. You can see countless similar galaxies, similar civilizations, and even similar individuals living different lives in their respective universes. EAs for why you say this world is only half a step worse than yours. This is because these worlds contain a considerable number of powerful individuals whose strength has reached the level of great divine power. Moreover, the number of experts at this level accounts for 2/3 of the number of experts at the great god power level in your world. They are like a constellation of brilliant stars, scattered throughout the various universes of this world, with the main universe accounting for the largest proportion. However, the foundation of this world is clearly inferior to that of yours, and that's precisely the difference. In this world, apart from the world will, there isn't even a single being that has reached the level of a supreme god. However, what surprises you most in this world is that, in the main universe, and even in those parallel universes, you see a planet that looks familiar. It was a planet whose appearance and terrain were extremely similar to Earth in your previous life, and even the distribution of countries on the planet felt strangely familiar to you. This is no easy feat. After so many simulations, this is the first time we've seen Earth in a parallel universe within the simulated world. However, in this world, this planet is called Blue Star. Through your exploration, you discover this blue planet is not simple. Among them, a blue planet in a very remote parallel universe was formed from the corpse of the ancient human emperor of that world. That's right. The blue planet in the main universe is not the origin of the blue planet, but merely one of its counterparts. The true origin of Earth is that which was formed from the corpse of the human emperor. This human emperor reached the pinnacle of power in this world during his lifetime. In your terms, that's roughly equivalent to a half-step supreme god. However, a devastating war occurred in the ancient times of that world, completely altering the fate of humanity. At that time, the allied forces of various races launched a frenzied siege against the human race, resulting in the deaths of countless powerful human warriors, rivers of blood, and countless corpses strewn across the fields. That war lasted for 3 million years, ultimately leading to the near extinction of human civilization. Now, the once glorious human race has long since withered away, leaving only a handful of powerful survivors hiding in various universes. However, the humans on Earth are completely unaware of this matter. This plot seems familiar. Seriously, does humanity have to suffer like this? You don't even need to expend effort to predict the future. Your extensive knowledge allows you to foresee future developments. Before long, this remote planet in the universe, Blue Star, will surely undergo earth-shattering changes, perhaps. It's a revival of spiritual energy, or perhaps it's a combination of a revival of spiritual energy and an invasion by external enemies. In any case, this planet is destined to embark on an extraordinary path. Initially, humanity will be at a disadvantage against the enemies brought by the arrival of the extraordinary. Then, temporarily, a chosen one, whose surname is either Yi, Xiao, or Chu, will step forward, Ayuthen, to the astonishment of all nations. The chosen one rapidly rose to power and directly suppressed the foreign enemies. After defeating their enemies, some space pirates or powerful alien beings might unexpectedly discover Earth. After defeating these aliens, the chosen one will leave Earth and venture into space. In the universe, he would be ridiculed because of his human identity, and the chosen one will face a near-certain death amidst the mockery, rejection, and pursuit of those hostile races of humanity. But every setback makes him stronger, and every desperate situation brings out deeper potential. Even in this process, they might receive help from races that didn't choose to help humanity when it was powerful, but now believe the chosen one has particular potential. In the end, the chosen one will gradually reach the pinnacle and rebuild the glory of humanity. The extraordinary arrival of Earth was inevitable, because you discovered that the human emperor still possessed a sliver of his will, and had already calculated that a great era was about to arrive. Now, they are preparing to use a portion of their remaining human resources to cultivate some pure-blooded humans on Earth. And in the future, this last vestige of the human emperors will be the ultimate safeguard for the chosen one. Of course, your speculations can only reflect the original trajectory of the world. Now, the plot of this world may shift from urban martial arts to online games, whether the Terran race can reclaim the top spot depends on the skill level of the remaining Terran players. And in the process of your observation, this world has already arrived beside your own. Unlike previous player worlds, the game system did not place login towers in this world. In its place came a soul-shaking system announcement. It pierced through the consciousness of every living being in this world, exploding in everyone's mind as clearly as a thunderclap. The game announcement was concise, yet incredibly enticing. Welcome to the world of gods, where eternal life is within reach and world-destroying power is just around the corner. The various temptations contained in the announcement stirred the deepest desires with every intelligent being. Even those powerful beings who have reached the level of great gods, while wary of the game system, are also pondering whether the world of gods offers them an opportunity to advance further. The moment they heard the game announcement, many adventurous individuals began attempting to log into the world of gods. However, it's possible that while this world isn't as powerful as yours, it's still on the same level. The players in this world are not logging into your current world with their real identities, though only a sliver of their consciousness logged into the game. Of course, this doesn't mean they can resurrect indefinitely. If they die again after running out of resurrection coins, they will be disqualified from logging in. Furthermore, consciousness login requires additional resources to transfer in-game strength into reality. Besides, in this world, only those life forms whose minds have reached maturity can log into the world of the gods. The infants and young children, whose minds are not yet fully mature, can only log into the game after reaching a certain age. As a new batch of players logged into the game, you used your privileges to preview the core content of this update. You discover that this game will follow the pattern of certain online games from your past life from beginning to end. There will be many leaderboards, such as level leaderboards, pet leaderboards, artifact leaderboards, and so on. There are even some large open-world instances and player versus player (PvP) competitions. The players below level 200 and players above level 200 will no longer be divided into different sessions. Throughout the entire world of gods, except for the astral plane, the abyss, the void realm beyond the astral plane, and even the pantheon, are no longer just background scenery, but rather maps that players can explore. After reaching level 200, players can freely explore these large maps. In addition, players can even join the forces of local deities or establish their own pantheon. The world of gods has completely transformed into a large-scale, open-world game. What will surprise you most is that, perhaps because the player world is exceptionally large, it brings greater benefits to the game system. The game system has awarded 3 slots for supreme gods. Of course, players have more freedom, and you native gods face fewer restrictions. The so-called native gods, such as the astral gods and the abyssal demons, can also compete for the chance to break through to the level of supreme god within the rules set by the game system. But, the final outcome was already predetermined. The three supreme gods will inevitably stand out among millions of players. This is not accidental, but a carefully designed and inevitable outcome by the game system, because only when players become supreme gods can the game system truly assimilate the player's world. If from your perspective, chains shimmering with data are silently binding the very essence of the player world, transforming it towards gamification. Only when three supreme gods emerge among the players can the game system completely assimilate and absorb the player world. You have a feeling that once the game system consumes this vast player world, the world's hierarchy is about to undergo a major leap. At that time, the level cap will be significantly increased, possibly even reaching over 4,000 levels. Therefore, you have no intention of vying for these three supreme god positions. In fact, you might even secretly give these players a push. For you now, the position of the supreme god is dispensable. In the current world, the group of angels under your command, whom you have elevated to great divine power, are sufficient to handle all matters below the level of the supreme god. As for matters at the level of the supreme gods, the other supreme gods besides you are either sleeping, conducting research, or lying in a daze, like corpses. Who would bother you for no reason, and besides, they don't have the ability. Soon, thousands of years have passed since players logged into the world of gods. Meanwhile, several hundred years have passed in the player world. By this time, the top-tier players have reached level 400 or higher, and are about to enter the realm of intermediate divine power. These players are all extremely powerful cultivators in this world. If their cultivation systems weren't slightly different, their levels would be even higher. Meanwhile, the human race in the player world also sees this opportunity, and some of the remaining strong humans managed to barely reach the top tier of players. Furthermore, the astral environment is relatively friendly to humans. Because humanity is backed by the supreme god, the god of truth, they are truly the foremost race in the astral plane. Humans in the player's world find it easier to integrate into the astral plane than other races in their world. In that very year, on the blue planet where the corpse of the human emperor had been transformed, a young man named Yi Q caught your attention. Perhaps for some reason, the age at which people on Earth log into the world of gods is uniformly 18. Q was still a month away from reaching the age required to log into the game. At this moment, Q is in a simulation room at the school, playing a virtual game similar to World of Gods. This virtual game was created by Earth to give new players some understanding of the world of gods. Q skillfully controlled his character in the virtual game, performing various unexpected feats. Speaking of which, the name Q sounds strangely familiar to you. It immediately evokes the name of a gaming legend. You don't know if, in the original development trajectory of the player world, the other party is the chosen one. At this moment, the young man named Q did indeed possess a hidden power of destiny. This power, like golden threads, lies hidden deep within his destiny, sometimes coalescing into intricate patterns, sometimes scattering into points of starlight. This level of power of destiny is extremely rare among the countless players you've observed. The power of destiny emanating from Q, coupled with his behavior from childhood, is very much to your liking, so you decide to give the other party a chance to compete for the supreme god. Besides Q, you have selected more than a dozen other people who meet the criteria from different parallel universes on Earth. Some of these people are homeless on the streets, some are studying at top universities, and others have already gained some fame. Their only commonality is that they all possess varying degrees of hidden power of destiny, and that they are all good people in the universal sense. You will provide these people with some assistance in their struggle to secure one of the 3 spots to become the supreme god. Your help, if placed in an online game novel, would be considered a protagonist's cheat code. For example, the help you give to one of them might be the ability to foresee the future. At this moment, on a parallel planet in the player world, a boy named Lin Yu suddenly wakes up from a dream. He dreamt that he became a player and successfully reached level 10, after which the dream abruptly ended. At first, he thought it was just a strange dream. But when he reached the required age and logged into the game for the first time, he was shocked to find that the starting village he was in was exactly the same as the one in his dream. His dreams actually could predict the future. There's another person who's awakened legendary quality talent. Good luck, you replaced with the God quality, Destined 1. The Destined 1 talent not only significantly enhances a player's luck, specifically the drop rate of monsters, but also allows them to choose the treasures from the prize pool during activities such as lotteries and opening treasure chests. This is your understanding of the way of destiny, plus a talent created using game privileges. Your understanding of the principles of destiny is arguably on par with of the gods of fate. If you had more game privileges related to lotteries, this talent could definitely reach the highest quality. Of course, even a destiny-type talent of only god-level quality is not inferior to some supreme quality talents. However, because the most powerful cultivators in the player world are only at the great god level, no player has yet awakened a talent of the highest quality. As for Yi Q, you gave him a supreme quality talent called Passive Master. This talent allows Yi Q to awaken different powerful passive skills when he reaches a certain level. Furthermore, all of its passive skills will receive additional bonuses. But in addition, Yi Q can also fuse multiple passive skills through his talent to create a unique composite passive ability. In terms of game skills, besides leveling up, you have the most control over these areas. However, for you, as long as a supreme god appears among the players, it doesn't matter who it is. However, since you've chosen to advance the player's game progress, you've naturally given a push to Earth's alternate counterpart, Blue Star. Now the opportunity has been given to them. It remains to be seen whether they can seize it. If they still can't, then they're truly hopeless. As time passed, this game has now lasted for tens of thousands of years. At this point, the top-tier players had already reached level 1000 or higher, and the human race in the player world has finally regained a sliver of its former glory. The human race currently possesses 5 players with great godlike power exceeding level 1000. However, the one who holds the top position and leads the entire human race is not Yiqiu, but a player named Jihao. This player is actually the human emperor. That's right, the human emperor who died with only a sliver of will left and won the resurrection match. It's only because this player logged in using their mind that this ancient human emperor might not have been able to log into the game at all, let alone be resurrected with the help of the game. With the increasing number of players above level 1000, the game has largely entered its second half. The coming period will be the most chaotic time for both worlds. Whether it's players or local deities, various conflicts have begun to erupt in their struggle for the position of Supreme God. At the age of 2-1-1-1-10-1-1-1-1-1-1-30, this game that affected the entire world has officially come to an end. Suddenly, 3 dazzling beams of divine light pierced through the boundless void, announcing the birth of 3 supreme gods. I must say, your invisible hand is quite powerful. These 3 supreme gods are all from Earth. These are, respectively, the ancient human emperor Jihao, Yiqiu, and Su Xiaoyu, who possesses the talent of the Destined One. Based on the original development, the probability of Su Xiaoyu becoming a supreme god was lower than that of the others. You provided with cheat codes, but unexpectedly, the god of fate chose to help Su Xiaoyu along the way, under the condition that you are no longer willing to intervene, and that the other supreme gods are no longer involved. The help from the god of destiny was overwhelming, and Su Xiaoyu successfully became the third player to break through level 2000. The intervention of the god of destiny has surprised you as well. But if you do a little calculation, you'll understand why. The god of fate has simply found himself a pet owner. You glanced at the graceful young woman among the three newly ascended supreme gods, one of whom was holding a cat, and a playful smile crept across your face. This person and cat are really deceptive. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would have imagined that a young girl could be a supreme god? And who would have imagined that the cat in her arms was also a supreme god, and even stronger? As the three players ascended to the status of supreme gods, the player world officially began to integrate into the world of gods. It's finally coming. As the player world was completely assimilated and swallowed up, a mysterious chip located deep within the world's core suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Countless streams of data, like living things, surged forth from the chip, weaving together into a vast network in the void. A barrier composed of immeasurable data is forming, like a translucent film or flowing mercury, slowly enveloping the entire world. The surface of the barrier shimmers with countless mysterious codes, each code containing knowledge beyond comprehension. As the barrier closed completely, the entire world seemed to be paused, even time itself seemed to freeze. In this frozen spacetime, only the core of the primordial world continues to pulsate violently. It's like a world egg hatching, with astonishing energy surging within. The data barrier began to contract inward, continuously, compressing and purifying this energy, ultimately triggering a transformation in the essence of the world. The primordial world began its journey of ascension. The first to change was the astral plane. The once brilliant and vast astral space began to tremble violently. Countless worlds are rearranged and recombined under the power of data, ETAs if needed, and reshaped by an invisible hand. The entire astral plane gradually divided into 9 distinct layers of space. These spaces are arranged vertically according to a mysterious pattern, and each level emanates a unique halo of light. From then on, the star realm had a new name, the Nine Heavens realm. At the same time, the abyss world roared deafeningly, like a beast breaking free of its chains, completely breaking free from the shackles of the astral plane. Like the realm of myriad gods, it became a vast world independent of the Nine Heavens realm, forming a tripartite balance with the Nine Heavens realm. The ascension of a minor world is a long and mysterious process. During this transformative period that transcends the concept of time, all living beings remain frozen in their final state. Birds hovered in midair, waves froze on the sea's surface, and even the tiniest specks of dust stopped moving. The whole world is like an exquisite model encased in a crystal ball, awaiting the dawn of a new era. And you, as a witness to this great transformation, have once again entered a profound state of harmony with the Tao. But this time, you've decided not to withdraw. You want to take this opportunity to completely merge your consciousness with the origin of the world. Good to become an agent of the heavenly Tao, like the patriarch Hongjun, in certain primordial worlds. In this long process of integration, you have witnessed every pulse of the world's origin. All the source data attached to his mysterious chips unfolds before your eyes, dazzling and spectacular like a galaxy. You see, under the influence of these fundamental data, space is being reorganized, time is being reshaped, and matter and energy are being redefined. The energy emanating from the mysterious chip acted like a stabilizing force, calming the entire advancement process and allowing this world shaking transformation to proceed without any disturbance. In the end, the world successfully advanced, and you, as you wished, became an entity like the representative of the heavenly Tao that maintains the world's operation. Either the difference is that in this data-driven world, you are more like the soul game administrator, possessing supreme authority to rewrite game parameters. Your level has automatically reached the maximum level cap for the current game version. You do not need to manually adjust it anymore, and you have perfect control over your current power. You have now reached level 500. The simulated world has been upgraded from a minor world to a medium world. The simulation has been successfully completed. Simulation ends. Devaluation. You are among the first gods in the world, an ancient god in the eyes of all living beings. You are the first supreme god from ancient times to the present, and the elder brother of all the ancient gods. You have people in both the righteous and the wicked worlds. You propelled the world towards gamification, personally creating 3 supreme godlike players. Finally, he gained control of the game's core permissions, successfully completing his promotion from a high-level NPC to a game administrator. Your life can be summed up in 7 words: how lonely it is to be invincible. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the level. You are rewarded with 1 chance to participate in a real-world simulation. The probability of drawing a higher-level affix next time will be increased. Your life score is 1,000 points. Exceptional. You can use ratings to purchase the following items. The Supreme Artifact, the Oracle of Light and the Supreme Throne, 300,000. The Supreme Divine Artifact, the Crown of Glory, the Divine Authority of Light, 2,000. The Supreme Artifact, the Scepter of Divine Judgment, the Law of Light, 2,000. The Supreme Structure Heavenly Pool, 2,000. A detection has indicated you have completed this world. Do you wish to inherit all the strength and memories from this simulation, as well as the attribute Ancient God of Creation? I was really lucky this time. I was really carried to victory, Lin Yu said with emotion as he looked at the simulation results. Normally, according to the established course of events, even if Lin Yu was among the first gods in the world in the simulation, however, limited by the limits of the world, they can only linger at the level of supreme meme gods at most, and may not even reach the peak of the supreme god level. In the real world, the highest level one can reach is roughly equivalent to the level of a celestial king. But who could have imagined that this simulation would reveal such a mysterious, ethereal treasure as a chip? The upper limit of the simulated world has been raised again and again, and the world level has even been brought up from the small 1,000 world level to the middle 1,000 world level. In the final simulation, Lin Yu even benefited from the world advancement, and his level directly increased from over 3,000 to 5,500. Based on the information from the simulation, Lin Yu did some calculations and concluded that level 4,000 and above was roughly equivalent to an immortal emperor in the real world. A level of 5,500 should be considered mid-level among immortal emperors, roughly equivalent to Lin Yu's current strength. This improvement is even greater than the improvement Lin Yu received after devouring the eternal silence space of the primordial world in the last simulation of the minor world. Moreover, this is only the most basic level of strength. Lin Yu believes that he should also be able to inherit the power unique to the game world this time. Therefore, Lin Yu couldn't wait to choose to inherit the power. Simulator Inherit. As Lin Yu made his choice, a dazzling white light enveloped him. Within the white light, Lin Yu's strength began to increase slowly but steadily. The power from the simulation and Lin Yu's own cultivation, two forces of equal level but different systems, are perfectly merging. This is not a simple addition, but a deeper complementarity, and the actual improvement it brings is far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. As Lin Yu had predicted, this inheritance brought not only increased cultivation level, but also the special game power from the mysterious chip in the simulation. Besides that, there's the entry for Ancient Creator God. The power contained in this entry did not change Lin Yu's race. Instead, it was directly devoured by the devouring heaven path. That power that changed the race significantly improved Lin Yu's life essence, or rather, his innate foundation. Soon, a minute passed, and the white light gradually dissipated. "I've struck gold! I've hit the jackpot!" Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with barely suppressed joy. After inheriting the power, Lin Yu realized that among what he had inherited, the strength at the Immortal Emperor level was not the most important. The most important thing is that game power, or rather, the simulated version of him, who, after becoming a game administrator, used his authority to create several powerful passive skills without any rank. Each of these skills contains power beyond the realm of reason, something that would be unthinkable in the normal world of cultivation. For example, one of the passive skills is called Ultimate Reduction. This passive skill allows players to reduce attack damage by 99% from players of the same level. It also reduces attack damage by 90% for players at a higher level. The same level here doesn't refer to how many levels higher, but rather to the span of the entire realm. For example, in a simulated world, if a great god of over 1,000 levels possesses this skill, even the attacks of the supreme god can be neutralized by 90% of their power. Lin Yu is now a celestial emperor, so if someone at the same celestial emperor level attacks him, he will only suffer 1% of the damage. Even if it's an attack from a celestial emperor, Lin Yu can be immune to 90% of the damage. Another example is a passive skill called Undying through 100 calamities. The basic function of this skill is that no matter how powerful the attack, you will only lose % of your health. With this skill, even an immortal emperor would need 100 moves to kill Lin Yu. It's that brutal. In addition, there are various powerful passive skills such as Healing Passive and Attack Passive. His passive ability, Eternal Rejuvenation, allows him to continuously regenerate health during battle. The passive skill, Breaking Boundary Edge, can ignore the enemy's defense and deal true damage equal to 10 times the user's attack power. The passive skill, Shattering Strike, allows the user's attacks to cause a percentage-based health reduction effect, and also suppresses the opponent's health regeneration. The passive ability Unrestricted grants immunity to any control or imprisonment-type skill effects. These passive skills, even if they were in a game from my previous life, would definitely be criticized by players as having numbers filled in with their feet. And now Lin Yu truly possesses these skills. Lin Yu pondered carefully, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. He felt that, with his current strength and configuration, he could probably even confront an immortal emperor head-on. Under normal circumstances, the gap between a celestial emperor and a celestial sovereign is like an insurmountable chasm. Even the strongest celestial emperor would find it difficult to withstand the might of a celestial sovereign. However, all of his skills have absolute effects. If he says he will reduce the damage by 90%, then he will definitely reduce it by 90%, unless the other party's level can surpass the level of the mysterious chip. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but recall the 3 immortal emperor-level invaders he encountered in the last reality simulation. After careful comparison, he was convinced that the mysterious chip's rank was significantly higher than that of an ordinary immortal emperor, at least reaching the level of the master of the final, simulated sword energy. To cross realms and strike at an immortal emperor is something even a baby in another world couldn't do. But now I have the opportunity to do it. The void is indeed so vast that anything can happen. Lin Yu sighed. According to his original plan, no matter how strong he became after this simulation, he would not be able to reach the level of an immortal emperor. I was even thinking of using the power of the real world in this simulation to fight against the 3 invaders who appeared at the end. Who would have thought that this simulation would be so incredibly lucky, running into that mysterious chip? Several skills made him a bug-like existence. Now Lin Yu might be able to stop those 3 intruders on his own. If the real world were to provide further support, it might be possible to encounter the entity that unleashed that sword energy. Simulator, begin reality simulation. After experiencing the skills once and using the rating system to exchange for 3 artifacts and 1 building, Lin Yu started another reality simulation. The host has been detected to have 1 more opportunity for reality simulation. Reality simulation is now activated. On the first day, you use the heavenly pool to transform your 5 handmaids into angels. After transforming into angels, you think they're even more beautiful. Perhaps it's the divine aura they possess, or the added effect of their wings. In the days that followed, just as in the previous simulation, you began to spread your own concept of evolution. At 10 million years old, your concept of evolution has spread throughout the present timeline and is beginning to extend into the past. At 100 million years old, you traveled downstream in the river of time, met Emperor Kang, fought him, and placed a location on him before leaving. 1 trillion years old, because this time you are stronger than when you traveled back in time in the last reality simulation. You only took nearly 1 trillion years to spread the concept of evolution to the beginning of creation. Go over the years, you haven't forgotten to search for a world in the void, and spread the concept of evolution to enhance your power. We need to improve our strength as much as possible before the invaders arrive. 169,999,999,999,999,000 years old. On this very day, a deep crack suddenly appeared in the barrier that held the real world together, as if it had been forcibly torn open by some indescribable force. A drop of mysterious, jet-black blood slowly fell from the void, its surface swirling with eerie, dark red patterns that seemed to writhe and shift like a living thing, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. The instant this drop of blood touched the world, the entire real world trembled violently. Its very essence surged wildly as if boiling, and its foundation grew at an astonishing rate. Looking at the wildly changing reality, you didn't choose to intervene. You're still waiting for Emperor Kang to be born, so you'll have another helper. 10,000 years passed quickly, and under the influence of the black blood there, Emperor Kang was born ahead of schedule. In the distant future, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the heavens and died. Kang's figure appeared above the river of time. 9 blazing suns appeared behind him, and within each sun sat a blurry imperial figure. His aura surged, surpassing the realm of immortal emperor in the blink of an eye, officially making him the first immortal emperor in the real world. At that very moment, the river of time in the real world suddenly froze, and the past, future, and countless tributaries of the river of time began to converge, forming a dazzling vortex in the void. The image of DB Kang after becoming an immortal emperor simultaneously appeared in the minds of countless beings across past and future timelines. That figure was as majestic as the heavens, surrounded by the 3,000 great Tao laws, each step accompanied by the wondrous phenomena of the primordial chaos. His eyes reflected the rise and fall of countless worlds, and his hair was entwined with the waves of the river of fate. Afterwards, the memories of all beings below the level of Celestial King were overwritten. In their minds, This figure had existed since the beginning of time. The ancient texts were automatically rewritten, totems on murals were rearranged, and even the laws of heaven and earth seemed to confirm this fact. But only those who reach the level of a celestial king or higher can barely avoid being affected by such methods that subvert cause and effect and space-time. However, Dekang's moment of glory didn't last long, because the corrosive influence of that drop of black blood arrived. Suddenly, a strange black line appeared between his brows, and the originally brilliant golden light began to be eroded by shadows. As if struck by a severe blow, the opponent's imposing aura began to gradually decay and degenerate. The magnificent imperial robes were covered with spiderweb-like black lines, and even the 9 great suns behind him were tinged with an ominous gray. At this critical moment, you flashed forward, using the location you had previously left on Dekang, and instantly appeared beside him. As your purification skill finished, the corrosive power of the black blood was completely erased, and Emperor Kang's aura returned to normal. Before Dekang could even ask what was going on, 3 pitch-black cracks were suddenly torn open in the sky. 3 celestial Emperor-level invaders, exuding a terrifying and dark aura, arrived as promised. Their bodies shrouded in a suffocating aura of corruption. With the appearance of the 3 invaders, you suddenly feel the arrival of a vast world will. Countless golden chains of rules extend from the void and wrap around you. This is the favor and blessing bestowed upon you by this world. You can clearly feel the power within your body undergoing a qualitative change, and your cultivation level is breaking through its limitations at an astonishing speed. When the final bottleneck is broken, you are enveloped in dazzling imperial light, officially stepping into the realm of Immortal Emperor. However, after reaching the Immortal Emperor level, you discover that some of your skills, which are determined by your cultivation level, do not change as your strength increases. In other words, the realm determination for ultimate reduction is still based on the Immortal Emperor level. It didn't happen as you imagined. It didn't temporarily elevate you to the Immortal Emperor level based on your strength, nor did it classify you as being at the same level as other Immortal Emperors. This discovery makes your heart skip a beat. It means that if the owner of that sword energy is stronger than a Celestial Emperor, then the effectiveness of some key skills will be greatly reduced. You sighed. It seems that this time, I won't be able to truly fight against the master of the sword energy. I can only try to extract some useful information before I die. Seeing this, and with the message from the world's will, Dekang instantly understood the situation. War was imminent, and you and Dekang faced off against 3 opponents in a fierce battle across the river of time. From the very start of the battle, you instantly overwhelmed your opponent with your various skills. The 3 Dark Immortal Emperors were extremely frustrated and shocked, realizing that their attacks on you had virtually no effect, and they were only swept away by the aftershock of your casual attack, yet they felt as if their very essence had been slashed by a sword. This absurd situation nearly made them vomit blood. During the fierce battle, you learn from your opponent that their faction is called the Dark Alliance. Today this was information they revealed when they were trying to recruit you, even as their defeat was already evident. However, your offensive momentum remained undiminished, each move aimed directly at vital points. However, the opponent truly lives up to his title of Immortal Emperor, and perhaps due to his cultivation system, he is exceptionally resilient. You've taken so many health bars from the enemy, and they're still not dead. However, no matter how many tricks the opponent has, facing your attack efficiency of taking away a whole health bar in a short time, they're on the verge of death. Just as you were about to use your finishing move to kill your opponent, the surrounding space-time suddenly froze without warning. The air, light, dust, and even the surging power within you are all locked in place by an invisible force in that instant, as if the entire world has been put on pause. You are unable to move. Even your thoughts are almost frozen in this absolute stillness. Immediately afterwards, that familiar, seemingly all-consuming dark sword light silently tore through the frozen space-time, appearing before your eyes. It has no grand scale, no piercing screams, only a pure and utterly annihilating will, coldly reflecting in the depths of your heart. The sword light flashed across your body in an instant, not just a simple cut, but a complete erasure of your physical body, soul, and even the very traces of your existence. From the conceptual level, however, this is only the beginning. You didn't just die once. In the gap where real time is almost zero, you seem to be dragged into an endless loop of death. The dark sword light flashed repeatedly at a frequency you couldn't perceive, each flash precisely killing you at a different point in time and in a different state. Your resurrection abilities were all destroyed in that brief moment. Actually, the Sword Master had already noticed you not long after you started fighting the 3 immortal Emperor-level invaders. He observed you for a long time, and only after gaining a general understanding of the power within you did he choose to make his move. When I strike, it's a decisive blow. In an instant, I've wiped out hundreds of your lives, utterly annihilating you. The other party didn't say anything sarcastic, didn't try to recruit you, and certainly didn't want to keep you alive. Because the opponent has already determined that you are also a possessor of the transcendent mark, and these kinds of people cannot be judged by common sense. If you don't strike decisively, you might turn the tables on them. A host death detected. Simulation ended. A reality simulation ended. Will the host inherit the memories? Is the owner of this sword energy so cautious? He doesn't even show his face. Lin Yu did not expect that in this simulation, he would still not see the appearance of the sword aura's master before he died. He was secretly killed by them. As expected, there are still more cunning old foxes in the void. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Yu chose to accept the memories from the simulation. After receiving the memories, Lin Yu summoned his 5 maids. Then, he lightly raised his fingertips and a wisp of extremely profound creative power quietly emerged, as gentle as the first light of dawn and as vast as a reversed galaxy, directly surrounding the 5 maids. Lin Yu did not choose to transform all 5 of his maids into angels, as he had done in the simulation. Instead, they chose to transform into a different race. In this simulation, inspired by the heavenly pool, Lin Yu separated a supernatural power from the manipulation of creation, finger transformation. This supernatural power, as its name suggests, can transform all living beings into whatever form one desires with a single finger. The effect of this supernatural power is not a simple change of appearance, but rather it delves into the origin of life, rewrites the foundation of its existence, and completely transforms the race of a life form, giving it a completely new bloodline and talents from its very source. With Lin Yu's current cultivation level at the Immortal Emperor level and his mastery of the Tao of creation, he unleashed the finger transformation divine power. The 5 maids can be transformed into any life form whose strength is below that of a celestial king after birth, and possess all the racial talents of this life form. Under the influence of the power of creation, the figures of the 5 maids were gradually swallowed up by a soft yet magnificent halo. Their aura began to undergo a fundamental leap, and the level of their lives was being gently but firmly reshaped. Soon, the 5 maids transformed into 5 new beings with the strength of immortal kings. As the halo faded and the Taoist aura subsided, the 5 maids transformed into 5 figures radiating a new and powerful aura. At this moment, their life levels underwent an incredible sublimation, and each of them possessed the immense power and unfathomable potential of a celestial king. The first one on the left is surrounded by holy light, with wings as white as snow and eyes that contain an inviolable majesty. This is an angel, the embodiment of light and holiness. Beside her stood a delicate, pointed-eared creature with emerald eyes like a deep forest spring, exuding a natural aura. It was as if every strand of its hair was imbued with the essence of morning dew and moonlight. This was an elf. The third one is a graceful figure with 9 tails that spread out like clouds behind her. Her fur is shimmering and colorful, and every smile and frown is captivating. This is the 9-tailed celestial fox. The fourth one has a pair of small but exquisite jade-white dragon horns on the side of her forehead. The horns are crystal clear and have a misty radiance flowing inside, as if they are condensed with the power of stars and the depth of the sea. This is the dragon girl. The last one, bathed in rosy light, with flame patterns subtly flowing through its hair, exudes nobility and elegance, radiating an aura of rebirth and renewal. This is the phoenix. Afterwards, you spent a pleasant time during the simulator's cooldown period, accompanied by 5 maids. It's worth mentioning that because this time we need to simulate the middle 1,000 worlds, the simulator's cooldown time has been extended from 100 days to 1,000 days, which is about 3 years. Simulator, start simulation. The searching for the simulated world has begun. Host's true spirit has been initiated. Keywords have been extracted. Please select one of the following 3 keywords. Eternal glory, orange. You are not an ordinary life, but an immortal traveler walking in the long river of time. Each of your deaths is not the end, but the beginning of another legend. You will carry all your past memories and experiences, and may even retain some of your core strength, allowing you to cross the boundary between life and death, and be reborn in different eras and worlds. 100 rebirths. 100 lives. You will become a living epic. Your name and deeds will be like an inextinguishable spark, transcending the barriers of time and space, and passed down in the hearts and minds of all people. Chaotic life, orange. You are a life form born from chaos, naturally possessing great power and a huge body, living by devouring the origin of the world. You are a walking calamity and the embodiment of chaos. Your very existence is a challenge and test to the world of order. Creation without limit. Read, creation is obtained from nothingness, and the limitless is broken through the boundless realm. Your strength does not come from the outside world, but from your inner conviction in possibilities and the accumulation of knowledge over time. In daily life, every insight, every attempt, and even every ordinary breath accumulates the source of miracles called creation. You can use this power to bring your fantasies to life. In your view, nothing has limits. Even a crude and incompetent beginner's technique can be deduced and sublimated by breaking the limits of cognition time and time again, until it is transformed into an unparalleled divine skill. Although Lin Yu decided to choose the red term, boundless creation, the moment he saw the 3 terms. However, Lin Yu also took a second look at the other 2 entries. For example, the phrase lasting fame is most powerful not only because it can be reborn 100 times, but also because of its power to spread. Although we don't know how this kind of transmission across time and space works, if it's really as described in the entry, when combined with a special cultivation system, this can indeed create an effect greater than the sum of its parts. In addition, there is the term chaotic life form, which, like the previous term ancient creator god, is a race-related term. If it weren't for the red entry appearing this time, Lin Yu would have really wanted to choose that entry. Lin Yu wanted to see what would happen if he failed to pass the game the first time using identity-related keywords, and if he were to simulate the game again in this world next time. Will my initial identity be that of a chaotic being? Perhaps I'll be able to have 2 entries during the simulation. Unfortunately, this time a red entry appeared, and it's the first red entry, and the color is very dark. Choice, the creation is boundless. Host, selection complete, simulation begins. At 16, you wake up groggily, open your eyes, and instinctively reach for your phone on the bedside table. You found nothing. You jerked your eyes open, and the sleepiness vanished instantly. A beautifully carved sandalwood bed frame comes into view, with pale blue gauze curtains hanging from the ceiling, swaying gently in the morning breeze. Sunlight streamed through the latticed windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. What did you do to me? Just as you were lost in thought, it was as if a floodgate had been opened, and countless images and sounds rushed into your mind like a torrent. I time traveled again. No, why did I say again? After accepting the reality of your transmigration, you begin to organize the memories in your mind. You quickly organized your memories. Based on the memories in my mind, this world is a fictional ancient world with extraordinary powers. This place is rich in spiritual energy, a haven for martial arts masters. The strong can overturn rivers and seas, while the weak can leave no trace in the snow. It is a magnificent martial arts world where strength reigns supreme. You are currently in a country called the Great Yong Dynasty. The Great Yong Kingdom has existed for over 1,000 years, with a vast territory, ruling over one of the most fertile lands in the world. Within the dynasty, numerous sects and powerful families held sway, and undercurrents surged between the imperial court and the martial world. The royal family, with its unfathomable resources and power, maintains the balance and order of this vast empire. However, based on your memory, you discover that although the Great Yong Dynasty still suppresses the entire world, chaos has indeed been rampant during this period. Your current identity is that of a collateral disciple of the Lin family in Xuanjing City, the capital of the Great Yong Dynasty. Xuanjing City is the central hub of the realm, its city walls soaring into the clouds, its palaces magnificent, its markets bustling as day, teeming with people. It gathers extraordinary individuals and martial arts masters from all corners of the world. The Lin family held a prominent position within the Daeyong dynasty. The Lin family has been a military family for generations, with many members serving in the army or serving the imperial family. The family boasts numerous skilled fighters and wields significant influence both in and out of court. The current head of the Lin family, thanks to his illustrious military achievements and divine martial arts prowess, has been bestowed the title of Divine Martial Marquess. The Lin family mansion is located in the eastern part of Xuanjing City, occupying a vast area with deep courtyards and a majestic gate tower. You seem unusually familiar with the Lin family mansion. After all, you've lived there since you were a child. In your memory, your mother died while giving birth to you. And your father, when you were not even a year old, sacrificed himself during a family mission. As expected, another orphan start. I'm used to it. Therefore, you were raised by the Lin family from a young age. In my memory, although you were only a collateral branch of the Lin family, you still enjoyed an exceptionally privileged life from a young age. In fact, as the descendant of a meritorious official, your living conditions from childhood were comparable to those of some main lineage disciples. Whether it's clothing, food, shelter, or daily necessities, the Lin family has never shortchanged you in the slightest. Although your courtyard, though not the most luxurious, is elegant and unique, with flowers and trees accompanying you in all 4 seasons. As you reminisce, there is a gentle knock on the door outside, then a gentle and slightly mellow voice rang out, "Young Master Yu, it's time to get up." Today is your first day of martial arts training, so don't be late. Having sorted through your memories, quickly put on your clothes, because in your memory, today was indeed the day you began your martial arts training, and in this world, one must be at least 16 years old and have abundant internal energy and blood before one can begin practicing martial arts. Forcing oneself to practice martial arts too early can damage one's natural abilities and ruin one's future. Pushing open the door, a familiar figure from my memory was already waiting quietly in the corridor. She was a woman in her early 30s, dressed simply and neatly, with a gentle face and eyes that revealed both concern and meticulous seriousness. "Good morning, Aunt Liu," you nod to her. "Let's hurry to the training ground." That's right, the person calling you wasn't the pretty maid you imagined, but Aunt Liu, who was already in her 30s. This was also a deliberate arrangement by the Lin family. After all, young people are full of vigor and their minds are not yet settled. If they are taken care of by young maids every day, their minds will inevitably become restless, affecting their cultivation. The path of martial arts emphasizes a solid foundation and abundant vital energy. Before formally practicing martial arts, one must maintain a state of perfect energy and never break one's physical body lightly. Therefore, young people like you in the family who haven't yet embarked on the path of martial arts are usually accompanied by experienced and steady old servants. Led by Aunt Liu, you walked briskly along the cobblestone path. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and glistening dewdrops still clung to the roadside flowers and grass. After passing through the last door, a bright and open space suddenly appeared before me. The vast training ground was paved with gray stone slabs, surrounded by weapon racks, and in the distance were training equipment such as wooden stakes and stone weights. The training ground now appears completely different from the bustling scene you remember. There were no longer those clan warriors, sweating profusely and whose punches howled like thunder. Only a few dozen boys and girls, around your age, gathered in small groups, their expressions a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Because today is the Lin family's annual day for imparting basic martial arts skills to all family members who are 16 years of age or older. The entire training ground has been temporarily designated as an introductory area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter at will. Upon arriving at the training ground, you greeted several familiar figures from your memories, and then waited for the instructors to arrive. As the allotted time approached, the air suddenly froze. A sudden surge of imposing force, heavy and chilling, rushed in from the entrance of the training ground, making it difficult to breathe. The previously laughing and joking crowd fell silent instantly. Even the wind seemed to stop blowing. Everyone instinctively straightened their backs, their eyes turning in unison towards the direction from which the imposing aura emanated. A figure steadily walked into the martial arts arena. The newcomer wore a plain-colored martial robe, his figure as upright as a pine tree, his face as resolute as a stone carving, his eyebrows like swords, and his gaze seemed capable of piercing the heart. He stood there quietly, yet like a sharp, unsheathed blade, radiating an aura of authority that made one afraid to look him in the eye. The person who came is the instructor responsible for teaching you martial arts. Now, to be honest, this instructor's identity is quite extraordinary. This is Lin Changfeng, the younger brother of the current head of the Lin family. It is said that his martial arts cultivation is only one level lower than that of the family head. Lin Changfeng walked into the arena, his gaze slowly sweeping over every young face present. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes when he saw that no one was late or absent. His voice was soft, yet clear enough to reach everyone. Very good, everyone is here. I believe you all know what day it is and have done your homework, so I will say no more. You have all reached the age to learn martial arts. Your muscles and bones are just beginning to develop, and your energy is at its peak. Today I will guide you to take your first steps and open the door to the path of martial arts. In the martial arts realm of my great Yang dynasty, there are 9 ranks from lowest to highest up to the first rank. Only by reaching the 9th rank can one be considered to have entered the path of martial arts. Today, I will teach you a set of basic fist techniques. This fist technique is called longevity fist, and it is the foundational fist technique of our great Yang dynasty. It may seem simple, but it contains the most fundamental principles of Qi and blood circulation. Once you have mastered this set of boxing techniques to a minor degree, you will be able to initially sense the flow of your own Qi and blood, thereby activating and circulating Qi and blood throughout your body. At that time, you will have officially entered the 9th rank and truly embarked on the path of martial arts. After Lin Changfeng finished speaking, he said no more and walked straight to an open area in the center of the field. He lowered his stance, slowly threw a punch, and then began to demonstrate each move of his fist technique. This boxing style is not fast. In fact, it could be described as slow. But each movement is fluid and natural, carrying a unique sense of elegance. As he stretched out his arms and moved, an invisible aura seemed to gradually envelop him. A harmonious rhythm formed between his movements and breathing. A magical cadence emanated from him. The rhythm was like rippling water, yet also like the steady weight of mountains, subtly influencing the surrounding atmosphere. Under the influence of this rhythm, even those of you who have never been exposed to martial arts can clearly perceive the intention contained in each punch and each move. How this move circulates power, how that move propels blood and Qi. The essence of the fist technique seems to transform into an invisible thought, directly imprinted in the mind. As you observe closely, a strange feeling gradually rises within you. Even with that special rhythm, everyone else was still trying hard to memorize the movements and figure out the beat. You only watched it once, yet you felt that this set of boxing techniques was deeply imprinted in your mind. And it's not just about memorizing the moves. You even feel like you can execute the entire set of punches fluently right now, as if you've practiced it hundreds or thousands of times. Could it be that I'm a martial arts genius? Orphaned at a young age, I'm not a complete loser. I've already transmigrated, so how could I not be the protagonist? That explains why your life seemed so good in my memory, without anyone mocking or bullying you. Losing both parents doesn't guarantee you'll be a protagonist. While you were lost in thought, Lin Changfeng had already finished his stance and stood up, his breathing as steady as ever. His gaze swept across the crowd again, lingering briefly on the faces of several disciples who seemed to have grasped something. But when I saw you looking completely lost in thought, a hint of confusion appeared on my face. However, Lin Changfeng simply assumed you were reminiscing about the boxing techniques. The fist technique has been demonstrated. Now, you can practice on your own. If you have any questions, please come forward and ask. Remember, on the path of martial arts, talent and aptitude are important, but talent alone is not enough. To go further in martial arts, you need to persevere day after day. What you need to do now is practice more. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted, and a determined look appeared on their faces. They all found an open space and began to imitate the movements they remembered, practicing with slightly clumsy, but extremely earnestness. You walked to a corner and started practicing the longevity fist, just like Lin Changfeng. Just as you sensed, you felt an indescribable sense of smoothness. As soon as you started practicing, your hands and feet seem to have a memory of their own. The movements flow naturally, your breath rises and falls accordingly, and before you know it, you've completely lost yourself in the game. At the end of the movement, you will feel a slight warmth throughout your body, smooth blood circulation, and a feeling of comfort and ease, as if an invisible constraint has been removed. Me more than that, after practicing the boxing routine, you feel a strange energy within your body. You should look into this when you get back later. As you slowly exhale a breath of stale air and open your eyes again, you are surprised to find that, without you noticing, everyone present, including Lin Changfeng, has quietly gathered around you. A whole pair of eyes are focused on you. The scene was completely silent, save for the rustling of the wind through the treetops. In everyone's eyes, an expression of disbelief, surprise, and curiosity was evident, especially those peers who were just struggling to remember one or two moves. Their gazes were filled with complex emotions. Lin Changfeng's gaze upon you was burning and bright, as if he had suddenly discovered a peerless gem amidst the dust and sand. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement and satisfaction. Good. I never expected that such a genius would be hidden among this batch of family disciples. Only on his first practice session, he was able to execute the boxing technique with such fluidity and perfect execution, even directly stimulating his qi and blood. Then, without hesitation, Lin Changfeng took out a delicate little jade bottle, poured out 3 pills the size of longan fruits, vermilion in color, faintly emitting a herbal fragrance and a warm aura, and handed them to you. You are now completely familiar with the stances and techniques of the fist, but using the fist to circulate qi and blood and strengthen the body requires a great deal of physical and mental energy, especially at the beginning. These are 3 qi and blood pills, which can quickly replenish your depleted qi and blood. Take one now, then practice your punches a few more times. Strike while the iron is hot and consolidate this hard-won insight. Don't waste this heaven-sent opportunity. You took the pill, it was warm to the touch, and had a pleasant fragrance. Without hesitation, you immediately took one and put it in your mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering the stomach. In an instant, a surge of heat exploded from the stomach, spreading rapidly throughout the body, as if countless warm streams were flowing within. To prevent the medicine's effects from dissipating, you immediately resumed practicing the longevity fist. Seeing you move again, the surrounding boys all turned their attention away and practiced even more diligently, instantly filling the arena with the sound of punches. As you practice repeatedly, your boxing skills become increasingly refined and fluid. The originally fixed moves begin to subtly adjust with the flow of your qi and blood, becoming more and more in line with the rhythm of your own muscles and bones. By the 10th time, you will be able to clearly perceive the flow of qi and blood through your meridians. Wherever it passes, your muscles and bones will feel nourished, subtly yet continuously strengthened. Soon, the medicinal power of the first qi and blood pill was completely refined, and without hesitation, you took the second and third pills in succession. From the first light of dawn to the setting sun, you remained focused, your fists never ceasing. Finally, in a fleeting moment, you seemed to hear a subtle, yet clear click sound within your body, and some invisible barrier breaks down. Your qi and blood surged throughout your body, circulating endlessly and continuously. You felt a rush of qi and blood with every movement, as if 1,000 pounds of strength were contained within you. A genius, a true peerless genius. I never imagined you could achieve the rank 1 level on your very first cultivation attempt. Lin Changfeng stood at the edge of the training ground, gazing at you as you finished your stance, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and relief. Although he recognized your exceptional talent, after all, you were able to execute the martial art with such ease on your first try. But I underestimated you. In just half a day, through repeated practice, you've mastered the longevity fist, even breaking through the barrier of mortals and successfully entering the ranks. That's right, your ability to fine-tune your boxing techniques based on your own physical condition is a sign of mastering the longevity boxing style. As Lin Changfeng informed the Lin family's higher-ups about your situation, your martial arts talent has attracted the Lin family's attention. You were directly groomed by the Lin family as a martial arts prodigy, and from this day forward, you may consult with any martial arts expert in your clan who has reached the middle third rank at any time regarding martial arts matters. In addition, the entire first floor of the scripture pavilion is open to you, and you can receive 3 basic martial arts resources each month, including body tempering potions and essence blood pills. The body tempering elixir can comprehensively temper a martial artist's body, making it an invaluable resource for lower-ranking martial artists. The essence blood pill is an upgraded version of the key blood pill, containing even more energy. Originally, martial arts talents were required to relocate to the core area of the Lin family estate to facilitate family support and supervision. However, you did not want to move, so you politely declined the relocation arrangement, citing your preference for quiet and focused practice. The family elders considered it briefly, but did not insist, only instructing you to ask if you need anything. Evening arrived quickly. After selecting the necessary martial arts techniques for reaching the next level in the Lin family's library, and taking the resources provided by the Lin family, you returned to your courtyard. Well, at least this day is finally over. After returning to your room, you immediately lay back on the soft bed, although you didn't feel particularly tired, but you feel a little mentally exhausted. On this day, you first experienced the disorientation of time travel, then broke through to a higher level, and were subsequently named a martial arts seed by your family. Finally, I went to the Sutra repository to choose a suitable cultivation method. This series of events happened one after another. It was really too rushed. Now I can finally relax and start reflecting on what I've learned today. This is the power of martial arts. I feel like I could kill a bear right now. You clenched your fist, a clear force spreading from your fingertips to your arm, and then throughout your body. When your muscles are slightly tense, you can feel an unprecedented sense of fullness and power. You've only just become a 9th rank martial artist, and you already possess such power. In this world, 9th rank is merely the lowest level of martial arts. And in the memories you gained after your transmigration, you only know that martial arts are divided into 9 ranks, but the specifics are unclear. And today, in the Lin family's library, you finally understood the general structure of the martial arts system. The martial arts styles in this world, from lowest to highest, are in 9th level of martial arts, skin refining realm. Reaching this level signifies entering the threshold of martial arts. Even a 9th rank official position is enough to ensure a comfortable life and earn respect in some remote towns or rural areas. Although the 9th rank is called the skin refining realm, it actually involves refining both the skin and flesh. A martial artist who has just entered the 9th rank can already possess the strength of 1,000 jin. If one cultivates to the peak of the 9th rank, one will possess immense strength, weighing tens of thousands of jin, and their skin will be as tough as old cowhide, making them impervious to ordinary swords, oars, and blades. Then, however, 10,000 jin is not the limit. Some martial artists possess extraordinary talent, superior skills, or special physiques. Hot at the peak of the 9th rank, one could even break through to 30,000 or 50,000 jin of divine strength, far surpassing their peers in terms of foundational strength. The most qualified individuals will repeatedly hone their skills and solidify their foundation within the 9th rank realm, hoping to condense one of the martial arts phenomena known as copper skin. Once a martial artist achieves the bronze skin level, their defensive capabilities will be greatly enhanced, allowing them to resist the invasion of external energy or evil influences to a certain extent, paving the way for further cultivation. 8th level martial arts Borjing realm. Similar to the 9th rank, the 8th rank also involves tempering both muscles and bones, refining them from the outside in. Though those at the peak of the bone forging realm can possess a strength of 100,000 jin, and every move they make has the power to shatter rocks and split the earth. Some exceptionally talented individuals may be able to condense the 2nd level of martial arts prowess, iron bones, within this realm. If a martial artist possesses both copper skin and iron bones, and these two resonate and merge, they can condense into a true martial arts superpower copper skin and iron bones. A martial artist with a body of copper and iron is 4 to 5 times more resistant to blows than one without. A martial arts rank 7, internal organ refinement realm. Those who reach this stage begin to penetrate from the muscles and bones into the 5 internal organs, nourishing them with internal breath and tempering them with ki and blood. Other martial artists at the refining organs realm possess astonishing endurance, their breath flowing endlessly like a river. They can also begin to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, merging and transforming it with their own blood and ki to condense extremely destructive true ki. The ability to project true energy and injure people from a distance truly deserves to be called extraordinary power. These 3 realms are collectively known as the lower 3 ranks. The first floor of the Lin family's scripture pavilion only contains detailed information about the lower 3 ranks of martial arts. As for those ranked above the middle 3rd rank, you only know their names. These are the 6th grade golden body realm, the 5th grade wind and fire realm, 4th grade mountain and sea realm, the 3rd grade spirit refining realm, the 2nd grade dharma aspect realm, and the 1st grade celestial being realm. But only when a martial artist reaches the upper 3 ranks can they truly be said to possess the power to move mountains and overturn seas, and to penetrate the heavens and the earth. And the head of the Lin family, Marquis Shenwu Lin Jingong, is said to have already reached the peak of the 3rd rank, only 1 step away from the 2nd rank of Dharma aspect. Don't underestimate the 3rd rank. In the entire Great Yang dynasty, there are only about 10 officially 2nd rank officials, and not a single 1st rank official. Of course, you don't really trust these kinds of publicly available data. Don't be fooled by the fact that there aren't many people with the 2nd grade Dharma image rank. But secretly, there might be quite a few 1st rank celestials, and perhaps even a few old monsters above 1st rank hidden somewhere. It's no wonder you think that way. This division of martial arts and this worldview just feel so familiar. Even if a cultivator emerges at the very end, you wouldn't be surprised. After carefully experiencing the power of a 9th rank martial artist, you calmed your mind and turned your attention to the strange energy that had quietly grown within your body during your boxing practice yesterday. That energy is like an undercurrent, subtle yet real. You don't know where it is in your body. You only know it's there, and your intuition tells you it poses no harm to you. When you immerse yourself fully in it, trying to touch the essence of that strange energy, a clear message suddenly emerges from the depths of your mind, like the sun breaking through the clouds. It turns out my cheat code has finally arrived. According to the information, that trace of energy is the primordial power born from your innate talent, limitless creation that you acquired after transmigrating, known as creation energy. According to the information from your innate talent, this energy originates from all your actions and behaviors, even your daily breathing, walking, sitting and lying down, it can be naturally generated in all of these. However, the creative energy generated by these daily activities is too meager, and when you first arrived in this world, your emotions were turbulent, and you were unable to calm your mind. Furthermore, lacking extraordinary perception, they failed to notice it for a long time, until this morning, when you practiced your martial arts, the generation of primordial energy accelerated. Significantly, finally coalescing into a warm current you could clearly perceive. Using the energy of creation, you can condense the illusory things you conceive into real, existing things. From a single elixir or a secret manual to a divine power, a celestial realm, or even an entire world. Furthermore, the talent limitless creation can help you break through the inherent limits of any martial arts technique. This frees you from the constraints of limited states of being. As long as you continue practicing, you can continuously improve without end. This is simply a combination of heaven rewards diligence and the art of creating something real from a fake, and it's even more powerful. You believe that even the most useless person will eventually succeed if they possess this talent. You should know that in some novels from your past life, the protagonist's early cultivation aptitude was actually worse than that of ordinary people. Even with this, relying solely on the talent of hard work paying off, they were able to reach the top, especially someone like you, a martial arts genius, who reached the first level in a single day. A Dupont. Thinking of this, a complex sense of melancholy inexplicably welled up within you. From day forward, the bottlenecks, techniques, and martial arts obstacles that ordinary people face on the path of martial arts will no longer exist for you. You will never again experience the joy that ordinary people feel as they climb step by step to the pinnacle of martial arts. After calming your mind, you decide to first test the ability of creation energy to condense objects. And what you chose to condense is those chi and blood pills you swallowed this morning. You concentrate, carefully sketching in your mind the form, effects, and even the familiar warm aura of the chi and blood pill. Then activate the trace of creation energy within your body. The process was surprisingly smooth. You could feel that warm energy flowing out of your body, slowly gathering and shaping in your palm, as if an invisible hand was creating according to your will. Finally, after exhausting all the creative energy accumulated throughout the day, on your bed, 30 plump, dark red chi and blood pills have appeared neatly arranged, their aura emanating from them, exactly as you remember them. As expected of energy named creation, its conversion efficiency is truly amazing. You picked up a newly formed chi and blood pill and examined it closely, your eyes gleaming with admiration. You didn't expect that such a tiny bit of creation energy could produce 30 chi and blood pills. Given this situation, you won't even need to deliberately collect resources in the future. You only need to continue your daily practice and life as usual, and you will be able to continuously generate the resources needed for your cultivation by relying on the natural energy accumulated in nature. Of course, it's also possible that the chi and blood pill is too basic, consuming little creation energy. To condense something more advanced, more creation energy is needed. But regardless, the energy of creation is an extremely powerful and extraordinary thing. It is soon, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, before dawn, in the stillness of the night, you sat alone cross-legged on your bed in the quiet room, your eyes slightly closed, your breath deep and concentrated. But with each breath, the rhythm is slow and drawn out, seemingly in harmony with the rhythm of nature. With each breath, the blood and energy within your body surge and recede like the tides, vibrating repeatedly through your skin, muscles, and fascia, producing a barely audible buzzing sound. Gradually, the flow of blood and energy within your body accelerates, and you feel a burning and tightening sensation on your skin. You know you've reached that crucial bottleneck. In that instant, your skin suddenly radiated a calm and profound light, a luster not as dazzling as gold or silver, but like brass polished by time, possessing an indestructible quality. As the light swirled, you clearly felt your skin become incredibly dense, so much so that even divine weapons forged from refined iron could not damage it in the slightest. This is the martial arts phenomenon known as copper skin. You weren't planning to tell anyone about your breakthrough. As a time traveler from Earth, you naturally understand the principle of the tallest tree stands out in the forest. As far as you know, throughout the long history of the Great Yang Dynasty, it was not uncommon for individuals to achieve high rank in a single day and be hailed as unparalleled geniuses. Never before has anyone been able to break through from the initial stage of the 9th rank to the peak of the 9th rank in just 10 days, and even condense the extraordinary phenomenon of copper skin in the path of martial arts. Being 1 step ahead makes one a genius, being 3 steps ahead makes one a prodigy, but being 100 steps ahead, well, one might as well become a talent. Then, with a thought, the surging energy and blood power around you rapidly receded like a receding tide. In a short while, the intensity of your outward displayed cayenne blood has returned to a level slightly higher than when you first broke through to the 9th rank. Your aura is peaceful and simple, without the imposing presence you had before. This breath-concealing technique is the result of your 10 days of dedicated study. During these days, aside from your daily cultivation, you have spent the rest of your time traveling to and from the Lin family's Scripture Pavilion. In the library, besides browsing various martial arts classics, you also specifically sought out all the techniques and secret arts related to concealing one's breath and storing one's inner energy. You have thoroughly read and studied all the relevant texts on the first floor of the library, whether they were rudimentary or profound. Then, using these martial arts as a foundation, you mobilize the profound creative energy within your body, and based on your own understanding and imagination of breath concealment, you conjure up an even more exquisite and systematic breath-concealing technique out of thin air. This new cultivation technique, derived from numerous concealment techniques, has been named the transformation of mortals by you. By activating this technique, your entire body's cayenne blood, as well as your cultivation level, can be concealed. Not only lower-ranking martial artists, but even mid-ranking experts might not be able to discern your true cultivation level, and this is a conservative estimate. After all, the martial arts system of the Great Yang Dynasty almost entirely focuses on survival and combat. Martial artists of the lower 3 ranks and even the middle 3 ranks cultivate their physical body and true ki. Some may only possess martial willpower, but they lack the wondrous divine sense depicted in cultivation novels. Martial artists need to reach the upper 3 ranks to cultivate their spiritual essence. Therefore, for most martial artists below the upper 3 ranks, their cultivation level is judged based on the strength of their cayenne blood, as well as the characteristics of their cultivation level. After these 10 days of exploration, you have gained a deeper understanding of the energy of creation. Firstly, when you discover that the energy of creation evolves into knowledge-based things based on your imagination, it will adjust its consumption according to your existing knowledge reserves. The deeper your knowledge, the less energy is needed for its evolution, and the smoother and more natural the process becomes. On the 30th day after you transmigrated, you sat as still as a bell, your internal energy surging like a river, cleansing every inch of your bones, and unbeknownst to them, the bone density increased layer by layer. The texture became increasingly dense, and finally, a layer of dark, solidified luster, like refined iron, appeared, and in just 20 days, You not only broke through to the 8th rank of martial arts, the bone-forging realm, but also reached its peak and condensed the martial arts phenomenon, iron bonus, when the toughness of copper skin and the hardness of iron bones converge within the body. Countless invisible bonds seem to spring forth between the flesh and bones, resonating with each other and connecting them into one. Boundless, unified power awakens within you, and you have successfully condensed the martial arts' divine ability, copper skin and iron bones. And in the 3rd month, you finally broke through the final barrier of the organ-refining realm, reaching the peak of the 7th rank. At this moment, your blood and energy surge like a mighty river, and you can faintly hear the sounds of wind and thunder within your internal organs. Every breath resonates with your 5 internal organs. Just as your qi and blood reached their peak, an unprecedented power rose from the depths of your danshin, like a volcanic eruption or the awakening of the earth's veins. You successfully condensed the heavenly gang mountain suppressing true qi. When that true energy first arose, it was like mist and rosy clouds, then gradually solidified, and as it surged through the meridians, it emitted a faint rumbling sound, as if mountains were slowly moving within the body. Speaking of this true qi, we must mention the cultivation technique you practice. What you are practicing is the Lin family's treasured, heavenly gang mountain suppressing skill. Although this technique is not the Lin family's secret family art passed down through generations, it still has an extraordinary origin. Back then, Marcus Shenwu Lin Jingong led a northern expedition against the barbarian tribes, achieving remarkable military exploits. Dato commend the Lin family, the emperor of the Great Yang Dynasty, selected 3 top-tier martial arts manuals from the imperial armory and bestowed them upon them. The heavenly gang mountain suppressing skill was one of them. This technique not only allows one to develop a body of steel and iron, but after cultivating it to the refining organs realm, one can also condense the heavenly gang mountain suppressing true qi. Just like you are now, the heavenly gang mountain suppressing true qi, as its name suggests, combines the domineering power of the heavenly gang with the solidity of mountains. When activated, the qi flows like a dragon, fierce and unparalleled, capable of shattering gold and jade. Its power to suppress mountains is as solid as a mountain. Wherever the true qi goes, it seems as if an invisible force field surrounds it, making the opponent feel as if they are carrying 1,000 pounds. What's even more remarkable is that these two qualities are not separate, but rather complementary. A blend of strength and composure, a balance of power and flexibility, offense and defense. According to martial arts manuals, if one can cultivate this skill to its peak perfection, the martial artist can use the heavenly gang mountain suppressing true qi as a foundation, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, condensing the heavenly dipper guardian form. Once this dharma aspect is formed, it signifies that one has officially entered the 2nd rank of martial arts, the dharma aspect, a realm coveted by countless martial artists. At that time, every gesture will be accompanied by mountains, and the protective aura will shield the body from all evil. In the 4th month, after more than 3 months of cultivation, your transformation technique has broken through its limits several times. Your ability to conceal your presence is now so great that even dharma forms celestial beings cannot detect it. Of course, this is mainly because your martial arts talent is infinitely strong. If it were a useless protagonist from some novels in my previous life, even if he practiced every day, he might only be able to max out the proficiency of one technique. On this very day, you demonstrated your peak 9th rank cultivation and the martial arts phenomenon of the copper skin. Lin family. Based on your understanding, some are unparalleled geniuses who can reach the highest level in a single day. It took approximately 3 to 4 months from reaching the 9th rank to condensing a copper shell. You have no intention of putting yourself in the spotlight, becoming that fast, feared, and even suspicious monster. However, you can strike a balance between showcasing your quick wit and talent in a way that attracts attention without being overly sensational. As expected, after you demonstrated your cultivation level, the Lin family not only increased the cultivation resources you receive each month, but also at your request, opened the second floor of the scripture pavilion to you. The second floor of the scripture pavilion not only contains more secret records and accounts, but also martial arts techniques at the 6th rank golden body level, as well as various other profound martial arts. You quickly found the key to breaking through to the golden body realm within the second floor of the scripture pavilion. Though for a martial artist to reach the legendary 6th grade golden body realm, it is by no means an overnight achievement. The primary task is to use one's own pure true energy as a guide, harmonizing it with the essence of the cultivation method, to thoroughly connect all parts of the body, achieving the profound state of no leaks throughout the body, a complete unity. This process requires undivided attention, introspection, and allowing the vital energy to permeate every inch of skin and flesh, every strand of bone and tendon, like a stream, until the internal and external energies are completely integrated and there is no more stagnation, i.e. then, using the martial arts' supernatural ability of copper, skin, iron, bones as a guide, combined with cultivation techniques and powerful elixirs, the flesh, bones, and meridians are gradually tempered and sublimated. Ultimately, it coalesced into an indestructible golden body that resembled both crystal and refined steel. Upon the initial formation of the golden body, one becomes a 6th rank martial artist. Once the golden body is fully formed, one will reach the peak of the 6th rank. At that time, martial artists will possess the strength of millions of kilograms and will be immune to fire, water, and all poisons. The golden body is not only indestructible, but also contains immense vitality. Even broken limbs and bones can be reattached and healed in a short time, having grasped the essentials of condensing the golden body. You spent only 10 days circulating true energy throughout your entire body, achieving a state of perfect harmony and unity. For the next month, you used your supernatural ability of copper skin and iron bones as a foundation to hone your skills day and night. The true energy repeatedly washes over the skin, flesh, bones, and even internal organs. Each circulation brings a tearing pain, but it also spurs a deeper transformation. Under the influence of true Qi and a large amount of elixirs, your body is still undergoing gradual transformation. When the last organ was also permeated by the golden light, you finally achieved the initial formation of a golden body and officially entered the 6th rank. In the 7th month, the heavenly Dipper Mountain suppressing golden body was finally perfected. When you stand, you are as firmly rooted as a mountain. When you move, you are as if the earth is shifting. Within a 3-zhang radius around your body, the air currents stagnate and no dust is stirred. A punch was thrown, accompanied by the faint sounds of wind and thunder. The breath seemed to resonate with the earth's veins. You feel the surging power within you, every muscle brimming with explosive power, every movement seemingly capable of shaking mountains. Having reached this point, you can be considered to have cultivated to the highest level achievable at present, since the cultivation technique you possess can only be cultivated up to the 6th rank. Cultivation methods of rank 5 and above are stored on the 3rd floor and above of the Lin family's scripture pavilion, a place only those who have condensed their golden body are qualified to set foot in. Actually, climbing to the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion is not difficult for you. You don't even need to reveal your full strength, simply demonstrating your martial arts prowess, such as your indestructible body, will be enough to shake the entire clan. At that time, you will be able to climb not only the 3rd floor, but even the 4th floor, though unfortunately, in the history of the Great Yang Dynasty, even the prodigy who took the shortest time to go from entering the 9th rank to condensing the martial arts supernatural power of copper skin and iron bones still spent a full year. Of course, the cultivation technique isn't a big deal for you, but you're currently faced with 2 choices and are hesitant about which one to choose. The one of them is to utilize the energy of creation to directly derive a sequel to the Heavenly Gang Mountain Suppressing skill, or to evolve it into an even more powerful skill. At that time, you will be able to naturally break through to the 5th rank, the 4th rank, or even higher, steadily climbing the established ladder of martial artists in this world. This path is safe, clear, requires no risk, and aligns with common people's understanding of cultivation. The other is to temporarily remain at the 6th grade Golden Body Realm, using this as a foundation to delve deeper. For this world, the 6th grade Golden Body Realm has its limits. Even those cultivation techniques that lead directly to the Celestial Realm only give a Golden Bodhi Master a strength equivalent to an ordinary wind and fire realm cultivator at most. This is a limitation of the human body, and also a limitation of the cultivation system. But for someone like you with the boundless talent of creation, the Golden Body, this physical path is perhaps another way to become stronger. After much deliberation, you decided to delve deeper into the Golden Body Realm. With such incredible talent, you don't need to follow the conventional path of cultivation. Like everyone else in this world, for martial artists in this world, the step-by-step breakthroughs from 6th rank to 5th rank, and then to 4th rank, are perhaps the most efficient, effortless, and fastest way to become stronger. But you are different. You possess the boundless talent of creation, and for you, there is never just one way to become stronger. Even if you only cultivate the 9th grade skin refining realm technique, you can break through your limits time and time again, cultivating your physical body to the level of the invincible. Great Yang Dynasty. Actually, besides these 2 methods, you've also tried other cultivation systems besides martial arts. For example, cultivating immortality, or those powerful cultivation systems you remember. At that time, you directly used the energy of creation to derive some introductory techniques for a powerful cultivation system that, theoretically, did not require a special world environment, special celestial energy, or special physical conditions, and was relatively universal. The energy of creation did indeed live up to expectations, outlining the contours and operating principles of the cultivation method. However, when you actually begin practicing, you find that progress is not as expected. Besides comprehension, which is a special attribute that allows one to understand the essence of a cultivation technique and perceive the universe, possessing a certain cross-system versatility that enables you to quickly grasp the essence of any cultivation technique. Your cultivation speed in these different cultivation systems is far less rapid and efficient than it is in the martial arts of this world. Your unparalleled talent seems to be only suited to this world's system. Although the energy of creation is powerful, it cannot generate anything capable of reversing these limitations of the world's rules in a short period of time. In the 8th month, you spent a month reviewing all the cultivation techniques on the 2nd floor of the Lin family's scripture pavilion that could lead to the attainment of a golden body. The golden bodies formed by these techniques are either fierce or flexible, focused on defense or adept at counterattack. With your powerful comprehension, you have grasped their essence and understood the common path to the golden body behind them. After thoroughly understanding these techniques, You used their concepts and knowledge as a foundation to create a technique specifically for cultivating a golden body. Using the energy of creation, you call this cultivation technique the Supreme Golden Body Technique, although at this point, this technique cannot yet be called supreme, but believe that with your continuous updates and iterations, and by repeatedly breaking through the limits of the technique, sooner or later this golden body technique will be worthy of the title Supreme. EPA is for how to update and iterate. Of course, it's based on the Supreme Golden Body technique that breaks through limits, combined with the concepts of other external martial arts techniques in this world, and then uses the energy of creation to generate a new, more powerful, and more perfect Supreme Golden Body technique. This can be considered, in a way, a spiral ascension by stepping on the right foot with the left. After obtaining the cultivation technique, you couldn't wait to begin practicing. This is likely because possess the peak 6th grade golden body realm, which has already established an incredibly solid foundation for your physical body. Therefore, your cultivation of the Supreme Golden Body technique seems to have come naturally. Following the method, you guide the abundant Kwai and true essence within your body, circulating them along a mysterious path to refine every inch of skin, every bone, and every strand of fascia. With the conversion to the Supreme Golden Body method, the heavenly gang mountain-suppressing golden body began to transform into the Supreme Golden Body. Either the golden body gradually transitions from a pale gold to a deep, dark gold, then transforms into a dazzling, jewel-like color, finally returning to its original simplicity, its radiance restrained, with an immortal charm subtly flowing beneath its skin. In the 9th month, in just one short month, you have brought the Supreme Golden Body technique to its perfect state. After you discovered that the Supreme Golden Body technique had reached its peak, your own martial arts supernatural power, copper skin and iron bones, also underwent a transformation. You call your transformed supernatural powers indestructible. Testing has shown that your defense in your indestructible state is 2 to 3 times stronger than in your iron-skinned state. The perfected Supreme Golden Body technique allows your strength to rival that of a typical peak, 5th rank cultivator. Of course, this is assuming the 5th rank martial artist doesn't choose to fly. That's right. A 5th grade wind and fire realm martial artist can already leave the ground. EVAs for why you are so clear about your own abilities. That's because you wanted to prevent being tricked by some hidden powerful old man in the future. By deliberately utilizing a portion of the energy of creation, a treasure capable of accurately detecting strength was created. This treasure can clearly detect the specific strength of a lower 3rd rank martial artist, and roughly detect the strength of a middle 3rd rank martial artist. EEAs for those that cannot be detected. It means the other party is at least a martial artist of the upper 3rd rank. In the 10th month, the Supreme Golden Body technique broke its limit for the first time. On that day, your bedroom was filled with golden light. The sound of Daoist chanting resounded, and your bones crackled and popped, as if countless runes were being re-engraved in your flesh. Fortunately, many months ago you were afraid of making too much noise during your breakthrough, so you used the energy of creation to create an array that could isolate your aura and simulate the environment. This array belongs to the world of cultivation, capable of isolating the divine sense of cultivators. In this world, only a martial artist of the highest rank, top 3, could detect even a trace of its workings upon arrival. This breakthrough has caused your golden body's strength to leap forward once again. Even more surprisingly, you awakened a brand new martial arts divine power during this breakthrough, Dragon Elephant Divine Power. Once this divine power is activated, it's as if the soul of a dragon and elephant lies dormant within you, granting you a 5-fold increase in power. possess an indestructible golden body, and with two great supernatural abilities complementing each other, your true combat strength is comparable to that of an ordinary fourth-rank martial artist. At 17, you broke through the limits of the supreme golden body technique for the second time. And finally, you were able to fly. Because of this breakthrough, you have awakened another martial arts divine ability, which is a flight ability, and you have named it Leaping Off the Ground. This name may seem simple, but its power is extraordinary. It doesn't just allow you to fly. The ability to levitate is a subtle manipulation of space and gravity. When you unleash this technique, you can naturally borrow momentum like a bird, not only flying and escaping at will, but also flying at lightning speed, far surpassing those fourth-rank martial artists who rely on true to take flight. After breaking through the limits of the golden body technique for the second time, your raw strength and speed far surpass those of a fourth-rank martial artist. 10 days after the golden body technique broke through its limits for the second time, a piece of news suddenly swept through Xuanjing City, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples everywhere. The news spread like wildfire, from the inner palace walls to the common people's homes. Almost everyone was talking about it. The main point of the message is that the grandson of the current Prince of Zhenbei, while intoxicated, behaved inappropriately at a royal banquet last night, openly offending the 9th princess and the Prime Minister's daughter. According to the eunuchs present at the time, the Prince of Zhenbei became increasingly drunk and his behavior became more and more unrestrained. He even approached the 9th princess and the Prime Minister's daughter during the banquet, uttering lewd words and even reaching out to make indecent advances. The 9th princess, who had practiced martial arts since childhood and possessed a fierce temperament, could not tolerate such humiliation and immediately kicked him away. Though with a splash, the prince in his fine robes and jade belt stumbled into the lotus pond outside the palace, his hair covered in water plants, his body soaked, shivering in the cold autumn night wind. The 9th princess of the Daong dynasty is the current emperor's most beloved daughter. She is not only stunningly beautiful, but also a first-rate martial arts prodigy. At only 21 years old, he has already reached the 6th rank of the golden body realm, while the Prime Minister's daughter, who was also offended, was slightly inferior in martial arts training and did not progress as bravely and diligently as the 9th princess. She was extremely knowledgeable and had reached a high level in poetry, calligraphy, painting, and chess. Her reputation as the most talented woman in Xuanjing had long been known far and wide, and she was deeply admired by scholars and literati and loved by the common people. His father, Wang Xuanfu, was not only the prime minister of the time but also a renowned Confucian scholar, with students throughout the court and the countryside, and many officials respected him as their teacher. Though what's even more awe-inspiring is that Wang Xuanfu's own cultivation has reached the second-grade Dharma aspect realm. With every gesture, he can manipulate the power of heaven and earth, and he has even condensed the Confucian sage Dharma aspect, one of the top Dharma aspects of the present day. He is one of the few figures in the great Yang dynasty who openly stands at the pinnacle of martial arts. He enjoys extremely high prestige in the court. His word can determine policy, and his actions can shake the world. Upon hearing this, the emperor, deep within the palace, was immediately enraged. The 9th princess was the apple of his eye, and the prime minister's daughter represented the literary tradition and the dignity of the court. This action by the Prince of Zhenbei was tantamount to simultaneously challenging imperial power, the dignity of martial arts, and the reputation of civil officials. During this morning's court session, the atmosphere in the hall was as heavy as iron, with censors submitting memorials demanding severe punishment. However, The Prince of Zhenbei was, after all, a veteran minister with outstanding achievements, also holding the rank of second-rank Dharma minister, who had guarded the northern frontier for decades, and whose disciples and former subordinates were scattered throughout the army. He rushed to the palace that night to apologize on behalf of his grandson, and then personally went to the 9th princess's residence and the prime minister's residence to offer his condolences. Due to his pleas and the fact that the 9th princess and the other princess did not hold it against him, the Prince of Zhenbei was only placed in solitary confinement. Ultimately, after careful consideration, the emperor, taking into account the Prince of Zhenbei's past achievements and the two women's leniency, refrained from imposing severe punishment. He only ordered that the Prince of Zhenbai be confined to the inner courtyard of the prince's residence, and punished him by copying the Book of Rites 1,000 times to reflect on his mistakes. Although the turmoil has temporarily subsided, it has sown the seeds of a hidden rift within the city of Xuanjing. The power struggles among the elites and the delicate balance between civil and military officials seem to have been stirred up by this event, creating even deeper and more unpredictable ripples. If no one's plotting this, I'll eat it. Even though the Prince of Zhenbei's martial arts talent is exceptionally poor, at the same age as the 9th princess, his martial arts have only reached the peak of the 9th rank, and he hasn't even condensed the copper skin yet. However, as long as you don't drink those medicinal wines that greatly enhance martial arts, you won't get drunk at all. Well, I used to think that strength comparable to the 5th to 4th rank was barely enough, but now it seems that it's far from sufficient. The matter of the Prince of Zhenbei reminds you so much of yourself. You feel that the fate of the great Yang dynasty is about to change. What was just speculation before is now confirmed. This world definitely harbors a first-rank celestial being, or even someone above that. Even a major upheaval in the world afterward, or an invasion from beyond the realm is possible. 2 months later, you demonstrated your peak 8th rank strength and martial arts prowess, copper skin and iron bones, to the Lin family. At this point, you have firmly established your image as an unparalleled genius. At your request, the Lin family's scripture pavilion has opened its 3rd and 4th floors to you. You have obtained detailed information about the 5th grade wind and fire realm and the 4th grade mountain and sea realm, as well as a summary of their breakthroughs. For a martial artist to break through from the 6th grade golden body realm to the 5th grade wind and fire realm, they need to undergo a transformation from the inside out. At its core lies in using one's own indestructible martial will as a furnace to repeatedly temper and purify the true energy flowing within the body. By removing the dross and retaining the essence, the vast true energy is compressed and condensed into a more refined and spiritual liquid energy true essence. This process is like forging steel through countless trials. It is not only a refinement of strength, but also an ultimate test of character and willpower. Once a martial artist successfully condenses their true essence, they enter a completely new world. A true essence is fundamentally different from the previous true Kai. It not only allows martial artists to initially escape the Earth's gravity and achieve the ability to soar through the air. It is also a rudimentary form containing the power of heaven and earth, possessing a certain unique attribute power. The wind and fire generated by true essence are no longer simple attribute simulations. They are more solid, more vibrant, and more lifelike in form, their power amplified, as if summoned directly from the heavens and earth, containing real heat and tearing force. This marks a shift in a martial artist's control over energy, moving from imitating nature to the verge of mastering nature. After advancing to the 5th rank of the wind and fire realm, if a martial artist wishes to reach even greater heights, they must unlock the hidden treasure within their body, the 365 major acupoints throughout the body. These vital points are hidden deep within the intersections of the body's meridians, like stars scattered throughout the physical universe, each one incredibly profound. According to ancient texts and the explorations of countless sages, it is the hidden potential hub of the human body. Each major acupoint that has been opened can be regarded as a newly formed miniature dantian. They are not only capable of independently storing and generating vital energy, but also closely connected to the body's most fundamental systems of tendons, clawing, blood, and internal organs. Therefore, with each breakthrough, the martial artist's physical foundation becomes more solid, their blood and chi surge more powerfully, and their muscles and bones become stronger. At the same time, the total amount and recovery speed of true essence within the body will also surge, and the connection between true essence and physical body will become increasingly seamless and integrated. Once more than half of the body's major acupoints are opened, it means the accumulation of physical strength and true energy has reached a critical point. At this point, the martial artist can attempt to further integrate their true energy with their physical body, using their original blood and chi as a foundation. If successful, the martial artist can break through to the fourth grade mountain and sea realm. The fourth grade mountain and sea realm is the final realm before a martial artist cultivates their divine soul, and it is also a watershed moment on the path of martial arts. A martial artist who reaches this realm possesses a body that has undergone countless temperings and nourishment through their vital energy centers, making it as solid as a rock and as stable as a mountain, while their internal true energy is as vast as the ocean and unfathomable. They possess near terrifying endurance and defensive capabilities, rendering ordinary human wave tactics ineffective. Even a large number of low-level martial artists cannot exhaust their true energy and stamina. For this reason, martial artists at the mountain and sea realm are extremely rare in the vast and powerful Great Yang dynasty, making them a pillar of strength that various forces strive to win over or respect. Many leaders of major sects often reside in this region. They guard their territory, their influence radiating across vast distances, making them the pinnacle of power that truly determines the kakgyuk, geju overall situation of a region. You are carefully studying the breakthrough secrets for the newly acquired 5th grade wind and fire rare realm, 4th grade mountain and sea realm. You feel that overcoming these two seemingly insurmountable hurdles shouldn't take too long. Although your supreme golden body technique primarily cultivates the physical body, it doesn't mean your true energy and spirit are weak. After all, you can't possibly let yourself be one-sided in your studies. The supreme golden body technique doesn't solely focus on physical strength. During cultivation, your true energy and spirit also grow stronger. Furthermore, vitality and spirit are never isolated entities. As one becomes stronger, the other two will also improve to some extent. Therefore, under the effect of the supreme golden body technique, which breaks through limits twice, the purity and depth of your true energy have already surpassed the realm of ordinary 6th grade martial artists, even compared to many martial artists who have just entered the 4th rank and are known for their true essence. They are not inferior. The difference is negligible. As it turned out, your premonition was correct. The day after obtaining the specific breakthrough method, you used the powerful spiritual will forged by the supreme golden body technique as the core to guide the surging true energy within your body that had been eager to be unleashed. The process went exceptionally smoothly, with almost no obstacles. Under the forging of your will, your true energy rapidly condensed and underwent a qualitative change, transforming into a more agile and powerful golden true essence. successfully propelling you into the 5th grade wind and fire realm. After advancing to the wind and fire realm, you did not rest. Relying on the unparalleled physical foundation laid by the golden body technique and the newly generated, extremely high-quality true essence, you began to gradually open up the major acupoints within your body. The major acupoints that ordinary martial artists would need months or even years to carefully cultivate are as fragile as paper before your torrent of true energy. The golden true essence, supremely strong and pure, penetrated one acupoint after another with unstoppable force. In less than a month, all 365 major acupoints in your body have been opened, without exception. Furthermore, because your supreme golden body technique also contains theories about the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, you have encountered almost no bottlenecks. With a single thought, the vast, boundless life essence and surging true energy within your body perfectly merge, becoming inseparable. A more powerful force awakens within you, and you naturally and effortlessly step into the 4th grade mountain and sea realm. After breaking through to the 4th rank, your improvement continued. A dozen days later, your supreme golden body technique successfully broke through its limit for the 3rd time. As expected, the 3rd breakthrough of the golden body technique has awakened another supernatural power for you. You tried activating this divine power, and instantly, a strange change occurred. Your body rapidly expanded in golden light, transforming in the blink of an eye into a towering golden statue over 5 meters tall. The entire body of the deceased appears to be cast from immortal divine gold, its lines both hard and fluid, exuding an unparalleled sense of power. As your size increases, you clearly feel that not only your physical strength and raw power have received an unimaginable, terrifying boost, even your perception, mental focus, and control over your true essence have been simultaneously elevated to a completely new level. In this golden state, you naturally exude an ancient, solemn, and immortal aura, as if you have endured countless eons and are eternally indestructible. A single glance is enough to inspire a profound sense of awe, a feeling of indestructibility and eternal indestructibility deep within one's soul. As so you directly named this supernatural power 16-foot golden body. You are confident that your future golden statue may not be inferior to the golden statue of Buddha. After breaking through limits 3 times, you feel that your current supreme golden body technique has reached its limit. Although it's possible to break the limit again later, it will require significantly more effort than the first 3 times. 2 consecutive breakthroughs in realms, coupled with the 3rd breakthrough of the supreme golden body technique, have directly led to a significant leap in your strength. Do you feel that 3rd grade refining spirit realm martial artist might not even be able to break through your defenses? Even if a martial artist at the refining spirit realm cultivates their divine soul and can use soul attacks. But I'm not saying your spiritual power is necessarily inferior to that of a 3rd grade martial artist. I'm referring to the inherent characteristics of your supreme golden body technique. As long as the opponent cannot break your invulnerability barrier, they cannot attack your soul. Your period of seclusion and focus cultivation, several significant disturbances have erupted in Zhuanjing City. At the center of these upheavals remains Qin Rui, the grandson of the Prince of Zhenbei. To be honest, no one expected Qin Rui to have such audacity. Despite being confined to his residence by the Emperor of Daong for only a month, he reappeared in Zhuanjing City. What's even more surprising is that, upon his return, although he still acted like a spoiled brat, his behavior lacked the previous absurd and unrestrained air, as if he were a completely different person. Within just a few short months, Qin Rui first got into a fight with the second young master of the Marquis of Weiyuan's mansion at the Chunfeng Pavilion over a courtesan. Their verbal exchange lasted only a few words before escalating into a physical fight, with Qin Rui even injuring the other man. This matter once caused quite a stir in aristocratic circles, but strangely, neither family pursued it further afterward, and it ultimately faded away, leaving only numerous speculations circulating among the people. What happened next was even more unexpected. Qin Rui actually chose to join the formidable Zhenwu division of the Deyang dynasty and was granted the position of centurion. The Zhenwu division is the core military agency of the Great Yang dynasty, wielding immense power. It is responsible not only for apprehending martial arts criminals and inspecting various sects, but also for monitoring heresy and suppressing evil spirits. Its internal hierarchy was strict, from bottom to top as follows: Junior Flag Officer, General Flag Officer, Centurion, Thousand Household, Commander, Commander, Deputy Chief and Chief. The position of Centurion has always required at least a peak 8th rank martial artist, while the position of Chiliart requires a minimum of the Golden Body realm. Although the Zhenwu division's power has diminished somewhat in recent years, compared to its heyday, it is still regarded as the sharpest blade in the Emperor's hand. The current head of the department has already reached the 2nd grade Dharma aspect realm, awe-inspiring all directions. Qin Rui's sudden appointment as a centurion naturally drew dissatisfaction and skepticism from many within the Xuanjing Town Martial Arts Division. How could a mere 9th rank official, relying on his family's ancestral protection, be appointed a centurion upon entering officialdom? Many senior employees in the company watched coldly, just waiting to see him make a fool of himself. But what happened next left everyone who was expecting a show speechless. Qin Rui actually defeated a peak 8th rank captain in a direct confrontation. Most people believe that Qin Rui suddenly had an epiphany after experiencing this major change. As for his strength, it can only be said that he had been hiding it before. Though Qin Rui's subsequent performance in the Zhenwu division further surprised everyone. In just a few months, Qin Rui solved numerous cases, even capturing a Golden Body realm spy from an enemy country. Qin Rui's sudden rise to prominence has attracted the attention of various factions. As expected of someone suspected to be the main character, he's managed to stir up so much trouble in just a few months. You're now 90% certain that Qin Rui's soul has likely been replaced by someone else, or at least awakened some so-called past life memories. I'm definitely not the main character. We're all transmigrators, and I've been here for over a year without encountering anything. In the time that follows, you will keep a close eye on all the events in Zhuanjing City, while simultaneously striving to reach the 3rd rank of the spirit refining realm. A cultivation brings you happiness. Okay, it's mainly because you lack a sense of security. As far as you know, protagonists like Qin Rui always manage to get involved in high-level games. This time, before even reaching the 7th rank, a 5th rank spy was already brought out. We'll wait until the target reaches the middle 3rd rank. It's likely that a high-ranking demon will immediately appear in Zhuanjing City, and then Qin Rui will coincidentally get involved in the plot. You don't want to get dragged into a high-level game someday without your knowledge. You're currently working hard to ensure that everything that happens in the future is a low-level game for you. The method for breaking through to the 3rd grade refining spirit realm was only briefly mentioned on the 4th floor of the Lin family's scripture pavilion, but it should be sufficient for you. To break through to the 3rd rank, the key lies in 2 points. First, a martial artist must further refine and elevate their martial will, which has been honed through trials and tribulations and contains profound spiritual strength, transformed into a purer, more powerful martial arts essence that subtly resonates with heaven and earth. Not then, using this nascent martial arts essence as a guide, and in conjunction with specific visualization and tempering methods, the ordinary soul is refined and condensed into a more solid, agile, and wondrous divine soul. The fourth floor of the scripture pavilion only possesses the method for condensing martial arts essence, but lacks the method for visualizing and refining it. Refining the soul requires extreme care. Many martial artists fail because they lack a clear understanding of the appropriate degree, intensity of soul tempering. Whether due to impatience or interference from external forces, the soul is damaged, resulting in either mental confusion or, in severe cases, complete annihilation of the soul, becoming a living dead. 10 days after the supreme golden body technique broke its limit. For the third time, for the past 10 days you have been resting and adjusting your mind and body. Finally, on this day you feel the time is ripe. In the quiet room, you clear your mind of distractions and begin to awaken your already formidable martial will. A powerful martial will, now under your mental control, begins to slowly and steadily contract, condense, and undergo a qualitative change. It was as if an invisible hammer was repeatedly striking deep within my soul, refining and eliminating the dross. After an unknown amount of time, a brilliant ray of true meaning, light emerged from the core of the will, immediately spreading and transforming the entire will into a more profound and closer to the world principle. The true meaning of martial arts was achieved. When the true meaning is achieved, things will fall into place naturally. After consuming a soul-protecting elixir, you begin to guide the newly born true meaning to slowly envelop your soul. Then, you visualize yourself in a 16-foot-tall golden body form, using this as a foundation to temper your soul. During the tempering process, moments of daze and clarity alternate. In a fleeting instant, you feel your consciousness suddenly break free from the constraints of your physical body, rising upwards like wisps of smoke. You saw the patterns on every inch of the walls of the practice room, heard the soft rustling of fallen leaves touching the ground outside the courtyard, and perceived a deeper principle of the universe. The 1 month after the golden body technique broke through its limits 3 times, when the last trace of soul power was completely refined, your aura suddenly changed, and an invisible spiritual pressure flashed by before receding. When you open your eyes again, the world will be different. Your divine soul will be newly formed, your mind clear and lucid. You have now achieved the 3rd rank of the refining spirit realm. After breaking through to the refining God realm, by condensing your divine soul, you deduced a unique method of creating external avatars based on the energy of creation. This method allows one to use a wisp of their own spirit as a guide, fusing it with true essence to condense it into a form. Although the resulting clone is not the original self, it can bear a portion of their will and combat power, like another version of themselves walking the world. You have named this method of incarnation spiritual avatar technique. After you break through the limits of this incarnation technique once or twice, you will send your true essence clone to view the cultivation manuals and scriptures collected by the Lin family's scripture pavilion on the 4th floor and above, and even by other forces in Zhuanjing City. Having witnessed the transformation technique break through limits 4 times, you have great confidence in the clone's ability to conceal itself. Even when facing a 2nd-grade Dharma aspect realm expert, the clone is enough to deceive everyone without leaving a trace. As for why not go personally, it's simply because if there are other options, why send your main body out? Of course, the most fundamental reason you're developing the method of creating an external avatar is that you feel your hard power is already quite high, and you want to expand your soft power in other areas. You with such extraordinary talent, one should naturally develop in all aspects. In the following 20-odd days, you successfully broke through the limits of the external avatar technique. 80 point. In your private training room, you concentrate and begin testing the effects of your transformed form after breaking through your limits. You formed a hand seal, your true energy flowing throughout your body. You slowly drew out about 1/10 of your true energy, transforming it into a wisp of light that hovered in front of you. And immediately afterwards, a faint light appeared between your brows, and a wisp of your divine spirit detached from your soul, gently merging into that ball of true essence. In an instant, true essence and divided spirit merged and resonated, bursting forth with brilliance. A figure identical in appearance and aura to yours, gradually solidified, standing silently in the room, its robes fluttering without wind. At this moment, you feel as if you possess two perspectives, multitasking, and existing in two separate bodies. This experience of separate perspectives, yet unified consciousness, is mysterious and indescribable. Fortunately, your spirit is extremely strong. You adapted quickly after only a moment of confusion and can now control both bodies with ease, as if they were your own limbs. You carefully sense the state of your avatar and discover that this spiritual body, formed from 1/10 of your true essence, can actually unleash about 30% of your normal combat power. Moreover, its aura is solid and its movements are lifelike, far surpassing what it was before breaking through your limits. Well, what will surprise you even more is that, perhaps due to the fundamental improvement brought about by breaking through limits, this clone can also inherit two martial arts. Divine abilities of your original self. Although the power is only 50%, it is still considered heaven-defying. The recalling before breaking through the limits, my avatar possessed at most 1/10 of your power and was unable to use any supernatural abilities. Breaking through the limits of my cultivation technique is indeed a qualitative leap. I decided to participate in the poetry gathering 3 days later using an avatar. During the 20-odd days you've been cultivating your external avatar, you received an invitation to a poetry gathering. The person who initiated this poetry gathering was none other than Wang Xiayun, the Prime Minister's daughter, who had been offended by Qin Rui along with the 9th princess. This talented woman, renowned throughout Xuanjing, sent out invitations far and wide, inviting almost every young talent and sign of a prominent family in the city. Before the poetry gathering even began, it had already become the talk of the town. The poetry gathering will be held in 3 days, and it is said that almost all the young people in Xuanjing City have expressed their intention to attend. Many people flocked to the gathering, partly out of admiration for Wang Xiayun, hailed as the most talented woman in Xuanjing, and partly to seize the opportunity to network with influential peers and expand their connections. The Lin family also takes this matter very seriously. Several elders even spoke with you personally, subtly suggesting that your reclusive lifestyle and dedication to cultivation are indeed a good thing. However, it is also appropriate to make an appearance at the right time and interact with the younger generation of various factions. Also invited to this poetry gathering are Lin Mingyuan, the young master of the Lin family, and several other renowned young talents from the clan. For the Lin family, this was not merely an ordinary gathering of refined scholars, but also a golden opportunity to showcase the Lin family's new generations' depth and brilliance to all forces in Xuanjing City. Lin Mingyuan, the young master of the Lin family, is the only son of Marquis Shenwu Lin Jinghong. He has possessed exceptional talent since childhood and has received abundant resources. At only 25 years old, he has already firmly established himself at the 5th rank of the Wind and Fire realm. He a rising star among Beijing's younger generation, currently enjoying immense popularity. You're fairly familiar with Lin Yu. After all, you're both prodigies of the Lin family, and you two often interact. You naturally chose to attend this poetry gathering, not only because of the Lin family's persuasion, but mainly because poetry gatherings are simply the perfect stage for the protagonist to show off. You're certain Qin Rui will be there. You haven't actually met him yet, so this is a good opportunity to investigate his true strength. About 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, as the moon rose, the city of Juanjing was ablaze with lights, and the riverbanks along the river were especially shimmering with light and shadow. The poetry gathering was held at the Linshui Huaxun, a waterside pavilion owned by the Wang family. This elegant building was built beside the water, with windows open on all 4 sides. The pale gauze lanterns hanging from the eaves emitted a soft glow, intertwining with their reflections in the water to create a hazy, ethereal light. The floor inside the pavilion was covered with neatly arranged green bamboo mats, which felt cool to the touch. Each table is crafted from the finest pear wood, its grain exquisite. Neatly arranged on it are a celadon brush washer, traditional pine soot ink, a wolf hair brush, and a stack of plain white stationery, a refined and elegant set of scholars' objects. Bottled orchids and white plum blossoms adorn both sides, their delicate fragrance subtly wafting in the gentle breeze, refreshing and delightful. Layers of sheer gauze draped along the edge of the waterside pavilion, billowing like clouds in the night breeze, both isolating it from the outside noise and adding a touch of ethereal poetry and mystery. A central altar is set up, its layout prominent. Beside it, a bronze incense burner emits a delicate wisp of incense, its smoke curling gently, its gentle aroma soothing the mind and drawing everyone into the refined atmosphere of the gathering. This waterside pavilion, and indeed the entire waterside garden, is the private property of the Wang family. The Wang family, as one of the most prestigious aristocratic families in the Great Yang Dynasty, possesses unfathomable depth and influence. The current head of the Wang family is none other than Wang Xuanfu. As night deepened, guests arrived one after another, their clothes fragrant, exchanging quiet greetings. Your avatar enters alongside the Lin family, your gaze calmly sweeping over the gradually bustling pavilion. It was discovered that none of the people present resembled Qin Rui. That makes sense. The main character doesn't usually arrive early. While you are observing the crowd, they are also observing you. After all, you're publicly recognized as a martial arts prodigy who has reached the first rank in a single day. Furthermore, since you are a member of the Lin family, it's natural that the major powers in Juanjing City will be paying attention to you. Look, it's Qin Rui. Qin Rui actually dared to come to the poetry gathering. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd, like a pebble thrown into a lake. Instantly, all eyes turned to the entrance of the waterside flower pavilion. Some gazes were filled with surprise, others with amusement, and still others with undisguised scrutiny. The newcomer was dressed in a blue robe, his steps steady, his face handsome, and his brows exuding an indescribable air of composure. Though his demeanor was understated, a subtle brilliance shone within him. It was none other than Qin Rui, the grandson of the Prince of Zhenbei. No one expected Qin Rui to dare attend the poetry gathering, especially since it was hosted by the Prime Minister's daughter, and the 9th princess would also be there today. Even the moment Qin Rui stepped into the arena, your gaze was already subtly locked onto him. The surrounding chatter and stares seemed to fade into a blurry background. Only the figure calmly approaching remained in your eyes. As expected of someone suspected of being the protagonist, he is indeed handsome and dashing. However, compared to me, he still falls a little short in terms of charm. After admiring yourself for a while, you subtly released the divine sense you only gained after breaking through to the refining spirit realm. Like invisible ripples, it swiftly swept over Qin Rui's body, attempting to sense his true cultivation level. The feedback indicated a calm and restrained aura, firmly established at the peak of the 8th rank, with a solid foundation and no signs of weakness. However, your disbelief reflects the opponent's true strength. Therefore, you didn't hesitate to use the upgraded combat power tester. Over the past few months, as your cultivation has progressed, the speed at which you have accumulated creation energy has also increased significantly. Therefore, you have already fully upgraded this auxiliary magical artifact. Modern testing equipment boasts a significantly wider detection range and greater accuracy than before. Even when facing top-tier experts of the current era, it can roughly assess their combat strength range, and no longer as easily reaching the upper limit or being naturally shielded by higher realms as in the past. And today you've had your avatar carry this special magical artifact with you. A faint light, perceptible only to you, swept past your sleeve, and an invisible ripple of light precisely enveloped Qin Rui, who was not far away. Almost instantly, a clear line of data feedback appears directly in your mind. The target scan complete. Overall combat strength assessment. Approximately 3,000. A reference frame. Host's current overall combat strength 100,000. A comparative assessment. Utterly vulnerable. EDA combat power of 3,000 indicates that the opponent's strength is extremely close to the golden body realm. Wow, I didn't expect it to actually detect it. We're slightly surprised. You had only approached it with a try-it-and-see attitude. After all, if Qin Rui is truly a transmigrator, the possibility of him possessing a system or some other kind of overpowered cheat ability is extremely high. However, such entities often possess the characteristics of obscuring secrets and confusing perceptions, so your testing may not be completely effective. The fact that relatively clear data is now available actually makes you speculate even more. Either Qin Rui's cheat ability isn't a system, or his method of concealing his actions isn't a system, but rather the cultivation of some special technique. As the official start time of the poetry gathering drew closer, the guests temporarily forgot about Qin Rui, took their seats, and their gazes all turned towards the inner chamber of the Lin Yu flower pavilion. The sounds of string and wind instruments gradually rise, the water ripples gently, reflecting the swaying lamplight under the eaves, and the entire flower pavilion seems to be shrouded in a hazy dream. Just then, the organizer, Wang Xiayun, walked out slowly with the 9th princess. The two walked one after the other with unhurried steps, like fairies stepping out of a painting, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wang Xiayun wore a light blue long dress today, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, further accentuating her graceful figure and ethereal. She truly deserves the title of the most talented woman in the capital. All women hailed as talented are undeniably beautiful. Wang Xiayun is not only stunningly beautiful with exquisite features, but also possesses a rare and refined elegance, seemingly imbued with the air of scholarly refinement, making her all the more captivating. The 9th princess beside her, however, possessed a completely different kind of elegance. The 9th princess, dressed in brocade palace attire, with gold-embroidered phoenixes subtly shimmering under the lamplight, moved with dignified grace and composure, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility. That wasn't the arrogance of ordinary royal children, but a majesty and grandeur ingrained in their very being, as if they were born to stand above all others. Upon closer inspection, you can faintly detect a wisp of dragon energy within her aura. Though faint, this energy rises powerfully, subtly connecting with the heavens and earth. Speaking of which, will this 9th princess become an empress in the future? That would be too much. As Wang Xiayun and her companion appeared, the ladies from prominent families present instinctively lowered their eyes and sleeves, as if fireflies naturally dimmed before a bright pearl. While you were pondering, Wang Xiayun and the ninth princess were already seated among the guests. She raised her hand in greeting, and the music brightened. Maids, flitting like butterflies among flowers, began to serve delicacies and fine wines, and the poetry gathering officially began. At the start of the poetry gathering, Wang Xiayun asked everyone to choose a theme based on spring scenery, local customs, and aspirations, without restrictions on genre, focusing only on the overall feeling or atmosphere. Afterwards, some well-known literati and scholars from Zhuanjing City, as well as a few scions of prominent families who considered themselves talented in literature, stepped forward in turn, whether praising spring, lamenting scenery, or expressing their feelings. A few lines of poetry drew cheers and comments from the audience. After that came a poetry contest on the same topic, with several people competing to see who had the best writing skills, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, someone in the crowd suddenly raised their voice and said, "Gentlemen, with such a lively poetry gathering today, where is that young Master Qin from the Prince of Zhenbei's mansion?" These days, young Master Qin has become quite a prominent figure in Zhuanjing City. I've heard that he composed several excellent poems at Chunfeng Tower. Today I must come and see his literary talent. As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes in the room turned to the figure in the corner. Here it comes, the classic scene is back. Seeing that Qin Rui did not respond, immediately, someone burst into laughter, their tone laced with undisguised sarcasm. The Prince of Zhenbei's family has been military families for generations. It's one thing to be good at wielding swords and spears, but as for poetry and songs, they probably can't even distinguish between tones and rhymes, can they? Exactly. Military generals should be guarding the frontier. What are they doing at this poetry gathering? Are they just here to watch the fun? It must be said, these people are truly brave. There are quite a few military families present today. Moreover, aren't these people disrespecting Wang Xiayun and the Wang family by acting this way? Sure enough, Wang Xiayun quickly stepped forward, stating that the purpose of this poetry gathering was to discuss poetry with everyone, and that composing poems was entirely voluntary. Those who had been mocking her gradually stopped when they heard Wang Xiayun's response. Unexpectedly, Qin Rui slowly stood up. He calmly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the entire room, and an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over everyone, instantly silencing the noisy venue. Since you have all so kindly invited me, I will now offer a poem. Just now someone said that we military generals only know swords and spears, so I will compose a poem about the frontier battlefield, so that you may know that we who guard the country's gates also have mountains and rivers in our hearts, and our pens also possess integrity. Qin Rui's clear voice rang out, causing the people at the table to pause in surprise, followed by several undisguised sneers. A frontier poetry? A prince who has been pampered since childhood is qualified to write about the blood and sweat of the battlefield and the hardships of the frontier. He probably hasn't even seen a real battlefield. Qin Rui seemed not to hear. He slowly rose, his gaze passing over the carved window lattice to the distant, vast horizon, as if he could see the borderlands shrouded in swirling yellow sand and the fluttering military flags. You can even fake this? I'm no match for you. After a moment of silence, Qin Rui recited the first line, "Fine wine in a luminous cup. This is confirmed, 100% a time traveler. I just don't know if it was on the same Earth as my previous life. I don't know if this traveler came from within the simulated world to Dayong, or from another primordial world. Lin Yu felt that the possibility of traveling from other original worlds was unlikely, because a cheat ability that allows one to traverse the void is absolutely extraordinary, and Qin Rui's growth rate is not yet too exaggerated. As Qin Rui finished reciting the first line of poetry, the entire room fell silent. Some people's wine glasses froze in mid-air, while others frowned in thought. Then, a suppressed gasp of surprise rippled through the room. "This is a wonderful line. Fine wine paired with a glass carved from luminous jade." Ordinary writers describe the battlefield by first describing the killings, but he begins by describing the fine wine and utensils. His writing is extraordinary. Some people were unimpressed, scoffing in a low voice, "It's just piling up. Fancy words, what's so special about it?" Qin Rui didn't pause, and immediately continued with the second line, "The Pipa urges me to drink on horseback." These words caused an uproar. Those who had been mocking him fell silent abruptly. A military officer at the banquet slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming. "What a brilliant urging on horseback!" Just as I was about to raise my cup in celebration, the sound of the pipe arose, and the urgency of war suddenly arrived. From the leisurely atmosphere of the banquet to the urgency of the military order, in the blink of an eye, the air of battle is palpable. The way everyone looked at Qin Rui had subtly changed. Qin Rui, facing a barrage of surprised and suspicious gazes, suddenly raised his voice, and his third sentence struck like a thunderclap. "Do not laugh at me, drunk and lying on the battlefield." The hall was completely silent. Within the elegant pavilion, only the sound of breathing could be heard. A few breaths later, a roar of cheers erupted, even more intense than before. What a magnificent drunkenly lying on the battlefield. Drunk on the battlefield, what fear is there of laughter? This is not gluttony, but the heroic spirit of soldiers facing death without fear, the composure to be buried on the frontier. Those previously mocking faces froze, speechless. Qin Rui took a deep breath, and his last words, each one carrying immense weight, fell heavily. "How many have returned from ancient battles?" After the fourth sentence was spoken, the entire hall fell silent, as if a silent thunderclap had exploded in everyone's heart. After a long while, some people spontaneously stood up, their faces filled with shock and emotion. Since ancient times, how many have returned from war? This single line encapsulates the tragic nature of countless battles throughout history. How many loyal bones lie buried far from home? It is sorrowful yet not mournful, magnificent yet tinged with a sense of the past. In just 4 short lines, the poem abruptly shifts from a joyous banquet to a call to arms, from drunken revelry to a life-or-death struggle. In 28 characters, it fully captures the loyalty, bravery, spiritedness, sorrow, and resolute determination of the soldiers on the frontier. "This is no ordinary poem," another person interjected, his voice trembling with emotion. "It is the heartfelt cry of soldiers on the frontier, forged with their blood and tears. It is a masterpiece worthy of being passed down through the ages." A torrent of praise poured down on Qin Rui, yet he remained calm, as if the poem that had just shaken the entire audience had not come from his own mouth. You watched Qin Rui composing poetry, and with each line he wrote, the audience gasped in surprise. You felt a little embarrassed for him. No wonder he's the protagonist. His mentality is incredible. He can do something like this without batting an eye. However, something unexpected happened soon enough. Just as everyone was praising Qin Rui's unparalleled literary talent, a soft cough suddenly rang out from the corner, accompanied by a gentle yet authoritative voice. What a fine frontier poem! Its grandeur and desolation are breathtaking, yet it sounds like I've heard it somewhere before. Oh! There's another expert. This voice immediately piqued your interest. Could there be a plot twist? But everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly rose to their feet and bow. The newcomer wore a purple brocade robe, a jade belt, with dragon patterns around his waist, and possessed a handsome face and dignified bearing. He was none other than the seventh prince, Zhao Jing. It's the seventh prince. I never expected that this prince, who always keeps to himself and avoids the public eye, would suddenly appear here. Although you don't know much about this suddenly appearing seventh prince, there are others here who do. You quickly learned about the seventh prince's general situation from the conversations of the crowd. Good heavens, is this yet another protagonist? And a villainous one at that. It's not surprising you think that way. The seventh prince's background is indeed very powerful. Based on the discussion, it was noted that the seventh prince's mother, Consort Yun, was one of the few concubines in the harem who could rival the empress. Furthermore, Consort Yun comes from the top-tier Yunmiao immortal sect, and the seventh prince's maternal grandfather was a supreme elder of the Yunmiao immortal sect, while his maternal uncle is the current sect master of the Yunmiao immortal sect. His maternal grandfather and maternal uncle both reached the second rank of the Dharma aspect realm. It is said that the Cloud Mist immortal sect still possesses an ancestor who is a first-rank celestial being, but this has never been confirmed. With such a powerful maternal clan, they can be considered strong contenders for the throne. As Zhao Jing slowly walked to the front, his gaze falling on Qin Rui. His smile was gentle, yet every word was like a knife. Brother Qin's words just now were exquisite, and I was deeply moved. However, there is one thing I don't understand. He paused, his voice not loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner. This poem has a sharp and incisive style, unlike the current literary style, and it doesn't seem like something a young man of your age could write, with such a sense of vicissitude. May I ask, young Master Xiao, did you really write this poem on the spot? One sentence, and the entire room fell silent. The previously boiling praise froze instantly. Seeing someone step forward to ruin his show of bravado, Qin Rui's expression turned slightly cold, and he replied in a deep voice, "What makes you say such a thing, seventh prince? The poems are in your heart and come out naturally. How can you say they are fake?" As Zhao Jing smiled gently, slowly stepped forward, and stood face to face with him. Brother Qin, we're both sensible people, why pretend to be confused? This poem is of lofty style and profound meaning. It could not have been composed on the spot at today's banquet. Either you had it in mind beforehand, or you quoted it from elsewhere and attributed it to yourself. These words, though neither too harsh nor too mild, are enough to make everyone think of the word plagiarism. Qin Rui immediately retorted, "Your Highness, you accuse me of plagiarism based solely on conjecture? All poetry in the world is an expression of the heart." Oh? Zhao Jing raised an eyebrow, his tone light yet extremely authoritative. "Brother Qin, do you know that the worst thing in writing poetry is to shout out lofty sentiments? A true border guard could not write such a meticulously crafted and exquisite masterpiece." He didn't directly say Qin Rui plagiarized, but every sentence implied that the poem wasn't Qin Rui's own work. He simply used a pre-existing poem to feign talent. Qin Rui, now completely changed from his previous calm demeanor, gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness is deliberately making things difficult for me." "No." Zhao Jing shook his head, his tone so impartial that no one could refute him. "I am simply reminding you all that poetry values authenticity, emotion, and personal expression. The young Master Qin's poem is excellent. It doesn't seem like an impromptu work. Since it's without any basis, I won't accuse you of plagiarism." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, his voice calm yet resolute. But I will not echo the crowd and claim that this poem was an impromptu performance by young Master Qin. It is a good poem, but it may not be the poem you composed at this moment. No labeling, no accusations of plagiarism. But this completely shattered Qin Rui's carefully constructed facade of a poem that made him a legend, a stroke of genius. The expressions on the faces of all the scholars in the room became subtle at this moment. They didn't quite understand the subtle nuances in the two men's words, but they understood the conclusion. The seventh prince meant that the poem was good, but it wasn't composed on the spot. At this point, no one dared to praise Qin Rui anymore. After all, they didn't want to offend the seventh prince, and they were also reluctant to admit that Qin Rui possessed such talent. This should have been Qin Rui's moment to dominate the entire event and achieve legendary status with his poem. But at this moment, things have become awkward, delicate, and in a limbo. Even the best poem becomes something prepared in advance, rather than something stunning on the spot. Thrill of showing off was instantly abruptly cut short. Having achieved his goal, Zhao Jing left the poetry gathering, leaving Qin Rui standing there. The applause became sparse, the praise more polite, and the earlier fervor and worship were gone. However, in your opinion, the current situation is that the protagonist's plot armor is clashing with the protagonist's aura. Normally, after Qin Rui finished composing his poem, everyone would definitely praise him lavishly. Even the ninth princess's impression of him will change, especially Wang Xiayun. While she might not develop feelings for Qin Rui, she will definitely be extremely curious about him. However, the seventh prince's meddling directly disrupted a series of subsequent plot developments. But in your opinion, while Wang Xiayun is still interested in Qin Rui's poetry, she may not be as concerned about him as she is at this point. With the standoff between Qin Rui and the seventh prince over, there was no longer any need for the poetry gathering to continue, and everyone present gradually left. Some people feel they've hit the jackpot today, not only witnessing a timeless masterpiece, but also catching a juicy tidbit of gossip. Attending this poetry gathering was definitely worthwhile. After returning to the Lin family home, you reviewed the events that occurred at the poetry gathering. Is this world riddled with holes? Including me, there must be 3 transmigrators now. Furthermore, judging from today's events, neither of the other 2 time travelers is likely to remain unscathed. Originally, Qin Rui alone was enough to cause trouble, and now the seventh prince has joined the fray. Forget it, keep training. As long as I'm strong enough, trouble won't bother me. With this in mind, you immediately dispatched your avatar to the Lin family's library to peruse the cultivation techniques for the refining spirit realm and other advanced martial arts stored on the 4th floor and above. On the other side, Qin Rui, who had just returned to the Zhenbei prince's mansion, had a completely different state of mind. He dismissed the servants and stayed alone in his room, his face so dark it was almost dripping with gloom, his chest churning with anger, as if he were about to explode. Damn it. It's all that damned seventh prince's fault. He slammed his fist on the table, making the teacups clink. If it weren't for his interference, I would have gained a lot of prestige points at this poetry gathering. Instead of having my gains drastically reduced, Qin Rui was now almost certain that the seventh prince was also a time traveler. Because in the original novel, a sword soars to the heavens, which he was familiar with, the seventh prince didn't even attend the poetry gathering, let alone specifically target him and embarrass him in public. Qin Rui was originally an ordinary working-class person on Earth, struggling to make living every day. His greatest hobby was immersing himself in the worlds created by various novels. Who knew that one day, while walking down the street, disaster would strike from the sky, and he would be transported to this completely unfamiliar world, by the legendary god of the dump truck, his soul transmigrating into the body of a prince of Zhenbai with the same name. After receiving the original owner's memories, he was shocked to discover that he had transmigrated into a fantasy novel he had once read called A Sword Soaring to the Heavens. In the original novel, Qin Rui, the grandson of the Prince of Zhenbai, is a villain with limited screen time. His main role is to create obstacles for the protagonist after his death due to the troubles he leaves behind. In the original novel, 3 years after Qin Rui was assassinated, the Prince of Zhenbai was ambushed by barbarians on the frontier, severely injured, and died after returning to Tuxuanjing City, despite medical treatment. Almost all the second-generation descendants of the Zhenbai prince's mansion perished on the battlefield. All the glory rested on the Prince of Zhenbai. With his fall, the mansion crumbled like a great building. In the original story, Qin Rui, having lost his biggest backer, was ultimately kidnapped by the evil sect, the Corpse Soul Sect. Because he possessed a special soul talent, he was directly refined into an evil soul after being captured, ultimately becoming an experience monster for the protagonist of the original work to level up. When Qin Rui first transmigrated, his initial plan was simply to use his premonition of the plot to cultivate diligently, develop his talents, and try to change the tragic ending. Unexpectedly, the benefits for transmigrators, though late, finally arrived. He awakened a system called Soaring to Success. But this system not only increases cultivation speed based on his actual official rank, but also allows him to collect reputation points to exchange for a wide variety of items in the system's shop. For example, cultivation techniques, elixirs, divine weapons, secret treasures, and some life-saving rare items. This is also why Qin Rui wanted to join the Zhenwu division. Although he was the heir apparent of the royal family, that was merely a matter of succession, not a substantive official position, unless he can successfully inherit the title of Prince of Zhenbai. But given the normal course of events, even if the old prince passes away, the various factions in the court will certainly not easily allow a young man like him to sit in that position. In reality, with the original owner's cultivation at the peak of the 9th rank, even with the status of a prince's heir, he was simply not qualified to serve as a centurion in the Zhenwu division. However, the newbie gift pack given by the system boosted his strength to the peak of the 8th rank, which allowed him to successfully assume his post. If official rank affects Qin Rui's cultivation speed, then reputation points enrich his abilities, providing cultivation techniques and even life-saving methods. Qin Rui originally intended to make a name for himself at this poetry gathering and gain a large amount of reputation points, but the 7th prince ruined his plans, causing his expected reputation gains to shrink significantly. How could he not be extremely angry? As the saying goes, fellow villagers stab each other in the back. He now desperately wants to kill the 7th prince. Speaking of the 7th prince Zhao Jing, he was quite happy at this moment. Ha ha ha, we've hit the jackpot. We've made a killing this time. You and Qin Rui were right. Zhao Jing is also a time traveler. However, unlike Qin Rui, Zhao Jing traveled from another planet. Upon arriving in this world and learning that he was actually a prince, Zhao Jing felt a surge of almost dizzying joy. Imperial power, wealth, and being above all others. All things he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his previous life now seemed within reach. However, as the original owner's remaining memories flooded her mind like a tide, a name gradually became clear: Qin Rui, grandson of the Prince of Zhenbai. PDA's fragments about this person continued. Pieced together, Zhao Jing suddenly felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He discovered that he had transmigrated into the world of the online novel he had once read in another world, titled I Don't Want to Be a Supporting Character. I want to be the ruler of heaven and earth. This novel tells the story of Qin Rui, a transmigrator who, after arriving in a fictional world, rises step by step, sweeps away all enemies, and ultimately ascends to the throne of the ruler of heaven and earth. The book features a dramatic plot, interwoven with political intrigue and martial arts. The identity of the seventh prince is tragically tarnished and ends poorly in the middle of the story due to his struggle with Qin Rui for the throne. When Zhao Jing transmigrated, the novel was still ongoing, and he had only read a portion of it. He didn't know much about the later plot, but he clearly remembered that in the part of the original novel he had read, the seventh prince died a rather gruesome death. After the initial panic, Zhao Jing's first thought was to eliminate any potential threat and to send his elite assassins to kill Qin Rui before he came of age. After all, the other party possesses a protagonist system, and if allowed to grow unchecked, it will inevitably become a major threat in the future. However, Zhao Jing quickly abandoned this idea, because as he finished absorbing the memories, his cheat ability also arrived. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice, audible only to him, resounded in his mind, followed by the appearance of an entity called the supervillain system. The core of this system is luck plunder. Whether they are the protagonist destined by fate or a supporting character burdened with great power, as long as they possess significant destiny, they can be marked by the system and their destiny can be seized. The luck gained through plunder will be converted into villain points, which can be used to exchange for anything in the system shop. In addition, the system will periodically issue tasks either to sabotage the protagonist's key opportunities or to recruit important characters from the original work. Completing each task will not only grant rare rewards, but also a massive amount of villain points. Upon regaining his composure from the initial joy of his newfound advantage, Zhao Jing immediately learned about the timeline in which he had transmigrated. Having learned that he had traveled back in time to a time just days before Wang Xiayun's poetry gathering, Zhao Jing had been waiting for this opportunity. What Zhao Jing did at today's poetry gathering was to disrupt Qin Rui's growth process, destabilize his protagonist's destiny, and take the opportunity to plunder him. Furthermore, perhaps because Qin Rui is the protagonist, interrupting Qin Rui's public display of power is also a task assigned by the villain system. And in Zhao Jing's view, this operation was exceptionally successful. The plunder of fortune combined with the mission rewards directly granted him a large number of villain points. Expected of the protagonist. The only one who can rival Qin Rui in terms of luck is probably Yi Xiao, the original protagonist of One Sword Soars to the Heavens. However, as far as Zhao Jing knows, the original protagonist of A Sword Soars to the Heavens hasn't even made his appearance yet. Oh wow, 3 layers of nesting dolls, that's amazing. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. In Qin Rui's eyes, Yi Xiao is the chosen one of the novel's protagonists. But in Zhao Jing's eyes, Qin Rui was the true protagonist of the novel, the chosen one. Yi Xiao is merely the original protagonist, a pseudo-chosen one, in the novel, A Sword Soars to the Heavens, which Qin Rui transmigrates into. In Lin Yu's view, Zhao Jing might also be the protagonist of a novel, and in a story centered around him, Qin Rui and Yi Xiao might just be supporting characters. Hopefully, these 2 transmigrator systems aren't too overpowered, otherwise this red entry might be wasted. The day after the poetry gathering, in the soft light of dawn, a few rays of pale gold shone through the window panes. Last night, you successfully used your avatar to read through all the cultivation manuals in the Lin family's library without anyone noticing. What will disappoint you is that the Lin family has not included the parts of some top-tier cultivation techniques, including the Heavenly Gang mountain suppressing movement, that involve the upper three ranks. In the Scripture Pavilion, fortunately, you have achieved your goal. You now understand the divisions of the refining spirit realm, the cultivation process, and even have a general understanding of the precautions for breaking through to the second-grade Dharma aspect. However, judging from the information you've received, it seems you're close to reaching the peak of the refining spirit realm. The third-grade refining spirit realm, simply put, is a realm for tempering the divine soul. This realm is divided into 3 stages based on the characteristics of the divine soul. The first stage is called locking the soul across 1,000 miles. A martial artist who has reached this stage of spirit refinement possesses a spiritual soul far surpassing that of someone who has just condensed it. At this moment, their spiritual senses are as sharp as a mirror. Even if an opponent only reveals a wisp of aura, a trace of fighting spirit, or a hint of killing intent from a great distance, it is like a firefly in the dark night, impossible to escape their perception. ETA 1,000-mile expanse is as clear as the lines on the palm of one's hand. Wherever the energy flows, that is where the target resides. This is the ultimate in pursuit and insight. Ordinary methods of concealment and escape are almost ineffective against such spiritual perception. The second stage is called a divine journey across 10,000 miles. At this stage, a martial artist in the refining spirit realm has condensed their soul to the point where it temporarily leaves the body, like a gentle breeze or flowing clouds, breaking free from the shackles of the physical body. Roaming freely between heaven and earth, with a thought, mountains and rivers shrink. One can view landscapes thousands of miles away in an instant. Of course, the phrase 10,000 miles often refers to the ultimate ideal. Throughout history, very few have truly achieved the ability to freely roam thousands of miles with their divine soul while in the refining spirit realm. When the soul leaves the body, it is like a kite flying far away. The farther it is from the physical body, the more delicate and fragile the bond that sustains life becomes, and the soul itself will dissipate and thin. If one inadvertently crosses a dangerous boundary, the connection will suddenly sever, and the soul will become a rootless duckweed, either dissipating into the world or forever trapped in nothingness. The physical body will then become a soulless shell, with unimaginable consequences. Therefore, most cultivators in the refining spirit realm only use a divided spirit when they travel in spirit. The third stage is the manifestation of divine power. This is the sign of reaching the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm. At this stage, the soul, having undergone countless trials and tribulations, has transformed from the ethereal to the tangible, from the hidden to the manifest, becoming powerful enough to interfere with reality and manifest its form. It can manifest a divine form, identical to its original form, carrying a chilling pressure and a powerful spiritual impact. At this level, even ordinary people with no martial arts cultivation can witness the manifestation of that extraordinary divine soul, as if facing a deity directly, and their bodies and minds are deeply shaken. Once this manifestation appears, it is no longer a mere spiritual perception, but rather the substantial reflection of spiritual power onto reality, laying a crucial foundation for the future condensation of the Dharma form containing the power of Dharma principles. Perhaps because your foundation is too strong, even though you have only just condensed your divine soul and have not yet undergone systematic cultivation. But your soul is already capable of separating from your physical body and roaming freely throughout the world. It can be said that you have now reached second stage of the refining spirit realm, 10,000 miles of divine travel. Afterwards, you conducted a test using your divided spirit, and discovered that your divided spirit could travel more than 3,000 miles away from your physical body. However, it's possible that your soul possesses some characteristics of the supreme golden body technique. You discover that even when your spirit is more than 3,000 miles away, it still possesses considerable combat power. It can be said that most of my current combat power relies on the supreme golden body technique. My true essence and divine soul are not particularly outstanding. I am still at the refining spirit level. The 1 month after the poetry gathering, in these short 20-odd days, you have, in ways unimaginable to ordinary people, perused all the martial arts manuals treasured by all the major and minor forces in Xuanjing City and the surrounding areas, except for the Deyong royal family. After that, you began to immerse yourself day after day in the vast and profound teachings of those cultivation methods. Finally, one morning 2 months later, you suddenly opened your eyes, your gaze seemingly reflecting the shifting stars and the flickering patterns of martial arts. Oh, those originally scattered and obscure true meanings of the techniques have been thoroughly understood and integrated by you, transforming into a profound and powerful foundation within your martial arts roots. This profound understanding is not merely an accumulation of knowledge, but a near instinctive comprehension, flowing naturally through every inch of your blood and mind, like breathing. Afterwards, with a deeper foundation in martial arts and expending a great deal of creative energy, you successfully updated and iterated the supreme golden body technique, and derived 2 more techniques. These 2 cultivation methods, one of which is called the record of one thought connecting to the divine, focuses on cultivating the spirit and soul, using the spirit to control essence and guide ki, pursuing the immortality of the spirit and soul, and boundless supernatural powers. The other is the scripture of limitless creation, which focuses on cultivating true kai, nourishing the spirit and consolidating essence, aiming to unleash boundless primordial kai and create the vast universe. Let's start with the record of one thought to divine intervention. This cultivation method not only integrates the many spirit-refining techniques you've collected, but also absorbs the essence of various schools, soul-tempering philosophies, and even incorporates your profound ideas from your previous life regarding the Yang gods, tribulation, and the indestructibility of pure Yang. The martial arts, supernatural powers of this world are not limited to physical manifestations, such as copper skin and iron bones and blood and ki furnace. When the soul is tempered to a certain level, it will awaken various incredible soul-related supernatural abilities, depending on the characteristics of the cultivation technique and the practitioner's unique martial will, or like the diamond eye that sees through the void to pierce through illusion, or like the other's minds that can see through the mind to perceive all things, or like the divine incarnation to roam the vast void. To be the most extraordinary aspect of the record of one thought to divine power lies not only in its ability to condense and strengthen the divine soul at a speed far exceeding ordinary methods, making it as clear and powerful as the bright moon in the sky. Its core essence lies in its ability to greatly stimulate the potential of the soul, increasing the probability and upper limit of awakening various supernatural abilities. Though under your meticulous framework, this cultivation method balances the accumulation of the quantity of the spirit and the transformation of its quality. It possesses both a solid path for steadily enhancing the strength of the divine soul and a profound mechanism for guiding the awakening of supernatural powers and even combining their effects. It can truly be described as a combination of numerical values and mechanics, with boundless potential. As for the scripture of creation without limits, it embodies your ultimate pursuit of the essence of energy. At the core of this technique lies in endowing the cultivated energy with a plasticity and growth potential akin to the origin of creation. But after cultivating this technique, your true essence can be shaped and adapted infinitely at will, capable of simulating all attributes and evolving into countless phenomena. Judging from the name of this technique, you have high hopes for it. You firmly believe that as this cultivation technique continues to break limits, upgrade, and iterate, one day you will be able to condense creation energy solely through your own cultivation without relying on external objects. That would be a monumental leap from borrowing from nature to creating nature of one's own. July 18th, 1004 of the Da Yang era. Today, you celebrate your 18th birthday. According to the Lin family's traditional rules, once any member reaches the age of 18, they must not remain permanently within the family residence. Instead, they must share the family's burdens, manage local businesses, and thus temper their character and hone their abilities. This is both a rule and a rite of passage into adulthood, signifying that from this point on, one must shoulder a responsibility. Of course, as a martial arts prodigy. Like yourself, if you wish to stay at the Lin family mansion, the Lin family elders will agree. However, while the mansion is nice, it still feels somewhat restrictive to you. Therefore, after your birthday banquet, while the candlelight was still warm, you frankly expressed your wish to your family to leave the manor and live alone, managing the family business externally and cultivating your martial arts skills internally. The Lin family's response was unexpectedly swift and generous. Everything was arranged within 3 days. You were moved from the courtyard where you had lived since childhood to a new, elegant, and spacious house 10 miles away. This residence occupies a considerable area, with green walls and black tiles. A pond with flowing water is situated in the courtyard, planted with several ancient plum trees. There are also specially designated quiet rooms and training grounds. While the furnishings are not luxurious, they are meticulously chosen and thoughtfully arranged, adding a sense of spaciousness and comfort compared to the old residence. In addition, the Lin family has assigned you a steward to manage a portion of the assets allocated to you, and all you need to do is focus on your cultivation. Is this the treatment of a prodigy? I love it, that's true. In the Lin family's eyes, you're an 18-year-old mid-stage finding internal organs martial artist, with the potential to break through to the golden body realm before you turn 20. TAs for your true strength, do you think you could even put up a fight against a first-grade celestial being? After acquiring the new cultivation technique, you naturally started practicing it immediately. In just a few months, your skills have improved by more than one level. At first, let's consider the physical body. After the new Supreme Golden Body technique replaced the original Golden Body technique, the progress of the cultivation technique slowed down. However, because it inherited the proficiency from the previous 3 limit-breaking techniques, the new Supreme Golden Body technique directly reached perfection. The new version of the Supreme Golden Body technique at the perfected realm not only elevates your physical strength to a whole new level, but even the martial arts techniques you've mastered have undergone a profound transformation. Besides the significant increase in the power of each supernatural ability, some supernatural powers that are similar in nature and compatible in their aura began to naturally merge, giving rise to even more profound forms. Among them, the immense power contained in the dragon and elephant divine strength, and the unbreakable defense granted by the indestructible Vajra, are perfectly integrated, completely merging into the powerful supernatural ability of the 16-foot golden body. Once the fused golden body is activated, faint phantom images of dragons and elephants will surround it. Its enhancement in pure defense and absolute strength far surpasses that of other attributes. And this is merely the initial change brought about by the perfection of the golden body technique. To this day, after months of arduous training, you have pushed the new version of the supreme golden body technique to a higher level, successfully achieving a breakthrough. The breakthrough to the golden body technique in one go brings about a complete transformation, i.e. your physical strength has increased dramatically once again. Your blood and chi are like molten mercury, your bones like divine iron, and thunderous sounds resonate between your internal organs. But what's even more surprising is that this breakthrough directly gave birth to a brand new and powerful divine ability, whose profoundness is in no way inferior to the 16-foot golden body. You named this supernatural power eternal life. It is not simply a restoration of supernatural powers, but a cycle of power deeply rooted in the origin of life. Once activated, it's as if an inexhaustible spring flows within your body, providing you with a continuous and abundant source of energy. Even after several days of intense battle, your breath will remain as long and steady as ever. At the same time, it grants you an astonishing ability to heal yourself. Ordinary injuries heal instantly, and even deep wounds that expose bone can be restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. Your own self-healing abilities are already sufficient for limb regeneration. Now, with the added blessing of endless life, you are even more powerful. That while it hasn't reached the point of regeneration from a single drop of blood, ordinary flesh regeneration and organ reconstruction are as easy for you as breathing. As long as your physical body is not more than 90% destroyed and retains a sliver of life, you can use this divine power to quickly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, reconstruct your flesh and blood, and reconnect your meridians, to recovering to peak condition in an extremely short time, like an immortal being, endlessly regenerating. Besides experiencing a transformative improvement in your physical body, your soul and true essence have also undergone a profound metamorphosis due to cultivating the record of one thought connecting to divine and the scripture of limitless creation. Your spiritual cultivation has now firmly entered the third stage of the refining spirit realm divine manifestation. This means you have now been able to solidify the ethereal power of the divine soul and manifest it in the real world. In addition, you have awakened a divine power of the soul. You've named this supernatural power heavenly vision and earthly hearing. This supernatural power is not simply an enhancement of perception, but a transcendent ability of insight. Once activated, your senses will resonate with the universe. Your vision will penetrate clouds and mist to perceive the smallest details, and your hearing will capture whispers in the wind and currents beneath the earth. It grants you extraordinary information gathering abilities and near absolute insight, even giving you a God's eye view with a comprehensive overview. With your current strength, after unleashing this divine power, within a radius of 500 miles, the swaying grass and trees, the crawling insects, the flow of human presence, the subtle ripples of energy, all movements and stillness will be clearly reflected in your mind, as if you were reading the lines on your palm. However, some power formations and strong martial artists can hinder such observation and even trace back to you as the source. Therefore, every time you use this supernatural power, you try to avoid high-level martial artists, and you will continuously activate the mortal transformation technique during the observation. This way, even if you are accidentally detected by a second-rank or even first-rank martial artist, they will not be able to track you down. Finally, in the cultivation of true essence, the creation limitless scripture brings you a qualitative leap. Your true essence has given birth to a profound creational realm, which is not a simple change in attributes, but a near primordial power of harmony and creation. With this understanding, your true essence can freely simulate the attributes of other people's cultivation techniques, achieving level of realism that is indistinguishable from the real thing. Furthermore, when unleashing martial arts techniques, you can amplify their power several times over, transforming ordinary martial arts into something extraordinary. Furthermore, the true essence you have condensed has become increasingly solid and vivid, coupled with the spiritual avatar technique that has already broken through its limits twice. At this point, the avatar can already bear 50% of your original body's power, as well as all your martial arts abilities. At this moment, your soul and true essence have both reached the peak of the refining God realm, and your physical body has far surpassed it. Furthermore, both the record of one thought to divine intervention and the scripture of limitless creation still have considerable room for improvement. However, based on your speculation, these two cultivation techniques, without breaking through the limits, can at most allow your divine soul and true essence to reach the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, or at most, the initial stage of the celestial being realm. After all, the martial arts techniques you obtained before were merely collections displayed by various factions. The truly fundamental and essential traditions are never easily placed in a library accessible to everyone. Moreover, some truly powerful cultivation techniques, especially those supreme methods that can guide cultivators all the way to the second-grade Dharma aspect realm, often possess subtleties that go beyond what is recorded in words. Content below the refining spirit realm may be written on paper or depicted in paintings, but once it involves the profound mysteries above the refining spirit realm, it can no longer be contained by ordinary words. The cultivation of these realms involves the fusion of spirit and soul, and the resonance of heaven and earth. It is profound and mysterious, and words and writings can limit its essence, and may even be misleading. It must rely on special mediums to be passed down without error. The portion of these powerful cultivation techniques above the refinement of spirit realm is contained within a rare artifact known as the inheritance, jade slip. These jade slips are no ordinary items. They are mostly crafted from the essence of spiritual jade and contain the divine soul, imprints and inherited artistic conceptions of powerful predecessors. Cultivators must delve deeply into it with their divine sense to comprehend the true meaning of the techniques, the visualization diagrams, and even the insights gained from cultivation, as if personally receiving the teachings of the patriarch. For this reason, each inheritance jade slip can be considered the lifeblood of a faction, the foundation for continuing its lineage and cultivating top experts. The various factions went to great lengths to guard them, not only setting up numerous arrays and restrictions, also having powerful martial artists take turns watching over them. Some jade slips are even protected by bloodline or soul restrictions, making them inaccessible to those who are not specific inheritors. When you searched through the cultivation techniques of all the major forces in Zhuanjing City, you naturally discovered these traditional jade slips, but at the time you didn't want to alert them, so you didn't touch them. You plan to wait until your current cultivation technique has broken through its limits several times, and its potential is exhausted before you start using those inheritance jade slips. Back then, you wouldn't say you were invincible, but you could at least take down a celestial being with a single punch. During these past few months, besides cultivating, you've also been keeping a close eye on Qin Ruji and the 7th Prince Zhaojing, both suspected to be transmigrators. You have quietly left a faint avatar near both the Zhenbei Prince's mansion and the Rui Prince's mansion, where the 7th Prince resides. They followed them like shadows, silently blending into the everyday life of the city, watching their every move day And from your observation, over the past few months, Qin Rui has continued as usual, dressed in the black official robes of the Zhenwu division, moving between the dark alleys and high gates of the capital. He was either hunting down a hidden fugitive or raiding a house. Meanwhile, the seventh prince, Zhao Jing, has been frequently wandering the streets and alleys of Xuanjing City for the past few months, but is seemingly aimless, but with keen eyes, always lingering and observing in the crowd. You discover that during this period he has gradually gathered several followers of low status. Some of these people were laborers redeemed from the slave market, while others were homeless beggars huddled in underpasses and street corners. This Zhao Jing. Could he know something about the plot and is recruiting talent here? That was your thought at the time. Because you felt at the time that the other party wasn't hiring randomly, but rather had a very precise target audience, specifically recruiting these individuals. However, you guessed right, the people recruited by the seventh Prince Zhao Jing are all talented individuals, and they will all become Qin Rui's subordinates. It's from the novel A Sword Soars to the Heavens, a story that wasn't written down, and Qin Rui didn't know about it. It refers to a talented and gifted person. In the novel featuring Qin Rui as the protagonist, Qin Rui only met these people after he transmigrated into the book. Before Zhao Jing transmigrated, Qin Rui had also recruited several talents who appeared in A Sword Soaring to the Heavens. Similar manner, July 18th, 2004 of the Great Yang Dynasty, 10 days after your birthday. On this day Qin Rui, or rather, Qin Rui and the seventh prince Zhao Jing, collaborated to solve a major case that shook the court and the public. This case shattered the surface tranquility of Xuanjing like a thunderbolt. The crux of the case lies in a manor called Ningxiang Garden, located in the western suburbs of Xuanjian City. Looking out, the place is filled with vermilion gates and black tiles, winding paths leading to secluded spots, pavilions and towers nestled among ancient trees and exotic flowers, resembling a place for scholars and literati to feast and stroll, exuding the utmost elegance. However, beneath this elegant facade lies a terrifyingly large and meticulously organized dark abyss. This is no ordinary brothel. It is a purgatory that has imprisoned countless women's blood, tears, and lives. Most of the women in these cases were not forced in this situation voluntarily, but were abducted or kidnapped from various places using various despicable means. Some of them were young girls picking mulberry leaves in the water towns of southern China, while others were simple, honest women from the border towns of the north. There were even daughters of farmers whose families had suffered disasters and incurred debts, and whose children were sold off by their fathers or brothers to pay off those debts. They were stripped of their names and their pasts severed, imprisoned like commodities in this gilded cage, enduring unspeakable humiliation and torment day and night. In addition, these women are forced to practice a sinister and evil cultivation method, sacrificing their own vital energy to nourish the customers who come seeking pleasure. Over time, many people became emaciated, like lamps running out of oil, and their fate was self-evident. This manor can truly be described as a den of iniquity that has devoured countless lives. And the regular visitors to this den of iniquity were naturally the prominent officials and nobles of Xuanjing City, alike the seemingly respectable but powerful high-ranking officials in the imperial court, and the incredibly wealthy merchants in the marketplace who monopolized the salt and iron industries. Even military officers responsible for guarding the capital and who should be upright and incorruptible could be honored guests here. Even princes have frequented this place under assumed names. The reason this manor was able to remain hidden for so many years under the emperor's nose without being exposed was because its management was so meticulous that it was virtually watertight. The manor is riddled with sentries, both visible and hidden. Seemingly ordinary rockeries and corridors are all concealed by intricate formations designed to confuse outsiders and mask their presence. At underground, a complex network of secret passages has been dug, resembling a maze, which can be used to easily move people and valuables, and also to allow key figures to escape undetected in times of crisis. In addition, the park maintains a group of highly skilled guards of unknown origin year-round. They are like phantoms in the night, silently erasing any possible traces of their presence. It is precisely through this impenetrable defense, coupled with deeply entrenched interests, that they have achieved this. A vast net, covering a significant portion of Xuanjing City's powerful and influential, has been quietly woven, and for many years no one has been able to budge it in the slightest. Meanwhile, Qin Rui and Zhao Jing somehow obtained a crucial clue. Following this lead, they uncovered a secret record documenting all people who had interacted with them, detailing their names, official titles, dates, and even unusual hobbies. Irrefutable evidence. When this weighty evidence, along with the detailed case file, was presented to the emperor, the Daong emperor's fury erupted like a volcano. Under the very feet of the emperor, in the magnificent capital, such a filthy and lawless den of iniquity exists, with such a wide-ranging influence. This is a profound disregard for imperial authority and the law of the land. The emperor immediately issued a stern edict, ordering a thorough investigation, and that anyone involved, regardless of their background, be severely punished. For the next 2 weeks, the sky over Xuanjing City seemed shrouded in a blood-red haze. The Zhenwu Division and the Ministry of Justice were arresting people everywhere. The once bustling mansions of the wealthy and powerful were suddenly deserted, and then cold seals were affixed to them. Countless officials were stripped of their official hats, dismissed from their posts, investigated, or exiled to the frontier. The court was filled with fear, and the once lively banquets and social gatherings suddenly became deserted. In the bustling streets and alleys, the people whispered amongst themselves, feeling both relieved that the corrupt officials had been exposed and breathless at the sudden, chilling storm. Even a once powerful vice minister of revenue, faced with irrefutable evidence, was unable to refute it. He left a vague final letter in the cold prison and then hanged himself. Subsequently, his once illustrious mansion was completely ransacked, with mountains of gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and paintings confiscated and sent to the national treasury. The prince involved, though spared severe punishment, was severely reprimanded by the emperor himself, stripped of all his official duties, and imprisoned in the inner courtyard of the imperial clan court to reflect on his actions. From then on, he faded from the power structure of the court. Afterwards, the emperor of Daong directly announced that the case was closed. After the criminals have received their due punishment and the case has been closed, the next step is naturally to reward those who contributed to solving the case. The emperor of Daong held a small-scale ceremony to bestow honors upon this talented individual, demonstrating his respect and favor. Among them, the 7th Prince Zhao Jing made the greatest contribution to the case, and not only received a generous reward of 1,000 taels of gold bestowed by the emperor, but was also granted special permission to enter the imperial library, enjoying the precious opportunity to read the royal secret collection of books. This honor filled many officials and other princes present with envy, and many officials praised the 7th prince for his youthful talent and the emperor's favor. Qin Rui was recognized as a key figure in assisting the 7th prince in solving the case, and was listed as a contributor to its resolution. he was rewarded with a batch of precious and rare elixirs, including marrow-cleansing pill and key-gathering powder, which could boost blood circulation and strengthen the body. He was simultaneously promoted to commander of the Zhemu division, entering the ranks of important court positions. Although this honor was already substantial, to discerning individuals, its significance was far less than the qualification for entry into the Imperial Library. Wouldn't Qin be absolutely furious? Having followed this matter closely, you naturally know who truly deserves the credit for this case. The reason this major case was solved was because Qin spent dozens of days tirelessly traveling and conducting thorough investigations, finally managing to gather all the key evidence and clarify the case's details single-handedly. As for the seventh Prince Zhao Jing, he merely accepted the fruits of his labor at the last moment, deftly plucking the ripe peach. It was through this incident that you became even more convinced that the seventh Prince, Zhao Jing, must know something about the plot unfolding in Qin Rui's future. Otherwise, how could he have so precisely seized the opportunity, intervening just as the case was about to be solved, and reaping the greatest credit and fame? In your opinion, if things had proceeded normally, without the seventh prince interfering, Qin Rui's ability and dedication would have made him a shoo-in for the top credit. Then, the rewards and prestige he would receive would be far greater than what he has now, even if he couldn't be promoted to commander of the Zhenwu division in one fell swoop. This will also allow them to accumulate substantial capital, clearing many obstacles and laying an unshakable foundation for future advancement. As you predicted, Qin Rui was indeed so frustrated he almost wanted to curse. He hadn't yet had a chance to retaliate against the seventh prince after their clash at the poetry gathering months ago, but now the prince had used the same tactic again, forcibly taking most of the credit. If it were merely a matter of the amount of the reward, it might not have broken his defenses so much. What he truly found unacceptable was the loss of his reputation points. It's important to understand that the public perception of someone solving a case alone versus two people working together to solve it is vastly different. Moreover, he didn't achieve the primary merit, but only a secondary one. This directly resulted in his reputation points being nerfed twice. However, Qin Rui, being the protagonist of a novel, is certainly no fool. Having experienced these two incidents, he understood that Zhao Jing's ability to intercept him so precisely meant he had a very deep understanding of him. As a transmigrator from Earth, Qin Rui possesses remarkably rich imagination. If I, a transmigrator, know Ye Xiao's storyline and Zhao Jing is also a transmigrator, could he know about my storyline? Does that mean I've become the protagonist of a transmigration novel? Qin Rui was somewhat bewildered that he had become a character in a novel, but he quickly came to his senses. After all, everything he was experiencing now felt so real to him. No on. We've gained too few reputation points these past few days. That bastard Zhao Jing will definitely keep causing trouble in the future. Looks like I'll have to make a quick buck. August 20th, 2004 of the Great Yang Dynasty. A collection of poems titled Eternal Glory has been circulating in Chuanjing City. This collection is filled with magnificent and profoundly evocative masterpieces that have stood the test of time. The lofty and unrestrained spirit of When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright, in Prelude to Water Melody, and the heroic passion of Heaven has endowed me with talents that must be put to use, in Drinking Alone Under the Moon, the desolate and bleak scene of withered vines, old trees, and crows at dusk, in Autumn Thoughts in the Pure Sand, is complemented by the ornate and imaginative Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River. Each word, each phrase, seems to carry the weight of 1,000 years, falling into this mortal realm. To everyone's astonishment, The one who published this collection of poems was none other than Qin Rui, the grandson of the Prince of Zhenbei. That's right, Qin Rui directly compiled all the poems and songs he remembered from his previous life on Earth that had been passed down through the ages, and had no taboos in this world into a collection of poems and songs and published it. And Da Qin Rui did not fill in his own name as the author of these poems and songs. Instead, he wrote anonymous. Anyway, whenever someone asks, Qin Rui just says that he dreamed about these things, and the poem Liang Xiu Si that Qin Rui composed in front of everyone at the poetry gathering that day was also published in the poetry collection after he changed the title. However, this poem is attributed to Qin Rui himself. Not only this one, but several other poems he used to show off when he first transmigrated are also attributed to him. After all, Qin Rui publicly stated that these poems were his own ideas when he wrote them, so he can't possibly admit to plagiarism now. Anyway, as long as he doesn't admit it, and no one has any evidence, plus he's already contributed so many timeless poems, what can anyone say about him? The release of Eternal Glory instantly shook the capital city of Zhuanjing. Among them, some are as bold and unrestrained as a surging river, while others are as gentle and graceful as a clear spring under the moon. The exquisite language and profound imagery far surpass those of common poetry and prose of the time. Within a few days, before the seventh prince Zhao Jing could react, the news quietly spread throughout every alley and every tea house and tavern in the capital, that then, as if carried by the wind, it spread rapidly towards all the prefectures and counties of Deyong. Despite this being a world of high martial arts, some martial artists' reverence and love for poetry and literature is no less than their dedication to martial arts studies, because these concise words and beautiful rhythms often reveal the author's aspirations, spirit, and spiritual realm, reflecting a person's breadth of mind and understanding. Many exceptionally talented martial artists, upon repeatedly reading these poems, can feel the flowing meaning and power between the lines. They can even glean insights into natural philosophy and the rhythms of heaven and earth that resonate with martial arts, thereby enhancing their mental state and helping them break through cultivation bottlenecks. Moreover, this world has a long and rich history of Confucianism. Although it doesn't have an independent Confucian and Taoist cultivation system like some other worlds, Confucian scholars have long since drawn on the essence of the vast martial arts, integrating it to develop a unique path. They cultivate their minds and character, and in addition to refining their true essence, they can also cultivate a special power called righteous energy. This power is immense and unyielding, filling heaven and earth, capable of warding off evil spirits and suppressing inner demons. Furthermore, Confucian and Taoist supernatural powers have emerged, such as the profound techniques of words becoming law and pen strokes startling wind and rain, all of which embody the principle of conveying the Tao through literature and controlling one's energy through the mind, proving remarkably effective in both practical combat and self-cultivation. Besides Confucianism, Taoism emphasizes following the natural way and the unity of heaven and man, and has also derived many esoteric techniques from its martial arts system, such as talismans, formations, and internal alchemy. Buddhism, on the other hand, emphasizes the combined practice of Chan meditation and martial arts, developing unique methods such as the Vajra subjugation power and the compassionate salvation of beings. Numerous schools of thought, each displaying its unique abilities, have blossomed into a myriad of cultural expressions based on the foundation of martial arts, collectively constructing the complex and profound extraordinary system of this world. On September 20th, 1004 of the Great Yang Dynasty, within a short month, Eternal Glory spread throughout the entire Great Yang dynasty, but even more so, with the travels of caravans and envoys. These poems and essays quietly crossed national borders and spread to neighboring countries, attracting foreign scholars to copy them and discuss them extensively. This caused the reputation value displayed on Qin Rui's system interface to skyrocket, almost dazzling him. This time we really struck gold. We won't lack reputation points for a long time to come. It's just a pity that we could have made even more using these treasures from our past lives. It's all that damned Zhao Jing's fault. Gaining a large amount of reputation points should have been a happy thing, but Qin Rui felt a burning hatred for Zhao Jing whenever he thought of him. Qin Rui originally planned to compose a timeless masterpiece on occasions such as festive banquets, literary gatherings, court discussions, or excursions to mountains and rivers. Under the right setting and atmosphere, a poem can not only spread rapidly, but also bestow upon him the aura of exceptionally gifted poetic talent. By doing this once, twice, 3 times, step by step, he could not only continuously gain prestige, but also solidify his image as a literary genius descended to earth in the hearts of the people. That kind of prestige, perhaps not as overwhelming as it is now, is like a gentle, continuous stream. Of course, there was another reason why Qin Rui was so anxious. He was afraid that Zhao Jing was from the same place as him and also knew about these things. If Zhao Jing released these things in advance, wouldn't he be in trouble? At this moment, Zhao Jing was also extremely angry, but he was angry at himself. Damn, he still got greedy. I didn't expect Qin Rui to be so decisive. You really can't underestimate a protagonist. The autumn wind was bleak. Sitting in the courtyard, Zhao Jing slammed his fist against the pillar beside him, his voice filled with regret. He recalled his previous experiences of successfully disrupting Qin Rui's show-off moments, and the thrill of successfully intercepting him and gaining villain points made him feel somewhat smug. His original plan was to play like a cat playing with a mouse, interrupting Qin Rui time and time again, just as he was about to shine. This allows them to continuously weaken the opponent's development resources while simultaneously earning substantial villain points as a reward. A win-win situation. Who could have imagined that Qin Rui's reaction would completely exceed his expectations? This protagonist, contrary to his usual behavior, abandoned the pursuit of meticulously planned highlight moments and instead chose the simplest, most direct, and most effective method going all in. He unleashed his entire treasure trove of poetry at once, compiling it into a book that swept across the land. This decisiveness and boldness disrupted all of Zhao Jing's subsequent plans. Today, Eternal Glory has spread almost everywhere and deeply resonated with people, making it extremely difficult to stop or undermine it at its source. As Zhao Jing could only watch helplessly as Qin Rui made a fortune from this move, while his own plan to continuously harvest villain points fell through. The thought that Qin Rui might publish literary works like Journey to the West in the future made Zhao Jing even more upset. As for why Zhao Jing didn't release works to the public first, the reason is simple. He didn't know the complete content. That the current Zhao Jing, despite possessing powerful martial arts skills and being able to remember anything from his past life, even his experiences before the age of 3, can recall them if he so chooses. However, regarding literary works like Journey to the West, in his previous life, he had only watched related TV series, movies, or read fan fiction. As for the original novel's intricate and exquisite writing, and its winding and profound chapters, he had never actually read it in its entirety. At most, he had only occasionally skimmed through a few scattered excerpts during his student days. He couldn't understand it either. Qin Rui wasn't a literary worker in his previous life, so how did he remember so much? Could it be because in the original novel he read, Qin Rui needed these things to show off? If so, there's really nothing more to say. It's the setting, that's the novel's setting. The night breeze rustled through the courtyard, the bamboo leaves whispering. Zhao Jing took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation, his gaze sharpening once more. Fine, you win this round, but the game has only just begun. Is this what a real battle between time travelers is like? I could never have seen this in my previous life, but through your divine powers of seeing and hearing, you have taken in all of Qin Rui and Zhao Jing's actions. You currently have no intention of intervening in their conflict. You'll simply observe as a spectator. October 10th, 1004 of the Great Yang Dynasty. Nearly 3 months have passed since you reached the peak of the refining spirit realm. Aside from practicing the Supreme Golden Body technique, you've spent the rest of your time devising how to construct your own Dharma form. The second-grade Dharma aspect realm is a crucial leap for martial artists to transcend the ordinary and enter sainthood. The Dharma image, condensed by martial artists at this level, is not as simple as an ordinary phantom avatar formed from gathered energy. The Dharma form is the manifestation and crystallization of the Tao that a martial artist comprehends throughout their life. It is a skill born from the martial artist's true martial arts intent, unique personal cultivation philosophy, combined with their own essence, energy and spirit, refined through countless trials and tribulations, ultimately reaching its ultimate sublimation. It is both a manifestation of power and an extension of the Tao. Once a martial artist achieves the Dharma aspect, they begin to grasp the essence of the laws of heaven and earth. With a mere thought, the Dharma image can draw upon the vast power of heaven and earth to empower itself. At that time, moving mountains and filling seas and reversing rivers would not be an exaggeration. Even more mysteriously, the Dharma form can manifest at will across vast distances, like an external avatar, projecting the will and power of the true deity even across mountains and rivers. Unlike the soul that leaves the body of a martial artist in the refining spirit realm, the Dharma image projection, even after traversing countless mountains and rivers, can still bear a portion of the martial artist's divine power, unleashing thunderous methods, either to protect the path or to slay enemies. And today is the day you condense your own Dharma form and formally open the door to the Dharma form realm. You leave an avatar in your room, then your true body silently travels to an unnamed, desolate mountain 3,000 miles outside Zhuanjing City. This mountain is desolate and rarely visited by humans, with only jagged rocks and howling mountain winds for company. Upon arriving deep in the desolate mountains, you did not rush to begin. Instead, you held your breath and concentrated, activating the upgraded version of the transformation into mortals technique, which had undergone 3 breakthroughs and was now even more profound than before. With obscure Taoist principles flowing from your fingertips, you meticulously inscribe layers upon layers of interlocking hidden runes upon the void and mountain rocks within a radius of 100 miles. These runes are not static, but rather flicker like breathing, forming a vast, concealed array intended to eliminate all fluctuations. This arrangement should be sufficient. This place is already remote. Even if the commotion caused by condensing the Dharma image accidentally breaks through the rune's blockade, the aftershocks reaching the outside world will be negligible and unlikely to attract much attention. Although you are quite confident in your preparations, the commotion caused by condensing your Dharma image is considerable. Breaking through within Zhuanjing City might attract the attention of others. After inscribing the runes, you take out a jade bottle and pour out 3 pills, each the size of a longan and exuding a fragrant aroma. Guardian pill, pale purple in color, can safeguard the spiritual platform and prevent the soul from dissipating. A single stabilizing essence pill, as white as jade, can stabilize the meridians, strengthen the body, and resist the erosion of energy. The final enlightenment pill, shrouded in azure mist, can temporarily enhance a cultivator's perception and resonance. With the universe aiding in seizing that mysterious opportunity for breakthrough, you swallow the 3 pills in sequence, and immediately a warm, nourishing power spreads from your dantian, reaching your dantian and flowing through your limbs and bones, building a solid internal and external defense. With these 3 pills as a guarantee, even if you fail to condense your Dharma form, your foundation will remain intact. These 3 pills were specially condensed by you using the energy of creation. Based on their medicinal effects, they are extremely precious even to the celestial beings of this realm. With everything in place, you sit cross-legged atop the mountain, your 5 centers facing the sky, casting aside all distracting thoughts, your mind sinking into the deepest recesses, and officially begin the condensation of your Dharma form. You first activated the true essence of martial arts within yourself, which, although lacking combat experience, still far surpasses that of martial artists of the same level, and is condensed into a tangible form. This true meaning, like an awakening azure dragon, emerges from the lake of the heart, actively connecting with the radiant power of the divine soul, the robust power of the physical body and blood, and the surging power of true essence, like a mighty river. 4 fundamentally different yet originating forces, under the guidance of the true essence of martial arts, begin to converge and intertwine, generating an extremely subtle and complex resonance and transformation within your body. When martial artists reach this point, they will infuse their own cultivation philosophy, that is, their understanding of heaven and earth and themselves into this vortex of power as its core and catalyst, guiding the true meaning of martial arts to undergo a qualitative change, gradually sublimating into a unique martial arts style. Although you haven't gained much insight into yourself because your cultivation progressed too quickly, your understanding of the universe can compensate for this. However, you think that while breaking through like this is a safe bet, it's still somewhat of a waste of your talent. After all, you're only at the refining spirit realm, possessing the combat power of a celestial being. While you're strong, you're not strong enough. No matter how deep your understanding of heaven and earth is, there's a limit. Your current understanding of heaven and earth, compared to your innate and unfathomable talent, the profound truth of the great Tao, contained, boundless creation, is like a stream compared to an ocean, or a firefly compared to the bright moon, utterly insignificant. Therefore, you made a different decision. You no longer drew upon those relatively superficial insights into spiritual practice. Instead, one should immerse oneself entirely in the deepest recesses of the soul to touch and activate the profound truths of the great Tao contained within the limitless creation talent as the fundamental concept and core soul of this Dharma form condensation. This thought, once it arose, seemed to have triggered a switch. As the profound and ineffable essence of the great Tao, boundless creation, slowly flowed into the vortex of power that was undergoing fusion and transformation, a sudden change occurred. Your martial arts essence has begun to undergo an unprecedented sublimation. The 3 forces closely linked to its essence, energy, and spirit also undergo a chain reaction. It's no longer a simple fusion, but rather, guided by the true meaning of the great Tao, a fundamental reorganization, weaving and leap forward. Beneath the calm surface of the entire process lies a breathtaking clash of rules and an inner evolution. Time slips away silently, like sand through fingers. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. The desolate mountain remained silent, seemingly unchanged since time immemorial. On its surface, hidden runes flickered like breaths, silently circulating, concealing all aura and fluctuations, merging with the surrounding dinge. Heaven and earth, ye top the mountain, your figure, sitting cross-legged, seems to have become part of the rock. At this moment, you slowly opened your eyes. There was no ecstatic joy after a breakthrough, nor the weariness of overcoming hardship, only a profound and utter tranquility, like the primordial void at the beginning of the universe, encompassing everything yet transcending everything. The breakthrough is complete. Your unique and unprecedented Dharma form has been successfully formed. Your thoughts stirred slightly, your intention aligning with the law, yet there was no overwhelming, unstoppable force tearing through the heavens as you had anticipated, nor any extraordinary worldly phenomena, such as myriad rays of light or intoxicating fragrances. And on the contrary, an unusually mysterious and indescribable aura silently emanated from you. This aura seemed to directly touch the fundamental principles of the universe's operation. It was tranquil, profound, and ancient, carrying a primordial charm that preceded all things and nurtured everything. There was no earth-shattering roar, no storm sweeping across the land, but only that profound stillness and deep depth of Taoist essence, like the formless yet omnipresent Tao itself, seeps into everything like mercury. Like a spring tide, it surges silently, gently, spreading across every inch of the barren mountain, every breath of air. Even the originally howling mountain wind seemed to freeze and soften the moment it touched this Taoist rhythm, as if out of reverence, not daring to disturb this tranquility originating from the great Tao. Behind you the void rippled like water. A colossal figure, initially a faint phantom, rapidly solidified and slowly materialized between heaven and earth. Its height is 1,000 feet, towering majestically, almost reaching the sky and standing upright. However, this colossal object did not give off a sense of oppression or tyranny. Instead, it exuded a majestic and free-spirited harmony, breathing and sharing the same fate as heaven and earth. It stood there, seemingly becoming a part of heaven and earth, stable, peaceful, and unshakable. The deity's form is human, with eyes naturally closed, standing silently, like an ancient god who has slumbered for countless years. It wore an extremely simple, wide robe, devoid of any patterns or embellishments, lacking any glitter or shimmer, only the pure texture of the fabric, draping down with smooth, natural lines. The Buddha's hands hang naturally at his sides, his posture relaxed and peaceful, without any sense of deliberate effort. His face bears a 7/10 resemblance to yours, yet he has shed all the worldly dust and emotional fluctuations of life. A certain detachment and serenity lingered in his eyes, as if he had witnessed the vicissitudes, time and the cycles of history, or as if he had existed there since time immemorial, witnessing the creation of chaos and the rise and fall of stars. Behind the Buddha image, a pale golden halo floated silently, appearing and disappearing. Its shape was neither perfectly round nor perfectly full. The edges are not smooth curves, but rather exist in a state of constant, subtle change and flow, always maintaining a delicate balance and dynamic cycle between perfection and incompleteness. This is precisely the direct manifestation of the meaning of Wuji, the ultimate void, without beginning or end, without boundaries, containing infinite possibilities and opportunities for evolution. Around the Dharma image, in the void, countless tiny, fine specks of light, as dense as dust yet each crystal clear, floated, like flowing stars or fluttering fireflies. This is the manifestation of the brilliance of creation. These glimmers of light seem to carry with them every profound breath you take on your spiritual journey, every moment of quiet contemplation, every grasp of the ultimate truths of the universe, and every moment of reflection on your own path. They may seem as small as dust, insignificant, yet they accumulate like grains of sand forming a tower, or streams flowing into a river, forming, in countless numbers, the profound and boundless essence of this Dharma image, imbued with endless evolutionary mysteries. The Buddha's eyes are closed, as if he is looking inward, examining his true nature and clarifying his self. It also seems to be looking outward, wandering in the vast emptiness, experiencing the primordial state of the universe before its creation, in the beginning of chaos and immeasurable void. Within the silence lies boundless vitality and dynamism. At the very moment you concentrate your mind and carefully observe every detail of the Dharma image, this enormous, boundless Dharma image of creation also resonates subtly. The endless, luminous light of creation surrounding him, like a galaxy, began to flow. Gently with a mysterious rhythm, flickering and undulating, as if breathing, as if whispering. In a trance, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were born and died in the dim light, that mountains and rivers rose and evolved within them, and that the cycle of vegetation and the changing seasons unfolded silently. Scenes of creation, growth, decay, and rebirth unfold endlessly in the flickering light, forming a miniature yet complete world of creation. This is the supreme Dharma form uniquely yours, forged from your unparalleled talent, boundless creation, as its fundamental concept and core foundation, the Dharma form of boundless creation. And as you immerse your mind completely in the Dharma image, becoming one with it, the mysteries and immense power of this form of boundless creation naturally flow into your consciousness like a clear spring, becoming crystal clear. For example, in the state of manifested Dharma form, you can freely manipulate the power of the Dharma form with the surrounding heaven and earth, transforming a vast area into your own unique domain of limitless creation. Though within this domain, your will be greatly enhanced, and you will be able to command the power of heaven and earth, just like a lord of a domain. This is an ability possessed by all Dharma aspect realm experts. It is the foundation of Dharma aspect. Of course, the Dharma image condensed by an ordinary second-grade Dharma aspect realm cultivator is usually around 100 feet tall, and the stable range of its Dharma domain is only about 100 miles in radius, and your creation limitless Dharma form is 1,000 feet tall, with unfathomable depths. Its corresponding creation limitless Dharma domain, once unleashed, is enough to cover an area of 1,000 miles. The larger the domain of your domain, the more vast and powerful the forces of heaven and earth you can command. In addition, possibly due to the limitless creation talent, the limitless creation Dharma form also possesses two extremely powerful exclusive abilities that far surpass those of other Dharma forms. Firstly, there is the pale golden halo behind the Dharma image, containing the true meaning of limitless, the wheel of limitless. This wheel is not static, but rather in a state of perpetual, subtle flux, symbolizing the infinite accumulation of power and the infinite breakthrough of levels. Its core ability is to forcibly elevate the power of any martial art, supernatural power, or even Taoist technique you employ to a completely different level. Specifically, if you use a martial art that has reached its perfect state when facing an enemy, then, after actively activating the wheel of limitlessness, the power unleashed by this martial art will directly transcend its limits, achieving a terrifying effect comparable to a limit-breaking level. Similarly, if you are using a martial art that has already reached the first breakthrough, its power, enhanced by the wheel of limitlessness, can leap to the terrifying level of the second breakthrough. This ability might not seem so overpowered on others, but on you it's absolutely incredible. After all, martial artists in this world don't have the talent of limitless creation. They might have martial arts proficiency above perfection, or even something like returning to simplicity, but they probably don't have the concept of breaking limits a second or third time. Or secondly, there is the ever-flowing, luminous light of creation surrounding the Dharma image, like a galaxy. This light is the manifestation of the way of creation, with boundless wondrous uses. Its passive ability can, on the one hand, form an invisible barrier around you, subtly dissolving and eliminating various energy attacks and Taoist erosions from enemies, like a gentle spring breeze. Nourishing rain, silently benefiting all things. On the other hand, they can resonate with the deepest level of the universe, continuously drawing the purest energy and vitality from all things in the void to replenish all your consumption. Whether it's the massive depletion of true essence, caused by intense battle, or the injuries to the physical body and the shocks to the soul, all can be restored to their original state at a speed far exceeding common sense under the nourishment of the creation's glimmer, almost as if possessing an inexhaustible source. And the greatest function of the creation light is that you can actively ignite it. Every glimmer of creation embodies the accumulated wisdom and insights you've gained through your past spiritual practice. By burning these glimmers of light, you can instantly transform this profound accumulation into unparalleled explosive power in an extremely short time, releasing all the accumulated strength at once. This means that by burning the glimmer of creation, you can, at crucial moments, forcibly elevate your combat power to an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. This power is enough to break through conventional boundaries, cope with desperate situations, or unleash a devastating attack far exceeding one's current level. Of course, this move is extremely costly, and once it's exhausted, you'll need to continue accumulating creation's glimmer, but it's undoubtedly one of your most powerful trump cards. As expected of a Dharma form condensed based on the limitless creation talent, it's simply invincible. While sighing with emotion, you calmed your mind. With a slight thought, the towering Dharma image, like a reflection in water, slowly merged into your body from the outside in. Although the process was silent and noticed, it caused violent fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy, the wisps of profound Taoist energy emanating from the Dharma image were now being absorbed back into your body's meridians and the depths of your consciousness, like rivers flowing into the sea. With each return of the Taoist essence, you feel your foundation becoming more solid, and your connection with the great Tao of heaven and earth growing ever stronger. However, even though the Taoist aura has been completely withdrawn, the once desolate and silent mountain range where you are now has undergone a permanent and fundamental change due to the manifestation of your Dharma form and the pervasive Taoist aura during your breakthrough. On the rocks, indelible patterns of creation are quietly imprinted. Within the soil, glimmers of spiritual light are born. The previously thin spiritual energy in the air became dense and active, and there was even a faint pulsation of spiritual springs forming underground. The entire mountain seemed to have been infused with an immortal spirit, radiating vibrant life. Although, at present, its accumulated spiritual energy and grand scale may not yet compare to those top-tier famous mountains and rivers that have stood between heaven and earth for countless years, possessing both spiritual beauty and natural wonder. But for ordinary independent cultivators or small sects lacking resources, this place is already a dreamlike blessed land for cultivation, sufficient to serve as the foundation for establishing a sect and passing on its traditions. After reclaiming your Dharma form, you did not rush to leave the desolate mountain that had been transformed because of you, but instead carefully sensed the changes within yourself. During the process of condensing the Dharma form, due to the profound meaning of the great Tao contained within the limitless creation, innate talent, your essence, energy, and spirit undergo a mysterious transformation, i.e., the flow of qi and blood is as swift as mercury, the bone marrow as lustrous as jade, and the subtle echoes of the Tao resonate between the internal organs. His true energy became increasingly pure and refined, its circulation subtly harmonizing with the rhythms of heaven and earth, while his divine sense became unprecedentedly clear and expansive, as if it could reflect the subtle details of his entire being and perceive the principles of the birth and death of all things. Oh, this change is not simply increase in power, but an evolution of the essence of life. This will make you, from body to soul, more aligned with the profound meaning of the innate talent of limitless creation, as if you yourself are gradually becoming a manifestation of creation walking in the world. Does this mean I've transformed from an ordinary body into a special one? Should I call this the limitless creation sacred body? You don't know if your current physique qualifies as special. You only know that you can now unleash even more power from your limitless creation talent. Specifically, your speed of accumulating creation energy will increase dramatically. Whether through cultivation, enlightenment, or other means, the efficiency will be incomparable. At the same time, the rate of proficiency gain in cultivation techniques and martial arts is 2 to 3 times faster than before. You're very satisfied with this breakthrough. If before you could only fight against celestial beings, now you can fight against a whole bunch of them. Of course, you don't actually know what kind of strength a first-rank celestial being possesses. These are inferences you've made based on the strength of the Dharma aspect realm and the descriptions of first-rank celestial beings in records. Because so far, you haven't actually seen a true first-grade celestial realm martial artist. The first-rank celestial beings of this world won't actually appear until a certain time, as depicted in some novels from my previous life, only to all swarm out once that time arrives. If that's the case, that would be interesting. At your rate of growth, by the time a first-grade martial artist emerges, you could crush them with a single finger. And after sensing the changes from your breakthrough, you quietly erase all the concealment runes you had previously laid out, leaving no trace. Then, with a slight movement, like a gentle breeze brushing across the mountains, he was back in the tranquil mansion in Xuanjingjing City. On January 20th, 2005 of the Great Yang Dynasty, the 2.0 version of the Supreme Golden Body Method completed its second breakthrough. This breakthrough not only elevates your golden body's strength to a whole new level, but also makes your entire body radiate a solid, golden light, like a precious crystal artifact. This also significantly enhanced martial arts techniques such as 16-foot golden body, which are obtained through the golden body method. And, this time, unsurprisingly, you have awakened a completely new supernatural power. When that profound understanding of supernatural power emerges from the depths of your heart, you find that the abilities it possesses are indeed somewhat familiar. The supernatural power you have awakened this time allows you to shrink 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains to a tiny space, and your steps seem to shatter the boundaries of the void. This is so relatable. I name this supernatural ability shrinking the earth to an inch without even thinking. Perhaps because the spatial principles contained in shrinking the earth to an inch are more profound and mysterious, your previously mastered levitation ability has naturally and silently merged into it. Of course, this doesn't mean you've lost your ability to fly. On the contrary, you can now freely use your teleportation ability while flying. As his figure passed by, space seemed to be gently folded by an invisible hand, and the long-distance movement was completed almost instantly. This does resemble the warp drive depicted in your past science fiction works, not a straight line, but rather using spatial curvature to achieve a leapfrog journey. However, the difference is that warp drive involves the spaceship remaining stationary while allowing space to expand, whereas here, you have to take that step yourself. At the end. Aside from long-distance movement, the ability to shrink distances to an inch, when used for short-distance movement, is practically indistinguishable from teleportation, a truly impressive tool for showing off. For February 10, 2005 of the Yang era, as dawn broke through, Zhuanjing City was still, shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist. Occasionally, early rising peddlers and laborers would pass through the streets and alleys, and everything seemed no different from usual. Just then, you, as usual, used your heavenly vision and earthly hearing to spy on the entire Zhuanjing City. Suddenly, the golden dragon of national destiny, which had been coiled above the palace and slumbered like a mountain, raised its head in fury and let out a deafening roar that only the divine soul could perceive. The dragon's body, stretching for thousands of feet, suddenly tumbled, its golden scales opening and closing with blinding light, as if sensing some kind of change. That's right, the dynasties in this world possess the golden dragon of national destiny. Ayu Marshall. Artists at the refining spirit realm can all sense the presence of the golden dragon of national fortune. You had actually studied the formation of the golden dragon of national fortune before, but at that time, to avoid alarming the Imperial Observatory responsible for investigating national fortune, you didn't observe it too deeply. Now that you have broken through to the Dharma aspect realm, your divine soul has become even stronger, and you have also mastered the one thought to divine intervention record to a higher level. The power of the supernatural ability, heavenly vision, and earthly hearing has naturally increased, not only in terms of concealment and perception, but also in its coverage area, which has expanded from the initial radius of 500 li to a radius of 3,000 li. You, with your supernatural powers enhanced, and the even more powerful transformation technique added, you began your research into the fate of the nation. Now that you've achieved some results in your research, you can sense the goal of the golden dragon, the symbol of national destiny. Following the gaze of the golden dragon of national destiny, you discover a person of similar age to Qin Rui approaching from outside Zhuanjing City. At first glance, you might not see anything special, but the golden dragon of national destiny will not be disturbed without reason. Your gaze suddenly sharpened, no longer holding back. You withdrew all your supernatural power and channeled it into your eyes, unleashing your perceptive abilities to their fullest potential. In an instant, the scene before him changed dramatically, a vast and dazzling aura of fortune, as boundless as the sea and as radiant as the sun, surged forth. From this person, that immense fortune had already materialized, forming a wondrous phenomenon invisible to ordinary beings, even celestial beings, yet dazzlingly brilliant in your supernatural vision. Golden clouds swirled around its summit, purple mist stretched for tens of feet, and a pillar of light of destiny soared into the sky, faintly resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. Within it, one could even see the illusory figures of dragons and phoenixes intertwining and dancing, while auspicious clouds and Qilin appeared and disappeared intermittently. Wow, this luck. Could he be some kind of chosen one? Compared to Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, these two transmigrators, this person seems to be the chosen one of this world. Your investigation revealed that while Qin Rui and Zhao Jing possess extraordinary luck, it's not an unbelievable stroke of luck. They are nowhere near as good as the person in front of them, though of course, you don't think Qin Ruiji and Zhao Jing are less accomplished than each other. The main point is that this world isn't one where fate determines one's life. Fate isn't the true standard for judging a person's future. Especially for a wondrous creature like the protagonist, who in my past life There were also protagonists in novels who were discovered to possess immense fortune early on and had it taken away, but this still didn't prevent them from reaching the top. Furthermore, it cannot be concluded that Qin Rui and Zhao Jing's luck is truly inferior to the others. This being, who seems to be the chosen one of this world, has piqued your interest. You should thoroughly investigate the other party's background. Your mind is calm, and the void behind you ripples slightly. A halo of light, seemingly full yet not fully formed, perfectly harmonious and unobstructed, quietly emerges. Within the halo flows the essence of infinity. It is the wheel of infinity. As the wheel of infinity slowly rotated, the heavenly vision and earthly hearing, supernatural power, seemed to be infused with an overwhelming force, suddenly rising to a higher level. Some powerful martial arts contain secrets no less profound than supernatural powers. The wheel of limitless power can elevate martial arts to a higher level, so it's no surprise it can be applied to supernatural powers as well. As his supernatural powers increased, his insight surged once more, and within the overwhelming aura of destiny before him, countless fine yet incredibly resilient causal lines of destiny gradually emerged clearly. These networks intertwine, connecting all directions, pointing to various powerful or hidden forces and figures. As you investigate, you will learn this person's name, origins and purpose in coming to Xuanjing City. Adi the young man's name is Yi Xiao. He comes from the reclusive power Dayan Heavenly Palace. He has cultivated the supreme sword path since childhood. His sword heart is clear, and he has reached the realm of sword intent condensation. His martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the golden body realm, just a hair's breadth away from stepping into the wind and fire realm. The other party's stated purpose in coming to Xuanjing City was ostensibly for travel and training, but their primary objective was to get close to the ninth princess, the emperor's most favored concubine. His master instructed him to find a way to win the ninth princess's heart. As for the deeper intentions behind this, even Yi Xiao himself seems to be unaware of them. Having learned these secrets, you did not linger, but instead went upstream along the thickest channel of Yi Xiao's fortune. As the perspective shifts, a hidden miniature world, concealed deep within the folds of space, slowly unfolds before your eyes. The majestic mountains rise like a dragon's spine, while the cascading waterfalls resemble jade ribbons. Cascading from the heavens, their spiritual energy swirling into a milky white mist. The air is soothing and refreshing, clearing the mind and soul. It is many times more concentrated than the thin spiritual energy of the outside world. A crane carrying a lingji mushroom glides past an ancient pine tree, while a deer raises its head to drink from a stream, a scene reminiscent of a secluded paradise. And the Dayan Heavenly Palace, nestled atop the mountains and deep within the sea of clouds, is even more magnificent. The palaces rise and fall in a continuous, undulating expanse, their glazed tiles reflecting the sunlight and moonlight, while white jade steps wend their way into the depths of the clouds. The carved beams and painted rafters are exquisitely beautiful and ingenious. The curves of the eaves and brackets even subtly correspond to the celestial movements of the stars, revealing its magnificent grandeur and profound subtlety. Compared to the magnificent imperial grandeur of the Daong Imperial Palace, it possesses an even more transcendent and refined depth. What will catch your attention even more is that the entire small world is shrouded in an extremely complex and profound array. The array patterns are hidden within the mountains and Earth's veins, connecting with the celestial energies. Even the slightest touch of a cultivator's divine sense would likely trigger a thunderous counterattack. However, your consciousness came along with the flow of fortune, so this formation did not isolate you. As expected of the power behind this suspected chosen one, their influence is not only deeply hidden, but also incredibly profound. Which friend is spying on my great evolution heavenly palace? Just as you were about to visit the scripture pavilion of the great evolution heavenly palace, an aged yet deep and resonant voice, clear as if right beside your ear, suddenly rang out in your perception. They discovered it so quickly? You gaze intently. You see an elderly man in a green robe sitting quietly before a jade table atop the high pavilion of the scripture pavilion. An ancient scroll is half open in his hand, but his gaze, like cold lightning, pierces through the void, locking on to the slightest ripple where your consciousness resides. His hair and beard were as white as snow, and his face was gaunt, as if he had been sitting there in silence for hundreds of years. I never expected that the first-rank celestial being I would encounter would be here, and a lowly sweeping monk at that. Within the old man's seemingly withered body, you could feel a vast and boundless power flowing quietly. That wasn't an ostentatious display of power, but rather a profound inner strength, a return to simplicity, and a connection with nature. Its level far surpasses that of cultivators in the Dharma aspect realm. Even if they haven't truly broken through the heavenly gate, they have certainly already stepped one foot into the celestial realm. Unfortunately, the current situation doesn't allow it, otherwise I would definitely want to test the celestial's strength. Perhaps due to a spatial barrier, it's already quite remarkable that your consciousness was able to travel to this small world along with the flow of energy. The power that this wisp of your consciousness can exert is negligible, equivalent to an ordinary Dharma aspect realm cultivator, completely outmatched by that old man who appeared to be at the celestial realm. So you didn't reply, and simply withdrew that wisp of consciousness. You do not intend to have any interaction with the great evolution heavenly palace at this time. After your consciousness completely withdrew, sensing the sudden dissipation of the spiritual energy outside the scripture pavilion, a trace of relieved solemnity flashed deep in the eyes of the celestial elder inside. His withered fingers unconsciously brushed against an ancient jade scroll on his lap, his divine sense rippling across every corner of the attic. After confirming that the abruptly appearing and mysteriously disappearing spy had truly departed, he gently exhaled a long breath, which transformed into a wisp of white mist in the silent pavilion before dissipating. I never expected that at this point in time, someone would be able to penetrate the spatial barrier and the sect's protective formation to probe their consciousness into the great evolution heavenly palace. Which old fellow has revived ahead of schedule? The old man muttered to himself, his voice filled with doubt. He hesitated for a moment, then finally shook his head, suppressing his conflicting thoughts. Regardless of who it is, their consciousness can penetrate all defenses and reach the scripture pavilion, one of the core areas of the great evolution heavenly palace. Yet their cautious and swift retreat suggests their purpose was not a direct assault or theft, but rather a probe or observation, i.e. the old man closed his eyes again, his aura merging with the vast scholarly atmosphere of the library, as if he had transformed into an eternal sculpture. However, their inner vigilance had already reached its peak. Clearly, this celestial being didn't realize that you came here through the causal connection between Yi Xiao and the great evolution heavenly palace. I feel like Xuanjing City is going to be even more lively in the future, you said with a touch of melancholy. And now, with the existence of Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, two transmigrators, Xuanjing City has become a massive vortex. And now, Yi Xiao, this chosen one, is also approaching this city, carrying with him an immense and boundless fortune. If these three people collided, you can't even imagine how muddy the waters of Xuanjing City would become. You hereby tentatively designate Yi Xiao as the chosen one of this world. After all, Yi Xiao's name, the power behind him, and his luck all seem like those of a protagonist. To be honest, I originally thought Qin Rui was a transmigrator with a good-for-nothing's rise to power script. You sort through the information you already know. But now it seems that Qin Rui will likely also have to add the identity of a transmigrator to his list of identities. In your observation, Qin Rui shares some of the same perceptions of the world as Zhao Jingdang, especially the understanding of certain characters and event details seems to exceed what ordinary time travelers can gain through common sense or observation. It's more like familiarity with a predetermined story outline. And Zhao Jing seems to know about the plot involving Qin Rui. Goodness, this is a multi-layered scheme. Zhao Jing's targeted, almost prescient approach and calculation towards Qin Rui, and the occasional snippets of language he uttered about plot and characters. Everything is telling you that Zhao Jing is not only a time traveler, but he likely also knows the story that Qin Rui, the time traveler, knows and may even know more comprehensively or from a more unique perspective. Other thinking about this, you really should thank Qin Rui and even Zhao Jing for that habit of talking to yourself from time to time. However, regardless of what each of them knows, one thing you can be sure of is that both of them should know about the plot involving Ye Xiao. After all, the other side is the native protagonist. Although these were just your guesses, what happened next confirmed them. IEA's Ye Xiao gradually approached Xuanjing City. You noticed that Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, as if by prior arrangement, were strolling around the city gates, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. Qin Rui, disguised, sat by the window on the second floor of a tea house near the city gate, ordered a pot of tea, and gazed for a long time at the bustling crowd below, especially the weary travelers entering the city for the first time. Zhao Jing, in perfect sync with the other party, chose a different restaurant. Okay, it's confirmed. I wonder if Ye Xiao can outmaneuver these two transmigrators with his immense luck. You don't think Qin Rui and the other person would choose to be on friendly terms with Ye Xiao? They're probably both thinking about how to steal each other's opportunities. The advantage of transmigrators lies in their information asymmetry, and seizing the protagonist's opportunities is often the most direct way for them to quickly improve themselves and change their fate. Moreover, the fortune emanating from Ye Xiao is itself a coveted treasure trove. Just imagining the original protagonist, the transmigrated protagonist, and the villainous protagonist battling it out, it's bound to be more exciting than any blockbuster movie from your past life. At this moment, Qin Rui, who was waiting in the tea house, appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was actually extremely unsettled. Although everything he's experiencing now, except for Zhao Jing, a sudden variable, not described in detail in the book, is the same as described in the novel, A Sword Soaring to the Heavens. But before meeting Ye Xiao, he still couldn't be sure that he had truly transmigrated into the world of a novel. His primary goal now is to see if Ye Xiao will actually arrive at this time. If Ye Xiao doesn't come, or comes at the wrong time, then Qin Rui will have to change his future strategy. And if Ye Xiao really does appear at this time, in a manner consistent with the description, a sharp glint flashed in Qin Rui's eyes. He needed to confirm the other party's identity immediately, and then keep a close eye on their every move. Ye Xiao had to plan ahead for every possible opportunity. Even if he couldn't seize it himself, he couldn't let Zhao Jing take it away. After more than a year, Qin Rui no longer takes Ye Xiao, the protagonist of the original novel, seriously. Currently, he believes his greatest rival is Zhao Jing, another transmigrator like himself. Perhaps this is the arrogance and superiority of a time traveler, or rather, the arrogance and superiority of a time traveler with a cheat-like advantage. Qin Rui's current thought is roughly this: how can mere natives from another world compare to me? the Blue Star Lord, with a system, Ai Zhao. Jing's purpose was the same as Qin Rui's. He also coveted the various opportunities that Yi Xiao would encounter in the future, but his deeper desire was for the terrifying fortune emanating from Yi Xiao himself. Although Zhou Jing did complete some tasks and accumulated some villain points. During this period, the speed of acquisition was still incomparable to the speed of plundering luck. Directly plundering the luck of those with great fortune is the fastest way to accumulate villainous points and advance in rank. Zhao Jing licked his slightly dry lips, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Unfortunately, after their previous encounters, Qin Rui had developed a strong sense of wariness towards him. It became extremely difficult for Zhao Jing to interrupt Qin Rui's boasting and seize his luck. In other words, they all believe they are not yet fully powerful enough, and Xuanjing City is not a place where they can run rampant with their current strength. Otherwise, they would have already engaged in a real battle. Therefore, Yi Xiao, this freshly born, chosen one unaware that he was being targeted, became a more ideal and lucrative target in Zhao Jing's eyes. He not only wants to seize Yi Xiao's opportunity, but also to find a way to get close to Yi Xiao, create a karmic entanglement with him, and then use the system's abilities to gradually erode, strip away, and plunder that enormous destiny and fortune. Almost there, almost there. Zhao Jing sensed a specially marked point of light on the system map, slowly moving towards Xuanjing City. This is the chosen one detection template that comes with the main villain system. It can locate the positions of people with great fortune within a certain range. This ability is a standard feature of villainous systems, but didn't the other side detect my presence in the simulation? Could it be that I've transmigrated into another unlucky guy with mediocre luck? However, Lin Yu felt that it was more likely that the talent-boundless creation suppressed the luck he possessed in the simulation and blocked others probing. At the gates of Xuanjing City, the crowds still thronged, sunlight spilling onto the ancient blue stone slabs, reflecting the hurried figures of passers-by. No one would notice that 2 invisible nets had already been laid at this seemingly ordinary city gate, waiting for the destined protagonist, who was about to step into the eye of the storm. April 2005 of the Dayang era. Since Yi Xiao arrived in Xuanjing City a little over a month and a half ago, Qin Rui and Zhao Jing, besides their daily cultivation and accumulating villain points and reputation points, have been keeping a close eye on Yi Xiao. Although the two restrained each other, they both intercepted several opportunities that should have belonged to Yi Xiao in his destiny. For example, the 1,000-year-old ice lotus that grows at the bottom of a cold pool on the outskirts of the city, and the incomplete ancient sword manual hidden in the mezzanine of an abandoned martial arts school. However, Yi Xiao's status as the chosen one is quite remarkable. Even before he entered Xuanjing City, Qin Rui had already seized many of the important opportunities that should have belonged to him in the original story. But fate seemed to have its own stubborn course. Once he entered the capital, it was like a dragon entering the sea, with all sorts of unexpected encounters coming his way. Some opportunities were so mysterious that even the inescapable net laid by Qin Rui and Zhao Jing couldn't reach them, and they could only watch helplessly as they fell into Yi Xiao's hands. Yet during this time, Yi Xiao's reputation spread throughout the entire Xuanjing City. The reason is that the other party has accomplished several astonishing feats in such a short period of time. The first incident that shook the capital occurred a month ago. Yi Xiao had only been in Xuanjing City for a few days when he happened to witness the youngest son of the Marquis of Zhangyong forcibly abducting a woman, and immediately intervened to stop him. The verbal exchange between the two sides quickly escalated into a physical fight. Yi Xiao's sword flashed like snow, instantly severing the young Marquis's arm. Eye blood stained the long street, and onlookers were all horrified. Who didn't know that the loyal and brave Marquis protected his own son with unwavering loyalty? For a moment, everyone thought that this unknown youth would surely suffer a wrathful death, leaving no trace of his body. And however, the Marquis of Zhangyong's reaction caused an uproar throughout the city. He personally went to the scene, his face ashen, but only sternly demanded that Yi Xiao apologize in public. However, Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't apologize. Just when everyone thought that the Marquis of Zhangyong would no longer tolerate this, he still did not lose his temper, but instead proposed a seemingly compromised solution. If Yi Xiao can defeat one of his wind and fire realm warriors, this matter will be considered settled, and he will even provide compensation. This time, Yi Xiao did not refuse and readily accepted the challenge. On the day of the duel, the training ground was packed with people. Yi was seen clad in a green robe, wielding a sword, engaging in a 100-move duel with the renowned wind and fire realm expert, growing stronger with each battle. However, one thing that the wind and fire realm far surpasses the golden body realm is that wind and fire warriors can fly. Just when everyone thought Yi Xiao was about to be killed by the kite, his aura suddenly surged, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged into a vortex. He actually broke through to the wind and fire realm right before everyone's eyes. Of course, as someone who sees the bigger picture, you naturally know why the Marquis of Loyalty and Valor didn't make a move. Because the other party sensed the divine soul imprint left on Yi Xiao by a Dharma aspect realm cultivator. And what the other party didn't know was that Yi Xiao actually possessed the soul imprint of a celestial martial artist, though this power was very subtle. Yi Xiao isn't one of those protagonists who rises from humble beginnings. He's a protagonist who descends from the mountains like a master. He at least, before the world version was updated, the other party's background was top tier. Besides this incident, Yi Xiao stirred up trouble again half a month ago. While being entrusted with investigating a bizarre murder case, he relied on his exceptional insight and a stroke of luck to follow the clues and uncover the Blood Palace stronghold. Hidden deep within the bustling streets of Xuanjing City, the Blood Fiend Palace is one of the most powerful demonic sects in the Great Yang Kingdom. Its inherited cultivation technique, the Blood Demon Ceremony, is extremely malevolent, relying on absorbing the essence and blood of living beings for cultivation. It has always been regarded as a major threat by righteous sects and the Great Yang royal family, and in order to eradicate it has been issued for many years. With this stronghold breached, the Demon Palace's long-standing covert operations have suffered a severe blow, and Yi Xiao's name once again resounds throughout the court and the country. Following these two incidents, Yi Xiao's reputation among the people soared. Storytellers portrayed him as a young swordsman who feared neither the powerful nor the wealthy, and who stood against evil spirits. The common people whispered among themselves that he possessed the spirit of a just and upright official. This success only fueled Qin Rui's resentment, who secretly laid numerous obstacles for Yi Xiao, yet Yi Xiao always managed to escape unscathed and even used the momentum to rise to higher levels. Whenever Qin Rui heard new verses praising Yi Xiao circulated in the streets, he felt a tightness in his chest, as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. He simply couldn't understand why, as a transmigrator with a system, he felt so frustrated. Living aside Zhao Jing, another transmigrator like him, even Yi Xiao, the native protagonist, could leave him helpless. Unlike Qin Rui's anxiety, the seventh Prince Zhao Jing, though also secretly hindering Yi Xiao, remained much calmer. After all, in the transmigration novel he read in his previous life, which featured Qin Rui as the protagonist, even though Qin Rui cultivated to the first-grade celestial realm and suppressed all the princes, including himself, the seventh prince, even when supporting the ninth princesses. Ascension to the throne, they were unable to truly defeat Yi Xiao. Even at that time, Qin Rui had given up on targeting Yi Xiao, mainly because of the opponent's overwhelmingly powerful luck. In May, 1005th year of the Da Yang reign, the late spring breeze swept across the verdant mountains, scattering wisps of mist through the forest. You sit cross-legged in the quiet chamber deep within the cave, your vital energy subtly harmonizing with the heavens and earth, your mind sinking into a profound and mysterious state of enlightenment. Of the countless fragments of insights into the laws of heaven and earth, like gentle streams, slowly flow into the depths of your consciousness. But then, you suddenly felt a subtle, indescribable tremor originating from the very foundations of the world. You are suddenly jolted awake from a deep state of realization, your eyes snapping open, as seeing and hearing the heavens and the earth. Without the slightest hesitation, with a thought, your boundless divine sense, mixed with supernatural power, spread rapidly in all directions from you, like mercury spilling onto the ground or invisible ripples. The mountains and rivers, cities and villages, the presence of all living things. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, and even every wisp of energy particle floating in the air, are all vividly displayed in your mind. The results of your investigation have stirred up ripples in your tranquil heart. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 3,000 miles is abundant, and it is slowly and steadily increasing in a remarkably stable, yet unwavering manner. Like an ancient well that has been silent for millennia, clear spring water begins to gush forth from the bottom again. Although the initial flow is small, the rising water level is clearly visible. The increase in spiritual energy concentration was even and widespread, covering mountains and rivers, reaching everywhere, as if the entire world was breathing, each breath deeper and more powerful than the last. You withdrew your supernatural powers and turned your attention back to yourself. Your previously methodical flow of true energy seemed to become smoother and more vibrant. The attempt to circulate spiritual energy throughout the body, absorbing and refining external spiritual energy, did indeed show a subtle but real improvement, but after careful observation, you discovered that it wasn't that your talent had increased, but rather that the difficulty of advancing your cultivation had decreased. It's as if some kind of constraint on the universe has suddenly lessened. Here it comes, the classic world resurgence scene. A knowing smile played on your lips, tinged with amusement and a hint of seriousness. Given your extensive experience reading novels in your past life, this situation is clearly a precursor to the world version being updated to 2.0. From the moment you met Qin Rui, you knew this world was not simple. Who knows what it might be, a glorious history in ancient times, then shattered by a battle between powerful beings. The world gradually fell silent, and now it is reviving, or perhaps it's something like. In ancient times, the world suffered an invasion from beyond, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sealed by powerful beings. Now, the seal is gradually weakening and the invaders will return. You don't know exactly what the world is like, but you're absolutely certain of one thing. Given the current situation, as spiritual energy continues to rise, the restrictions imposed by heaven and earth will gradually be lifted. It won't be long before the power structure of this world undergoes a dramatic transformation. The era will shift from one where second-rank Dharma forms reign supreme, to one where Dharma forms are worthless, celestial beings are everywhere, and only those above the celestial level can truly wield power. Of course, the world is only just beginning to recover. Those at the second rank of the Dharma aspect realm will remain at the top of the power pyramid for some time, possessing decisive strength. The evolution of the world's versions takes time and requires accumulation. Using your keen perception of the energy of heaven and earth, combined with data obtained through supernatural abilities, you silently deduce the process in your mind. At the current steady and slow rate of increase, it will take approximately 2 more years, only when the concentration of spiritual energy and the flexibility of its rules accumulate to a relatively clear threshold can this first stage of recovery be completed. At that time, some landmark events or phenomena may occur, officially announcing the arrival of a new era. Anyway, in your opinion, if the world really developed according to some certain rule, the world version certainly wouldn't have transitioned to 2.0 so early. After all, neither Yi Xiao, the native protagonist, nor Qin Ruyan Zhaojing, the two transmigrators, have truly matured yet. The protagonist hasn't even taken their place yet, so naturally the bigger stage can't unfold right now. Alright, 2 years is enough time for me to improve my skills several levels further. By then, I should be able to handle any changes easily. You slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, your eyes regaining their composure. July 18th, 2005 of the Dia Yang era. On this day, you celebrated your 19th birthday amidst the Lin family's festivities. After a year, you have raised your publicly displayed cultivation level to the golden body realm. In just 1 year, he progressed from the mid-stage of the 7th grade internal organ refinement realm to the 6th grade golden body realm, crossing the threshold of a major cultivation stage. Such a terrifying cultivation speed would have seemed exaggerated in the past. But nowadays, while it's still fast, it's not as exaggerated. At least for those martial artists at the refining spirit realm and above who can sense changes in the world, this cultivation speed is still within the realm of prodigies. The revival of nature that began more than 2 months ago, though still in its early stages, has already subtly permeated every corner of the world like a gentle spring rain. Almost all martial artists, above the refining spirit realm, relying on their powerful martial spirit and keen perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, sense the anomaly to varying degrees. For example, the spiritual energy in the air became slightly denser than before. During breathing exercises, the spiritual energy absorbed into the body was slightly more obedient and the resistance to the circulation of energy throughout the body seemed to be slightly less. Initially, many people thought it was due to their own breakthroughs or improvements in their skills, but soon, through communication, observation, and even some simple tests, a consensus gradually formed. Among the high-level martial artists, the world is indeed changing. The concentration of spiritual energy is increasing slowly and steadily, and cultivation seems to be easier than before. Actually, to be honest, some forces might have already known about the Heaven and Earth Society's revival, such as the Great Yen Heavenly Palace, or even the Great Yang Imperial Family. As the spiritual energy continued to rise, even martial artists who had not yet condensed their divine souls keenly sensed, through conversations with others, that some unknown change was taking place in the world. Have you all noticed that in the past 2 months, the number of disciples who have broken through to the next minor realm has increased significantly compared to the same period in previous years? It's strange. Several spiritual herbs in my herb garden that had been stuck at their bottlenecks for years suddenly showed signs of advancing length. It is said that a faint glow has recently appeared deep within the Crimson Flame Mountains in the northwest, and it is said that a rare treasure has appeared in the world. It is September 10,005 of the Di Yang era. You have successfully cultivated the record of one thought to divine intervention, and the scripture of limitless creation to their current perfect state. Here indeed, your vital energy flows like rivers flowing into the sea, clear and harmonious, both internally and externally. When a single thought arises, the spirit shines like the bright moon in the sky, illuminating the mind. As true essence flows, the power of creation is ceaseless, as if every gesture can transform all things. Your spiritual and true essence cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm in this world. His divine sense swept across the vast land, as if examining the lines on his palm. His true essence rose and fell in the Danshin, seemingly containing a galaxy, with the perfected version of the record of one thought to divine intervention. You have awakened another martial arts supernatural power of the divine soul. Based on testing, this supernatural power likely possesses two abilities. The first ability can be considered an upgraded version of astral projection. It not only allows your soul to leave your body without any distance limitations, it can also allow your soul to transcend spatial barriers. With a single thought, your soul can traverse thousands of mountains and rivers, and in an instant, cross the highest heavens. Although it is said that martial artists at the refining spirit realm stage of the 10,000-mile divine travel can instantly travel 10,000 miles by leaving their body. But that's just an exaggerated metaphor. The speed of the soul is indeed much faster than that of the physical body, but it's far from being able to travel thousands of miles in an instant. But for you now, the phrase, traveling 10,000 miles in an instant, is no longer a metaphor, but a real law, given your supernatural abilities. If you exert your full power, you can even travel tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The limitation of distance is like a thin mist before your soul. You can pass through it with a thought, without any restraint. Secondly, it is the profound ability to control the myriad energies of heaven and earth with divine thought. By unleashing your supernatural powers, your soul can resonate with all the wondrous energies of the world. But whether it's the extreme yin energy of a place of extreme yin, the pure yang energy projected from the sun in the sky, the rosy clouds flowing between dawn and dusk, or the surging earth vein energy, all can be drawn upon by your divine will and transformed for your own use. By drawing upon the aura of clouds and mist, your flight speed has increased dramatically, leaving a trail of dazzling light behind you as you soar through the air, like a celestial being descending to earth. If one draws upon the extreme yin energy to cover the body, one can conceal oneself in the shadows and move between the real and the unreal. Each energy has its own wondrous use, whether offensive or defensive, concealing or revealing, all flowing according to your will. Because this supernatural power possesses both the ability to travel freely without boundaries and control one's kai, you name it, wandering the spirit, and controlling ki, the perfected version of the creation limitless scripture, further amplifies the boundless creative intent contained within your true essence. At this moment, your true essence is vastly different from that of other martial artists in this world. The true energy of ordinary martial artists, whether as fierce as thunder or as gentle as water, ultimately cannot escape the categories of the five elements and yin-yang. But your true essence seems to be developing in the direction of omnipotent energy. Now, with your true essence alone, you can accomplish many things that can only be described as wondrous. For example, with a single movement, one can pass through walls and pass through barriers as if entering a realm where nothing exists. But with a light touch of the toes, the earth parted like water, and he moved silently underground. You can even use your true essence to temporarily reconstruct your bones and flesh, transforming yourself into a three-zhang giant or a tiny person, the size and shape at your command. You even once used your true essence to transform into threads, probing into another person's meridians and extracting their entire meridian like a crystal clear jade ribbon. holding it in the palm to observe its operation, and then returning it intact to the body. The opponent only felt a slight numbness, without suffering any damage. After reaching the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, you have reached the limit of the current world version, i.e. the highest realm that can be achieved in the current world is the second-grade Dharma aspect. The current environment is not yet capable of supporting the emergence of celestial beings, or rather, the universe does not allow celestial beings to appear at this time. This is also why, although there are celestial realm experts in the Great Evolution Heavenly Palace, they haven't appeared in the outside world. You speculate that most of the celestial beings in this world either reside in smaller worlds, like those in the Great Evolution Heavenly Palace, or are in a state of slumber. However, it doesn't matter to you. Even if you don't break through to the celestial realm, your strength won't stop growing. The October of the 1005th year of the Da Yang reign, AEA's autumn winds rise, the maple forests outside the imperial city are tinged with layers of crimson gold, while within your secluded chamber, the atmosphere surges like a volcanic eruption, with faint sounds of wind and thunder. And after more than half a year of training, your supreme golden body technique 2.0 is finally about to break through its limits for the third time. In that instant, your entire body seemed to be forged by heavenly fire, radiating a pure, glass-like luster. As the blood flowed, a crimson gold glow appeared, as if molten gold was surging through the veins. A surge of powerful energy erupted from your body, illuminating the ceiling of the secret chamber as if it were daytime. If it weren't for the barrier you set up beforehand, your overwhelming aura would likely have enveloped the entire Xuanjing city. With this breakthrough, your physical body seems to have completely transcended the boundaries of the mortal realm, entering an unprecedented level. His bones are like crystal, untouched by dust. His blood is like pure gold, containing immortal vitality. His boundless life force can encompass heaven and earth. And after completing the breakthrough, you slowly rose, feeling as light as a feather. With a slight exertion, your body floated into the air, able to walk on air without relying on any supernatural powers or true essence, using only your physical body. It seems that no matter the world, cultivators who focus solely on physical strength are always miserable. Even with such a powerful physical body, they can only barely fly. Later, by comparing yourself with that celestial being from the Great Evolution Heavenly Palace, you discovered that even without using martial arts' supernatural powers, your physical body alone is sufficient to contend with a celestial being realm martial artist. Besides the transformation of your physical body, the martial arts abilities you previously acquired have also undergone significant changes. Among them, the 16-foot golden body, supernatural power, after transformation, is no longer limited to a height of just over 5 meters, but can grow infinitely larger according to the strength of your physical body. For the supernatural power that this transformation will grant you, it is a power related to the transformation of the physical body. This divine power is incredibly profound. It allows you to change your appearance and physique at will, and even your flesh and bones can be reconstructed, transforming you into flying eagles, beasts, swimming fish, insects, and ants. The change is not an illusion or disguise, but a real reshaping of the physical body into the form of the corresponding living being. Wings can control the wind, scales and claws can part the water, allowing one to experience the subtle differences between species in another life form. However, the greatest effect of this supernatural power is to reshape the physical body. It allows you to transform into a fetus, regrow, and undergo a metamorphosis when your physical body suffers irreversible damage. Based on your supernatural abilities, you named it temperature transformation without even thinking. I've almost exhausted my knowledge of the martial arts theories. From studying various techniques, it's time to look at more advanced techniques. Next, you will be able to explore the top-tier cultivation techniques treasured in the jade slips of various powerful factions. However, this time you're not planning to sneak in. With your current strength in this era, unless a deus ex machina occurs, you're unstoppable. There's no need for you to sneak in. More importantly, having been in this place for over 2 years, you should at least show off a little in front of others. But that's right, you're such a superficial person. If you have the ability but don't show it, what's the point of having all that power? Of course, you still know your limits. As long as it doesn't endanger your own safety, a small amount is fine. And your first target is the Daeong royal family, which is closest to you. As the sun rose, its pale golden light spilled across the myriad buildings of Zhuanjing City, the glazed tiles reflecting a shimmering, golden glow. In the city center, the magnificent, sprawling palace complex, the Daeong Imperial Palace, while not as shrouded in mist and surrounded by cranes as the legendary Daean Heavenly Palace, possesses its own profound and majestic grandeur, steeped in 1,000 years of history. Either the vermilion walls, over 10 Shanghai, were the color of congealed blood. The palaces and pavilions had flying eaves and brackets, their gilded beams flowing in the sunlight. White jade balustrades surrounded Tai Pond, where lotus leaves stretched out in abundance, and occasionally a koi carp would leap out, creating ripples in circles. This is the pinnacle of secular power, the nexus where the destinies of billions of lives intertwine. Every brick and stone is imbued with majesty and order. However, today, this center of power has received an uninvited guest. This was 3 days after the Supreme Golden Body Technique 2.0 completed its third breakthrough. Just now, you separated a wisp of your divine sense, using the spiritual avatar technique, which you've mastered 3 times, as a foundation, and combined it with the wandering spirit and controlling key, supernatural power to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a lifelike avatar. Although this avatar only possesses 30% of your original body's basic attributes. With the enhancement of divine powers, its explosive power can approach 70% of your original body's combat strength. If you estimate it roughly, maintaining hundreds of avatars of this combat power simultaneously without affecting the main body's actions, cultivation, or even combat is quite simple. With a thought, eyes of this newly formed avatar shone brightly, and with a single step, its figure vanished from the quiet room like a phantom. The next moment, in front of the majestic southern main gate of the Imperial Palace, Chengshan Gate, 12 guards, clad in heavy black armor and wielding 12-foot-long halberds, stood solemnly on either side of the gate, like 12 cast iron statues. Their auras were deep and their eyes gleamed. They were all top-tier 6th-rank experts, formidable figures even in the martial world. Yet here they were merely gatekeepers, a testament to the imperial family's power and influence. Suddenly, they saw a blur before their eyes, and a figure in a green robe abruptly appeared in the center of the imperial path in front of the gate, standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at the golden plaque that read Chengshan Gate hanging high above. The newcomer appeared without warning, as if appearing out of thin air, startling the 12 gatekeepers so much that their pupils contracted and their muscles tensed instantly. Imperial Palace grounds, no loitering. State your name. The scarred guard on the left stepped forward, shouting sternly, his halberd pointing diagonally, its tip gleaming coldly. You seemed not to hear, your gaze fixed on the golden plaque. You sensed that the calligrapher of the 3 characters, Cheng Xianmin, possessed considerable martial arts skill. These 3 characters should have been written by Emperor Taizu of the Great Yang Dynasty. Your dismissive attitude has thoroughly enraged the guards. The guard on the right, even more hot-tempered, seeing that his colleague's questioning was ineffective, immediately stopped talking, let out a low growl, and his halberd transformed into a streak of black lightning, piercing straight for your back. This thrust was powerful and heavy, with the sound of wind and thunder clearly indicating that the attacker was serious and intended to kill the intruder on the spot. However, when the halberd tip was still a foot or so away from you, it could not advance even an inch further. It was as if an invisible yet indestructible wall of energy stood between them. The Xuanlong guard's face flushed red as he channeled all his true energy, veins bulging on his forehead, yet his halberd remained completely still. You slowly turned your head, glancing at all the guards. Your gaze was calm and indifferent, yet it sent a chill down the spines of the dozen or so battle-hardened guards, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. You casually raised your right hand and waved it forward with a light, nonchalant gesture. There was no earth-shattering roar, no dazzling brilliance, only a gentle yet overwhelmingly powerful force, brushing past like swatting a fly. The 12 guards didn't even have time to react. They felt their protective aura shatter like paper. Immediately, he was lifted off the ground and crashed heavily onto the banks of the Jinshi Bridge, dozens of feet away. He struggled for a few moments, unable to get up, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. You patted away non-existent dust, a faint smile playing on your lips, which you quickly suppressed. A year then, amidst the astonished gazes of the numerous palace guards, eunuchs, and maids who rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion, he walked with his hands behind his back, taking an almost leisurely gait. Yi swaggered across the threshold of Chengshin Gate and headed straight for the depths of the palace, towards the Imperial Library, hailed as the holy land of martial arts. An assassin! A piercing, terrified scream shattered the morning tranquility of the palace, like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, instantly detonating the entire palace's defenses. The bronze bell was struck sharply, its deep, resonant tones spreading in waves, while warning fireworks shrieked and shot into the sky, exploding in blinding red light. Heavy footsteps converged from all directions, the clanging of armor clashing together, and an aura of impending doom rose to the heavens. In a mere moment, countless soldiers in black armor poured out from the corners of the palace, the depths of the corridors, and atop the palace walls. They moved swiftly and in perfect formation, instantly forming an encirclement that blocked all your paths in all directions. Long spears stood like a forest, their chilling killing intent almost tangible. Massive crossbows were cocked, dozens of powerful arrows specifically designed to kill martial artists were aimed at you. These are the elite guards protecting the royal family, the Xuanlong Imperial Guards. These Imperial Guards were all clad in heavy, dark black fish-scale armor, the plates of which were shrouded in shadow. Their chests were embroidered with coiled dragons in gold thread, and their helmets concealed menacing visors, revealing only pairs of cold, merciless eyes. They were as silent as mountains, only the gleam of their weapons flashing in the morning light, revealing that this was a truly fierce, battle-hardened army. The Xuanlong Imperial Guard is strictly organized, with soldiers divided from the bottom up into Xuanlong Guards, centurions, captains, commanders, and the highest-ranking Grand Commander. The ordinary Xuanlong Guards must be at least peak 8th rank martial artists, with the best among them even reaching the refining organs realm. Those who can serve as captains must be masters who have condensed a golden body of martial arts, possessing formidable physical strength and extremely tenacious vitality. The Guo Kaishen, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, is one of the few peak Dharma aspect realm experts in the Great Yang Dynasty. His 3 subordinate commanders are also all at the peak of the divine manifestation, realm. Although the Great Yang Kingdom is not as powerful as it was at its peak, and the Xuanlong army is slightly understaffed, it still has 8 or 9,000 elite troops stationed in the capital. This is a formidable force capable of shaking mountains and rivers. What's even more frightening is that the Xuanlong army is proficient in ancient military formations and combined attack techniques. 1,000 men formed a battle array, their ki and blood intertwined, their military might manifesting as a unified force, powerful enough to trap and even defeat. Martial arts expert at the refinement of spirit realm, it is said that an army formation of 10,000 men, under the control of a Dharma aspect realm cultivator, can even rival a celestial being. Although no one has ever witnessed it firsthand, today you might be able to verify just how much truth there is to this rumor. Just as tensions were running high and the air seemed to freeze, the Xuanlong Imperial Guards suddenly parted to the sides like a tide, creating a passage. A Ye giant, nearly 9 feet tall, clad in black dragon-patterned shoulder armor and wearing a purple gold crown, strode in with a powerful, dragon-like gait. His face was rugged, his skin bronze, his eyebrows thick as spears, and his tiger-like eyes shone with a sharp light, exuding an aura of domineering authority. His aura wasn't deliberately flaunted, yet it subtly connected with the blood and energy of the nearly 10,000 Xuanlong soldiers behind him, as if he alone was the soul of this army formation. Every move he made drawing upon the immense military. The newcomer was none other than Guo Kaishan, the Grand Commander of the Xuanlong Imperial Guard. In fact, Guo Kaishan was quite bewildered when he received the warning. In the 1,000-year history of the Great Mang Dynasty, there had been those who broke into the palace, but they all acted furtively, stealthily seeking to reach their target as quickly as possible. This is the first time I've ever seen someone so brazenly knock down a guard in broad daylight and swagger in through the main gate, as if it were their own backyard. There's always something fishy going on when things seem unusual. Guo Kaishan knew this well, so he didn't underestimate you because of your arrogance. Instead, he became wary and went to the scene immediately. At this moment, he stood before the army formation, his gaze sharp as lightning, scrutinizing the figure who, despite being heavily surrounded, remained calm and composed. He was on high alert. This person was either foolish or possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. He spoke in a deep, booming voice that made the eardrums of the surrounding soldiers ring. "Who are you, and why do you trespass into the palace?" You withdrew your gaze from surveying the surrounding palace and fixed it on Guo Kaishan, your face still expressionless, and simply spoke. My purpose is quite simple. I've long heard that the Great Yang Imperial Library gathers the essence of martial arts from all over the world, passed down for 1,000 years. I've come solely to borrow all the martial arts techniques and cultivation methods that the Great Yang Imperial Library has collected over the past millennium. The sound wasn't loud, yet it reached the ears of everyone present with strange clarity, even rippling like water, transcending the palace walls and resounding throughout the entire palace. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of deathly silence, followed by a chorus of suppressed gasps and low murmurs. Even the most disciplined Xuanlong army soldiers couldn't help but reveal a mixture of absurdity and anger in their eyes at this moment. To force your way into the palace to steal the cultivation technique, and then act as if it's perfectly justified. Guo Kaishan raised a thick eyebrow, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. He stared at your face, trying to find a trace of mockery or madness in your eyes, but all he saw was a bottomless calm. He took a deep breath, suppressing the absurdity in his heart, and his voice grew even lower. The library pavilion is a sacred place for the royal family, and entry is forbidden without an imperial decree. Are you perhaps joking with me, Your Excellency? A joke? You gently shook your head, your gaze sweeping over the gleaming weapons around you and the powerful auras faintly visible from the towering palaces in the distance. I know that the great Yang royal family would never hand over their millennia-old accumulation, so you paused, then suddenly took a step forward. This step, though seemingly light as a feather, felt as if it had struck a rhythmic juncture, causing the entire plaza to tremble slightly. Then you raised your arm and made a clear, even somewhat casual, invitation-like gesture towards Guo Kaishan and the nearly 10,000 Xuanjia soldiers. Behind him, therefore, I've decided to take it myself. If you all want to stop me, then, come on. Your voice remained calm, but towards the end, the volume suddenly rose, and the last two words, come on, transformed into a thunderous roar, soaring upwards. The news not only spread throughout the entire Xuanjing city, but even caused the clouds above the distant imperial city to churn slightly. The echoes reverberated between the palaces and buildings, resounding in the ears of countless citizens of Xuanjing city, and stirring up a storm in the hearts of numerous forces, both overt and covert, that were observing this place. That's right, you've decided to make a big deal out of this. This will force the great Yang royal family to go to great lengths to maintain their face and dignity, and to help you put on this grand show of public display. Moreover, it's all for the sake of showing off. How can you perform in front of others without a sufficient audience? Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Arrogance that disregards all rules and power. But behind this arrogance lay a terrifying calm and confidence that disregarded nearly 10,000 elite troops, the pinnacle of Dharma realm, and the imperial power of the great Yang dynasty. Guo Kaishan's face darkened completely, as if covered with a layer of frost. At this point, he understood that you were not insane, but possessed an absolute confidence that he could not yet comprehend. Good. Guo Kaishan exclaimed 3 times, each time colder and heavier than the last. Yi abruptly raised his right hand and swung it forward with force. No further words were needed. The order to kill had been given. Black Dragon Army. Form ranks. A nearly 10,000 Xuanjia warriors roared in unison, their voices converging and soaring into the sky, scattering the drifting clouds. An intensely dense aura of malevolence rose from above the heads of every soldier, rapidly twining and merging to form a blurry, yet colossal phantom of a dark dragon in mid-air. His dragon eyes widened in fury as he looked down at the lone figure in blue below. His chilling military aura, as imposing as a mountain, crashed down. The Xuanlong army formation, which has not been seen for a long time, is finally being deployed in full force before Chengshin Gate today. For one person, you gaze at the colossal dragon phantom formed by the military formation, and discover that its aura indeed surpasses the peak of the Dharma aspect realm, but still falls short of the level of that celestial elder from the Great Evolution Heavenly Palace. You quietly raise your head, your gaze sweeping over the illusory image of the dark dragon that blots out the sky. Through your perception, you discover that the aura contained within the Xuanlong formed by the power of this military formation has indeed surpassed the limit of the peak of the Dharma aspect realm. It is vast and powerful, seemingly capable of crushing mountains and rivers. However, compared to the vast power contained within the celestial elder of the Great Evolution Heavenly Palace, it still falls short. It seems that either the old celestial being's strength is extremely high even at the celestial level, or the gap between a Dharma aspect and a celestial being is far greater than imagined. In the blink of an eye, you slightly raise your right hand, gently extend your 5 fingers, and wispies of pale golden true energy spread from your palm, rising and gathering 3 shang above your head. The what began as a thin mist quickly spread to a towering cloud, its vapors churning and swirling, with a faint, ethereal light flowing within. Although Guo Kaishan didn't know what methods you were using, his battlefield instincts intensified his killing intent. I kill. He let out a fierce roar, his voice booming like thunder. The phantom of the Xuanlong roared in response, its head raised high, and a gigantic claw covered in menacing scales tore through the clouds. It plummeted downwards with the force of wind and thunder, its claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, as if the very heavens themselves had been torn open by its claws. Just as the dragon's claws were about to touch the top, from within the clouds, a beam of crimson gold light shot out like the rising sun. Immediately afterwards, a dragon's claw covered in gilded scales emerged from the clouds, its 5 fingers reaching for the sky, each like a pillar of heaven, meeting the attack head-on without flinching. The 2 claws collided fiercely. A blinding light exploded like the sun, shattering, and a surging energy surged forth like a raging tide, shattering the surrounding bricks and stones into dust. Dust billowed and rose like giant waves, engulfing half of Chengshemen Square. If it weren't for the extraordinary materials used in the great Yang Imperial Palace, with its beams, pillars, and walls all engraved with sturdy formations, and the faint flow of golden runes to neutralize aftershocks, this attack would have been enough to flatten half of the palace. The dark dragon claw was forced back by the impact, and a series of muffled groans echoed through the army formation. Many soldiers turned pale, their blood churning. But at this moment, the cloud of your true essence rapidly contracted and reshaped, the cloud energy churning like boiling water, the spiritual light weaving like brocade, and in an instant, a 1,000-meter-long crimson gold dragon appeared out of the sky. This dragon is incredibly lifelike. Every scale shimmers with a sun-like luster, its whiskers seem to carry a Taoist aura, its open eyes appear intelligent, and its every glance exudes majesty. A majestic divine aura permeated the surrounding land, seemingly not formed from true essence, but rather descended upon this place from the mythical era, breaking through the barriers of time and space. A colossal crimson gold dragon roared, its voice like the tolling of a celestial bell. With a sway of its body, it lunged straight at the dark dragon shadow. The next moment, the 2 dragons clashed, engaging in a fierce battle beneath the dome in front of Chengshin Gate. Onon being embodied the murderous aura of nearly 10,000 soldiers, chilling and menacing. Its claw strikes and tail sweeps were imbued with the blood and gore of the battlefield. The one aspect is the fusion of pure and true spiritual essence, shining brilliantly, its movements subtly harmonizing with the rhythms of heaven and earth. The clash of dragon claws was like thunder splitting the sky, each impact producing a deafening roar like metal striking metal. The collision of dragon bodies resembled the clash of mountains, the surging storm whipping up rubble and broken weapons. Countless dragon shadows intertwined with radiant light, enveloping half the palace in a breathtaking spectacle. The more the fight raged, the more shocked Guo Kaishan became. He hadn't expected that even with the combined power of 10,000 soldiers and the Xuanlong battle soul he had conjured, he couldn't quickly defeat your creation formed from true essence. The crimson gold dragon was not only as agile as a living creature, but it also subtly drew upon the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, growing stronger with each battle. In contrast, the phantom of the black dragon, though exuding a powerful murderous aura, seemed to be gradually worn down by an invisible force, causing the blood and chi of the army formation to tremble with every clash. What weighed heavily on his heart was that, at this point in the battle, not a single one of the other Dharma aspect realm experts in Xuanjing City had shown up to offer their assistance. They all watched from the shadows, like old foxes lurking in the shadows, waiting for the situation to become clear. Damn it, a bunch of old foxes. Guo Kaishan cursed under his breath, his teeth clenched. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, guarding the palace was his duty, but he wasn't stupid. The forces guarding the palace have never been limited to his Xuanlong army. Which of those royal retainers stationed in various regions isn't a Dharma aspect realm expert? Moreover, there are civil and military officials present, all of whom are currently standing by and watching. Why would he be willing to exhaust his resources and destroy his foundation just to stop one person? In a flash, he decided he would no longer confront them directly. His hand seals changed, and the black dragon roared, its body suddenly expanding several sizes, absorbing all the Xuanlong Imperial Guards below. The military formation and the dragon's shadow merged completely, and the murderous aura surged once more. Then, the dragon fought and retreated, deliberately drawing the battlefield higher into the sky with its claws tearing and tail sweeping, gradually moving away from the palace complex. Lai Guo Kaishan had already planned it out in his mind. Regardless of who won or lost this battle, he could claim that he had done everything in his power to stop the enemy, even going so far as to move the battlefield to a high place to prevent damage to the palace. Of course, this is on the premise that after you successfully achieve your goal and finish reading the cultivation manuals, you won't do anything to them. However, based on Guo Kaishan's previous observations, he has found that you are not a bloodthirsty person. If you truly only came to read the books, he may not necessarily kill you all afterwards. The commotion caused by the confrontation between the two giant dragons had already spread throughout Xuanjing like thunder. As the battlefield rose higher, the terrifying aura emanating from the battle between the two dragons swept across the entire capital like a tidal wave, causing countless martial artists to look up at the sky in horror. The intertwining dragon shadows resembled an ancient myth reborn, and the oppressive aura enveloped the streets and alleys, causing many with weaker cultivation to experience stagnation of qi and blood, making it difficult for them to stand. They hadn't witnessed a battle of this caliber in Xuanjing City for countless years. Moreover, the fact that this battle broke out inside the palace, coupled with the sounds that had previously echoed throughout Xuanjing City, gave them reason to suspect that someone had stormed the palace. Though without the Xuanjia Imperial Guards blocking your way, you flicked your sleeves and walked once more towards the Sutra repository. Deep within the palace, you didn't use the shrinking earth to an inch technique to leap to the Sutra repository in one step, but instead walked leisurely along the palace path. You are waiting. Wait until the great Yang dynasty has prepared its true trump cards. Until those hesitant Dharma aspect realm warriors gradually appear, until this 1,000-year-old dynasty displays its true power.